Lu Feng was supposed to die during the alien invasion, but he unexpectedly found himself reborn 15 years earlier. The young Lu Feng suddenly slipped off his chair, and his phone fell to the ground. He instinctively picked it up and saw the conspicuous date on the screen, June 1st, 2035. Startled, Lu Feng quickly surveyed his surroundings and realized he was back in his home from 15 years ago. He swiped up on his phone, and after unlocking it with facial recognition, a game interface appeared. The background was a starry sky with a spaceship dock in the center. Lu Feng's pupils contracted slightly galaxy age. This game, which had appeared out of nowhere, was set in the Milky Way and told the story of a grand era of interstellar exploration. Initially, no one paid much attention to it, until one day, all the warships in the game were reflected in reality. Every player who owned a warship found themselves in possession of a fully functional spacecraft capable of space travel. Overnight, human civilization entered the age of interstellar exploration. Players with warships became highly sought after by nations. Scientists dreamed of colonizing nearby habitable planets and even exploring alien civilizations. Just when everything seemed promising, a powerful civilization lurking in the dark corners of the universe discovered this suddenly rising but weak civilization. Coveting humanity's advanced warships, they formed an alliance and invaded the solar system. Humans relied on their warships for a long time, but ultimately, they could not withstand the onslaught of enemies that outnumbered them dozens of times over, slowly becoming trapped within the solar system. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng was reborn 15 years earlier. At this moment, the galaxy age had not yet begun its feedback phase. He suddenly recalled a crucial date, July 1st, 2035, the day the warships would become real. Immediately, Lu Feng opened the game store. The array of warships was dazzling. Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers. Most of the warships were grayed out due to the lack of blueprints and insufficient spending levels. Galaxy Age allowed players to freely build docks and warships, and to wage wars across star systems. However, everything in the game was extremely expensive. Decent docks and warships cost hundreds, and top-tier warships cost thousands upon thousands. Building a respectable fleet often required an investment of over $1 million. As a wealthy first-generation entrepreneur, Lu Feng had no shortage of money, but he had always been frugal and hadn't spent much on the game. He enjoyed the process of building from scratch, and the few thousand he had spent mostly went towards speeding up material collection and dock construction. Seeing his dock still upgrading, stuck at 3, Lu Feng didn't hesitate to click upgrade now. The system prompted him that 189 star coins were needed, and he confirmed immediately. When it got stuck again at 50 due to insufficient materials, he clicked buy without a second thought. Once the upgrade was complete, the dock reached level 2, allowing him to build 2 level 2 warships simultaneously, maintain 20 warships no higher than level 2, and dock up to 200 ships. But this was far from enough. Lu Feng had grander ambitions. He immediately recharged $10,000 into the game, converting it into 10,000 star coins, raising his spending level from 4 to 8, unlocking the purchase of warships up to level 8. However, this still didn't satisfy his ambitions. Checking his bank account, Lu Feng found he had nearly $1 million in savings. Without hesitation, he opened the recharge interface again and entered an astonishing number, 1 million. This should be enough, he thought. $1 million should be more than sufficient, perhaps even excessive. Lu Feng reopened the store, and the sight before him took his breath away. The dazzling array of warships had regained their vibrant colors, and even the top-tier level 10 warships were now available to him. However, to purchase these top-tier warships directly, he needed to clear one last hurdle, obtaining the corresponding blueprints. Without hesitation, Lu Feng entered the player marketplace. This was the platform where players traded directly with each other, offering everything from blueprints to warships, from shipyards to materials. If someone was selling it, he could buy it. His eyes quickly scanned the trade list, searching for level 10 warships. Although the majority of listings were for lower-level warships and materials, he wasn't discouraged. Skillfully using the filter function, he narrowed his search to level 10 warships. Soon, 2 eye-catching advertisements appeared. Level 10 Invincible Spear-class Destroyer Blueprint. The strongest destroyer, 1 vacant. First come, first served, best price. Welcome big spenders. Cheapest Invincible Spear-class Destroyer Blueprint on the web. No blueprint, no level 10 warship. Big spenders take note. Lu Feng carefully compared the prices and found that the first seller was asking for 11,000 credits, while the self-proclaimed cheapest on the web second seller was asking for 15,000. He chose the former without hesitation and quickly completed the purchase. As 11,000 credits were deducted from his account, the precious Invincible Spear-class Destroyer Blueprint finally became his. Satisfied, Lu Feng examined the detailed ship schematics and then continued browsing the marketplace, hoping to find other level 10 warship-related items. However, level 10 warships, being the pinnacle of the galactic era, were accessible to only a handful of players. These were either those who had painstakingly built their assets over a decade, or those who had invested millions. As a result, the market for level 10 warship accessories was limited, with few merchants specializing in this tier. Despite this, Lu Feng held on to a glimmer of hope and left a message for the seller. Hey, do you have blueprints for the Silent Beast class carrier, the Immaculate Nebula class star cruiser, or the Wandering Sanctuary class battlecruiser? If so, save one for me. We can negotiate the price. Not receiving an immediate reply, Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry. He turned to the store interface, his eyes fixed on the level 10 warships category, particularly the Invincible Spear class destroyer. This warship, hailed as the most versatile and best-performing destroyer, was priced at just 1,000 credits. Gazing at the sleek, streamlined hull of the Invincible Spear class, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Such a top-tier warship, which had played a critical role during the Allied invasion of the solar system, was now available for only 1,000 credits. He recalled the wealthy heir who had spent millions to build the galactic fleet, which included 5,000 Invincible Spear-class destroyers. It was thanks to these powerful warships that humanity managed to withstand the fierce onslaught of the Allied forces for so long. 1,000 credits each. If those alien commanders knew, they'd go crazy, Lu Feng mused, thinking back to those who had launched invasions to seize powerful warships. A system prompt appeared. You now possess the Invincible Spear-class destroyer blueprint and can purchase the Invincible Spear-class destroyer. Without hesitation, Lu Feng clicked max, and the quantity instantly jumped to 9,999. After confirming the purchase, the system reminded him, due to the lack of proper docking facilities, these warships will temporarily remain in deep space. You must upgrade your shipyard soon, or the warships may deteriorate from lack of maintenance. Lu Feng's gaze shifted from his rudimentary level 2 shipyard to the vast expanse of space. Against the backdrop of a brilliant starfield, countless slender warships were arranged in neat rows, resembling a massive stellar cluster. Each Invincible Spear-class destroyer was 1,000 meters long, equipped with hundreds of laser cannons, tracking missile arrays, defensive laser grids, and the most advanced shield generators and hyperspace jump engines. Thinking about how these warships would appear in the real starfield a month from now, Lu Feng was so excited that he clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. These formidable warships would all be his. The system then prompted, your number of warships has reached fleet level. Please organize and name your fleet. Lu Feng entered the fleet management interface, organizing the 9,999 Invincible Spear-class destroyers into a fleet and naming it Reverse Blade. The name was inspired by the unique strengths of the Invincible Spear-class destroyer in space warfare. Compared to other level 10 warships, it was more agile and versatile, capable of performing special tasks like flanking and encirclement. Through his battles against the Allied forces, Lu Feng had come to understand that space warfare was fundamentally different from ground warfare. The vast three-dimensional space made depth a more crucial tactical element than in ground combat, and in this regard, the Invincible Spear-class destroyer was undoubtedly the best choice. The name Reverse Blade perfectly encapsulated the fleet's sharp, unstoppable nature. After organizing the Reverse Blade fleet, Lu Feng turned his attention to upgrading the dock. Although the cost of building a level 10 dock was unknown, he estimated it would require at least $1 million in funds. Despite having invested all his cash in purchasing warships, Lu Feng remained unfazed. As a wealthy first-generation entrepreneur, his assets were worth far more than tens of millions. The high-rise apartment he currently lived in, with a stunning sea view, was valued at over $75 million. Even if sold at a lower price, it could fetch $60 million. More importantly, the company he founded was hailed as the domestic version of OPAI, with an estimated value exceeding $7 billion, making it a unicorn enterprise. Just a few months after going public, the company's market value surpassed $10 billion and continued to rise. Lu Feng knew that with more time, the value of his shares would multiply. However, with a one-month deadline looming, he decided to sell his shares immediately to play it safe. He quickly sent a notice to the senior management group and then drove to the company headquarters. Upon arriving at the company, his secretary promptly greeted him, informing him that the executives were already waiting in the conference room. Lu Feng briskly walked to the conference room and was immediately surrounded by the attendees. Some, visibly agitated, questioned whether he truly intended to sell all his shares, fearing it would significantly impact the company's strategic development. Raising his hand to signal for silence, Lu Feng firmly stated that his decision to sell was final. He explained that the purpose of the meeting was to find suitable buyers and emphasized his sole requirement. The funds must be received within a week after the transaction. He suggested that the executives contact their respective capital backers, allowing interested parties to bid competitively. His announcement caused an uproar in the conference room, with several executives immediately reaching for their phones to contact potential investors. Lu Feng's decision sent shockwaves through the entire capital market, as everyone recognized the immense profit opportunity. Meanwhile, Dunan, a prominent investor, was both excited and concerned upon hearing the news. On one hand, He was thrilled at the opportunity to acquire more shares. On the other, he worried that competitive bidding might drive up the cost. He decided to reach out to other competitors to discuss setting a bidding ceiling to avoid mutual losses. Back in the conference room, a partner who had a close relationship with Feng privately asked if he was facing any difficulties, offering to help. Touched by the gesture, Feng shook his head and opened the Era of Warships game on his phone. However, as he was about to explain, the partner interrupted with a surprised expression, saying, Feng, don't tell me you're selling your shares for a game. If you don't want to tell the truth, at least come up with a better excuse. Faced with his partner's skepticism, Feng didn't offer further explanation. He quietly closed the game on his phone and swallowed back the words he had intended to say. This scene was something Feng had anticipated. He knew that even if he laid out the truth, he would still be seen as making excuses or even as a madman. As Feng quietly put away his phone, his partner felt a sense of triumph, thinking he had gained the upper hand and was paving the way for the upcoming persuasion. With a look of feigned sorrow and a tone dripping with insincerity, his partner said, since you've made up your mind, I won't press further. Feng, we founded this company together, and over the years, we've developed a bond. Neither of us wants outsiders to control the company. He paused before continuing. I can secure the funds, 50 billion, and it will be in the account within 2 days. Just say the word, and in 2 days, the cash will be in your account. The company won't have to go to outsiders, and everything can continue as usual. Seeing that Feng remained unresponsive, his partner sweetened the deal. Feng, you can stay in the company even after selling your shares. You can choose any department you want, and I'll make the arrangements. Feng listened to every word, only interrupting at the end. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He had already confirmed that the bidding date was tomorrow, right in this office. With that, Feng turned and left, ignoring his partner's calls behind him. Feng sighed to himself, realizing that in the business world, any semblance of friendship often becomes worthless when faced with interests. Meanwhile, in the top-tier waterfront villa district of Danghai City, Wang Zhuo was leisurely soaking in the pool. He casually opened a game on his phone called Galactic Era. In the main interface, a massive level 10 dock, the size of a small asteroid, was filled with densely packed warships. Most prominently, there were 10 colossal aircraft carriers hidden in the shadows like giant beasts. There were also starcruisers emitting brilliant lights like nebulas and battlecruisers bristling with firepower. On the outermost edge of the dock was a dazzling array of destroyers, shining like stars. This was Wang Zhuo's pride and joy, the Starfleet. Wang Zhuo had been obsessed with sci-fi films since childhood, dreaming of space travel. When he stumbled upon this realistic interstellar warship game, he became completely hooked. To build this ultimate fleet, he had invested millions. 1 million to construct the level 10 dock, another million for 10 level 10 aircraft carriers, 5 million for 500 starcruisers, 9 million for 4,500 level 10 battlecruisers, and 5 million for 5,000 level 10 destroyers. To fully simulate the feeling of commanding a fleet, Wang Zhuo recruited over a dozen top players from the gaming community to operate this massive fleet. These players acted as extensions of his body, obeying his commands and integrating over 10,000 warships into a cohesive whole. Wang Zhuo was the core of this entity, reveling in the emperor-like sensation of being surrounded and admired. Every time he led his mighty fleet into battle, Wang Zhuo felt a rush of exhilaration, as if he were overlooking the entire world. He held the top spot on the fleet rankings, far ahead of the competition. The combined fleet strength of the 2nd to 10th positions couldn't match his Starfleet in terms of both quantity and quality of warships, nor in personnel. Just as Wang Zhuo was basking in his fantasies of commanding his fleet across the stars, a message came from the commander of his destroyer group. Boss, there's a new fleet on the rise. Wang Zhuo waved dismissively, thinking, this isn't worth bothering me over. No one globally can outspin me on fleet investments. They might spend millions on sports cars, but unless they're a space enthusiast like me, who would sink millions into a little warship game? However, his subordinate continued, but someone actually did. Wang Zhuo's interest was piqued. He sat up in the water and quickly switched to the fleet ranking interface. He was still ranked first, but the second place was no longer a country player with over 1,000 level 10 warships. Blade Fleet 999 level 10 Dreadnought-class destroyers. What surprised Wang Zhuo even more was that this fleet was domestic. Where did this guy come from? The domestic interstellar warship community is small, and I know all the prominent names. None of them would invest this much. Wang Zhuo pondered. This game had no high-profile competitions for wealthy second-generation heirs to show off, nor did it have the social systems of online games that attract entourages. To truly master this game, one needed a lot of specialized knowledge. Engaging in fleet-level battles was akin to real military campaigns, extremely hardcore. Wang Zhuo replied to his subordinate, this guy is probably some rich second-generation heir who wants to be number one in any game he joins. Once he loses interest in a few days, he'll likely regret spending so much on a bunch of unmanageable metal shells. Yet Wang Zhuo felt that this new opponent was targeting him. His fleet had just over 10,000 warships, all level 10, and this guy had bought 9,999 level 10 warships to flaunt his wealth. No one understands this game better than I do. Wang Zhuo thought confidently. Should I challenge this guy to show him what a coordinated command system and combined operations really are? Buying 9,999 of the cheapest level 10 warships, what a joke. But Wang Zhuo sensed something amiss. If this guy had money, why not buy a few more level 10 warships to surpass him and take the top spot? And why only the cheap Dreadnought-class destroyers? A rich second-generation heir would surely buy the most expensive and best ones. Maybe this guy plans to buy even more warships, Wang Zhuo mused, frowning. Let's see if you have the guts to buy 10,000 silent Behemoth-class carriers and shove them in my face. If I don't get crushed by carriers, how could I lose? Wang Zhuo mentally taunted. After leaving the company, Lu Feng didn't head home but went straight to the real estate agency outside his residential area. As soon as he walked in, he was recognized. Mr. Lu, an employee exclaimed. This agency was no ordinary one. It specialized in serving the residents of this high-end community. Each employee was well-versed in the residents' profiles to avoid offending any low-key bigwigs. Lu Feng got straight to the point. I want to sell a property in Haijing 1. He was quickly ushered into a VIP room. Shortly after, the agency manager, dressed in a sharp women's business suit, arrived and bowed slightly. Mr. Lu, are you looking to sell your property valued at 75 million? Lu Feng nodded. How fast can it be sold? Your property is in an excellent location, so it should sell quickly. We'll contact potential buyers immediately, and it should be off the market soon, the manager replied. I don't want soon. Give me a specific time frame, Lu Feng insisted. The manager looked a bit surprised but quickly adjusted. This would be a rush sale. The fastest we can complete it is within a week, but the price might be lower than expected. I don't care about the price. I have only one requirement. The sooner, the better. Ideally, the transaction should be completed and the funds transferred on the same day, Lu Feng said firmly. The manager sprang into action, calling over several employees and instructing them to drop everything and focus on contacting buyers. Lu Feng appreciated this pragmatic and efficient attitude, even though the commission might be higher. But for someone about to sell stocks worth at least 5 billion, this amount was negligible. The priority was to quickly convert his assets into cash. Just as Lu Feng was about to leave, an employee rushed back excitedly. Mr. Lu, there's a client very interested in your property and wants to see it immediately. Are you available? So soon? Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Sure, I'll wait here. Have them come over, and I'll show them around myself. Before long, a Maybach pulled up in front of the agency. A middle-aged man got out, and upon seeing Lu Feng, he was initially surprised, but then greeted him warmly. Brother Lu? Lu Feng vaguely remembered this man from a financial tycoon's party. Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to be the one selling. Since it's your property, just name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it without needing a tour, the middle-aged man said straightforwardly. Though Lu Feng found it a bit odd, he wasn't worried about any tricks, especially with the looming deadline a month away. In that case, I'll be direct market price, 75 million. The middle-aged man agreed without hesitation. After submitting their documents, the manager guided them through the process. By the end of the day, 72 million had finally been transferred. Lu Feng quickly packed up the property and moved into a hotel. As soon as he entered the room, he logged into the Galaxy Era game and converted all the money into star coins. With 72 million star coins, Lu Feng immediately began upgrading his dock. He upgraded it from level 2 to level 9 in one go, choosing instant upgrade without hesitation at each step. By the final upgrade, just purchasing the materials cost him 300,000 star coins. Your dock is upgrading, current progress 1. Lu Feng took a deep breath and clicked the final upgrade button. Instantly completing the dock upgrade will cost 400,000 star coins. Do you confirm the expenditure? Despite the total cost reaching 700,000 star coins for this level, Lu Feng confirmed without a second thought. Your dock has been upgraded to level X. You can now produce level X battleships in your dock. An additional production line has been added, allowing you to manufacture 10 ships simultaneously. With the upgrade, your dock base can now maintain up to 2,000 ships of level X or below. A maximum of 20,000 ships of level X or below can be docked. Seeing this notification, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. Now, Lu Feng's invincible fleet finally had a place to settle. He glanced at his star coin balance. There were still 71 million left. Building a level 10 dock only cost 1 million star coins, which was practically nothing to him, even surprisingly cheap. Lu Feng quickly ordered his invincible fleet, which had been drifting in deep space, to dock at the newly constructed level 10 dock. The sight before him was breathtaking. The gleaming silver dock resembled a colossal flat island, extending evenly in 10 massive structures around it, each like a pier for warships to dock. The main structure of the dock was even more grandiose, filled with countless entrances of various sizes, capable of accommodating all types of warships. The largest entrance was big enough to swallow an asteroid tens of kilometers in diameter, making one wonder about the colossal warships that might be docked inside. With Lu Feng's command, the silver-white Invincible-class destroyers gathered at the dock's edge like a school of fish. In front of the enormous dock, each destroyer seemed insignificant, like specks of dust. However, when nearly 10,000 destroyers gathered together, they formed a dazzling galaxy along the dock's edge, creating a spectacular sight. As Lu Feng marveled at the magnificent scene, he noticed a blinking red in his message box. Opening it, he saw it was a message from the merchant who had sold him the Invincible-class destroyer blueprints at the player trading post. Brother, level 10 warship blueprints are especially hard to come by. It took me a lot of effort to get the Invincible-class destroyer blueprints. Lu Feng keenly sensed that the guy hadn't explicitly said he didn't have any more blueprints, only emphasizing the difficulty of obtaining them. Clearly, he likely had other level 10 warship blueprints. So, Lu Feng decisively replied, "As long as you have more level 10 warship blueprints, and the price isn't excessively above market rate, name your price. I won't haggle." Meanwhile, in a small town over 1,000 kilometers away from Lu Feng, Su Jianqiang, who was staring at his phone screen waiting for a reply, saw the message and couldn't help but smile. His initial probing statement was meant to slightly raise the price. He quickly typed back, "Brother, I'll be honest with you. I have a blueprint for a flawless Nebula-class patrol ship, but..." Here, Su Jianqiang hesitated for a moment, then sent a flurry of explanations. "This blueprint was originally reserved by a foreigner. I got this blueprint by sheer luck, and it's one of those items that are priceless in the trading post, with significant markup. Based on my understanding of the market, a flawless Nebula-class patrol ship blueprint can sell for at least 150,000, with a markup of around 50,000, and that's if you can even find one. The foreigner reserved it for 170,000. So, brother, selling to a fellow countryman is better than selling to a foreigner, especially since he hasn't paid yet. I'll give you a fair price of 160,000. After sending the message, Su Jianqiang anxiously awaited a response. He knew that typically, blueprint prices were about 10 times the cost of the warship itself. An Invincible-class destroyer costing 1,000 would mean the blueprint could sell for over 10,000. A flawless Nebula-class patrol ship costing 10,000 would mean the blueprint should be around 100,000. But level 10 warship blueprints were in high demand, often getting snapped up immediately, driving the price to at least 150,000. Su Jianqiang had added an extra 10,000 on top of the 150,000, which seemed high but was actually reasonable given the blueprint's rarity. If Lu Feng had posted a request to buy, he might have had to pay even more. To Lu Feng, the extra 10,000 star coins was insignificant. He was glad he had asked if there were more level 10 warship blueprints, or he might have missed out on this precious flawless Nebula-class patrol ship blueprint. Who knows when another one would appear in the player trading post? Deal. Send the trade request. Lu Feng agreed readily. Soon, a trade request popped up. A blueprint depicting a massive warship appeared before Lu Feng. He entered 160,000 star coins to meet the trade conditions. In an instant, the blueprint was in Lu Feng's hands. On the other end, Su Jianqiang stared at the sudden addition of 160,000 star coins to his account, stunned. As a hardcore player rather than a professional merchant, he was one of the earliest adopters of this game. Having been fascinated by space since childhood, he was instantly captivated by the game. Unfortunately, his family wasn't wealthy, and he couldn't spend much money on the game, so he poured all his energy into progressing in it. Day after day of gathering materials, Su Jianqiang managed to upgrade his dock to level 10 and even built level 10 Invincible-class destroyers. The effort he put in was tremendous. Upgrading a level 9 dock to level 10 required tens of thousands of mechanical arms, transmission devices, and robots, and building a level 10 warship without purchases meant gathering an enormous amount of materials. He had experienced all these hardships. His family thought he was crazy, saying he was wasting his life on the game. But Su Jianqiang knew that if he couldn't explore space in reality, he would fulfill this dream in the game. It was this near-obsessive dedication that gave him the chance to obtain the level 10 warship blueprints. In his small town, a family like his could only earn 60 to 70,000 yuan a year. Now, these 160,000 star coins, equivalent to 160,000 yuan, were more than 2 years of his family's income. Plus, the over 10,000 he earned from selling the Invincible-class destroyer blueprints meant he could finally show his family that his efforts weren't in vain and that his dedication had paid off. With this simple mindset, he chose not to sell the blueprint to a higher-paying foreign buyer. Despite his limited education, he always believed that fellow countrymen were more trustworthy. At that moment, Lu Feng sent another message. "What's the size of your fleet now?" Though a bit puzzled, Su Jianqiang answered honestly. 300 level 1 warships, 300 level 2 warships, 200 level 3 warships, 200 level 4 warships, and 10 level 10 Invincible-class destroyers. Lu Feng scanned the fleet configuration and numbers with a quick glance, raising an eyebrow. The eclectic mix of warships hinted at their owner's unusual background, clearly the result of painstaking efforts. Despite the diverse types, the sheer quantity was impressive. If these ships were to converge, they would undoubtedly form a formidable force. What's your name? Lu Feng asked, thinking that this person must have been someone significant before their rebirth. Let's get to know each other. Maybe we can establish a long-term trade relationship? Su Jianqiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly explained, I'm not a professional merchant. The materials I gather are mostly for personal use. Otherwise, they wouldn't be enough. I'm selling these 2 blueprints because I already have one and can't build the other. Realizing his tone might have been off, he added, my name is Su Jianqiang. It's good to meet you. Hearing the name, Lu Feng was stunned. Memories from his previous life surged like a tidal wave. At the dawn of the warship era, the owners were like lawless warlords, courted by nations and given numerous privileges. The ground was in chaos, and everyone was shaken by the sudden upheaval. It wasn't until the formation of the United Fleet, which absorbed many smaller fleets, that a balance of power was established, and Su Jianqiang was one of the leaders of these united fleets. His fleet, primarily composed of civilians, was smaller and known as the civilian faction. However, it was this civilian faction that held the line during the alien coalition's invasion of the solar system, fighting to the last ship without a single surrender or betrayal. They were humanity's final defense of that era. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng responded, my name is Lu Feng. If you're ever in Dahan City, let me show you around. Sure, thanks, boss, Su Jianqiang replied with a grin, thinking that this boss seemed pretty nice. By the way, could you tell me where you got these blueprints? I'd be willing to pay for that information, Lu Feng inquired further. Su Jianqiang waved it off. No need to pay, consider it a favor between friends. Sharing some intel with a friend is no big deal. He then detailed several hydroprate star zones, explaining that exploring planets, capturing armed facilities, destroying enemy fleets, or killing space beasts in these areas could yield blueprints. After noting down the coordinates, Lu Feng insisted on transferring Su Jianqiang 50,000 star coins. These insights were the culmination of years of experience and countless attempts, and 50,000 star coins were a bargain. Despite Su Jianqiang's initial reluctance, he eventually accepted the transaction under Lu Feng's insistence, expressing his gratitude and promising to treat Lu Feng to a meal. Closing the chat window, Lu Feng finally had time to closely examine the flawless Nebula-class patrol ship blueprints in his hand. This was the ultimate multi-role warship, combining firepower, supply, and support a veritable mobile star fortress. A single ship could dominate an entire star system. Without hesitation, Lu Feng input 5,000, purchasing 5,000 Nebula-class patrol ships in one go. Upon confirmation, 5,000 colossal warships lined up neatly outside Lu Feng's dock. Each one shimmered with the resplendent glow of a nebula, their exquisite armor forming a seamless whole, appearing like a flawless nebula from a distance immense and magnificent. Lu Feng estimated each ship to be over 10 kilometers long, more than 10 times the size of a dreadnought-class destroyer. These patrol ships were fully equipped, featuring laser cannons, missile arrays, defensive laser grids, and powerful shield generators capable of enveloping nearby ships. They also boasted an array of drones, transport ships, medical vessels, and onboard facilities like factories and aircraft production lines. Each was a mobile star fortress. With 5,000 patrol ships standing in the starry expanse, nearly 10,000 dreadnought-class destroyers swarmed around them, creating a spectacle like a pod of whales frolicking in the ocean. Enraptured, Lu Feng imagined the awe-inspiring sight when these warships truly descended into the stars a month from now. At that moment, the fleet rankings shifted. The previously top-ranked Galaxy fleet fell to second place, while the Blade of Vengeance fleet soared to the top with 15,000 warships, 9,999 dreadnought-class destroyers, 5,000 Nebula-class patrol ships, and one Level 1 warship. Wang Zhua, the owner of the former top-ranked Galaxy fleet, felt a mix of emotions upon seeing this. 5,000 Nebula-class patrol ships that was 10 times his own fleet, more than his Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and equal to his Dreadnought-class destroyers. Yet, while Dreadnought-class destroyers cost only 1,000 star coins each, Nebula-class patrol ships were a staggering 10,000 star coins each, a completely different league. Wang Zhua muttered to himself, this is insane. Which rich kid is splurging like there's no tomorrow? He could tell that these 5,000 Nebula-class patrol ships were likely not the limit for this wealthy progeny. Judging by the current buying trend, it seemed this person intended to acquire every type of level 10 warship available, only delayed by the scarcity of blueprints on the market. Estimating that the Blade of Vengeance fleet could grow to 20 or 30,000 ships if all 4 types of level 10 warships were maxed out, Wang Zhua consoled himself, it's just 2 or 3 times my fleet size. I can live with that. Though he had the funds to match such spending, he would never invest it all in a game. In the end, Wang Zhua could only sigh, crazy, absolutely crazy. After purchasing the flawless Nebula-class scout ship, Lu Feng spent a long time admiring it in the game before finally logging off, satisfied. Before closing the game, he decisively listed offers to buy a Vagabond-class battleship cruiser for 50,000 star coins and a silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier for 2 million star coins. These offers were pinned at the top of the player marketplace, far exceeding the market prices, highlighting his determination to obtain the blueprints. Putting his phone down, Lu Feng walked slowly to the window. The vibrant riverside view and the dazzling skyscrapers outside were all within sight. The figure of Su Jinxiang suddenly appeared in his mind, triggering a series of thoughts. The diversity of humanity is astonishing, even giving rise to groups like the Descendants. These people willingly submit to the alien coalition forces, yearning for their rule over humanity. It was their subversive actions from within that led to the catastrophic defeat of the human fleets. Otherwise, with the capabilities of level 10 warships in the galactic era, humanity could have held out much longer. This is why Lu Feng chose not to warn the nations. Firstly, he would likely be deemed insane. Secondly, even if some countries were trustworthy, their internal personnel might not be. Faced with such a situation, Lu Feng could only focus on investing heavily to expand his fleet. The key to expanding the fleet lay in the public auction of shares the next day. How much the shares, worth over 5 billion, would sell for depended on the outcome of tomorrow. The next morning, Lu Feng woke up early, quickly freshened up, and went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. He browsed the news on his phone while eating. In the discussion section, he noticed a report from a financial media outlet. The comments were filled with criticisms of him. Another capitalist cashing out as soon as his company goes public. I take back what I said about Lu Feng being a visionary entrepreneur. He's just another capitalist. Such comments had an unusually high number of likes. Lu Feng immediately realized that this was likely a deliberate smear campaign by some capital institution. He chuckled coldly, thinking about the many tricks these capitalists play. Little did they know, when the warships descended upon humanity, their vast wealth would become worthless in an instant, and the once high and mighty would be no different from ordinary people. Lu Feng secretly looked forward to that day. After finishing his breakfast quickly, Lu Feng took a taxi to his company. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he saw the middle-aged man who bought his house yesterday, Ling Xingfa. Seeing Mr. Ling, Lu Feng couldn't help but stop. "What brings you here, Mr. Ling? Interested in the auction as well?" Ling Xingfa approached cheerfully and called out warmly, "Lu, my friend, I've been following you for a long time, so naturally I'm interested. Was the house purchased yesterday just a coincidence?" Lu Feng asked curiously. Although he didn't care who bought the house, the coincidence made him suspicious. No, that was just a coincidence." Ling Xingfa quickly waved his hand. "To be honest, I was surprised to see you last night." Seeing that Ling Xingfa was sincere, Lu Feng dropped the topic of the house. He shifted the conversation to today's main event. "No wonder you were so straightforward last night. Trying to get a head start in today's auction?" Ling Xingfa laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Haha, not at all, Lu. Everything will be fair and square." "Then I welcome you, Mr. Ling. Let's head inside," Lu Feng said with a smile. Just like with the house, it didn't matter who bought his shares as long as the money was right. In the conference room, besides the company's top executives, there were also many representatives from major capital institutions. These people sat in groups around their respective bosses, and it seemed they didn't get along well. When Lu Feng entered, he immediately noticed several well-known capital institution bosses. With a faint smile on his lips, he took the central seat and got straight to the point. "Since everyone is here, let me state the only requirement for purchasing my shares. The full amount must be transferred to the designated account within a week." He looked around. Any objections? Seeing no one speak up, Lu Feng announced, "Great, then I declare the auction open. 4.5 billion. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, a capital institution from Guangzhou called out a price. 4.6 billion. A capital institution from Dalian quickly followed. 4.7 billion. The Guangzhou institution raised the bid again. Hearing this price, Lu Feng smirked. He understood that the capital institutions were sending him a signal. Sure enough, in the following minutes, no other institution raised their bid. These shrewd capitalists had clearly seen through Lu Feng's attempt to make them compete and raise the price. They were unwilling to risk paying a high price for shares that might not be profitable. After all, the market was full of companies with high potential that collapsed overnight, like the infamous bike-sharing company. Without tangible benefits, these institutions wouldn't act rashly. Thus, the auction turned into a psychological battle test of nerves between Lu Feng and the capitalists. It was a matter of who would blink first. "All right, we'll add another 50 million. Dunan, the head of an established capital firm in Dashi City, broke the several minutes of silence in the conference room. His tone was filled with confidence, as if victory was within his grasp. "Mr. Lu, do you agree with this price? If so, we can sign the contract right away, and the funds will be transferred within 5 days." Lu Feng merely glanced at him without responding. This offer was far below his expectations. In his mind, every billion less meant thousands, if not tens of thousands, fewer warships. The future value of these warships was immeasurable. He wasn't going to miss any opportunity to secure more funds. The atmosphere in the conference room became tense. The other capital firm heads remained silent, unwilling to concede. Then, a voice from the back of the room broke the deadlock. 5.5 billion. Everyone was stunned by the offer, especially the heads of the capital firms, as 5.5 billion was their agreed maximum price. They turned to see Ling Xingfa sitting at the end of the table, smiling. Gentlemen, I am a businessman from Hong Kong. I just bought a house in Dashi City and plan to settle here long term, Ling Xingfa said, nodding to the others. The capital firm heads immediately began whispering among themselves. Dunan's composure faltered, showing a hint of irritation. This unexpected competitor had disrupted their plans, potentially increasing the acquisition cost by billions. I think Mr. Ling might be joking, Dunan forced a smile, his eyes sharp as he stared at Ling Xingfa. I doubt he has access to that much capital. Mr. Liu, you might want to verify that. Ling Xingfa merely snorted and then offered a higher price. 5.6 billion. 5.7 billion. 5.8 billion. The bidding war between Dunan and Ling Xingfa intensified, filling the room with tension. Lu Feng, however, was secretly delighted. Each increase in price brought him closer to his goal. An extra billion would allow him to buy 10,000 more invincible Pi-class destroyers or 1,000 silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. 5.9 billion, Ling Xingfa continued. Hearing this number, a flash of anger crossed Dunan's eyes. Every additional billion increased the risk. He began to question Lu Feng's sudden decision to sell his shares, wondering if there was an underlying reason. Yet, looking at Lu Feng's calm expression, he couldn't be sure. Finally, Dunan gritted his teeth and offered his final price. 6 billion. This time, Ling Xingfa did not continue bidding. He simply nodded to Dunan. Lu Feng also indicated his approval. Dunan breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the risks, he still believed in the value of this investment. As long as there are no major issues, this 10 billion can still be earned back, Dunan reassured himself. The next era will undoubtedly be the age of AI. This 6 billion will turn into 60 billion, 600 billion. After the contract was signed, Dunan patted Lu Feng on the shoulder, inviting him to dinner. But Lu Feng declined, saying he had other matters to attend to. He was eager to get the funds and immediately invest in buying warships in the galactic era. Dunan frowned and said earnestly, Lu Feng, as someone with more experience, let me tell you, the AI industry could be the key to the next technological revolution. Don't miss out on this era. Lu Feng brushed off Dunan's hand and replied coolly, you don't need to worry about that. I know the key to the next technological revolution, and I also know the exact time it will happen. The stock transaction concluded, and just as Lu Feng was about to head back to the hotel, Boss Ling suddenly called out to him. Lu, my friend, I'd like to invite you over to my place. Consider it your home, or rather, your old home, Boss Ling said, rubbing his hands with anticipation. Lu Feng sensed something odd in Boss Ling's eyes, and a chill ran down his spine. He instinctively took half a step back and politely declined. Boss Ling, I've been quite busy lately and don't have the time. Seeing Lu Feng's reaction, Boss Ling quickly realized the misunderstanding and explained, Lu, don't get me wrong. Actually, someone at my place is a big fan of yours and has always wanted to meet you. Hearing this, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As the head of a large company, having some fame and fans was to be expected. His demeanor softened. If I have some free time, I'll drop by. I'm a bit tied up these next few days, but I'll give you a call. After all, Boss Ling had helped him secure an additional 10 billion yuan, so meeting a fan wouldn't hurt. All right, give me a call then, Boss Ling nodded and suggested. I saw you didn't drive here. Let me have my driver take you back. Lu Feng didn't refuse, and got into the Maybach to return to the hotel. As soon as he entered his room, Lu Feng eagerly grabbed his phone and logged into Galaxy Era. Since last night, he had been exploring several coordinates given by Su Jinxiang. He had divided his fleet into 10 squads, each equipped with 500 immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers and 1,000 fearless Pi-class destroyers. The latent star zone was the game's most chaotic and dangerous area. The deep space here was full of countless star beasts, and even an ordinary asteroid could suddenly open its maw and devour passing ships. But high risk often brought high rewards. Each exploration yielded vast amounts of materials, and occasionally even precious blueprints. Lu Feng had deployed 5 squads to patrol the latent star zone, striking fiercely at any emerging star beasts. The firepower of each squad was so overwhelming that star beasts were often obliterated the moment they revealed themselves. The screen kept flashing kill notifications. You have killed a level 7 star beast, obtained mechanical arm 14. You have killed a level 8 star beast, obtained level 8 battleship blueprint 1. You have killed a level 10 star beast, obtained level 10 battleship shield generator fragment 1. These notifications hadn't stopped since last night. Most kills were level 7 to 9 star beasts, with level 10 being rarer. Only level 10 star beasts dropped blueprints for level 10 battleships. Suddenly, a special kill notification caught Lu Feng's attention. You have killed a level 10 star beast Hilton. Obtained an audio file containing information. This was the first time he encountered a named level 10 star beast, and the reward was extraordinary. Lu Feng immediately found the audio file in his inventory, marked by a wavy line icon. The description read, an audio file containing information, but the file is damaged. Collecting 3 audio files can restore it to a complete file, which may help locate the source of the audio. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng decided to redirect all his ships to the latent star zone to speed up the search for the remaining 2 special level 10 star beasts. Following his command, the 5 squads that were away from the latent star zone immediately changed course and headed to the destination. In no time, 10 fleets appeared in the latent star zone, each stretching thousands of kilometers. The fearless Pi-class destroyers swirled around the immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers like schools of fish, leaving beautiful trails of blue exhaust in the deep space. The search lasted an entire day, with the 10 fleets slaughtering countless star beasts in the latent star zone. Lu Feng estimated they had killed nearly 100 level 10 star beasts, but unfortunately, no more named special ones appeared. However, an unexpected delight awaited him. Lu Feng discovered a new blueprint in his inventory, the blueprint for the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. Reviewing the kill logs, he realized it had dropped when one of his squads killed a level 10 beast in the afternoon. You have killed a level 10 beast, obtained level 10 battleship, Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser blueprint 1. Lu Feng roughly calculated that it took killing nearly 100 level 10 star beasts to get a single blueprint, an incredibly low drop rate. This was achieved only because he deployed 15,000 level 10 battleships in one massive sweep, an efficiency ordinary players couldn't hope to match. With the blueprint in hand, Lu Feng temporarily halted the sweep of the latent star zone and opened the shop. One of the top 4 level 10 battleships, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, was now available for purchase. Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, priced at 2,000 star coins each. Lu Feng glanced at his star coin balance, which still had over 20 million. Without hesitation, he clicked on the purchase button. You possess the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser blueprint. You may purchase the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. Submit purchase quantity. Lu Feng decisively entered 10,000 units. When 10,000 gray-black warships were neatly arrayed outside the dock, the scene was awe-inspiring. The Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, each stretching 5 kilometers in length, dwarfed the Dreadnought-class destroyers by several magnitudes. At the front of each battlecruiser was a colossal circular structure, an intricate assembly of mechanical components forming a planetary cannon whose barrel could accommodate an entire Dreadnought-class destroyer. The cannon's power was staggering, capable of piercing through a planet to its core, triggering a catastrophic collapse. In addition to the planetary cannon, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser was armed with 10 superorbital laser cannons and 40 orbital laser cannons, weaponry that the Dreadnought-class destroyers couldn't match. These large-caliber weapons were strategically placed across the hull, providing comprehensive coverage for massive saturation strikes. Standard armaments, such as laser cannons, tracking missile arrays, and defensive laser grids, were also present in quantities far exceeding those of the Dreadnought-class destroyers, and even surpassing the immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers. Although smaller in size than the immaculate Nebula-class, the battlecruisers boasted unparalleled firepower. The Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser was the ultimate weapon of war, designed to unleash its formidable arsenal. Lu Feng fought the urge to immediately board and fire, instead integrating the 10,000 battlecruisers into the Blade Edge fleet. With the existing 15,000 ships, Lu Feng now faced a new challenge. The sole level 10 dock was insufficient. The construction of a second level 10 dock became imperative, but with only a few 100,000 star coins left, far short of the required millions, Lu Feng decided to delay. He planned to proceed once the expected 6 billion star coins arrived. To maximize the new fleet's potential, he dispatched the 10,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers to the latent star zone, integrating them into 10 existing subfleets. Each subfleet size expanded to 2,500 ships, extending the fleet's reach across thousands of kilometers in space, a truly majestic sight. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuo stared blankly at the ceiling. A subordinate's reminder prompted him to listlessly check the fleet rankings on his phone. Seeing that the Blade Edge fleet had added another 10,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, he muttered numbly, 20 million, just a drop in the bucket for that guy. He then sank into deep dejection. Noticing Wang Zhuo's state, his subordinate quickly encouraged him, "Boss, don't lose heart. Even if they reach 30,000 ships, we still have a chance. If we double our galactic fleet and add 500 aircraft carriers, our command system and micromanagement skills could definitely defeat their 30,000-strong fleet." Hope rekindled in Wang Zhuo's eyes as he asked, "Really?" "Absolutely," the subordinate replied confidently. "From what I know, the Blade Edge fleet is currently hunting space beasts in the latent star zone under that rich kid's command. His tactics are quite simple, evenly distributing all ships into 10 subfleets for simultaneous attacks. It's likely he's controlling the massive fleet alone, making fine-tuned operations difficult. This is our opportunity. Wang Zhuo pondered the situation. If true, he could indeed defeat the 30,000 ship fleet with his 20,000. The game encouraged player conflict, so why not fight if there was a chance of victory? Ever since the Blade Edge fleet rose to the top, he had been restless. Being overtaken by a sudden upstart was a hard pill to swallow for the long-time ruler. Wang Zhuo quickly calculated. Doubling his fleet required 10,000 level 10 warships, including 500 silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, costing 70 to 80 million star coins. This investment would consume a significant portion of his assets, mostly in cash, making it a tough call. However, he considered a solution appealing to his father, who had always disapproved of his gaming. While Wang Zhuo strategized on convincing his father, Lu Feng had already swept through the last star system in the latent star zone. There, he discovered the second named level 10 space beast Herta. Unlike other space beasts, Herta fled upon sighting Lu Feng's fleet, piquing his curiosity. Lu Feng directed the subfleets to close in slowly, simultaneously maneuvering the other 9 fleets to encircle the entire system. Gradually, a massive encirclement formed, with Herta at its center. Initially unaware, Herta soon halted, its serpent-like body covered in golden eyes, all fixed on the encircling fleet, as if anticipating the imminent battle. Herta's human-like behavior intrigued Lu Feng further about the source of the audio clips he sought. He knew that collecting 3 clips would pinpoint their origin. As Lu Feng pondered, the battle commenced. Herta's strength surpassed typical level 10 space beasts, equating to a fleet of 500 level 10 warships. However, against Lu Feng's 25,000-strong fleet, it stood no chance. A dense barrage of firepower enveloped Herta, with millions of lasers converging on the target. The star system lit up, outshining even the stars. When the light faded, only blackened remnants remained at the focal point. The system notification promptly sounded. You have slain the level 10 space beast Herta and obtained an audio clip containing valuable information. When all was said and done, Lu Feng reviewed the audio files in the warehouse. The screen in front of him flickered with streams of data, and 3 damaged audio files lay silently, as if telling an unsolved mystery. Lu Feng knew that once he collected all 3 audio segments, he could piece together the complete information and trace the audio's origin. His eyes scanned the 2 segments he had already acquired, and he calculated the whereabouts of the last special level 10 beast. 10 fleets had scoured dozens of planetary systems in the latent star cluster, but had only found 2 special level 10 beasts. This meant that either the third one was still hiding somewhere in the latent star cluster, or it had escaped to another star cluster. After careful consideration, Lu Feng decided to prepare for both possibilities. He divided his 5,000 invincible Trident-class destroyers and 5,000 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers into 100 smaller fleets, each equipped with 50 destroyers and 50 battlecruisers. These small fleets would continue to search within the latent star cluster, in case the elusive beast was still lurking in some inconspicuous corner. The remaining 15,000 warships were redirected to a second target, the La Barco junkyard. This location, not far from the latent star cluster, was another coordinate provided by Su Jianqiang. The junkyard was piled high with all kinds of debris, from shattered warship wreckage to discarded rockets, and even some unclaimed bodies, resembling a cosmic-scale public dump. Compared to the bustling latent star cluster, the La Barco junkyard was eerily quiet. There were hardly any other players around, as few knew that treasures could be found amidst the junk. For most, hunting space beasts was far more efficient than sifting through garbage. This solitude suited Lu Feng perfectly. As he looked at the screen filled with heaps of trash and the destructible prompts popping up, a smile curled on his lips. He loved nothing more than setting off fireworks. Lu Feng maneuvered his 15,000 level 10 warships to unleash a fierce assault on the seemingly endless junkyard. Each ship targeted the nearest pile of debris for saturation bombardment. Laser beams illuminated the otherwise silent junkyard, making it look like 2 massive fleets were engaged in a fierce battle. Despite the vast expanse of the La Barco junkyard and its mountainous piles of trash, it was no match for Lu Feng's formidable fleet. What might be difficult for ordinary players to destroy, the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers could obliterate with a single salvo. If one volley wasn't enough, they would fire another. Lu Feng firmly believed that there was nothing that couldn't be solved with overwhelming firepower. As the barrage of fire gradually consumed the darkness of the junkyard, a giant beast was roused from the depths. It leapt out from an unlit pile of debris, heading towards the distant light. The beast was colossal, about half the size of the moon, resembling a tentacled alien creature covered in golden eyes. Its massive body, over 1,000 kilometers long, tore through the junkyard, creating a 100-kilometer-wide path. The beast charged towards the outskirts of the junkyard, directly confronting the fleet clearing the debris. Without hesitation, it rammed into a pristine Nebula-class patrol ship, easily shattering its shield before biting the ship in half. However, the fleet's response was swift. The moment Lu Feng spotted the beast, he issued commands, directing all ships to converge on the creature and focus their fire. Hundreds of wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers initiated their front-mounted planetary cannons. After a brief charge, hundreds of thick beams struck the beast, instantly destroying many of its tentacles and golden eyes. The beast let out a pained roar and thrashed about in the aftermath of the planetary cannon fire, seemingly starting to feel fear. But more warships joined the battle, continuously bombarding it with planetary cannons, severing tentacle after tentacle. The unceasing glow of laser and orbital laser fire quickly subdued the beast. Its massive, scorched carcass floated silently in the starry expanse, the charred wounds a testament to its ill-fated encounter. Suddenly, system notifications popped up. You have slain the level 10 space beast Hild, and obtained an audio segment containing information. You have collected all 3 audio segments containing information and can now restore the complete audio. Restore? These messages filled Lu Feng with delight. He hadn't expected this beast to be the third named Special Level 10 Space Beast. With the 3 audio segments finally collected, he clicked the restore button without hesitation. In an instant, the 3 audio segments in the warehouse disappeared, replaced by a complete audio file. Eagerly, Lu Feng clicked on it, curious to uncover the information it held and its origin. As Lu Feng operated the interface, the Galaxy era screen was replaced by a series of fluctuating lines. A haunting voice accompanied the rising and falling lines, echoing in Lu Feng's ears. The background of the voice was filled with emptiness and eeriness, making his skin crawl and a chill spread from his heart. It felt like being in the deep sea and hearing the uncatchable whale songs, a fear and unapproachable sense rising from the soul. The audio seemed to be emitted by some creature in the universe and received by the 3 special level 10 space beasts. Lu Feng's curiosity intensified. Could this be another special level 10 space beast? Or was it the origin of the space beasts? With countless questions in mind, Lu Feng clicked the locate button that appeared after the audio finished. A set of coordinates appeared before him. This location was far beyond the player's active range, almost at the edge of the map. In that place, vast, silent, dark space occupied most of the area, with only the occasional star providing heat and light. In this almost forgotten star region, something mysterious awaited discovery. Lu Feng didn't recklessly command the fleet to warp to the mysterious coordinates. He knew that whatever awaited there must be more formidable than the 3-tier 10 space behemoths Hilton, Hilter, and Hilder. Although Galactic Era lacked a traditional quest system, players could still collect various unique items. These items often held distinct storylines that provided glimpses into the game's mysteries, offering rare benefits. Lu Feng recalled a legendary tale from a few years ago about a fortunate player who accidentally entered a black hole and survived, discovering the remnants of an ancient civilization. Amidst numerous wrecked warships, the player found an intact ancient battleship, which he managed to activate and control. This ship had extraordinary capabilities, rendering nearby fleets completely undetectable, impervious to optical, sonic, hyperspace, or gravitational detection. It helped the player escape the black hole, while a fleet of tens of thousands dispatched by an alliance later perished, becoming part of the black hole. This story made Lu Feng even more cautious. He decided against hasty actions, opting for thorough preparation. As the only player who had gathered the 3 audio fragments and learned the coordinates, he wasn't in a rush. In a few days, a 60 billion credit payment would be deposited into his account, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Lu Feng meticulously checked the fleet's condition, sending a few damaged ships back to the dock for repairs. The rest continued scavenging valuable items in the Labarco junkyard. He also redeployed 10,000 warships from the latent star zone to aid in the search. After organizing everything, Lu Feng turned off his phone and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, 25,000 warships worked tirelessly in the Labarco junkyard. The system notifications kept popping up. You destroyed Junk Heap 7, acquired Junk 32. You destroyed Junk Heap 6, acquired Junk 54, Tier 3 Warp Engine 1. You destroyed Junk Heap 9, acquired Junk 71, Tier 6 Warship Blueprint 1. Lu Feng monitored the fleet's gains while continuously clearing the mountains of junk in his warehouse. Every hour or two, he had to clear it out, or it would quickly overflow. He spent the entire day glued to his phone, watching for rare items and cleaning out junk. By nightfall, Lu Feng reviewed the day's haul. Although scavenging junk didn't yield as high a drop rate as defeating space behemoths, the sheer size of his fleet compensated for this disadvantage. He amassed a significant amount of materials and blueprints for ships below Tier 9, including a rare Dreadnought-class destroyer blueprint. These gains were decent, but not ideal for Lu Feng. Looking at the still vast, unexplored areas of the junkyard, Lu Feng hoped for better yields in the coming days. However, by the 3rd and 4th days, even after thoroughly searching the entire junkyard, no major discoveries were made. His warehouse was filled with various materials, but none were what he truly needed. The Labarco junkyard was no longer a junkyard. What once was a space filled with debris had, under the bombardment of 25,000 warships, turned into a quiet expanse of deep space in just 3 days. Only a few scattered remnants floated about, but they held little value. As Lu Feng prepared to shift his focus to the next target, a message interrupted his thoughts. It was from a financial institution, notifying him that the 60 billion credits had been deposited into his 6 accounts as requested. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Zhua's subordinate excitedly shouted, "Boss, the funds have arrived." Staring at the 80 million star credits added to his account, Wang Zhua couldn't contain his excitement. Wang Zhua was not surprised by the expected news and casually waved his hand. "That's nothing. If it weren't for the old man keeping a tight rein, I'd put in 8 billion, not just 80 million. Despite his bravado, Wang Zhua felt a bit uneasy. Spending 8 billion on a game was something he couldn't justify. But Wang Zhua didn't dwell on the topic for long. Showing off generosity in front of his subordinates had become routine. Now, he only wanted to expand his fleet and challenge that spoiled rich kid. Winning one fight, even if it meant being second on the warship leaderboard, would satisfy him. "I'll be the strongest number 2. The best in raw power," he thought to himself, feeling smug. With 80 million star credits in his account, Wang Zhua quickly began his purchases. 500 silent Behemoth class carriers, 2,000 flawless Nebula class starships, 2,500 wandering sanctuary class battlecruisers, 5,000 dreadnought class destroyers. His purchasing speed was astonishing, as if racing against his inner turmoil. In just a minute, his phone displayed a completely revamped fleet. A brand new fleet of 10,000 warships lined up outside the dock, doubling the scale of his Star River fleet. Moreover, these new ships were far superior in quality to the previous 10,000. The 500 silent Behemoth class carriers were particularly impressive, and Wang Zhua felt confident. He believed that under his command, this new fleet could perform 2 to 3 times better than before, enough to crush that spoiled rich kid. "Away, is that guy still at the Labarco junkyard?" Wang Zhua asked. "Yes, boss," his subordinate replied immediately. "Excellent. Have everyone take their positions and manage their respective sections." Wang Zhua gazed at the fleet on the screen, watching them pour out of the dock like a school of fish, quickly assembling in space. This fleet, the most powerful in Galactic Era's history, was about to embark on a campaign, and their supreme commander was poised to achieve the most glorious victory of his life. With this thought, Wang Zhua felt a surge of pride. "Star River Fleet, set course for the Labarco junkyard," Wang Zhua commanded. "We need to show everyone that money isn't everything." The Rebarco junkyard, the reversed blade fleet, preparing to move to their next target, was assembled in a silent expanse of space. Just as Lu Feng input the warp coordinates, countless warp flashes suddenly blossomed around the fleet. Massive warships emerged slowly as the lights faded. First to appear were the indomitable Spear-class destroyers, followed by the even larger Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers. Finally, like a colossal beast, the silent Leviathan-class carrier materialized, surrounded by dense squadrons of carrier-based aircraft. Lu Feng's gaze swept over this unexpected fleet, noting that they were all Tier 10 warships, similar in composition to his own fleet, but including the silent Leviathan-class carrier he had yet to acquire. These warships were arranged in precise formations, each cluster centered around a 30-kilometer-long silent Leviathan-class carrier, surrounded evenly by 10 Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers. Each cruiser was escorted by several Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and indomitable Spear-class destroyers, creating layered defensive rings. The battlefield held around 500 such warship clusters, spaced in a manner that, despite their numbers being less than the reversed blade fleet, ingeniously encircled Lu Feng's forces. This precise maneuvering was clearly beyond the capability of a single player. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered. He glanced at the fleet leaderboard and saw that the Star River fleet's numbers had suddenly surged to 20,000 ships. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, quite the inflation. Despite being surrounded, Lu Feng remained unfazed, instead curiously observing the well-prepared fleet. He recalled hearing rumors. This guy had spent a lot of money to hire a command team. It seemed this was the result of professional command teams' meticulous operations. Although a single warship cluster lacked numerical superiority against a large fleet, hundreds of such clusters entering the battlefield were far more effective than a rigid firing line. As Lu Feng pondered, a message popped up on the game interface. "Commander of the Star River Fleet, Commander of the Reversed Blade Fleet, as the 2 strongest in the galactic era, we are destined to duel. Come, let's see who truly rules the stars." Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy was quite dramatic, but at least he was polite enough to announce the battle beforehand. Since that's the case, I should send a little gift too. He quickly opened the top-up interface, entered a string of numbers, and confirmed the top-up. Instantly, his account's star coin balance began to skyrocket. The numbers rapidly increased from single digits to the tens of billions, finally stopping at 30 billion star coins. Without hesitation, Lu Feng opened the store and focused on the top 4-tier tin warships. He muttered to himself, "Hope this little gift doesn't scare you." Though unable to perform such precise operations, Lu Feng understood one principle. When poor, rely on tactical command. When rich, overwhelm with sheer force. He swiftly clicked the purchase buttons for 3 types of warships: Indomitable Spear-class destroyers, 1 million units; Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, 500,000 units; Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers, 100,000 units. The system prompted that the purchase quantity was too large, and Lu Feng clicked confirm without hesitation. However, the expected warship fleet did not appear immediately. The game screen froze for over 10 seconds, then numerous lack of shipyard prompts popped up like raindrops. Lu Feng ignored these prompts, his gaze fixed on the starry sky behind him. The sight before him left Lu Feng stunned. After a long moment, he slowly uttered, "Well, damn." The starry sky could no longer be described as such. Countless warships filled the view like stars, yet they were neatly arranged. This vast fleet stretched as far as the eye could see, layered upon layer in every direction. Millions of warships stood silently in the void, like soldiers awaiting inspection. The silver and black hulls exuded a menacing aura, creating a breathtaking scene. Even the seasoned Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the sight of such a grand fleet. Just seeing it from afar was awe-inspiring. It was unimaginable what it would be like to have this million-strong fleet overhead. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng calmly issued the command, "Warp to the Rebarco junkyard." Meanwhile, Wang Zhuo was anxiously awaiting a reply. Why hasn't this guy responded yet? Isn't he going to acknowledge our fated duel? If only I send a message, doesn't it make me look overly dramatic? Just then, his subordinate A Wei's voice came through, filled with disbelief. "Boss, check the leaderboard." Instinctively, Wang Zhuo opened the leaderboard, and his eyes froze. This how much? He leaned closer to the screen, carefully counting the digits. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. When he finally counted correctly, Wang Zhuo and Wei fell into a deep silence simultaneously. A thought popped into their minds. Money might not be everything, but that's only because you haven't spent enough yet. On the outer edges of the two opposing fleets, the dark expanse of space was slowly undergoing a transformation. The once calm space began to distort, creating ripples in the observable reality. This phenomenon was caused by a massive number of objects simultaneously jumping from hyperspace into the same area. The game depicted this scene with astonishing realism. The ripples spanned approximately 0.1 light-years, causing continuous turbulence and strange occurrences throughout the entire region. Amidst this grand cosmic backdrop, an unimaginably vast fleet began to emerge. Millions of warships jumped simultaneously into the Labarco junkyard, seemingly filling the entire visible universe. This unprecedented operation caught the attention of players light years away. Some observed the distant stars suddenly warping and then returning to normal. Others attempting hyperspace jumps in nearby regions found themselves repeatedly failing. Still, others noticed the jaw-dropping number on the fleet leaderboard, 1,625,000. The world channel of the galactic era erupted instantly. Players speculated wildly about what was happening at the Labarco junkyard. Some recalled that the Blade Reversal fleet had been clearing debris there for 3 days, and now their numbers had increased 80-fold. Others mentioned that the Star River fleet had also gone there and had doubled in size. The channel buzzed with endless guesses and discussions. At the heart of this cosmic storm stood Wang Zhuo. His fleet of 500 warships was surrounded by an endless sea of enemy ships. No matter how he rotated his view, he was met with an impenetrable wall of warships in every direction. In this overwhelming encirclement, Wang Zhuo deeply felt his insignificance and powerlessness. His fleet resembled a lone boat in a vast ocean, on the verge of being swallowed up at any moment. Just as Wang Zhuo's thoughts raced, the million-strong fleet began its assault. The first laser beam pierced through the silence, followed by a barrage of lasers and rays. Seconds later, when the light dissipated, Wang Zhuo's fleet of 500 warships had been obliterated, without a chance to fight back. Wang Zhuo's mansion was eerily silent, with only the distant sound of the Huangjiang River's waves faintly audible. He quietly opened the dock list and stared at the 20,000 warships marked, severely damaged awaiting repair, lost in thought. Finally, he decisively deleted the Galactic Era app from his phone. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was contentedly admiring his masterpiece. Although he had no particular feelings toward Wang Zhuo, the somewhat naive rich second generation, he couldn't help but feel a slight thrill of satisfaction from his victory. He recalled the time Wang Zhuo had lost the defense of the solar system due to overtrusting his subordinates. Feeling a bit nostalgic, Lu Feng's gaze swept over the magnificent million-strong fleet before him, filled with anticipation. He had already begun to imagine the scene when this fleet descended upon the solar system. Despite the rampant speculation about his identity on the world channel, Lu Feng remained indifferent. In his view, in just over 20 days, when the fleet truly arrived, all the old orders would collapse, and everything people were doing now would be in vain. Home at last. Lu Feng swiped his phone screen, his fingers moving rapidly until he finally selected the entire massive fleet. He set the destination to the shipyard and ordered a collective warp. The screen instantly switched, and the fleet returned near the shipyard. However, as soon as they arrived, a flood of shipyard insufficient alerts appeared. Out of the colossal million-strong fleet, only a mere 20,000 ships could dock. The rest formed neat rows, hovering in the starry space outside the shipyard. The sight was awe-inspiring, but it also gave Lu Feng a headache. He quickly calculated. Each level 10 shipyard could accommodate 20,000 ships, so he needed at least 80 more level 10 shipyards. This meant an investment of 80 million star coins. Although this amount wasn't much for him, building shipyards wasn't as simple as clicking buy. Recalling his previous experience, upgrading a level 10 shipyard made his fingers tingle. Just repeatedly clicking the confirmation button was exhausting. He suspected that no player in Galaxy Era had ever purchased so many level 10 shipyards at once, hence the lack of a bulk buy option. Lu Feng knew he couldn't contact customer service to request an overnight development of a bulk purchase feature for level 10 shipyards. In fact, the game's developers were unusually secretive. Since he started playing, he had never seen anyone with an official badge. Helpless, Lu Feng began creating new level 1 shipyards one by one and upgrading them individually. System prompts continuously popped up. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 2. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 3. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 4. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 8. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 9. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level X. After spending nearly 1,000,000 star coins in several minutes, dock number 2 finally reached level 10. Standing alongside dock number 1, it could now house another 20,000 ships. The massive shipyard, 300 kilometers in diameter, quickly filled up with ships. Lu Feng looked up at the starry sky. The fleet seemed hardly diminished. He sighed deeply, realizing the enormity of the task ahead. He then began working on building and upgrading dock number 3. System prompts continued to flash. Your dock number 3 has been upgraded to level 2. Your dock number 3 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 10 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 20 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 30 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 40 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 50 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 60 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 70 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 80 has been upgraded to level X. Just when Lu Feng thought he had completed the task, he suddenly noticed that 25,000 ships still remained in space. He had almost forgotten to build 2 more shipyards. Skillfully, he operated for a few more minutes, and the last 2 shipyards were finally completed. Now, all the ships had a place to dock, with none left drifting in space. Lu Feng checked his account balance and found that out of the billion star coins he had recharged before construction, only a little over 10 million remained. Adding this to his original balance of 2.9 billion, he now had a total of 2.91 billion star coins at his disposal. He began to think about how to allocate the remaining funds. First and foremost, he needed to unlock the only level 10 warship he still lacked, the silent Behemoth class carrier. Lu Feng recalled his earlier doubts about the necessity of fighter carriers in the galactic era and the explanation he had received later. The current shields were counteractive, neutralizing energy weapons like lasers and rays with equivalent energy output. This shield acted like a field, and when it detected incoming energy, the ship's internal shield generator would output energy of the same magnitude to counteract it. This explained why ships in Galaxy Era were getting bigger. The larger the ship, the more shield generators it could house. Consequently, battles often turned into energy output contests. If one side's attack energy exceeded the other's defensive energy, it could breach the shields and easily penetrate the ship's hull. Conversely, if the defender's energy output always exceeded the attacker's, they would remain invincible. When both sides had equivalent energy output, a third force could easily break the stalemate. Kinetic weapons carried by fighter jets were this third force. Once fired, kinetic weapons were hard to intercept without physical defenses, unless the escort ship's laser cannons could directly hit the projectile. Thus, electromagnetic cannons and shock bombs on fighter jets could easily bypass shield fields, approach enemy ships, and ultimately change the battle's outcome. But for fighter jets to get close enough to fire their weapons, the carrier needed to approach the enemy ship first. In star battles spanning thousands, or even tens of thousands of kilometers, the operational range of fighter jets was quite limited. Achieving this required coordination with other ships. Lu Feng believed that the configuration of the Star River Fleet's ship clusters already reflected this concept, with a fairly reasonable mix. Unfortunately, in the face of his million-strong fleet, these tactics hadn't had a chance to be employed before being wiped out in a single wave. In the face of absolute power, even the most intricate tactics seemed futile. Lu Feng checked his purchase requests at the player exchange. He had offered 2 million star coins for the silent Behemoth-class carrier blueprint, but no one had responded yet. He wasn't sure if the item was truly rare, or if his offer was too low. Recalling his search in the Light Unstar Zone in the Rebalco junkyard, Lu Feng realized he might need more effort. He decided to continue farming maps, hoping to find the silent Behemoth-class carrier blueprint within the next 20-plus days. He believed his luck couldn't be so bad as to not get a single blueprint in that time. Just as Lu Feng was pondering where to grind for blueprints, his phone screen lit up with a message from Su Jinxiang. "Boss, are you still buying finished warships?" Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, thinking perhaps his bulk purchases had led others to believe he had a massive demand for warships. However, Su Jinxiang's next words quickly changed his perspective. "I have a friend with a very unique warship. He's in a bit of a financial crisis and needs to sell it urgently but hasn't found a suitable buyer." Su Jinxiang then sent a screenshot from the game. It showed a small warship with a design completely different from the current Tier 1 to X warships. The warships sold in the game shop had sleek, modern designs resembling skyscrapers of the contemporary world. This small warship, however, was all sharp angles, external turrets, weapons, and observation towers, reminiscent of a medieval Gothic fortress. Intrigued, Lu Feng replied immediately, "What's special about this ship? Have you heard about the guy who survived after accidentally entering the black hole region a few years ago?" Lu Feng caught on. "You mean this is the warship that guy brought out from the black hole? The one with the area cloaking ability?" "Exactly, boss." "So, you've heard about it too." Lu Feng thought, what a coincidence. He was very interested in this warship. In the game, it might just be considered unique with its 1EO fake and cloaking ability. But in reality, its potential was unimaginable. He had seen firsthand the impact of this special warship. The Descendants faction, hidden among humans, had used it to orchestrate a covert operation that led to Earth's downfall. This warship, along with a fleet of elite alien forces, bypassed all detection systems within the solar system and appeared directly above various human nations, becoming one of the final straws that broke humanity's back. Unfortunately, Lu Feng had not seen what the warship looked like back then, so he didn't recognize it immediately. With this in mind, Lu Feng decided to probe further. Has this warship been in the Discoverer's possession all these years? Su Jinxiang hesitated. Well, the price he's asking is quite high. Plus, in the game, this ship doesn't significantly boost combat power, so it hasn't sold. How much does he want? Lu Feng asked. 1 million, Su Jinxiang sighed. I tried to advise him that setting such a high price for a small cloaking warship is unrealistic. But he's in a tough spot financially and hopes to make a big profit. He's a bit obsessed with it. Lu Feng understood. It seemed that Su Jinxiang's friend might be one of the future descendants. To become part of that faction, one must have had some extraordinary experiences. All right, I'll take it. Lu Feng decided without hesitation, immediately agreeing to the deal. 1 million wasn't a lot for him, and he considered it a bargain. Buying a warship with an absolute cloaking ability for just 1 million was a steal. Really? Su Jinxiang was stunned. Boss, I was just asking. I didn't expect you to agree. Although he knew Lu Feng, the owner of the Reverse Blade Fleet and the undisputed victor of the Labarco Junkyard battle, was wealthy, he didn't expect him to spend 1 million on a seemingly useless warship without a second thought. Su Jinxiang had planned to persuade Lu Feng not to waste his money, but he had only asked because he couldn't refuse his friend's plea for help. Su Jinxiang regretted mentioning that he knew the famous Reverse Blade Fleet's owner. If he hadn't slipped up, his friend wouldn't have asked him to help sell the warship. Maybe you should reconsider. It's 1 million after all. Su Jinxiang tried to dissuade him, but he quickly realized he was imposing his own values on a wealthy person. In his world, 1 million was a lot, enough to buy 2 houses in a small town. But to someone truly rich, 1 million might be no different from 100. The person he was talking to had spent billions on warships. What's another million? All right, I'll tell him to list the warship on the player marketplace. You can check it out yourself, Su Jinxiang said, dropping the matter and turning to contact his friend. Soon, Lu Feng spotted the unique warship listed for 1 million star coins in the player marketplace. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase it. Almost instantly after it was listed, Lu Feng completed the transaction. While he doubted anyone else would compete for it, he didn't want to take any chances. A small warship, starkly different from the others, appeared in Lu Feng's dock. It was named Void Shadow, a name that couldn't be changed unlike other warships that could be renamed by their owners. As a special warship, it came with its own specific name. Void Shadow? Huh? Quite fitting for its abilities, Lu Feng mused, satisfied with his purchase. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He even tested its capabilities. Selecting the Void Shadow, the interface changed significantly from other warships, featuring a special blue glowing option. Activate Invisibility Field. Lu Feng tentatively clicked on the Activate Invisibility Field option. In an instant, the Void Shadow was enveloped in a layer of blue light, rendering the entire warship transparent. The blue light outlined the ship's contours and spread outward, forming a massive spherical field. This field was the Void Shadow's invisibility field, making everything within its range invisible. Carefully observing, Lu Feng discovered that the spherical field had a radius of 10 kilometers. He was pleasantly surprised, as this range far exceeded his expectations. Although 10 kilometers might not seem significant on a cosmic scale, it was quite substantial for a warship. To get a more intuitive understanding of the field's range, Lu Feng began a series of tests. He first tried fitting a flawless Nebula-class patrol ship into the field and found that it could just accommodate the 10-kilometer-long Behemoth. Next, he attempted to cram in more ships, arranging them tightly within the field like passengers in a crowded subway. Each ship that entered the field was enveloped in blue light, leaving only a vague outline. After repeated testing, Lu Feng reached an astonishing conclusion. The invisibility field could hold 20 flawless Nebula-class patrol ships, 200 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, or 2,000 fearless Harpoon-class destroyers. Looking at the Void Shadow, dwarfed by the larger ships packed around it, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh, envisioning the shock of an entire fleet suddenly appearing behind enemy lines. Once he calmed down, Lu Feng began pondering how to acquire more special warships like the Void Shadow. He decided to use the remaining 3 billion credits to purchase them directly from other owners. To this end, he first searched online for relevant information and found that only 3 special warships had appeared as hidden rewards in recent years, one of which was the Void Shadow. To contact the owners of the other 2 special warships, Lu Feng thought of veteran player Su Jianqiang. He immediately reached out to Su, briefly explaining the situation and promising a generous intermediary fee. Although Su declined the offer of a fee, Lu Feng insisted. Su Jianqiang was secretly pleased to receive Lu Feng's request. As a well-known figure in the Galaxy Age community, he happened to know the owners of the other 2 special warships. Remembering Lu Feng's previous generous payment, Su was determined to secure the best possible deal for him. After entrusting the task to Su Jianqiang, Lu Feng felt relieved and turned his attention to enhancing his own strength. He recalled a lead that might trigger a hidden reward. 3 audio clips dropped by level 10 giant beasts, pointing to a mysterious coordinate on the edge of the player's explorable map. The area was desolate and lifeless, with few stars or planets to be found. Intrigued by what might be there, Lu Feng decided to investigate. Previously, Lu Feng had been wary of rushing in for fear of unexpected dangers. But now, with a massive fleet at his command enough to fill an entire star system just by lining up, felt confident. Among the fleet was a special warship capable of cloaking, known as the Void Shadow. This formidable power gave him the confidence to explore the mysterious region. Lu Feng selected all the warships docked and prepared to initiate the jump. He recalled the eerie audio he had heard earlier and input the coordinates derived from it. As the hyperspace ripples appeared, the vast fleet vanished from the dock's edge, and Lu Feng's game perspective shifted accordingly. Before him lay a dark, desolate star field, starkly different from the glittering regions filled with starlight. Here, the stars were dim and sparse, even affecting visibility. The environment made Lu Feng extremely cautious. Fortunately, interstellar navigation didn't rely solely on visual cues. His star map indicated this region was called the Lost Edge. Scanning the star map, Lu Feng noticed the nearest celestial body was a lone star floating in the void. For dozens of light years around, there were no other planets or star systems. After some thought, he decided to send part of his fleet to scout near this star. Considering the massive size of his fleet, deploying them all at once would be cumbersome and risky. To mitigate potential dangers, Lu Feng chose just 2,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers and the Void Shadow. Activating the cloaking field, a blue light swept over the fleet, rendering it invisible. Feeling somewhat reassured, Lu Feng began to slowly approach the target star. As the distance closed, a giant star with an orange-yellow core emitting eerie blue flames gradually filled the view. The game graphics showed ribbons of blue fire extending from within the star, looping back into it, gently undulating on the surface. This spectacle reminded Lu Feng of solar winds, but these ribbons were far more magnificent. The blue flames spanned half a planet's distance, flowing gracefully against the orange-yellow backdrop. This phenomenon was both strange and harmonious, with the blue and yellow blending to cast light and heat into the surrounding darkness. Lu Feng developed a keen interest in this unique star. Confident in the Void Shadow's cloaking abilities, Lu Feng directed the fleet to move even closer for a detailed observation. As the distance lessened, he faintly heard an eerie audio, a high-pitched sound resembling a whale's call from the deep sea, similar to the complete audio he had heard earlier. In the vast, silent cosmos, A sense of dread and inaccessibility welled up in him, but he quickly suppressed it with logic. This star is peculiar, Lu Feng muttered, staying vigilant while carefully examining every detail of the star, hoping to find clues. He noticed the ribbon-like flames seemed to pulsate in sync with the star's rhythmic expansion, sparking an incredible thought. This star is alive. As they drew closer, the eerie audio from his device grew clearer. The once steady, long sound turned short and abrupt, as if some creature were waking from slumber. At that moment, Lu Feng noticed an irregularly shaped asteroid drifting nearby, one side smooth and curved, the other jagged, resembling a fragment of a shattered planet. The fragment was captured by the gravitational pull of the yellow-blue star, gradually approaching it. As the distance closed, the eerie audio became more active. Lu Feng was convinced that the sound originated from within the star. He fixed his gaze on the screen, waiting for the moment the fragment met the star. Soon, the fragment neared the star. Suddenly, the star's surface split open like a giant mouth, swallowing the entire fragment in an instant. As the mouth closed, a piercing cry echoed through the silent universe, penetrating his eardrums and reaching deep into his soul. Enjoyed your meal, huh? Lu Feng smirked, quickly realizing the truth. This was no ordinary star but a colossal living creature. He speculated it might be the mother of the 3 special Tier 10 beasts. Considering the scarcity of planets and stars in this region, Lu Feng had a bold thought. Could this thing have devoured all the other celestial bodies here? Lu Feng adjusted his screen perspective to examine the enormous creature in its entirety. The 2,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers and the Void Shadow were mere specks in comparison. He roughly estimated the creature's diameter to be around 10 million kilometers, about 10 times that of the Sun. What kind of hidden reward is this? Am I supposed to kill it? Lu Feng pondered. Since the audio had led him here, it surely wouldn't leave him empty-handed. Perhaps defeating this behemoth was the key to obtaining the hidden reward. After all, his fleet was indeed capable of achieving this goal. As he contemplated, Lu Feng began maneuvering the massive fleet, observing from afar. He needed to form a formation where each warship could directly target the behemoth, then launch a supersaturated strike. At this moment, he was grateful for bringing a fleet worth 30 billion. The initial 20,000 Tier 10 warships wouldn't have been enough to fill the creature's gaps. Lu Feng carefully commanded the Void Shadow and the 2,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers to silently retreat from the behemoth. Then, he spent considerable time arranging over 1 million warships into a gigantic sphere, slowly contracting around the behemoth. As the fleet closed in, a prompt appeared on the game interface. You have awakened the ancient beast, Zilraxis. The moment Lu Feng saw the message, his heart skipped a beat. Yet, his mind remained extraordinarily calm, and his fingers swiftly pressed the fire command. Instantly, 500,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers activated their colossal planetary cannons at the forefront. 50,000 massive beams poured out like a galaxy in a deluge. Simultaneously, countless railguns, laser cannons, and ray arrays fired from all directions, enveloping the orange-yellow giant sphere floating at the center in a dense web of light. The brightness from the simultaneous weapon discharge far outshone the giant sphere itself, as if a more intense star had exploded there. Such power was enough to obliterate a real star of the same size, let alone plow through a planet countless times. Lu Feng was extremely confident that this behemoth would be no exception. However, at that moment, Lu Feng noticed another piece of information in the system prompt. You can now spend 1 million star coins per use to hire the ancient beast Zilraxis. Wait, ceasefire. Ceasefire. Lu Feng suddenly realized that this giant sphere was not an enemy but a hidden reward that could be hired. Unfortunately, it was too late. Endless lasers and rays had already struck the ancient beast Zilraxis. It let out a piercing howl, an eerie cry that resonated through the cosmos, and its massive body began to disintegrate. Lu Feng was stunned, wondering if this creature was really going to die just like that. He suddenly realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. Perhaps the game designers never expected anyone to spend 30 billion to build a fleet, let alone directly kill the ancient beast Zilraxis. Just as the orange-yellow sphere shattered into fragments, with ghostly blue ribbons of flame spreading across the universe, seemingly beyond salvation, an invisible ripple spread out from within Zilraxis. Everything it touched seemed to freeze. Even Lu Feng's game screen halted, completely unresponsive. This state lasted only briefly, and then everything returned to normal. Lu Feng looked back into the field and was astonished to find a perfectly intact orange-yellow giant sphere quietly floating there, surrounded by several ghostly blue flames like ribbons. The system prompt popped up. You have killed the ancient beast Zilraxis. Zilraxis has reversed itself. You can now spend 10 billion star coins to purchase Zilraxis. Seeing this message, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat, followed by a surge of joy. Without hesitation, he clicked the purchase button. This reversibility alone was worth the 10 billion star coins. As his bank account was debited, Lu Feng received the prompt. You can now control Zolraxis. He quickly checked the newly added special unit in the control list. Information showed. Stellar Beast is its species, Ancient Beast is its title, Zolraxis is its name. Stellar Beast? Lu Feng was stunned. He had heard this name from the invading alien coalition forces on Earth. Legend has it that there are 3 great beasts in the universe, living in the starry skies, of immense size, feeding on planetary matter, each with unique abilities. And the stellar beast is the rarest among these 3. It was said that 7,000 years ago, a stellar beast was discovered near the galactic core. It devoured stars in the core, catching the attention of a level 5 civilization. That civilization sent an interstellar fleet to exterminate it, but was completely annihilated, instead drawing the attention of the stellar beast. The stellar beast transformed into a superstar, engulfing the entire planetary system of that civilization. One planetary system after another was devoured, becoming its nourishment for growth. By the time a higher level 6 civilization discovered it, the level 5 civilization was nearly destroyed. The stellar beast was extremely cunning, avoiding direct confrontation with the level 6 civilization and hiding in the endless deep space, eventually disappearing without a trace. Since then, the level 6 civilization issued a wide-ranging notice across the entire galaxy. Anyone who finds traces of a stellar beast must report it immediately. The name of the stellar beast spread far and wide. And now, Lu Feng had control over a stellar beast. More excitingly, in 20 days, could it descend into the real world? Thinking of this, Lu Feng looked at Zolraxis with even more fervor. In some ways, the value of this stellar beast even surpassed his entire fleet. Zolraxis's control interface had basic functions and 2 forms to switch between, stellar state and beast state. Currently, Zolraxis was in the stellar state, with a size reaching tens of millions of kilometers. Lu Feng curiously clicked the beast state button. In the game screen, the massive orange-yellow star flowed like a molten metal ball. It sometimes turned into a pitch-black, ferocious tentacle beast, sometimes into a robust humanoid monster, and sometimes morphed into a dragon-like creature with 12 wings and 9 heads. It seemed to have no fixed beast form, or rather, it could take on any beast form. These beasts, with sizes and wingspans of tens of millions of kilometers, covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Even the sun would merely be a small toy in their hands. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't hide the smile on his lips, and his anticipation grew stronger. Glancing at the sky outside the hotel, it was already late at night. Lu Feng maneuvered his fleet back to the dock, leaving the conspicuously large Zolraxis in place. In a blink, the densely packed fleet surrounding Zolraxis entered hyperspace and disappeared. Zolraxis returned to its behemoth-like stellar form, quietly floating in space, radiating its own light and heat. After completing all this, Lu Feng turned off his phone and took a hot shower. Wearing a bathrobe, he stood by the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city nightlife below. 60 billion had been in his hands for less than a day, and he had already spent 40 billion. The money barely warmed his hands before most of it was gone. He still needed 10 billion to buy the blueprint for the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, and the remaining 10 billion to supplement some support engineering warships. After all, having combat units without logistical support wouldn't do. In the end, the remaining 20 billion wasn't much. But Lu Feng wasn't worried. With his current fleet strength, it was more than enough to meet his needs. 1,600,000 powerful warships, fully deployed, could cover more than one solar system. Plus, the unexpected addition of the Void Shadow and the stellar beast Zolraxis. With this power, not only could he challenge the invading alien coalition forces in the solar system, but he also had the confidence to take on the level 6 civilizations at the pinnacle of the galaxy. In the bustling heart of Dashi City, financial institutions gather along the banks of the Pu River. In a top-floor office of a skyscraper, Dunan frowned as he gazed out at the vibrant scene, puzzled. He kept pondering why Lu Feng was eager to sell his shares when the company was in such good shape and on an upward trajectory. Simple calculations showed that by the end of the year, Lu Feng's shares would double in value to 10.2 billion, netting him a profit of 4 billion. Compared to that, a 1 billion premium seemed negligible. Dunan shook his head and sighed, both mocking and lamenting. Lu Feng, oh Lu Feng, what kind of trouble are you facing? As he was deep in thought, a knock on the door interrupted him. Responding, a secretary walked in holding a bank statement. Mr. Du, this is today's transaction record for Lu Feng's account, obtained through our internal bank connections. Dunan eagerly took the statement, his eyes immediately locking onto the first entry. A deposit of 6 billion, timed with his transfer. However, it was followed by a massive withdrawal of 3 billion. Dunan's brow furrowed as he carefully checked the timing and found the withdrawal came almost immediately after the deposit. Spending half so quickly, he must really need the money, Dunan muttered to himself, then noticed the recipient field was blank. He turned to the secretary, his tone displeased. What's going on? How can a 3 billion transaction have no recipient? Du Nan continued to review subsequent withdrawals. 80 million, 10 million, 1 billion, all flowing into the same mysterious blank account. The secretary looked troubled. Mr. Du, we're not sure of the specifics. It's a secret account, and the bank system shows it as blank. Du Nan's frown deepened, his tone stern. Impossible. Even a secret account should leave some trace. Keep investigating. Yes, sir. The secretary hurried out and returned shortly after. Mr. Du, we've made a new discovery. Someone heard explosive news in a game called Galaxy Era. A game? What does this have to do with a game? Du Nan was momentarily confused. Yes, a wealthy player in Galaxy Era made a massive purchase of in-game items, spending around 3 billion. The amount and timing matched the withdrawal. Even Du Nan, with his considerable wealth, was stunned by this revelation. In a game? Spent 3 billion? That's insane. Du Nan shook his head again, silently lamenting Lu Feng's misguided path. He couldn't fathom someone investing such a fortune in a game, totaling over 4 billion with subsequent withdrawals. Squandering one's talents, Du Nan muttered under his breath, then refocused on company matters. He planned to replace all top executives, except the core tech team, with his own people. Thinking about the potential returns on his 6 billion investment, possibly multiplying several times, Du Nan couldn't help but feel smug about his foresight. The next morning, Lu Feng woke up early and logged into Galaxy Era. He decided to send all his fleets to tackle the final blueprint. He divided his fleet into over 100 units of 10,000 each, deploying more than 10 units to key star sectors and a few to other areas. That day, almost every player in Galaxy Era could see large divisions of the reversed blade fleet sweeping across various star sectors. An old player was commanding dozens of warships against a pirate fleet. With his superior tactics, he could defeat a levels-even pirate fleet with minimal losses. However, a level 9 pirate fleet suddenly appeared, blocking his escape along with the levels-even fleet. The old player sighed, thinking his luck was bad that day. Just as he was about to give up, an enormous fleet suddenly warped in, covering dozens of mobile screens. Could it be that wealthy reversed blade fleet? The old player marveled, feeling his phone might overheat from the massive data load. The reversed blade fleet ignored the old player's ships, effortlessly destroying the levels-even and level 9 pirate fleets with just their outer invincible Reaper-class destroyers. Then, the massive fleet continued to advance into pirate-dense areas, unstoppable. The old player watched enviously, thinking that if he had such a fleet, he wouldn't have to struggle with levels-even pirates. Meanwhile, Lu Feng watched as the Imperial Merit Points notifications flowed in, with multiple messages every second. Clearing out pirates not only yielded materials and blueprints, but also earned merit points exchangeable for items in the Wade Empire. Although the exchange list didn't include rare level 10 warship blueprints, Lu Feng still sent 10 subfleets to clear out pirates. After all, pirate drop rates were always good, and the coordinates provided by Su Jinxiang included this area, where he had obtained an invincible Reaper-class destroyer blueprint. The Empire of Emperor Wade, the largest neutral NPC faction in the Galactic Era, governed several star sectors, each comparable in size to the latent sector. These vast territories have become a haven for pirate fleets and provide players with ongoing missions eliminating pirate fleets to earn Imperial merit points. Discovering and destroying a pirate stronghold offers even greater merit rewards. The Duoan sector, the most remote corner under Emperor Wade's rule, is notorious for rampant piracy. Not only are there numerous pirates, but many high-level pirate fleets also operate here. As the level of pirates increases, the difficulty of elimination grows exponentially, making the Duoan sector a place few players dare to venture. Most prefer the safety of other sectors to hunt lower-level pirates and accumulate merit. However, today, the Duoan sector is in unprecedented chaos. 17 planetary systems within a 50 light-year radius are like boiling water, with lasers crisscrossing and warship wreckage scattered everywhere. 3 massive fleets under Lu Feng's command are advancing towards the center of the Duoan sector from 3 directions. As they pass through each planetary system, the fleets quickly spread out, searching and annihilating all pirate fleets they encounter, regardless of their level. In one planetary system, a branch fleet under Lu Feng had just destroyed a level 9 pirate fleet of 1,000 ships when a level 10 pirate fleet of 2,000 ships emerged from the asteroid belt ahead. Despite the branch fleet boasting 10,000 level 10 warships, including 500 fortress-like, flawless Nebula-class starships providing shields and support, the continuous high-intensity battles had taken their toll. The 2,000-ship level 10 pirate fleet, in particular, inflicted significant casualties due to its closer combat effectiveness. By the end of the battle, the branch fleet had lost and had nearly 1,000 damaged ships. The rising casualty numbers caught Lu Feng's attention. Reviewing the battle reports, he found that this branch fleet had lost nearly 1,000 ships while destroying around 40 to 50,000 pirate ships, achieving an astonishing kill ratio of 40 to 50 times. In comparison, the other 2 branch fleets in the Duoan sector had much lower results. Lu Feng was puzzled by the high enemy kill count of this fleet. nearly equal to the combined total of the other two fleets. A closer look at the battle logs revealed an anomaly. Pirate fleets usually ranged from dozens to hundreds of ships, with even level 10 fleets rarely exceeding 1,000. Yet, several pirate fleets in this planetary system had exceeded this size, causing significant trouble for the branch fleet. As Lu Feng continued to study the logs, another pirate fleet, this one an 8-level fleet of 5,000 ships, emerged from the asteroid belt. Although lower in level, its size nearly matched the branch fleet's total number. Realizing the asteroid belt held some secret, Lu Feng decided to investigate personally. But first, he focused on the newly emerged pirate fleet. On his control interface, he quickly selected 30 branch fleets, set their target to the asteroid belt, and issued the warp command. Following the command, points of light appeared above, below, and around the pirate fleet. The dark space was instantly dotted with 30 bright areas. Massive, starlight cruisers deployed shields, enveloping heavy artillery-equipped battlecruisers and agile destroyers. Hundreds of starbright warships converged, illuminating the area. Combined with 3,000 roaming Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and over 6,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers, the scene was spectacular. After deploying the 30 branch fleets, Lu Feng issued a free attack order. In an instant, countless lasers and artillery fire erupted in space, creating a dazzling display. The 5,000-ship pirate fleet was obliterated in a series of explosions before it fully emerged from the asteroid belt. A system notification popped up. You have destroyed level 8 pirate fleet 100, earning 150,000 Imperial merit points. Lu Feng was astonished to find that the 5,000-ship fleet was actually composed of 100 level 8 pirate fleets, earning him 100 times the merit points, a total of 150,000. This discovery further piqued his curiosity about the asteroid belt. After confirming the complete destruction of the level 8 pirate fleet, Lu Feng immediately commanded 30,000 warships to surround and enter the asteroid belt from all directions, advancing toward where the pirate fleet had appeared. Despite the asteroid belt's vastness, it posed no challenge to the 30,000 warships. About one-third of the Dreadnought-class destroyers led the charge into the asteroid belt, using their laser cannons to clear threatening asteroids. These vanguard units created several wide corridors for the main fleet. The asteroid belt, like a giant sponge, absorbed the incoming warships. Soon, it seemed to reach its capacity, unable to accommodate more ships. At this moment, Lu Feng's fleet discovered what he had been searching for: a sprawling complex of shipyards and factories built on large asteroids. Pirate warships continuously emerged from these massive facilities, gathering in front of the structures. Undoubtedly, this was a pirate base of unprecedented scale. Rough estimates showed over 100 asteroids with facilities, and countless more buildings floating in the gaps of the asteroid belt. No wonder pirate fleets from here numbered in the thousands. They were likely preparing to deploy to other planetary systems or sectors. Unfortunately for them, they were now trapped and destroyed by Lu Feng's fleet, exposing their base. Without hesitation, Lu Feng ordered a full-scale assault. Instantly, an epic battle to annihilate the asteroid belt began. A massive planetary cannon shot across the galaxy, and the thunderous explosion instantly engulfed the shipyard. The asteroid foundation of the shipyard was also shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions under the immense shockwave. Countless lasers rained down like a storm, piercing through the structures of the shipyard and factories. Unfinished warships faced the same fate, being penetrated and turned into floating scrap metal along with the factories. System notifications flashed continuously. You have destroyed a pirate shipyard, earning 10,000 Empire merit points. You have destroyed a pirate shipyard, earning 9,000 Empire merit points. You have destroyed a pirate arsenal, earning 8,000 Empire merit points. You have destroyed a pirate arsenal, earning 5,000 Empire merit points. You have destroyed an unfinished level 10 pirate fleet, earning 1,200 Empire merit points. You have destroyed an unfinished level 9 pirate fleet, earning 1,000 Empire merit points. Lu Feng stared intently at the skyrocketing merit points. Originally measured in tens of thousands, the points quickly surpassed the million mark and continued to climb. He mused to himself that directly eliminating pirate bases was far more efficient than hunting down individual pirate fleets. With a series of explosions and raging fires, the vast pirate base was reduced to ruins in an instant. The system sent another notification. You have destroyed 14 of the main pirate base, earning 1 million Empire merit points and acquiring 14 of the neutron star battleship's activation core. The first part of the message made Lu Feng smile slightly, pleased with the rewards. But the last sentence made his heart skip a beat. A neutron star battleship? How could these mere pirates possess such a powerful activation core? A neutron star, a superdense stellar remnant formed from a collapsing star, is the densest object in the universe aside from black holes. A neutron star just a few kilometers in diameter can weigh billions of tons per cubic centimeter, with a total mass comparable to, or even exceeding, that of the Sun. Such terrifying density is enough to send shivers down one's spine. If the other properties of a neutron star were also harnessed, it could be used to develop unimaginable weapons. The mere name Neutron Star Battleship made Lu Feng's spine tingle. Undoubtedly, this was a galactic-level weapon of mass destruction. But how could such a fearsome weapons activation core fall into the hands of pirates? Lu Feng was deeply puzzled. He quickly opened his inventory, searching for the item labeled Activation Core. Soon, his eyes fell on a silver-white sphere, only a quarter complete. The edges of the sphere were smooth and neat, clearly a part of a complete core. He clicked to examine the item. Neutron Star Battleship Activation Core 14. An activation core from an unknown era, capable of safely entering and activating a neutron star battleship. It has been divided into 4 parts, held by the former Wade Empire royal family and now by the pirate group. Along with the core, a star map indicating the location of the neutron star battleship was also passed down, but the star map is currently hidden by the present Wade Empire, its whereabouts unknown. After reading the core's description, Lu Feng pieced together the backstory. The current pirate fleet was actually the former royal family of the Wade Empire, which once ruled the entire empire. Due to rebellion or internal strife, they lost control of the empire. Unwilling to accept defeat, they never gave up their fight against the current empire, eventually becoming a wandering pirate group. The ancestors of these pirates somehow obtained 2 treasures, the neutron star battleship's activation core and a star map marking its location. During their downfall, they only managed to take the activation core, while the star map remained with the current Wade Empire. For safety, the pirates divided the activation core into 4 parts for separate safekeeping. Now, one piece of the core had fallen into Lu Feng's hands. In the game Galactic era, there were no explicit quests, only fragmented storytelling. Players had to piece together the story through such items and decide their next actions independently. For Lu Feng, although the system did not provide clear instructions, he had set a clear goal for himself: to gather the complete neutron star battleship activation core, find the crucial star map, and ultimately locate the neutron star battleship within the remaining 20 days and bring it back to the real world. With this in mind, Lu Feng immediately opened the command interface and ordered all branch fleets to converge on the Duan Star Zone. The remaining 3 pirate main bases were likely hidden there, and he was determined to turn the Duan Star Zone upside down. Following his orders, a massive fleet of 1.6 million warships began converging on the same star zone. Each fleet, previously scattered, abandoned their current tasks, initiated hyperspace jumps, and headed straight for the Duan Star Zone. The few players stationed in the Duan Star Zone were astonished to find multiple fleets, each numbering over 10,000 ships, suddenly jumping into their star systems. These fleets formed an impenetrable net, tightly encircling the entire star system. No pirate ship could escape such a dense blockade. This spectacular scene played out simultaneously across all 17 star systems in the Duan Star Zone. Players who witnessed this were struck with the realization that the Duan Star Zone was no longer a pirate stronghold, but had become the domain of the Blade Fleet. The high-level pirate fleets, which they struggled to contend with, were nothing more than ants crushed effortlessly by the Blade Fleet. Soon, the Duan Star Zone became a hot topic on the global chat. Following the Rabalco junkyard incident, it once again drew the attention of players worldwide. The assembly of a million-strong fleet was enough to leave anyone in awe. However, Lu Feng had no time to follow the heated discussions on the global chat. He had just received intelligence pinpointing the location of a suspected main pirate base. A large number of pirate fleets were gathered there, and one of his detachments was engaged in fierce combat with them. With significant warship damage and destruction occurring every second, Lu Feng made a swift decision, immediately dispatching 30 nearby branch fleets for rapid reinforcement. At the edge of a distant star system, a nearly forgotten ice-blue planet floated silently in space. Its surface, covered in thick layers of ice and snow, seemed desolate but hid many secrets. On closer inspection, countless black dots speckled the endless ice field antennas standing like sentinels, monitoring every movement in space. Not long ago, a fierce battle had raged in the space surrounding the planet. Tens of thousands of pirate ships had been obliterated by overwhelming firepower, their debris scattered across the void. Now, a massive fleet had completely surrounded the planet. About 100,000 Nomad Temple-class battlecruisers loomed menacingly, with massive planetary cannons aimed at the surface. Behind them, the majestic and enormous flawless Nebula-class dreadnoughts formed an impenetrable defensive line, like a stellar fortress. Suddenly, dozens of ground sections on the ice field cracked open simultaneously, revealing enormous steel doors that slowly parted to expose the underground hangars. The air was filled with the roar of engines and the clamor of underground factories. Waves of pirate ships surged out from below, attempting to break the blockade. However, they were instantly shredded to pieces by the dense laser fire, unable to mount any effective resistance. You have destroyed an emerging level 9 pirate fleet and earned 1,000 Imperial merit points. The system notification chimed in Lu Feng's ear. This was a massive pirate base, even larger than the one in the asteroid belt. Instead of destroying it outright, Lu Feng had opted for a containment strategy. He commanded a fleet of 300,000 ships to surround the base completely, annihilating any new pirate vessels that appeared. Lu Feng's objective was straightforward. After amassing his entire fleet in the Duan Star sector, his imperial merit points began to skyrocket, quickly surpassing 10 million. At that point, the Wade Empire opened up the exchange for hidden items to him. The most enticing of these was the neutron star battleship location star chart, but the exchange required a staggering 100 million imperial merit points and 50 billion star coins. To achieve his goal, Lu Feng decided to farm these pirates instead of wiping them out in one go. Additionally, he needed to find ways to raise an extra 30 billion star coins. Outside the game, the setting sun cast its golden rays through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room with a warm glow. Lu Feng stretched, tidied himself up a bit, and changed into a suit before leaving the room. He headed to a nearby residential area, where he easily found the home of Ling Xingfa. After a quick phone call, Ling Xingfa appeared downstairs. The two exchanged some pleasantries before taking the elevator up together. However, when the elevator doors opened, an unexpected scene left Lu Feng stunned. A girl of about 8 or 9 years old sat in a wheelchair, wearing an oversized shirt. The most striking feature was the blue cloth covering her eyes. Lu Feng stared at the peculiar girl, feeling a strong sense of unease. Is she playing hide and seek? Lu Feng tried to break the silence. Ling Xingfa's face darkened instantly. He shook his head and then softly said to the girl, Xiaoya, this is Uncle Lu Feng. Say hello to Uncle. Hello, Uncle Lu Feng, the girl said cheerfully. The little girl, seated in her wheelchair, suddenly moved forward and stopped in front of Lu Feng. She slowly lifted her head, covered by a blue cloth, seemingly looking at Lu Feng, but her gaze actually passed him and landed on the large vase behind. Lu Feng keenly noticed slender cables hidden beneath her long hair, trailing from the back of her head to the wheelchair. This discovery made Lu Feng's expression change slightly. Ling Xingfa, misunderstanding Lu Feng's reaction, quickly explained, Brother Lu, we're very happy to have you as a guest. We covered Xiaoya's head with the cloth to avoid startling you. It's nothing to worry about. As he spoke, he moved behind the girl and pushed the wheelchair into the house, motioning for Lu Feng to follow. Lu Feng shook his head and followed Ling Xingfa's side. The room's setup was almost the same as it had been before he left, except for a few items belonging to the new owner. Ling Xingfa pushed the wheelchair to the round table and invited Lu Feng to sit, quickly filling the table with desserts. Brother Lu, I only had time to prepare these few things, Ling Xingfa said as he skillfully brewed a cup of tea for Lu Feng, his attitude courteous. Once everything was ready, he sat down at the round table. Lu Feng didn't get straight to the point but instead began slowly. I came to see you because I encountered some issues and thought I'd trouble you, Boss Ling. Ling Xingfa smiled. Not at all, Brother Lu. I'm delighted you came. Whatever the issue, if it's within my power, I'll make sure it's resolved. Although I came from Hong Kong, I have some friends here in Dahai City too. Lu Feng's gaze once again fell on Xiaoya, particularly on those hidden cables. Sensing his interest, Ling Xingfa candidly said, You have a keen eye. This project was developed under my guidance. I know every detail, from the cable materials to the software and hardware. Lu Feng was taken aback. He recognized the technology as a brain-computer interface connected to AI. A project stopped after creating prototypes due to ethical concerns. Some samples had leaked into the market and were being reverse-engineered by various companies and research institutes. The device Xiaoya was using must be one of those prototypes. Even though he knew it was from his own company, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at Ling Xingfa's audacity to use an untested product on a family member. They had been extremely cautious during primate testing, fearing brain damage at the slightest misstep, and had eventually halted the project after weighing the risks. May I take a look? Lu Feng pointed at the blue cloth. As soon as he spoke, Xiaoya nervously clasped her hands, rubbing them anxiously on her lap. Ling Xingfa hesitated for a moment before nodding. He gently held Xiaoya's hand to reassure her. It's okay, Xiaoya. Xiaoya hesitated for a while before nodding slowly, whispering in the direction of Lu Feng's voice, Uncle Lu, please don't be scared of Xiaoya after you see. Lu Feng smiled and gently patted Xiaoya's head. I won't be. He reached behind her head and, with a gentle tug on the bow, the blue cloth slid off, revealing a shocking sight. Xiaoya's eyes were hollow, literally empty sockets. After just a glance, Lu Feng silently covered her eyes with the cloth again. It was my oversight, Ling Xingfa muttered, lowering his head. Those desperate Southeast Asian smugglers who came to Hong Kong would do anything for money. Dad, it's okay. Xiaoya doesn't feel pain anymore. Xiaoya tried to comfort Ling Xingfa. Hearing this, Ling Xingfa's eyes reddened. If I could restore Xiaoya's sight, I'd do anything. After a long silence, Lu Feng asked, What happened to those people? Every one of those scum, including the mastermind. I had them chopped up and thrown into the sea. Ling Xingfa clenched his fists, still seething with anger. Lu Feng nodded. Ling Xingfa stood up and retrieved a helmet with numerous neural electrodes from the room. I didn't have much hope initially, but after Xiaoya used it, she said. Ling Xingfa clenched his fists again. Closing his eyes, she saw light. Although the helmet couldn't make Xiaoya see things clearly, it allowed her to perceive the outside world vaguely, becoming her only connection to it. Lu Feng consoled. Boss Ling, perhaps there's still hope for Xiaoya to see the world again. He pondered for a moment, considering whether the advanced technology from the warship's arrival could enable limb regeneration. However, as eyes involve complex brain nerves, they remain one of the most challenging areas to conquer. I can't guarantee anything, but there's hope, and it could be realized within a month. Lu Feng was about to continue when he noticed the words Lingya engraved on the side of the helmet. A thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly asked, Boss Ling, what's Xiaoya's full name? Ling. Lingya. Ling Xingfa stammered. These words caused a storm in Lu Feng's mind. He suddenly remembered that one of the secret weapons hidden among humans by the invading civilization was a super biological weapon called Fairy Battle Maiden. Fairy Battle Maiden 001's human identity was Lingya. One of the invading civilizations selected suitable humans for transformation. These transformed humans appeared normal but could change into powerful, emotionless killing machines in combat. It was the combination of the Fairy Battle Maidens and the surprise attack by the Void Shadow that shattered humanity's last line of defense in the solar system. These two forces became the final straws that broke the back of human civilization. Lu Feng's thoughts surged like a torrent, but he quickly regained his composure. The impressive single combat capabilities of the Fairy Battle Maidens left a deep impression on Lu Feng. From what he knew, the civilization that created these battle maidens relied on a legendary relic left behind by a now extinct empire. This empire, believing that flesh and blood were too fragile for the cosmos, decided to undergo a mechanical ascension. However, just after making this decision, they mysteriously vanished, leaving behind empty planets and unmanned facilities. Suddenly, Lu Feng recalled a crucial detail. The relic not only had the ability to modify, but also to repair biological tissues. The Fairy Battle Maiden Type 001 looked indistinguishable from an ordinary person, which meant that Xiaoya had a chance to regain her eyesight. With this thought, Lu Feng felt more confident. He looked directly at Ling Xingfa and said firmly, Mr. Ling, there's a significant chance that Xiaoya can regain her sight. But to achieve this, I'll need a substantial amount of funding. Both Ling Xingfa and Xiaoya looked astonished. Lu Feng continued, the most tangible evidence will appear within a month. This is an investment opportunity with returns beyond your imagination. Lu Feng didn't disclose further details, only stressing that this would be a transformative change beyond human comprehension. Ling Xingfa remained silent for a long time, his gaze never leaving Lu Feng's face. Breaking the silence, Xiaoya tilted her head as if listening to something and then said, I can feel that Uncle Lu Feng is not lying. He truly believes my eyes can recover. Ling Xingfa nodded, a warm smile reappearing on his face. Brother Lu, how much funding do you need? Even if it takes my entire fortune, I'm willing to invest. Lu Feng replied, not your entire fortune, just your liquid assets. I estimate you have around 6 billion. Ling Xingfa confirmed the amount and offered to raise more, but Lu Feng assured him that 6 billion would suffice. This investment would yield unimaginable returns and give Xiaoya the chance to see again. Ling Xingfa chuckled wryly, to be honest, I still find it hard to fully believe. But since you say there will be tangible evidence in less than a month, I'm excited to see it. Lu Feng also laughed. Yeah, I never imagined the world would become this crazy. He was referring to the arrival of the warships. After finishing their business, Lu Feng stood to leave. Xiaoya tugged at his sleeve, asking him to sign her helmet. Lu Feng gladly obliged, signing his name with bold, energetic strokes. Early the next morning, Lu Feng received a notification that Ling Xingfa had transferred the 6 billion to his account. He immediately logged into the Galaxy Era game to check the list of items available for exchange with Imperial Merit Points. The Neutron Star Battleship Positioning Star Map was still at the top, requiring 1 billion Imperial Merit Points and 50 billion Star Coins. After a night of clearing missions, Lu Feng had accumulated over 10 million more Imperial Merit Points. At his current pace, he could earn 10 million Imperial Merit Points every 12 hours. To gather the remaining 80 million, he would need another 4 days. Boss, there's a new transfer in Lu Feng's account. On the top floor of a financial building by the Pujiang River, Dunan was deeply focused on his work. Suddenly, his secretary burst into the office, panting heavily. Dunan frowned and said with displeasure, What's the rush? It's not unusual for Lu Feng to receive transfers. The secretary quickly explained, It's 6 billion. Dunan jolted upright, incredulous. How much? 600 million or 6 billion? Be clear. The secretary placed a thin sheet of paper in front of Dunan. See for yourself. Dunan scrutinized the paper, which showed Lu Feng's account transactions obtained through internal bank connections. Indeed, this morning, Lu Feng's account had received a full 6 billion. Have we identified the source of this transfer? Dunan asked, a sense of foreboding growing within him. The secretary nodded. It's from an account under Ling Xingfa's name. Dunan fell into deep thought. Lu Feng's actions had always puzzled him. Whether it was manipulating the starship market within the Galaxy era, money laundering, or tax evasion, none of these could explain such a huge sum. Ever since he saw Lu Feng top up 30 billion in one go last time, Dunan felt the world had become absurd. Could it be that Ling Xingfa gave Lu Feng this 6 billion to spend in the game? Dunan's face showed an indescribable expression. The ridiculous idea stuck like stubborn gum, refusing to be shaken off. Despite his intuition suggesting this might be the truth, experience warned him that Ling Xingfa was likely being deceived by Lu Feng. Thinking about the 10 billion he might have wasted, Dunan felt a surge of displeasure. Trying to disgust me, huh? An idea suddenly struck Dunan. He called his secretary back and instructed, spread the word through discreet channels that Lu Feng spent 30 billion in the game. Also, hint that he might spend even more. The secretary left to carry out the order. Moments later, Dunan called him back again. Have someone study the game Lu Feng is playing. Each person can spend up to 10,000 yuan, and it will be reimbursed. Don't spend more. The company won't cover it. After the secretary left, Dunan mused to himself, 10,000 yuan should be enough to figure out a game. It's impossible not to make a splash. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was waiting for his empire's merit points to reach 1 billion. At that moment, Su Jinxiang contacted him. Boss Lu, I've negotiated with the 2 special starship owners. They're willing to sell their ships to you. What's the price? Lu Feng asked. Su Jinxiang replied, don't worry, it's a bargain. One for 180,000 and the other for 230,000. Surprised by the low prices, Lu Feng immediately agreed to buy them. He opened the player marketplace and quickly saw a special starship listed for 230,000. He bought it without hesitation. The system notified, you have acquired the special starship reconstructor. Lu Feng checked the details and found that the reconstructor was a high-level engineering starship capable of rapidly building any preset template, like a giant 3D printer. Even more impressively, it could summon materials from a distance to construct as if out of thin air. Soon after, the other special starship was listed for 180,000. Lu Feng purchased it immediately. The system notified, you have acquired the special starship Fountain of Hymns. The Fountain of Hymns was an ultra-large engineering starship capable of deploying a healing field to repair starships and living beings within its range. Its coverage extended to a radius of 100 kilometers, enough to encompass an entire level 10 dock. Satisfied with the capabilities of these 2 special starships, Lu Feng transferred 50,000 star coins to Su Jinxiang as a reward. Since acquiring 2 special warships, Lu Feng's campaign has been nothing short of spectacular. In just a few days, he led a massive fleet to sweep through the Duo and Star sector, uprooting the main pirate bases. All but 3 of these bases, kept as live targets, were completely annihilated. Lu Feng meticulously designed a breeding mechanism, using these 3 bases to continuously produce pirate warships for his fleet to train against. However, over time, the Empire's merit points gained from each elimination began to dwindle. What once yielded 10 million merit points in 12 hours now seemed a far cry from his goal of accumulating 100 million merit points. Meanwhile, a storm of public opinion about Lu Feng quietly brewed outside. Rumors spread that he once recharged 3 billion in a single go, instantly thrusting him into the spotlight. Many debated his actions, some praised his boldness, while others questioned his wisdom. Unfazed by the swirling opinions, Lu Feng remained steadfast. He understood that even if the Galactic Age attracted more players because of this, it wouldn't shake his advantage. After all, in this fast-paced era, few players could endure. Even those willing to invest tens of thousands would be mere drops in the bucket in a game where millions were the starting point. 5 days later, Lu Feng's Empire merit points were nearing the 95 million mark, just 5 million shy of his target. He decided to go all out and launch a full-scale assault on the remaining 3 pirate bases. The first target was an icy blue planet in the Duo and Star sector. Lu Feng deployed nearly 100,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and activated the planetary cannon. The blinding light, akin to a stellar explosion, engulfed the entire planet. Earthquakes and fissures tore it apart, exposing pirate factories hidden underground, which then plunged into magma. Ultimately, the planet disintegrated in a chain reaction, turning to dust. System notifications flooded in, and Lu Feng's merit points surged by nearly 1 million. To his delight, he also obtained the second fragment of the neutron star warship activation core. The second pirate base was a space city, almost the size of a small continent. Under overwhelming force, this massive space city stood no chance and quickly melted into a glowing mass of molten metal. Another 2 million merit points were added to his tally, along with the third fragment of the neutron star warship activation core. The last pirate base was situated on a gigantic asteroid, with its core being an enormous antenna array. Though the design puzzled Lu Feng, he didn't hesitate to issue the attack order. Under the fleet's relentless assault, the entire asteroid and its facilities disintegrated into cosmic dust. With the final pirate base's destruction, system notifications poured in. Lu Feng not only obtained the last fragment of the neutron star warship activation core, but also gained an extra 10 million merit points and blueprints for building a super starport. Thus, he completely eradicated all pirate forces in the Duo and Star sector, bringing long-awaited peace to the Empire. In addition to the expected rewards, Lu Feng received several unexpected system notifications. To his surprise, he discovered that eliminating all main bases came with an additional reward, a staggering 10 million merit points. Adding this to his existing points, he now had an astronomical total of 1.11 billion merit points. This amount was more than enough to exchange for the neutron star battleship's blueprint. But that wasn't all. He also received a mysterious item called the Pirate Group Discovery and a blueprint for constructing a super starport. Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected bounty. Just when he thought the rewards had ended, a cold, mechanical female voice suddenly echoed across the entire game map, transmitting through the phones of all online players. The main pirate bases and fleets within the Wade Empire have been cleared by the Reverse Blade Fleet. Pirate-related content will no longer appear in the game. Players must seek materials and Imperial merit points through other means. Is this a server-wide announcement? Lu Feng was stunned. This was the first time he'd heard such a notification in Galaxy Era. He had always assumed the game didn't have this feature. Boss Lu, you're incredible. This is the first time I've heard an announcement like this in the game. Su Jinxiang excitedly messaged, his tone revealing that he too had never encountered such an announcement. A theory formed in Lu Feng's mind. Perhaps it wasn't that the game never issued server-wide notifications, but that no one had ever met the conditions to trigger one. Eliminating 4 main pirate bases was a breeze for him now, but for other players, even those with fleets of 20,000 ships, it was an insurmountable task. If he hadn't been reborn and invested billions to build a fleet of millions, the Galaxy Era might never have issued a server-wide notification, even in 100 years. Only events significant enough to trigger such notifications could yield higher hidden rewards. Realizing this, Lu Feng had an epiphany. Without his rebirth, he might have remained in the dark forever. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Lu Feng opened his inventory to review his spoils. The first thing he saw was the neutron star battleship's activation core. The 4 fragments, each a quarter of a sphere, were now complete. He casually clicked on one piece, and a prompt immediately appeared. You have collected all 4 pieces of the neutron star battleship's activation core. Would you like to synthesize the complete activation core? Lu Feng clicked confirm without hesitation. In an instant, the 4 fragments disappeared, replaced by a smooth, silver-white sphere of unknown material. The system prompt followed. Neutron star battleship activation core. An activation core passed down from an unknown era, capable of safely entering and activating the neutron star battleship. Looking at the activation core in his hand, Lu Feng exhaled deeply, filled with anticipation. With this, the neutron star battleship was within his grasp. After admiring it for a while, he turned his attention to the other items in his inventory. The Pirate Group Discovery and the Super Starport blueprint caught his eye. The description of the Pirate Group Discovery left Lu Feng puzzled. The stars have lost their original positions. Their guidance is ineffective and chaotic. Have we been abandoned by the gods? This cryptic message seemed like a fragment of a story, possibly the beginning of a new plotline. But with too few clues, he couldn't draw any concrete conclusions. He decided to keep this information in mind and moved on to the next item. The Super Starport blueprint immediately captured his interest. Despite the numerous blueprints he had obtained from defeating pirate fleets and bases, including those for level 10 battleships, immaculate Nebula-class patrol ships, wandering Sanctuary-class battleships, and fearless Halberd-class destroyers, the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier blueprint had eluded him. This had been a source of frustration, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to bad luck or the system's design. The Super Starport blueprint's description left Lu Feng astounded. Super Starport with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, equipped with comprehensive weapon defense systems and massive shields, also featuring the largest hyperspace jump engine ever. It can simultaneously maintain 2 million ships, accommodate up to 20 million ships, and has a production line capacity of up to 10,000 ships at once. Holy! This Super Starport! Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The data was mind-blowing, exactly what he needed. He resolved to build this Super Starport no matter what. With a radius of 2,000 kilometers, its area exceeded 10 million square kilometers, larger than all of Europe. Lu Feng imagined a future where Europeans looked up to see not the moon or the sun, but his starport. After reviewing his inventory, Lu Feng was ready to take action. With the neutron star battleship activation core in hand, he only needed the positional star map to locate the ship. Wasting no time, he decided to act immediately. First, he recharged his game account with a whopping 5 billion star coins. Watching his balance soar, Lu Feng felt an indescribable thrill. But this money would soon be spent. He opened the Wade Empire's merit exchange interface and directly clicked on the first item glowing with golden light. Neutron Star Battleship Positional Star Map Exchange Requirements. 1 billion Imperial Merit Points, 5 billion star coins. Confirm exchange? Confirm. In the next moment, 1 billion merit points were deducted, and the 5 billion star coins he had just recharged vanished. The positional star map was now his. You have obtained the Neutron Star Battleship Positional Star Map. With excitement, Lu Feng opened his inventory. The first item was the Neutron Star Battleship Positional Star Map. When he clicked on it, instead of seeing an expected description or coordinates, a download button appeared. Feeling increasingly puzzled, Lu Feng clicked to download the file. His phone indicated that he had downloaded a file. A file? Shouldn't it be in game coordinates? Lu Feng felt something was off. He found the file on his phone and opened it, revealing a dazzling star map with a prominent white marked at the center. Lu Feng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the starfield distribution map in his hand, pondering whether this meant he had to find a neutron star battleship amidst the vast expanse of the universe. He quickly pulled up the galactic era star map on his phone, flipping through the screens in an attempt to find a connection between the two maps. However, even when he zoomed out the galactic era star map to a galactic level, resembling the Milky Way, he still couldn't find any similarities. The mysterious starfield map lacked any annotations or obvious markers, making Lu Feng realize he needed a more detailed comparison. He decided to enlarge the galactic era map and meticulously compare each region, searching for any overlapping or similar areas. Recognizing the limitations of his phone screen, Lu Feng requested a laptop from the hotel front desk. As a monthly customer of the luxury suite, his request was quickly fulfilled. With his background in computer science, Lu Feng carefully checked the laptop's network environment, then formatted the hard drive and reinstalled the system to ensure security. On the larger laptop screen, the starfield map revealed astonishing details. Lu Feng was surprised to see that the tiny starlights seemed to twinkle, as if it were not just a static image but a dynamic display. Despite this, his limited astronomical knowledge prevented him from extracting further information. He opened the galactic era and began a lengthy comparison process. From the afternoon until the early hours of the next day, Lu Feng's eyes remained glued to the screen, searching for any possible clues. It was only when the morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto his desk that he realized he had been working all night. Exhaustion washed over him, but Lu Feng's mind was still racing. He understood the enormity of the task at hand. Searching for a potentially small region within a map containing over 200 billion stars was like finding a needle in a haystack. Lu Feng began to consider alternative solutions. Hiring someone? Too risky. It might leak information. Suddenly, an idea struck him. AI could complete this task. He quickly wrote a program, leveraging AI's powerful computational abilities to compare images and search for potential matches. When the program finished running, the result on the screen left Lu Feng stunned. A match score of 0. This meant that there was no place on the galactic era map that matched the mysterious starfield distribution map. Lu Feng's brow furrowed again, but soon, a bold idea hit him. If the neutron star battleship wasn't on the galactic era map, where could it be? He recalled some recent information he had obtained from a pirate group. The stars have lost their original positions. Their guidance is ineffective and chaotic. Suddenly, a crazy but plausible answer formed in Lu Feng's mind. He looked up at the window, and in the dim morning light, a crescent moon hung in the sky, with only a few visible stars around it. A slight smile appeared on Lu Feng's lips, and his eyes sparkled with understanding. He finally realized the neutron star battleship was here, in the real world. Heh, you really got me there, Lu Feng muttered softly, staring intently out the floor-to-ceiling window into space, as if addressing the possible designer of the galactic era game. The thought alone made his heart skip a beat, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. A few minutes later, having accepted this idea, Lu Feng found it amusing. Reflecting on everything about the neutron star battleship, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of intrigue. Closing his eyes, Lu Feng rubbed his temples. The neutron star battleship, though its exact power remained unknown, was beyond the reach of even the top-tier level 6 civilizations of the galaxy. It likely represented a higher echelon of civilization. He glanced again at the star map on his laptop screen. The flat image seemed to come alive before his eyes, with stars twinkling and moving as if it were a real-time dynamic starfield. Abruptly, Lu Feng shut the laptop and stuffed it into his backpack. He packed a few changes of clothes, made sure his phone and charger were in place, and then shouldered his bag and left the room. "Good morning, Mr. Liu. Would you like your room cleaned?" A staff member asked as they emerged from the luxury suite across the hall, just as Lu Feng was leaving. "I'm going away for a while. Don't let anyone into my room during this time," Lu Feng replied, shaking his head. He added, I'll buy the laptop I borrowed from the front desk. Have the manager deduct it from my room charges. Without waiting for a response, Lu Feng headed downstairs, booking the earliest high-speed train ticket to Dying City on his way. His destination was the prestigious Purple Mountain Observatory, where he had acquaintances from his time at Huaqing University. After exiting the hotel and getting into a taxi, Lu Feng sent a text message to a number and then closed his eyes to rest. Sleepless from the previous night and overwhelmed by the sudden shock, his brain was on the verge of collapse, and he desperately needed rest. Meanwhile, at the Purple Mountain Observatory, a young student in a white lab coat burst into an office. Behind the desk, the elderly and silver-haired academician Chen Jinwen was engrossed in his work. Professor, the results from the European Observatory match ours? Zhou Xian excitedly waved a printout. This means the suspected Dyson sphere device we discovered is very likely real. We found evidence of an alien civilization. Calm down. It's just an alien civilization, Chen Jinwen admonished calmly. There are already over a dozen suspected Dyson sphere devices in the galaxy. Despite his words, he encouraged his student to keep up the good work. Zhou Xian calmed down but continued, Professor, I suspect the massive object that disappeared near the Dyson sphere did so through a portal or warp, indicating a highly advanced civilization. Chen Jinwen frowned. This hypothesis, though speculative, did explain their recent observations. A star had suddenly been obscured, as if enveloped by a permanently fixed object, fitting the Dyson sphere theory. Moreover, the entire process had been recorded in full, an unprecedented event in history. As Chen Jinwen pondered, Zhou Xian suddenly exclaimed, Oh, Lu Feng is coming to our observatory. Lu Feng? Which Lu Feng? Chen Jinwen asked, puzzled. The renowned AI expert. Recently, there's been a push to apply AI to astronomical research, Zhou Xian explained. Then let him come. It's always good to exchange ideas with such talents, Chen Jinwen agreed with a nod. As soon as Lu Feng boarded the high-speed train to Dying City, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. A sleepless night coupled with continuous mental strain had pushed his nerves to the limit. The spacious and private business class seat gave him the confidence to fall asleep soundly. Before he knew it, he had drifted into a deep slumber. It wasn't until the train reached its final destination that a crew member gently woke him up. Sir, we've arrived at your destination. Lu Feng slowly opened his drowsy eyes and saw the bright midday sun shining outside the window. He had slept from early morning all the way until noon. After carefully checking his backpack to ensure everything was in order, he stood up. The nearly empty carriage had only a few passengers left. As he walked towards the exit, he turned on his phone. The screen displayed numerous messages and missed calls from his old classmate, Zhou Xian. Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He had slept too deeply. He immediately called Zhou Xian back. The familiar loud voice on the other end said, Hey, Lu Feng, you must be really busy, huh? I called and messaged you so many times with no response. Zhou Xian's boisterous personality was just as he remembered, speaking loudly as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Hearing this voice, Lu Feng felt a mix of exasperation and nostalgia, as if he were back at Huaqing University. You haven't changed a bit. You're a PhD now. Can you be a little more composed? He retorted, his tone casual and reminiscent of their dormitory days. Hey, you sound just like my advisor. No need for personal attacks. I'm a PhD. I have my pride, you know, Zhou Xian responded, and both of them burst into laughter, the years of estrangement melting away instantly. After their laughter subsided, Zhou Xian cleared his throat, trying to sound more serious. All right. I know you have your own matters, and I'm not blaming you. Have you had lunch? We've prepared a welcome feast for you, and it's also to celebrate our recent discovery at the observatory. Many young colleagues are eager to meet the big star. Lu Feng chuckled and agreed. Sure, I just got out of the train station. Send me the address, and I'll head over right away. After hanging up, he quickly made his way to the exit, hailed a taxi, and headed to the address Zhou Xian had sent. Half an hour later, Lu Feng stood in front of a large restaurant. Zhou Xian was waiting at the entrance, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. As soon as Lu Feng got out of the car, Zhou Xian enthusiastically came forward to embrace him. So, what's the deal? Are those rumors in the media true? I always thought they were just entertainment news, Zhou Xian asked curiously. It's complicated. I'll explain later. Who's this? Lu Feng's attention turned to the elderly man beside Zhou Xian. Oh, this is my advisor, academician Chen Jinwen from the Purple Mountain Observatory. Professor, this is Lu Feng, Zhou Xian introduced. Lu Feng's eyes lit up, thinking he had made the right choice by seeking out Zhou Xian. The elderly man kindly extended his hand. Many young colleagues at our observatory admire you. When they heard you were coming, they arranged a welcome banquet. Welcome to Dying, and we also welcome you to visit the Purple Mountain Observatory. Lu Feng shook the elderly man's hand with both hands. I came to see Zhou Xian because I have some matters to seek advice on. Oh. Chun Jinwen raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering what a former AI company executive could need advice on in the field of astronomy. He suspected Lu Feng might be seeking a new commercial direction or trying to build connections. Thinking of past companies that used academicians for publicity, Chen Jinwen felt a bit displeased. Though he didn't oppose commercialization, he disliked dealing with insincere business people. Moreover, Zhou Xian's impulsive nature worried Chen Jinwen. He feared that Zhou Xian might get distracted by his old friend's influence and abandon his studies for entrepreneurship, which would be a significant loss. Zhou Xian was a promising talent but needed long-term training to develop the temperament required for astronomical research. Too many external distractions wouldn't be beneficial. However, Chen Jinwen's years of experience kept his displeasure from showing. He simply nodded lightly. Zhou Xian, unaware of his advisor's subtle change in mood, led Lu Feng inside. Lu Feng noticed the elderly man's slight shift in demeanor but wasn't concerned. As long as someone could help him decipher the star map, he didn't mind. If Chen Jinwen refused, there would be others at the Purple Mountain Observatory willing to help. If not, he could always approach the National Astronomical Observatories. Zhou Xian had reserved a large private room filled with members of Chen Jinwen's team, including postdocs, researchers, and graduate students. Many were young faces. As soon as Lu Feng entered the room, he was warmly welcomed, with several young students eager to take photos with him, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. This again displeased Chen Jinwen, who valued order and calm. If not for the presence of guests, he would have scolded them. But for the sake of appearances, he endured it quietly, sitting at the head of the table, waiting for the room to settle down. Lu Feng noticed the elderly man sitting alone, seemingly sulking, and spoke up to quiet the crowd. Once everyone was seated, Lu Feng's seat was arranged next to Chen Jinwen, and he sat down without hesitation. As Zhou Xian called for the waiter to serve the dishes, Lu Feng glanced at Chen Jinwen. The elderly man sat expressionless, with an air of dignity. Lu Feng discreetly took out his phone, opened the file of the star map, and handed the phone to the elderly man. Professor Chen, could you take a look at this? Chen Jinwen, who usually has a bit of a temper, initially dismissed it with disdain, wondering what could possibly be worth his time. He gave it a sideways glance and then looked away. But in the next moment, he snapped his head back as if struck by lightning, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng's phone. He squinted, leaning in so close that his nose nearly touched the screen. The image on the phone seemed to have a magnetic pull on him, drawing him in more with each passing second. This isn't fabricated? Chen Jinwen finally asked, his voice trembling with disbelief, sounding like a student eager for knowledge. His usual calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Lu Feng, equally taken aback by the old academic's reaction, cautiously replied, "This thing shouldn't be fake." A myriad of emotions flashed across Chen Jinwen's face in an instant: disbelief, uncertainty, astonishment, excitement, fascination all mingling together. He suddenly stood up, disregarding any sense of decorum, grabbed Lu Feng's phone, and dashed out of the private room. His abrupt action left everyone else in shock. Those quick to react called out "Professor," and chased after him. The others were left wondering. What could the usually composed professor have seen to make him lose his cool like this? Even matters of national importance had never caused him to act so out of character. Zhou Xian, who had just returned from the main hall, couldn't help but shout, "Professor, what about the meal? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating." Chen Jinwen retorted sharply, his tone so severe that Zhou Xian recoiled. This was entirely different from the professor's usual dignified reprimands. It was as if he had become a different person. A dreadful thought crossed Zhou Xian's mind, and he turned to Lu Feng. "Damn it, Feng, did you cause some trouble?" He was about to ask more questions when a crowd poured out of the private room, asking him what had happened to the professor. Zhou Xian was utterly confused and spread his hands. "You guys in the same room don't know what happened? It can't be that Lu Feng said something to piss off the professor that much. How skilled must he be to achieve that?" At that moment, Lu Feng also emerged from the private room. He patted Zhou Xian on the shoulder and said seriously, "Zhou Xian, handle things here. I need to go with Professor Chen. This is really important to me." With that, he quickly followed in the direction Chen Jinwen had gone. Zhou Xian wanted to ask more, but Lu Feng had already disappeared from sight. Helplessly, he called out, "Hey, what about the food? Should we pack it up?" But no one responded. In the end, Zhou Xian had no choice but to return to the main hall and tell the waiter, "Pack it up." He muttered to himself, "It's lunchtime, and I'm starving. We can't let all this food go to waste." Ever since seeing the image on that phone, Chen Jinwen had been in a daze. All he wanted was to get back to the observatory, where specialized equipment could help him verify his findings. He couldn't rely solely on his eyes because the conclusion he was considering was too shocking, one that could completely upend the current understanding of the academic world and the public. On the roadside, Chen Jinwen urgently flagged down a taxi and quickly got into the front seat. "To Purple Mountain Observatory, and make it fast," he commanded, his voice filled with urgency. The back door suddenly opened, and Lu Feng also got in without hesitation. Chen Jinwen glanced at him through the rearview mirror but said nothing, simply urging the driver again. The driver, suspecting nothing, started the engine and sped toward the observatory. Upon arrival, Chen Jinwen ignored the security guards and rushed inside. Lu Feng, following closely, was stopped. Chen Jinwen turned back and shouted, "He's with me?" The security guard recognized Chen Jinwen and hesitated. "Could you please sign in and get a visitor pass?" Before he could finish, Lu Feng was dragged inside by Chen Jinwen. "Sign what? Don't waste my time. If you have a problem, let the director come to me," Chen Jinwen snapped, pulling Lu Feng through the doors. The security guard stood there in a daze, wondering if this was the same Chen Jinwen known for his kindness and composure. It felt as though he had suddenly become a different person. Ultimately, the guard decided to turn a blind eye and pretend he hadn't seen anything. Lu Feng, dragged into the office by Chen Jinwen, couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought, if he had known the old professor was this easily agitated, he would have shown him the star map later. Who could have guessed that an image from a game could provoke such a reaction? Although the image did contain significant secrets, Lu Feng was sure that the professor saw something different than what he knew. "Where did you get this?" Chen Jinwen asked, almost pressing his eyes against the phone screen after putting on his glasses. "As for its origin, I'm not entirely sure," Lu Feng replied. "I can only say that I came across this image quite unexpectedly." Seeing the professor struggling to view the image, he took a laptop from his bag, opened it, and placed it in front of Chen Jinwen. Only then did Chen Jinwen return the phone to Lu Feng, fully engrossed in the laptop screen. "The resolution, the scale, the realistic starlight," he murmured, his fingers gently touching the screen as if caressing a treasure. "And most importantly, this image has been processed in a way unknown to our current academic methods. It's so advanced, turning a dull sky into a breathtaking galaxy. Look, the stars are even moving." After examining the star map for a long time, Chen Jinwen came to a startling conclusion. If this image is real, it is not of human origin. These words shocked even Chen Jinwen himself. The usually composed professor had just made a statement bordering on speculation, something he typically avoided. Not a product of human origin. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat at those words, and his face showed a look of surprise. Mr. Chen Jinwen seemed to notice something but didn't comment on Lu Feng's reaction. Instead, he kept his focus on the image. "Do you know how long it will take for the farthest human spacecraft to leave the solar system?" Chen Jinwen suddenly asked, his tone filled with a strange sense of melancholy. Lu Feng shook his head. This was beyond his knowledge. 30,000 years. Chen Jinwen's voice trembled slightly. Voyager 1, humanity's first interstellar spacecraft, is now over 20 billion kilometers from Earth. Yet, it still needs 300 years to exit the Kuiper Belt and 30,000 years to completely leave the solar system. He continued to explain that much of the astronomical data humans observe isn't real-time. These images and data could be decades, centuries, or even millennia old, all gathered from within the solar system. Human understanding of the universe relies on these time-delayed observations and the extrapolations of physics. It's like the ancient belief that the Earth was flat and the sky was a dome, Chen Jinwen analogized, until someone flew into space and saw that the Earth is round and the sky is infinite. This image might be our second perspective on the universe, a completely different viewpoint. Chen Jinwen's eyes were once again drawn to the image and he murmured, "This is a priceless treasure in astronomy, worthy of being recorded in history." Seeing this, Lu Feng worried that Chen Jinwen might claim the star map for himself. He was about to subtly inquire if any location information could be discerned from the image when Chen Jinwen suddenly exclaimed, "This area looks familiar." He pointed to the upper left corner of the image, where a continuous stream of stars, two somewhat concentrated star clusters, and part of a larger galaxy's arm could be seen. Lu Feng's heart raced. This might be the key information location. If Chen Jinwen could indeed identify something, then this trip to the Purple Mountain Observatory would be well worth it. "Can you pinpoint a more specific location?" Lu Feng asked urgently. "Is it a constellation or a galaxy?" Chen Jinwen shook his head. "No rush, I need a more rigorous comparison to be sure. This image seems complex, but it's rich with information that could take me years to study." Seeing Chen Jinwen so absorbed, Lu Feng grew anxious. He didn't have years. The warship would arrive in half a month. Despite having a large fleet and powerful weapons, the neutron star warship's value was incalculable, possibly containing technology far beyond a level 6 civilization. "Professor Chen?" Lu Feng tried to regain Chen Jinwen's attention. "Please don't take years to give me an answer." As Chen Jinwen remained engrossed in the image, Lu Feng pretended to leave. "I won't disturb you any longer. I have other matters to attend to." He closed his laptop with a snap and started to pack it away. This action snapped Chen Jinwen out of his reverie. "Hey, young man, don't be so hasty," he hurriedly explained. "I meant it's enough for me to study for years, not that I will take years." Lu Feng continued to act as if he were leaving. I have friends at the National Astronomical Observatory. I'll go ask them. Hearing this, Chun Jinwen's face turned red with urgency. The National Astronomical Observatory, he said, breathless. They can't compare to the capabilities of the Purple Mountain Observatory. You, don't go. Pointing at Lu Feng, Chun Jinwen's hand trembled. That stream of stars in the upper left should be the Magellanic Stream. The two bright clusters are likely the large and small Magellanic Clouds. This image was probably taken from the space between the Milky Way and the Magellanic Clouds. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. He knew that the large and small Magellanic Clouds were the Milky Way's largest satellite galaxies, tens of thousands of light-years away. The neutron star warship was hidden in this vast expanse. Lu Feng reopened his laptop and carefully examined the star map. The upper left corner showed a faint star stream, with two clusters nearby, and the lower right corner had a part of the Milky Way. In the dark space in the middle lay the neutron star warship. As Lu Feng pondered, Chun Jinwen approached again. This is just my current hypothesis, he cautioned. We need to be precise. I still need instruments and software for a more accurate location, which might take a couple of days. You can observe, as long as you don't interfere. After a moment's thought, Lu Feng agreed. The large and small Magellanic Clouds were not a guaranteed match. There could be similar structures elsewhere in the universe. Ensuring accuracy through Chun Jinwen's precise work was necessary. As for the risk of information leak, Lu Feng wasn't worried. First, the neutron star warship's core was in his possession. Second, he had a powerful fleet and special weapons, confident in handling any threats. Seeing Lu Feng agree, Chun Jinwen was overjoyed and promised confidentiality. To show his sincerity, he handed Lu Feng several A4 sheets. Although this doesn't compare to your image as a trade, I'll show you some top-secret information. Chun Jinwen excitedly introduced, this could be indirect evidence of an alien civilization, less than 100 light-years from the solar system. This means an alien civilization was active near humanity within the last century. Lu Feng's interest was piqued. He knew about the existence of alien civilizations, but at this point in time, humanity shouldn't have encountered them yet. Curiously, he looked at the sheets, the top one titled, Report on the Detection of a Suspected Dyson Sphere Construction Process by the Purple Mountain Observatory. A Dyson sphere. These words struck a nerve with Lu Feng. A Dyson sphere was a clear sign of an advanced alien civilization. Had humanity observed the entire construction process of a Dyson sphere? It seemed that by this time, humanity had already begun to encounter traces left by alien civilizations. Lu Feng carefully examined the report in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the data was complex and difficult to understand, he was quite confident in the overall content of the report. His gaze lingered on the massive object that had disappeared near the suspected Dyson sphere, and a thought crossed his mind. It was likely that these objects had left through a star gate. He shook his head lightly, contemplating the construction process of the Dyson sphere. Completing a Dyson sphere that covers an entire star in just a few months seemed nearly impossible to accomplish on site. A more reasonable hypothesis was that the components of the Dyson sphere were prefabricated elsewhere and then transported here for assembly. This approach would not only be more convenient, but also explain why a civilization capable of building a Dyson sphere hadn't noticed the nearby solar system. Recalling his knowledge from before his rebirth, a slight smile appeared on Lu Feng's lips. There were indeed companies in the universe that specialized in providing Dyson sphere construction services. These companies were often backed by 4th or 5th level advanced civilizations, supplying materials, tools, and prefabricated Dyson sphere components to lower level civilizations and assembling them at designated locations. His thoughts turned to the classification of civilizations. Unlike the Kardashev scale, the Milky Way adopted a new classification system. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled as he mentally reviewed this system. A level 1 civilization had not yet fully ventured beyond their planet. A level 2 civilization could navigate freely within their planetary system. And a level 3 civilization had achieved faster-than-light travel, capable of crossing light years to reach other planetary systems. Lu Feng refocused on the report, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips. The civilization that built the Dyson sphere was likely a lower-level one that had obtained technological support through some agreement with a higher-level civilization. This explained why there was a Dyson sphere within 100 light-years of Earth, yet no contact had been made with humanity. He exhaled slowly, dismissing the third possibility, a hidden level 3 civilization. If such a civilization existed, their presence would have been revealed when the starships arrived on Earth. But this hadn't happened, further confirming his hypothesis. Lu Feng silently noted the location of this civilization, a determined glint in his eyes. This would be his first target as he ventured into the stars. He turned to look at Chun Jinwen, who was busy trying to pinpoint the exact location on the star map with a bunch of instruments. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Feng walked over to Chun Jinwen's original spot, sat down, and pulled out his phone to open the game Galactic Era. He navigated to the warehouse and found the blueprint for a super starport. Lu Feng tapped the screen to bring up the details. A super starport with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, equipped with comprehensive weapon defense systems, massive shields, and the largest hyperspace jump engine. It could simultaneously maintain 2 million starships, accommodate up to 20 million, and had a production line capacity to build 10,000 starships at once. Without hesitation, Lu Feng clicked the build option. The system immediately displayed a list of required materials. 1,000 level 10 docks, 20 million multi-jointed robotic arms, 40 million gravity magnetic dual-mode transmission devices, and 60 million modular multifunctional production robots. Seeing these numbers, Lu Feng's pupils contracted. He quickly checked the warehouse inventory and found that aside from just over 10 million modular multifunctional production robots, the other materials were severely lacking. There were only 82 level 10 docks. The system prompted, "Would you like to purchase the remaining materials with star coins?" After a brief consideration, Lu Feng clicked confirm. Watching his account balance drop from 2.9 billion star coins to 1.7 billion, a colossal structure appeared in place of the original docks. Lu Feng gazed at the gigantic starport, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Through the screen, Lu Feng could only catch a glimpse of the super starport. A labyrinth of numbers and codes marked countless hive-like entrances embedded in a colossal gray-black metal wall. Battlecruisers of the Wandering Sanctuary class swarmed like homing birds, precisely navigating into these portals. Against this massive metallic backdrop, the 5-kilometer-long battlecruisers appeared minuscule, like ants. As Lu Feng marveled at the grandeur of the super starport, he gradually zoomed out the screen. With the expanding view, the full scale of the super starport came into focus. It was a gargantuan structure, like a level 10 shipyard magnified 1,000 times, dominating the center of the display. However, it wasn't merely a scaled-up model. It featured intricate and sophisticated details. The entire surface of the starport was covered in thick gray-black armor, exuding an overwhelming sense of security. Semi-concealed close-in defense laser cannons and fixed orbital laser cannons dotted the structure, interspersed with missile arrays and dense defensive laser grids. Upon closer inspection, thin linear objects appeared on the outermost armor. These were rotating planetary cannons, retrofitted from the main guns of the Wandering Sanctuary battlecruisers. Each planetary cannon, comparable in size to a battlecruiser, was equipped with elevation and rotation mechanisms for targeting. Across the 4,000-kilometer diameter surface of the super starport, there were a staggering 100,000 such massive planetary cannons. Lu Feng activated the super starport's shield. Instantly, a faint blue glow spread across the starport's surface. As the massive array of shield generators came online, the shield's coverage expanded, eventually enveloping the entire super starport and a surrounding radius of 500 kilometers. The shield's volume even surpassed that of the moon, whose radius was merely 1,700 kilometers, while the super starport itself had a radius of 2,000 kilometers. Satisfied, Lu Feng turned his attention to the detailed interface of the super starport. He noted that this mobile planetary-scale structure had been named Silver Star City. Though his million-strong fleet could blanket an entire star system, the awe it inspired paled in comparison to this colossal mechanical wonder. As Lu Feng immersed himself in contemplation of Silver Star City, a message from Su Jianxiang came through. He had just finished commanding his fleet in an assault on a level 10 space behemoth and was wiping sweat from his brow. For his ragtag fleet, such battles were always challenging, requiring meticulous maneuvers to minimize losses. Yet, the rich rewards from defeating the space behemoth, especially the precious level 10 materials, left Su Jianxiang feeling quite satisfied. Suddenly, Su Jianxiang received an inquiry from an old player friend, asking if he was collecting special warships for the generous boss of the reversed blade fleet. Su Jianxiang didn't hide the truth and confirmed it. He knew that Lu Feng's direct purchases of reconstructors and the sacred hymn from the player market had already spread, and Lu Feng had been actively seeking information on special warships. The friend claimed to have news about a very, very special warship. Though skeptical given that Su Jianxiang was familiar with all known special warships in the galactic era, he cautiously inquired about the price. Hearing the 1 million star currency asking price, Su Jianxiang was initially shocked by the exorbitant amount, then angered by the friend's apparent attempt to exploit Lu Feng. Just as Su Jianxiang was about to refuse, the friend sent several more messages, urging him to contact Lu Feng quickly, warning that the special warship might vanish if they delayed. Simultaneously, others reached out to Su Jianxiang, also claiming to have special warship information, eager to sell to Lu Feng. Sensing something amiss, Su Jianxiang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he contacted his closest buddies to gather intel. One of them revealed that at the far edge of the Wade Empire map, a golden yellow giant ship over 500 kilometers long had been sighted, but no one could approach it. Su Jianxiang promptly forwarded this freely obtained information to Lu Feng. Upon receiving the message, Lu Feng immediately transferred 100,000 star currency to Su Jianxiang as a reward. Su Jinxiang accepted it this time, planning to share part of the reward with the friend who provided the tip and convert the rest into cash. Having obtained the general coordinates, Lu Feng checked the operational list. To his delight, Silver Star City was listed, indicating it had warp capabilities. Without hesitation, Lu Feng input the target coordinates, selecting Silver Star City and its million-strong fleet for the warp. The warp process of Silver Star City differed from that of ordinary warships. It began to phase out like a bubble from one end until the entire structure entered hyperspace. In an instant, Silver Star City appeared in a new star sector, with the surrounding celestial scenery transformed. Ahead, a dazzling golden yellow dot radiated brilliant light. Lu Feng knew this was the golden yellow giant ship Su Jinxiang had mentioned. Nearby, scattered fleets hovered. The sudden appearance of Silver Star City startled everyone. Some players exclaimed and posted screenshots in the global chat, drawing immediate attention. Keen players noticed the reversed Blade Fleet insignia, leading to speculation about Lu Feng's latest extravagant creation. The global chat erupted, with discussions centering on Lu Feng's super starport. Some marveled at his wealth, others questioned his sanity, and some even planned to submit the story to entertainment media, reporting that Lu Feng had spent billions in the game once again. As Silver Star City slowly approached the golden giant ship, Lu Feng finally saw it in full detail. It was a spear-shaped vessel, with translucent, wing-like structures extending from its rear, emitting golden light that fluttered like silk in the void. The wings and the main body of the spear were of equal length, forming a breathtaking sight. The ship's body tapered from a broad rear to a sharp prow, resembling a colossal spear of light. The shimmering wings encircled the spear, radiating an intense glow that was almost blinding. Even in front of the colossal spaceport, Silver Star City, this spear-like giant ship seemed massive. Lu Feng carefully measured and found that the ship, excluding its drifting light wings, was approximately 500 kilometers long. The main body of the ship had numerous hollow structures, with an outer layer that rotated around a main frame running from front to back, making the spear-like warship appear enormous, though its actual volume was less exaggerated. The most striking feature was the light wings extending from the thrusters at the rear of the ship. These golden wings drifted aimlessly in deep space, absorbing the light emitted by nearby stars. As they absorbed more light, the wings grew larger and longer, as if they were thriving. Although the growth of the wings was negligible compared to the ship itself, Lu Feng keenly noticed this detail. Confirming it was a special warship, Lu Feng maneuvered Silver Star City closer. Suddenly, a system alert popped up. Massive energy absorption source ahead, unable to approach. Lu Feng speculated that the alert referred to the golden giant ship before him. Attempting to get closer, Silver Star City's pale blue shield immediately dimmed and contracted, indicating a decrease in the output power of the shield generator array. Realizing that even Silver Star City's energy output could not withstand this, Lu Feng quickly pulled back to a safe distance. At this point, Lu Feng was astonished to see the golden ship's light wings significantly expand. A bold idea flashed in his mind. What would happen if this ship were fully fed? Determined to find out, Lu Feng piloted Silver Star City directly into the energy absorption range of the golden ship, moving closer and closer. The glow of Silver Star City's shield grew dimmer, shrinking from 500 kilometers to just 10 kilometers. The internal energy supply was automatically adjusted, diverting power from Closian weapon systems to the shield generator array. The orbital laser cannons and planetary guns on the ship's surface went dark, resembling a city struck by a massive power outage. With the energy adjustment, Silver Star City's shield flickered between expanding and contracting. Meanwhile, the light wings, having absorbed a massive amount of energy, spread out to their limits, extending thousands of kilometers and illuminating the starry sky like a heavenly net. In the center of this vast golden web was the relatively small golden ship, starkly contrasted against the enormous wings. Players observing from afar were stunned and hastily took screenshots to share in the world chat. Discussions erupted, with some speculating that Lu Feng had triggered another special event, while others believed it was the actions of the reverse blade fleet causing this change. Amid the heated discussions, a server-wide announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Special warship, Spear of Radiance, has absorbed sufficient energy and is located at coordinates XXX, XXX, XXX. The Wade Empire has classified Spear of Radiance as an alien invader with a threat level of X. A call to arms is now issued for players to defeat Spear of Radiance. The world chat exploded. Some marveled at this being the first server-wide announcement in the galactic era, while others were already strategizing on how to capture this special warship. However, faced with the formidable strength of the reverse blade fleet, most players could only watch in envy. Lu Feng, fully focused on the golden giant ship before him, had a glint of excitement in his eyes upon hearing the announcement. Another major event, triggering a server-wide alert. Without hesitation, he ordered an attack on the Spear of Radiance as soon as the energy absorption ceased and Silver Star City's energy supply was restored. The dormant weapon systems lit up again. What followed was a spectacular sight. 100,000 planetary cannons simultaneously entered charging mode. On the 2,000-kilometer-wide floating fortress, 100,000 bright points appeared. In the next moment, 100,000 beams of thick laser fire, resembling a meteor shower, filled the view and crashed onto the sprawling light wings. The golden light of the wings quickly dimmed and began to disintegrate. The wings shrank rapidly, eventually returning to their original size. Another server-wide announcement rang out. Special warship, Spear of Radiance, has been defeated by the Reverse Blade Fleet. This brief message shocked all players. A special warship deemed as level threat and warranting a call to arms had been taken down in mere seconds by the Reverse Blade Fleet. Envy and skepticism filled the world chat. A system notification appeared before Feng. You have defeated the alien invader Spear of Radiance. You have earned 10 million Empire Merit Points. Special Warship Spear of Radiance. Having completed the Wade Empire's call to arms solo, the special exchange list for Empire Merit Points has been unlocked. Eagerly, Feng examined the abilities of Spear of Radiance. He was astounded by what he found. It was a living warship, a biological entity. The light wings were composed of a special biomaterial capable of absorbing stellar energy and growing accordingly. Even faint energy from stars dozens of light years away could be captured and absorbed by Spear of Radiance. This energy could be utilized in 3 ways. 1. Radiant bombardment. Wherever the light wings shine, Spear of Radiance can conduct radiant bombardment, delivering energy strikes to designated areas with no upper limit. This is a powerful super AoE capability. 2. Radiant shield. When fully extended, the light wings can transform into a massive, all-encompassing shield, capable of withstanding both kinetic and energy weapons. This is the only ship in Feng's fleet that can generate such a shield. 3. Energy redistribution. When fully extended, within the range of the light wings, Spear of Radiance can redistribute energy to designated targets. Considering the wings previously covered thousands of kilometers, even enveloping Silver Star City, this means Spear of Radiance can serve as a backup energy source, ensuring Silver Star City never falls. Acquiring this special warship greatly pleased Feng. His fleet's resilience was growing, giving him more confidence. Feng then remembered the 10 million Empire Merit Points and the unlocked special exchange list from defeating Spear of Radiance. Curious, he opened the exchange list and found a complete set of level 10 warship blueprints. Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser, Wandering Sanctuary-class battleship, Fearless Pincer-class destroyer, and a never-before-seen level 10 engineering ship, the Giant Whale-class engineering ship. The exchange prices for these blueprints were all 10 million Empire Merit Points plus a certain amount of star coins. Feng quickly calculated his resources and found he had just enough to exchange for the blueprints of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier and the Giant Whale-class engineering ship. Without hesitation, he made the exchange and obtained these 2 precious level 10 warship blueprints. The system notified him that he could now purchase these types of warships. Opening the shop, he saw that the top-level warship options had increased from 4 to 5, all available to him. He promptly ordered 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, each 30 kilometers long, making them the largest attack ships. His 1.7 billion star coin balance instantly dropped by 1 billion, but his fleet was now bolstered by 10,000 massive aircraft carriers. Each Silent Behemoth-class carrier was equipped with numerous space fighters and combat units, serving as both a mothership for space fighters and a carrier for ground troops. More importantly, when empty, their hangars could function as repair docks for Fearless Pincer-class destroyers. Considering that the number of Fearless Pincer-class destroyers in Feng's fleet was 100 times that of the Silent Behemoth-class carriers, this feature was especially crucial. During operations far from spaceports, the Silent Behemoth-class carriers would become the lifeline of the fleet. After purchasing the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, Feng set his sights on the next target, the Leviathan-class engineering ships. These colossal vessels, comparable in size to the Silent Behemoths, stretched 20 kilometers long and cost 5,000 star coins each. Without hesitation, Feng placed an order for 100,000 of them. To maximize cargo space, the Leviathan-class engineering ships sacrificed many non-essential systems. Their capacity even surpassed that of the Silent Behemoth-class carriers. As dual-purpose construction and transport ships, they possessed functions similar to the specialized reconstructor warships. When loaded with building materials, they could construct structures in deep space out of thin air. However, once materials were depleted, they had to return for reloading, a drawback compared to the reconstructor. The 100,000 Leviathan-class engineering ships lined up neatly behind the 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class carriers, their rounded hulls resembling a pod of whales suspended in the starry sky. Feng spent 1.5 billion star coins to complete the final piece of his fleet. Calculating the total expenditure, Feng realized he had invested around 12 billion star coins to assemble a massive fleet of 1 million ships. Main attack fleet. 1 million Dread Javelin-class destroyers, 500,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, 100,000 Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers, 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, special warships, Shadow of the Void, Spear of Light, Super Starport, Silver Star City, Logistics Support Fleet, 100,000 Leviathan-class engineering ships, special warships, Reconstructor, Fountain of Sacred Hymns. Additionally, there was a mixed fleet of 25,000 ships built earlier. Gazing at the vast scale of his fleet, Lu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, but also began contemplating the need for fleet reorganization. He believed that dividing the fleet by function could significantly enhance overall combat effectiveness. This reminded him of the ongoing military reforms in various countries, adopting combined arms battalions to improve operational efficiency. However, reorganizing a fleet of 1 million ships was no easy task. Lu Feng realized that meticulous planning was required. As he pondered, Zhou Xian's loud voice echoed from outside the office. Lu Feng turned off his phone, ready to greet Zhou Xian and the others returning from the restaurant. The moment Zhou Xian walked in, he inquired about Chen Jinwen's whereabouts and then showed Lu Feng the takeout boxes he was holding. Lu Feng responded briefly and mentioned his desire to stay at the observatory for a few days. Zhou Xian readily agreed and suggested they have their meal at the office desk. Although Lu Feng had some things to say, he ultimately joined the others in having lunch at Chen Jinwen's desk in silence. With Zhou Xian and Chen Jinwen's arrangements, Lu Feng moved into a dormitory at the Purple Mountain Observatory. The single room offered a comfortable environment, surrounded by students and researchers, rekindling Lu Feng's academic spirit. In the days that followed, Lu Feng spent his time in the Galaxy-era game stockpiling materials, preparing for the arrival of future warships. He knew the importance of materials for ship repair, construction, and military infrastructure. He also used the remaining 200 million star coins to purchase various level 8 and 9 ships, such as landing ships, mining ships, and specialized transport ships. These included refrigerated transport ships, mineral transport ships, special transport ships, and gas and liquid transport ships, totaling around 300,000,400,000 ships to complement the Leviathan-class engineering ships. Thus, Lu Feng spent all 12 billion star coins but felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He began frequenting the observatory's library, absorbing knowledge, and occasionally studying materials on military formations. Mealtimes were spent waiting for Zhou Xian's invitations. This routine brought him a sense of contentment. A few days into his stay at the observatory, Chen Jinwen brought important news. The approximate location of the neutron star warship had been determined. It was about 100,000 light-years outside the Milky Way, positioned between the Milky Way and the Magellanic Clouds. Lu Feng immediately engaged in a day-long in-depth discussion with Chen Jinwen in the office, learning a great deal about cosmic positioning. The most reliable method involved pulsar navigation. Pulsars are a type of neutron star. When a massive star reaches the end of its life, it collapses and undergoes a supernova explosion, evolving into a neutron star. If the star's mass is too great, it becomes a black hole. If not massive enough, it becomes a white dwarf. A neutron star lies in between these two extremes. Some neutron stars emit radio waves, known as pulsars. Their rapid rotation causes them to emit radio waves at regular intervals, akin to a lighthouse beacon in the ocean. By using known pulsars as reference points, one can determine their position in the universe. After Chen Jinwen's explanation, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the technology required to turn a neutron star into a warship. Although the Milky Way contained numerous neutron stars, no civilization had been able to convert one into a warship, and even approaching one was extremely challenging. The ultra-high density of neutron stars made them akin to small black holes, and the idea of turning one into a warship seemed absurd in reality. Noticing Lu Feng's distraction, Chen Jinwen cleared his throat to regain his attention and continued explaining how to locate positions on a star map. Remember these coordinates. Look closely. These are the pulsars that can currently be used as navigation anchors. Ocean City, a bustling urban center. Dunan sat in his spacious office, tightly gripping the latest financial records of Lu Feng. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the staggering figures. This guy actually spent all 12 billion. He muttered to himself, utterly shocked. Even as a wealthy man, he wouldn't dare to squander money so recklessly. Although he had anticipated Lu Feng would invest heavily in the game, witnessing such an astronomical amount vanish into the virtual world still made Dunan feel dizzy. He looked up, his sharp eyes fixating on the secretary standing nearby. Did you find someone to check out the game? Any progress? Dunan's tone carried a hint of impatience. The secretary immediately tensed up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stammered, yes. Someone managed to build a level 3 battleship, but most people only got to level 2. Dunan frowned, his voice filled with displeasure. Is this the result of everyone spending 10,000 each? The secretary hurriedly explained, yes, in this game, Getting to a level 10 battleship is very costly. Just the blueprints for the lowest level 10 ship cost 10,000. Garbage game, just a money pit? Dunan couldn't help but curse, disappointed by the lack of breakthrough. He shook his head, losing all interest in the game Galaxy era. Shaking his head, Dunan picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number with practiced ease. The call was quickly answered by the deep voice of Ling Xingfa. Dunan? Ling Xingfa's tone was cautious. Well, Mr. Ling, long time no see. How are you and your daughter? Dunan asked with feigned concern, a hint of amusement in his voice. He had thoroughly investigated Ling Xingfa's background, especially regarding his daughter. Ling Xingfa detected the underlying message in Dunan's words, and his tone turned cold. We're doing fine. Dunan sneered and got straight to the point. Ling Xingfa, I don't know what kind of deal you struck with that kid Lu Feng to give him 60 billion, but do you know what he did with it? Ling Xingfa was taken aback. He had heard some media rumors recently but dismissed them as nonsense. Trusting Lu Feng and considering his daughter's future, he tried to remain calm. What he does with the money is his business. I only provide the funds. As long as he fulfills his promise, that's enough for me. There was another part of the story Ling Xingfa didn't disclose, involving a secret between him and Lu Feng. Dunan sneered again. Ling Xingfa, you're a prominent figure in Hong Kong. How could you be fooled by a young kid? Do you know that Lu Feng spent your money on a game? Ling Xingfa remained silent for a long time. The difference between media gossip and the words of a reputable financial institution's boss was significant. Dunan was a well-known figure. He wouldn't lie about something like this. Ling Xingfa's trust in Lu Feng began to waver. Since Lu Feng received the 60 billion, he had been out of contact for nearly half a month, as if he had vanished. Ling Xingfa recalled Lu Feng's grand promises of revolutionary changes beyond human imagination. Could such things really exist? He couldn't believe he had been swayed by such childish talk at his age. A bitter smile crept onto his lips, not for the financial loss, but for his daughter's future. And Lu Feng went to Dying City right after getting your money. It's clear he's planning to run. Dunan continued to add fuel to the fire. Have you heard from him at all these days? Ling Xingfa's prolonged silence encouraged Dunan, making him feel more triumphant. The frustration of losing an extra 10 billion in bidding was completely gone. Suddenly, Ling Xingfa's eyes twitched. His daughter was his lifeline, but he knew Dunan wasn't someone to be trifled with. There had to be more to this. As a financial institution's boss, Dunan was always after returns. What do you want? Ling Xingfa gritted his teeth and asked. Dunan detected the softening in Ling Xingfa's tone and knew he was close to success. He smugly laid out his conditions, having calculated everything meticulously. Don't push it, Dunan. Ling Xingfa immediately flared up. The Hong Kong factory was his foundation. Giving up its shares was like cutting off his roots. You want money? Fine. A few billion, even tens of billions. I can find a way to gather it. But Dunan remained unmoved, delivering another blow. You've already been swindled out of 60 billion by Lu Feng. What's a few shares compared to that? Ling Xingfa stayed silent for a long time before finally saying in a low voice, I understand. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Ling Xingfa calmly combed his daughter's hair and tied a blue cloth over her eyes. Xiaoya, today Daddy is taking you to a place where some uncles and aunties will improve your brain-machine interface. You'll be able to see things more clearly, okay? Ling Xingfa spoke gently, a barely noticeable fatigue in his voice. Lingya obediently nodded. I trust you, Daddy. But then she tilted her head and asked, is it Uncle Lu Feng? Ling Xingfa shook his head calmly. No, it's some other uncles and aunties. Lingya softly murmured, a slight disappointment in her voice. Where did Uncle Lu Feng go? Ling Xingfa's expression remained calm. He didn't say much, only murmuring to himself, who knows? Lingya lowered her head and whispered, I don't think Uncle Lu Feng is a liar. This time, Ling Xingfa didn't respond. He just pushed Lingya towards the elevator, his face full of complex emotions. Today's Ocean City sky was clear and cloudless, with high visibility, making the sky exceptionally vivid. Xingfa Ling sat in the car, occasionally glancing up at the azure expanse, his expression a mix of anticipation and barely concealed anxiety. The scenery outside the car window rushed by, and his fingers tapped lightly on his knee, betraying his inner turmoil. The car finally stopped in front of a modern building. Xingfa took a deep breath and opened the car door. He first surveyed the surroundings, then carefully lifted his daughter out of the car. Not far away, Nandu stood waiting with a group of new faces. Upon seeing Xingfa, a glint of confidence flashed in Nan's eyes as he approached. Xingfa's face remained impassive, but he glanced once more at the endless sky before slowly walking towards Nan, carrying his daughter. Nan, unfazed by Xingfa's cold demeanor, turned and led the way. I've had the lab prepared, Nan explained as they walked. After a thorough examination of your daughter, we can proceed with installing the second-generation brain-computer interface. We will ensure the interface is fully compatible with her body, allowing her to regain her ability to interact with the world. Xingfa remained silent, signaling his driver to bring out a pre-prepared equity transfer agreement. The agreement is ready. Have someone review it. Once I sign, it will be effective. Nan's heart leaped with joy, though he maintained his composure, motioning for the legal officer to examine the agreement. After a brief review, the legal officer confirmed everything was in order, only lacking Xingfa's signature. Nan understood that Xingfa wanted to ensure his daughter's safety before signing. At that moment, Yaya, Xingfa's daughter, tightened her grip on her father's hand and whispered, "Daddy, I'm a bit scared." Xingfa gently reassured her, "It's okay, sweetheart. I'm here. No matter what, you'll be fine today." The group took the elevator to the research center floor. The spacious, well-lit area was filled with various electronic instruments and display screens. In a transparent glass-enclosed lab, several primates used for experiments caught Xingfa's attention. One ape stood motionless, its brain bristling with interfaces and cables, resembling a puppet. Another, with metallic components on its back, moved mechanically around the lab, connected to a large mainframe by cables. The sight was deeply unsettling for Xingfa, but the busy white-coat researchers around him offered a small measure of reassurance. He understood that without the data from these animal experiments, technological advancements would be impossible, and progress from invasive interfaces to electrode patches would be unattainable. They walked through the labs to a separate, corner lab. Nan introduced the research team inside, emphasizing that they were top experts from leading domestic and international institutions. This seemed to slightly ease Xingfa's worries. After a moment's hesitation, he carried Yaya into the lab and gently placed her on the pristine examination table. Xingfa stepped out of the lab, standing in front of the transparent glass, first checking the time on his phone before fixating on the scene inside. The researchers began a comprehensive examination of Yaya, with vital data gradually appearing on the screens. Hours passed, and it was nearing noon. The examinations had just concluded, and the team prepared for the next step. They brought out a set of tools, including some extremely fine silver needles. One end of these needles connected to the mainframe, while the other was designed to be exceptionally sharp, clearly intended for insertion. Xingfa immediately grew alarmed. He knew that current technology only allowed non-invasive electrode patches to establish brain-computer connections safely. Direct brain insertion posed extreme risks and offered no safety guarantees. He turned sharply to Nan, furious. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think I don't know how risky brain implantation is? Even Feng wouldn't dare use this technology, and you plan to use it on my daughter?" Nan responded with a cold sneer, unwavering. "Feng doesn't dare, but I do." Xingfa was momentarily speechless. He knew that electrode patches could only provide Yaya with vague sensations, far from restoring her vision. Was there really no other way besides brain implants? He glanced at the time again, 11:59, and then instinctively looked out at the sky, his anxiety peaking. Was there truly no other option? Time ticked by. As Xingfa stared blankly out the window, Nan followed his gaze, but saw nothing. Just as Nan was about to impatiently order the lab to proceed, the clock struck 12. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. It seemed as if the sun had been obscured by some gigantic object, and everyone inside the research center noticed the abrupt change. To their astonishment, despite the dimming sky, visibility remained perfect with no clouds in sight. Driven by curiosity, some people went to the windows and looked up. Their eyes were drawn to a stunning scene. Countless ships gradually materialized from a state of invisibility, hovering in the sky. These ships varied in shape, some glowing like stars, others as massive as airborne fortresses, clearly visible even from the ground. What was even more shocking was the sheer number of these ships, almost impossible to count. From east to west, north to south, the entire sky was filled with these vessels, extending even into space with an unbroken chain of fleets. Meanwhile, aboard the International Space Station, astronauts were left speechless by the sight before them. An innumerable fleet of ships appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the station. When they looked towards Earth, they were even more stunned to see the entire planet encircled by this massive armada. The scale of these ships was beyond belief. Some were several times the size of the space station, while others were dozens, thousands, or even millions of times larger. The fleet was so dense it blocked their view of the sun. The astronauts quickly recovered from their shock and reported this astonishing discovery to their ground base. However, ground-based observers had already noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky. Countries around the world, regardless of size, immediately switched to wartime readiness. Fighter jets roared as they took off from bases and aircraft carriers. Countless missile silos opened, ready to launch at a moment's notice. Missile launch vehicles rolled out of their shelters, raising their towering missiles to aim at the unidentified visitors in the sky. Every nation with space observation capabilities mobilized its full military might, with soldiers loading their weapons and preparing for combat. All satellites in orbit turned their gaze from Earth to outer space. Media outlets across the globe interrupted regular programming for emergency broadcasts. In Tokyo, A cameraman for a TV station pointed his high-definition camera at the ships in the sky, while a reporter frantically described the scene amid screams. Breaking news. The entire sky over Tokyo is filled with these suddenly appearing space battleships. Latest reports indicate this is a global phenomenon. The space agency reports that outer space might also be occupied by these ships. Experts estimate their numbers to be in the millions. The BBC also switched to emergency coverage, with a solemn anchor reporting, according to the observatory, a massive fleet has suddenly appeared within the solar system, covering an astonishingly wide area. These fleets are 99.99 flying under the same flag, clearly belonging to a single entity. However, the broadcast was quickly interrupted by a military officer who announced the imposition of information control. Despite this, hackers swiftly breached the TV signals, replaying footage of the sky from around the world. From the Arctic to the Antarctic, the sky in every corner of the globe showed the same sight. An endless array of ships obscuring the sky, either blocking out the sun or lighting up the night like stars. World leaders made speeches, calling for calm. The leader of country E sternly declared, "The nation is now in a state of emergency. The military will be deployed in cities. Any behavior disrupting order will be dealt with at the discretion of local commanders, including the use of firearms. Citizens need not worry. Our nuclear warheads are sufficient to ensure national security, even against extraterrestrial civilizations." In Country M, major media outlets quickly shifted their focus from the election debates to this global crisis. One presidential candidate even stated that if elected, they would strive to establish peaceful relations with the civilization represented by these ships. However, panic was spreading worldwide. In the western states, large-scale looting occurred, and local police stations were embroiled in gunfights. Highways leading to rural areas were jammed, and survival supplies were sold out online. On the streets, random shooters, claiming the lizard people have finally returned, were promptly shot down. The international situation grew tense. Some countries, misunderstanding the situation, opened fire on their neighbors, leading to declarations of war. Nations recalled their overseas fleets to protect their own security. Social media saw a surge in traffic as people questioned what was happening. Some rejoiced at the supposed end of the world, while others boasted about their well-prepared bunkers. But most were sharing photos and videos of the imposing warships. Amidst the chaos, Twitter headquarters was in turmoil. A department head anxiously reported to the newly arrived Elon Musk, "Mr. Musk, we can't keep up with deleting the posts. Billions of images and videos are being shared every second. It's impossible to keep up." Musk replied calmly, "The military has asked me to hand over full control of Starlink to them, and I did so without hesitation. I told you to delete the posts, so delete them. If you can't handle it, leave. Or do you want soldiers to come in and point their guns at your head?" Upon receiving an urgent order from the Central Military Commission, the nation has entered a state of highest alert. The North Sea Fleet is tasked with defending the capital region, the East Sea Fleet has been deployed to the city of Defy, and the South Sea Fleet is ensuring stability in the Pearl River Delta. The North Sea Fleet stationed in Liudao, the East Sea Fleet in Ningxue, and the South Sea Fleet in Jianshui have simultaneously received directives from the highest levels. Within a minute of the fleets appearing in the sky, the national machinery was already operating at full capacity. The East Sea Fleet's 100,000-ton electromagnetic catapult nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was navigating the Miyako Strait. Upon receiving orders, it made a sharp turn, carving a massive arc across the sea. Accompanying destroyers, frigates, supply ships, and submarines all changed course in unison. East Sea Fleet, proceed at full speed to Dahai. Coordinate with the Eastern Theater Command to stabilize Dahai and its surrounding areas. The aircraft carrier's command center issued a clear directive. The captain gazed up at the massive warships densely packed in the sky, a sight that was both shocking and awe-inspiring. Even at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the outlines of the ships were clearly visible. He added, "All ships disengage fire control locks. If obstructed or approached by unidentified targets, open fire immediately." 310,000-ton Type 055 destroyers immediately activated their Closian weapon systems, with vertical launch systems entering standby mode. At Haidong Airport in Dahai, all flights on the departure hall screens were marked as cancelled. Passengers were inquiring anxiously, leading to a scene of chaos. "Why have the flights suddenly stopped?" someone shouted at a security officer in confusion. "Sir, please go over there to get a refund. We've been notified that no flights are allowed to take off, and this applies to all flights," a staff member repeatedly explained, trying to calm the agitated crowd. Suddenly, an announcement blared. The entire airspace, including Dahai, has been designated a no-fly zone. The nation is now at the highest state of alert. All flights are grounded, and the airport will soon be under control. Passengers are asked to leave in an orderly manner. The announcement temporarily drowned out the commotion, but soon it sparked even greater unrest. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look outside!" Everyone turned towards the glass walls of the departure hall. The previously clear sky was now filled with ships that seemed beyond human creation. Even at 10,000 meters high, these colossal ships were clearly visible. People began to grasp the full meaning of highest state of alert. Self-check complete. Ammunition loaded. Ready for takeoff. Ground crew quickly moved away from the fighter jets. Control tower. I am ready for taxi. A pilot radioed in. Control tower received. You may taxi. First squadron to runway 1, second squadron to runway 4, third squadron to runway 5. The tower calmly assigned the runways. The fighter jets taxied out of the hangars like elephants on the move, heading towards the runways with canards lifted high. First squadron ready, requesting takeoff. Runway 1 is clear. You are cleared for takeoff. With the roar of engines, the silver-white jets took off one by one. The lead jet, piloted by the squadron leader, climbed higher and higher, with the ships above becoming increasingly clear. Set against the dark expanse of space, the densely packed ships emitted a silver-white glow. Some moved like fish, escorting larger vessels, while others had massive gun barrels at their fronts, their power unimaginable. All units, engage afterburners, and reach to high in the shortest time possible. 12 jets simultaneously engaged afterburners, blue-white flames erupting from their engines as they broke the sound barrier instantly. The entire city of Wuching echoed with a deafening sonic boom as the formation headed straight for Dahai. Feng had already returned to Dahai, staring at the surging Pujiang River, reflecting on how time flows irreversibly like the river. At exactly noon, the ships of the galactic era would appear above humanity in the solar system. Countless fates would be upended, with some rising to the pinnacle of power while others plummeted to the bottom. The existing order would collapse, and many things, like currency, would lose their value. This would be devastating for related industries. Feng chuckled softly, unconcerned by these matters. Gazing at the star-like warships, he felt no fear, only a surge of pride. All these ships belonged to him. The experimental center was covered with one-way glass, allowing those inside to see the changes outside. Feng sighed and dialed a number. Mr. Ling, how about it? Was I right? Feng asked softly. On the other end, Ling Xingfa was too shocked to speak. He repeatedly opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. A few days earlier, Feng had discussed this with him but had not given many details. Feng knew that once a seed of doubt was planted, no amount of convincing words would suffice. Only witnessing it firsthand would do. Feng had only given Ling Xingfa a specific time and the simple instruction to look up at the sky. This explained why Ling Xingfa had remained calm all day, occasionally glancing upward. Not hearing a response from Ling Xingfa, Feng wasn't in a hurry. He understood that such a scene would be overwhelming for many people. He looked up at the dense cluster of battleships and didn't say much more into the phone. Instead, he began to operate the fleet. As the fleets descended, a basic AI was automatically generated, equipped with fundamental fleet control functions. Although simple, it could be upgraded by someone skilled. Each fleet owner would automatically connect to the AI, using it to control their fleet. Drawing on his previous experience, Feng effortlessly connected to his AI. A neutral, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Your fleet is online. Please issue commands within your consciousness. I will convert them into signals and relay them to every ship in the fleet. Feng adeptly issued a command. Display fleet list. Instantly, a complete list was transmitted to his mind. With just a thought, he scanned the entire list. Huh? Feng exclaimed in surprise. He noticed a few ships were missing. The Super Starport Silver Star City, the Radiant Spear, and the Stellar Behemoth Zilraxes. After a moment's thought, he realized these missing ships or entities had one thing in common: they were all exceptionally large. However, the Void Shadow, the Sacred Spring, and the Reconstructor were present, hovering tens of thousands of meters above Dahai City. Feng chuckled and issued a new command. Connect to the early warning aircraft. An early warning aircraft circling above Dahai City received the message from the new fleet. The airborne warning and control system AWACS announced over the communication channel, I am your guide aircraft. I will identify targets and allocate attack assignments. Your mission is to secure the airspace over Dahai City. Roger that. The entire squadron responded in unison. The squadron leader then ordered, pair up and maintain a steady patrol over the city. However, no sooner had the order been given than the early warning aircraft crew exclaimed in shock over the channel. After a brief silence, a crew member reported in disbelief, the battleships are descending, and they're heading straight for Dahai City. As the distance closed, the co-pilot of the early warning aircraft was horrified to see that the smallest battleship was a kilometer long, dwarfing even the largest aircraft carriers. Even more daunting was the fact that this ship was merely an escort compared to the larger ships. Air raid sirens blared across Dahai City. The channel fell silent as everyone realized that their aircraft were no match for these colossal battleships. The squadron leader spoke with difficulty. Several army groups from the east are converging on Dahai City, and the East Sea Fleet will arrive soon. We're not without hope. Though he knew in his heart that this was merely to comfort his teammates, in a real fight, their survival chances were slim. At the center of the formation was the Void Shadow, escorted by 5 immaculate Nebula-class cruisers and 1,000 fearless Pi-class destroyers, slowly descending through the planet's atmosphere. All operational positions within the ships were manned by robots, and commands were instantly relayed through the fleet AI. Entering the atmosphere. Propulsion engines off. Anti-gravity engines on. This automated notification echoed within all the descending ships. The massive immaculate Nebula-class cruisers, like silver-white fortresses, glittered with spectacular colors, gradually coming into view of all those gazing up from the ground. 1,000 fearless Pi-class destroyers, like a school of fish surrounding a whale, dominated Dahai City's sky. Feng did not activate the Void Shadow's invisibility field, opting instead to have the fleet approach Dahai City directly. As the distance decreased 50,000 meters, 40,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 10,000 meters, the enormous 10-kilometer-long Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers filled the view of everyone in Dahai City. One ship alone could obscure the entire sky, and 5 ships covered the entire city, including its undeveloped outskirts. The fearless Pi-class destroyers weaved through the clouds, encircling the Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers. Their semi-concealed laser cannons were clearly visible, silently showcasing their formidable firepower. As the distance closed, the Nebula-class cruiser and the Dreadnought-class destroyer slowed their descent. The weapon systems on the ships remained silent, showing no signs of movement, but continued to lower altitude. Despite the stillness of the weapons, the long barrels of the laser cannons, gleaming with metallic light, exuded a palpable sense of menace. The sheer size of the 5 colossal ships was intimidating enough, let alone the smaller vessels surrounding them, each bristling with hundreds of such cannons. The re-identifier laser arrays were like swords hanging overhead, creating an image of artillery positions looming directly above. Captain, what do we do? Amidst this oppressive scene, the squad leader clenched his teeth, pondering for a long time before finally responding, wait for orders from the headquarters. Do not fire first. Meanwhile, the entire city of Dahai was engulfed in the blare of air raid sirens. The streets were choked with cars, and the highways leading out of the city were jammed for miles. The cacophony of curses, cries, and honking horns painted a chaotic, apocalyptic picture. Suddenly, a roar like a dragon's cry pierced the sky as 2 fighter jets skimmed low over the highway. This sight brought a glimmer of hope to the people below, who looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat reassured. Many paused in their frantic escape, but it wasn't long before someone screamed in terror. Look, look, the ships are coming down. The ever-growing shadows of the Nebula-class cruisers began to dominate the skyline. As they drew closer, people realized just how enormous these ships were. One could cover an entire district of Dahai, while the smaller ships were each larger than several city blocks. This scale was beyond comprehension, instantly crushing any fleeting hope. The shouting, crying, and honking intensified. Almost everyone abandoned their vehicles, fleeing on foot along the congested highway, desperately trying to escape the city. At the same time, global media outlets turned their focus to Dahai. Satellites from various countries aimed their cameras at the city, trying to capture live footage. Despite the overwhelming number of warships hovering above, some images managed to get through. Breaking news flooded in. The fleet over Dahai was approaching the city, their intentions unclear as they had not shown any signs of attack. Speculation ran rampant. Would Dahai be the first city to be attacked? Was the first battle about to begin? With the country's military mobilizing, was this the start of a world war? Social media was ablaze with videos and photos of the warships over Dahai, with comments pouring in by the thousands, mostly expressing fear of the unknown and concern about where the next target might be. Among these comments, a few sharp-eyed users identified the ships as the formidable Tier 10 warships from the Galactic era, but their observations were quickly drowned out by the torrent of other messages. In the command center of the Eastern Military District, senior officers gathered, their faces etched with shock and fear. Staff members continuously reported the latest updates. All available aircraft from the naval and air force bases in Su Province and Jiang Province had been launched to support Dahai. However, the East Sea Fleet would need several hours to arrive, and if a battle were to commence, Dahai might be reduced to ashes by then. The commanders were fiercely debating whether to launch a preemptive strike. Some argued that even with the nation's combined military strength, victory was unlikely, while others insisted that they couldn't just sit and wait. The argument grew more heated until the chief commander called for silence. Everyone, hold on, the chief commander said, pressing his temples in thought. Let's assess the situation first. Despite a deep sense of powerlessness, he knew that neither conventional nor nuclear forces, even combined globally, might stand a chance against these uninvited guests. But he couldn't simply give up. The large screen switched to the high-definition camera feed from an AWACS plane. The camera captured massive warships, each over a kilometer long, passing by, each exuding immense pressure. For context, the tallest building in Defy was under 500 meters, and a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier was less than 400 meters. These dreadnought-class destroyers were 2 to 3 times their size, each one enough to leave people breathless. Soon, a giant ship, radiant like a star, slowly drifted past the camera, descending gradually. Everyone in the room watched in stunned silence, the atmosphere so tense that even breathing seemed loud. The AWACS plane weaved through the dense fleet, like a tiny insect navigating a maze, surrounded by warships at every turn. Each ship bristled with cannons, each barrel far larger than any ground artillery. The combined firepower of these ships was beyond imagination. The immersive first-person view sent chills down everyone's spine, as if they were aboard the AWACS, witnessing these colossal warships up close. Suddenly, no one mentioned a preemptive strike anymore. Fortunately, the warships showed no hostile behavior towards the tiny AWACS plane. This brought a slight sense of relief to the chief commander. Their lack of aggressive action was a good sign, but it also raised another question. What did these warships want? The sharp minds in the room quickly grasped this point, all eyes fixed on the screen. The fleet soon descended below the AWACS, hovering just a kilometer above Defy. The 1,000-strong fleet slowed its descent, eventually suspending itself over the city, casting a shadow that covered the entire area. All 5 Nebula-class cruisers pointed in the same direction, with the 1,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers positioned between them, also aligned towards that direction. At the center of their focus was the Void Shadow. The unique design of the Void Shadow immediately caught everyone's attention. Though smaller than the Invincible-class destroyers, its antique and angular appearance starkly contrasted with the surrounding Invincible-class destroyers and immaculate Nebula-class patrol ships. Observers felt a chill, realizing that this was likely the fleet's flagship. All eyes were focused on this mysterious flagship as it hovered above the bustling center of Dawai City. Below was the wide Pujang River, flanked by skyscrapers of various corporations. The Void Shadow began to descend, soon breaking the 500-meter altitude line. From the rooftop of the tallest building in Dawai City, one could almost reach out and touch this extraterrestrial visitor. The ship continued its descent, moving closer to the city. Its 100-meter-wide hull was aligned with the broad surface of the Pujang River, as if intending to dock on the water. At that moment, the command center's high-definition camera captured a startling scene. On the riverbank directly below the flagship, a lone figure stood calmly, gazing up at the approaching behemoth. Lower altitude, zoom in, the commander ordered decisively. The surveillance aircraft swiftly adjusted its position, and the camera locked onto the Void Shadow and the mysterious figure on the riverbank. That person? Looks like Lu Feng, a young officer suddenly exclaimed. At the same time, Lu Feng spoke softly into his phone. Boss Ling, you can bring Xiaoya down now. This broke the long silence on the other end of the call, echoing through the experimental center. Dunan, incredulous, rushed to the glass wall facing the Pujang River. He saw the familiar figure of Lu Feng standing calmly by the riverbank, facing the slowly descending giant as if it were a tame pet rather than a terrifying intruder. More astonishingly, the giant seemed about to land right where Lu Feng stood. An unbelievable thought exploded in Du Nan's mind, shattering his worldview and leaving him in a daze. Ling Xingfa's breathing grew heavy. He vaguely understood Lu Feng's intention. The $60 billion promise was about to be fulfilled. Trembling, he looked at his daughter Ling Xiaoya on the lab table, took a deep breath, and rushed in to pick her up. Xiaoya, let's go. Daddy promised that no matter what, you would be healed today, Ling Xingfa said firmly. Clutching her father's shirt, Ling Xiaoya asked in a small voice, is it Uncle Lu Feng? Yes, Ling Xingfa nodded emphatically. A bright smile spread across Xiaoya's face. Before leaving, Ling Xingfa instructed the driver to take the share transfer documents. Though puzzled, the driver executed the order without hesitation. Dunan, take care of yourself, Ling Xingfa said, leaving the experimental center without looking back. Dunan suddenly realized that the 60 billion Lu Feng received from Ling Xingfa might have played a crucial role. He gritted his teeth and followed, still clinging to a sliver of hope. The Void Shadow came to a halt over the Pujang River. This nearly 600-meter-long warship dwarfed 2 aircraft carriers, making the skyscrapers along the riverbank seem insignificant. Lu Feng stood by the river, smiling as Ling Xingfa approached. Boss Ling, congratulations. This is the ticket your 60 billion bought. Your choice was not wrong, Lu Feng said. Tears quietly fell from Ling Xingfa's eyes. This moment would be unforgettable not just because of the Void Shadow's inspiring arrival, but because today, Xiaoya would receive a new life. Lu Feng smiled at everyone, his gaze lingering on Du Nan for a moment before he nodded slightly. Then he turned to face the Void Shadow and issued a command. A beam of light shot from the ship's side, instantly transporting Lu Feng and Ling Xingfa with his daughter away. Du Nan's last hope shattered. He looked up at the fleet of warships filling Dawai City's sky, finally accepting the transformative reality. Suddenly, he thought of something and grabbed his secretary's collar in a frenzy. Where are those guys who played Galaxy Age? Meanwhile, everyone in the command center watched the events at the Pujang River unfold through the surveillance aircraft's high-definition camera. Despite many lingering questions, they were already certain that these suddenly appearing warships likely belonged to humans. A heavy silence fell over the room, but everyone realized the world was about to change dramatically. Find out everything as quickly as possible. I'm going to Dahuai City, the chief commander decided swiftly, striding out of the command center. Elsewhere, a small drone fortuitously recorded the entire process of the Void Shadow landing on the Pujang River. The drone's owner had intended to document this pivotal moment in history but inadvertently captured an even more shocking scene. The warship's owner was human, and someone many recognized. Heart-pounding, the drone owner carefully removed the camera. Soon, a lengthy video appeared on various unblocked forums across the internet. Satellites from various countries could only track the movements of the Void Shadow, yet they failed to capture Lu Feng, who was right by the banks of the Pujang River. However, the emergence of a long video filled this information gap directly. Despite platforms like Twitter attempting to control the spread of such information, the video's impact was overwhelming. Within half an hour, nearly everyone had seen it. As the video went viral, previously unknown information was unearthed. The most notable were two keywords: Galactic Era and Warship Arrival. However, when people tried to look up the game Galactic Era, they found it had vanished from the internet, as if it had never existed. Only former players could attest to its reality. As time passed, the world's panic gradually subsided. Meanwhile, one name became the focal point of discussions: Lu Feng, the owner of that massive fleet. Rumor had it that Lu Feng had invested billions in Galactic Era, creating the largest fleet ever seen and leaving a stunning display within the solar system. His astounding achievements in the game were widely shared by some players. Besides Lu Feng, other Galactic Era players also came under public scrutiny. Some began flaunting their warships, with a few even imitating Lu Feng by flying their ships over city skies, causing chaos. However, many players had not yet adjusted to their new lives and felt uncertain about the future. They couldn't help but wonder how their lives would change now that they had warships. In the minds of these players, one thought was common: Lu Feng was truly terrifying. In the world chat of Galactic Era, his name was constantly mentioned. In reality, his fleet could be seen just by looking up. This made them resolve not to provoke Lu Feng. While everyone was trying to adapt to this new era, Lu Feng, accompanied by Ling Xingfa and his daughter Lingya, walked onto the bridge of the Void Shadow. The bridge was exceptionally spacious, and the panoramic windows provided an unobstructed view of the vast fleet silently hovering in space. At this moment, the Void Shadow and the 1,000 ships had already ascended, and the Holy Spring had also arrived beside the Void Shadow. Lu Feng decided to try having the Holy Spring treat Ling Ya's eyes. Suddenly, an emotionless mechanical voice sounded from the Holy Spring. Holy Spring, healing field activated, current mode. Biological mode. A pale green ripple emanated from the Holy Spring, enveloping the nearby Void Shadow. Lu Feng and the others immediately felt a remarkable change in the surrounding space. In this special environment, biological recovery seemed to accelerate naturally, much like how gravity on Earth inevitably causes objects to fall, or how positive and negative charges attract each other. Lu Feng felt as if he had become 10 years younger, with his metabolism reverting to that of a teenager. He couldn't help but look back at Lingya, who had already removed the blue cloth from her eyes. Her vacant eyes stared straight ahead, looking somewhat eerie. However, there were no obvious changes around her eyes. Ling Xingfa stood by his daughter's side, anxiously waiting. He also sensed the unusual changes in the space around him. Some of his chronic ailments, like cervical spondylosis from years of hard work, seemed to miraculously ease in this environment. Filled with hope, he asked, "Xiaoya, do you feel any changes? Especially in your eyes?" Xiaoya turned her head towards her father's voice, shook her head and softly said, "I feel a bit uncomfortable." Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned. Was the Holy Spring really ineffective, or was it a matter of time? Or perhaps the Holy Spring couldn't perform miracles? To answer these questions, Lu Feng reconnected with the fleet's AI, issuing a command in his mind to access the Holy Spring's onboard computer and search its database for relevant information. Almost instantly, the fleet AI responded. According to the Holy Spring's database, the biological mode healing field does not affect carbon-based entities. Only ascendants can benefit. Ascendants are unique beings that transition from carbon-based to silicon-based life forms, essentially becoming half carbon, half silicon life forms. Lu Feng's gaze returned to Lingya, filled with questions. Could this be why she was chosen to be transformed into a fairy war maiden? What about Ling Xingfa? Lu Feng immediately ordered the Holy Spring to scan the biological entities within its range. The results showed only 2 living beings present. Yet, there were clearly 3 people in the room. This meant that one of them was not human. This revelation plunged Lu Feng into deep thought. Could it be that only Lingya was an ascendant, while her father was not? This indicated that such traits might not be hereditary. After all, with such a significant change in species, genetic inheritance rules might not apply to her. But humans naturally evolved as carbon-based life forms, so why would such a transition to silicon-based life suddenly occur? Or could this be an ancient gene that typically remains dormant, as in Ling Xingfa, but becomes dominant in certain individuals, leading to ascendants like Lingya? If this were true, it would imply that silicon-based life forms might have a similar genetic structure, with their genetic material composed of silicon instead of carbon. If these ascendant genes were ancient, it raised the question, did humans naturally evolve, or did another civilization tamper with human evolution, embedding ascendant genes and resulting in beings like Lingya? And Lingya just happened to be chosen by an invading civilization and successfully transformed by a legendary machine from a vanished empire. Was this all just coincidence, or was it part of a meticulously planned scheme? Lu Feng knew that he couldn't find the answers to these questions on his own. His gaze shifted to the horizon as a bold idea took root in his mind, would journey to the now-vanished empire and the civilization that created the fairy warriors. They must have the information I seek, Lu Feng muttered to himself, a confident smile curling his lips. And if they refuse to cooperate, my fleet will persuade them. His thoughts wandered to the latest discovery from the Purple Mountain Observatory, an advanced civilization within 100 light-years of the solar system. That would be his first stop on his cosmic voyage. But before setting off, there were many matters to attend to. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng decided to reveal part of the truth to Ling Xingfa. Approaching him cautiously, he said, Mr. Ling, regarding Xiaoya's treatment, we've only completed the first step. We need some specialized equipment to finish the job. He deliberately withheld information about the ascenders, hinting instead that more work was required. Surprisingly, Ling Xingfa didn't show any visible disappointment. The glimpse of hope offered by this advanced technology, far beyond human capabilities, filled him with confidence. After settling Ling Xingfa and his daughter on the shadow of the void, Lu Feng turned his attention to studying his fleet. Though it had materialized in reality, controlling it was far more complex than in the game. He needed to familiarize himself with every detail quickly. Lu Feng continuously issued commands to the fleet AI from his consciousness, testing its limits. He soon realized that the AI was too simplistic, incapable of performing intricate operations. Curiously, he asked, why haven't the super starport Silver Star City, the stellar beast Herlaxis, and the radiant spear appeared? I don't know what you're referring to. This AI cannot provide an answer, the AI responded, making Lu Feng aware of his folly. He took out his phone and was astonished to find that the Galaxy Era game still existed. Logging in, he saw a dark, empty interface with 3 massive objects floating in it. After attempting to select these objects, he discovered a transfer option, which brought him some relief. After confirming the transfer, Lu Feng curiously examined the void of the dark space. The Galaxy Era now felt like a silent, dark room with only him inside. Other star regions had vanished, and he couldn't access them. It felt as if he were the last player in the game, drifting alone in the endless darkness. After spending some time exploring the game and confirming there was nothing but endless darkness, Lu Feng gave up the search. He issued a command from his consciousness, and his fleet within the solar system instantly received new orders. The hyperspace engine activated, targeting a distance of 1 light-year. Unlike the instant teleportation in the game, standing inside the battleship, Lu Feng experienced the fascinating sensation of hyperspace travel. The surrounding space stretched and distorted, as if all dimensions were dissolving. This process lasted 30 seconds, and the entire fleet vanished from the inner solar system, reappearing in the outer reaches, having traveled a full light-year. The inner solar system returned to its empty state, with only other players' ships hovering above various planets. At a distance of 1 light-year from the sun and 3 light-years from the nearest stellar neighbor, Lu Feng's fleet re-emerged. From here, the sun appeared only as a faint dot of light, and it was the sun's light from a year ago. Lu Feng quickly calculated. The hyperspace engine speed was equivalent to 1,000,000 times the speed of light. At this rate, crossing the entire Milky Way would take only a few months. A round trip to the neutron star battleship's location would take about a year. With such a speed advantage, the vast dark void between star systems was no longer an obstacle. Lu Feng began to formulate even grander plans. He realized that within the next 2 years, someone on Earth would inevitably make contact with other civilizations, attracting numerous alien species to covet the solar system. Although Lu Feng had the power to unite all warships into a formidable fleet, that wasn't his ultimate goal. He desired a loyal elite force committed to human civilization, not a ragtag group that might disband in adversity. To achieve this, he needed a rigorous selection process to eliminate the unworthy. Silently contemplating, Lu Feng began to outline a concrete action plan. As for whether the nations on Earth would descend into chaos or even face an apocalypse, Lu Feng wasn't overly concerned. With figures like Su Jinxiang among the civilians, the societal foundation should remain stable. With these thoughts, Lu Feng turned his gaze to the vast expanse of space. He himself decided to take the lead, exploring the neighboring civilizations around the solar system. This one light-year journey was merely a test. Having achieved his expectations, Lu Feng adjusted his course. Using the detailed data and coordinates from the Purple Mountain Observatory, he set his sights on the civilization building a Dyson sphere 100 light-years away. On the other side of the universe, a planetary system had been dormant in darkness for a century. Like other star systems, it had a central star and several orbiting planets. On one of the habitable zone planets, an intelligent species had emerged. They called their home planet Chuck Star. Chuck Star boasted blue skies, green lands, and oceans covering more than half its surface. However, three enormous artificial celestial bodies, each 1,000 kilometers in diameter, hovered in its sky. These three bodies were evenly distributed across Chuck Star's three corners, each capable of emitting intense light and heat like a star. They worked in shifts, ensuring that at any given time, one sun illuminated half the planet. This was a costly substitute the Chuck civilization created after their central star was enveloped by the Dyson sphere. Meanwhile, on the sixth planet in the Chuck star system, Chuck 6 explosions echoed continuously. A space station in geostationary orbit above Chuck 6 was half destroyed in combat. The remaining areas were still fiercely contested by both sides. Send a distress signal to Chuck Prime, ordered the commander of the Chuck 6 Defense Force. The rebels are about to overrun the station. If we lose this position, we'll lose control of the wormhole passage to Chuck 6. Since the planets of the Chuck system lost the light and heat from their central star a century ago, many Chuck people couldn't accept the reality and chose to rebel. But to the Defense Force commander, these rebels were utterly foolish. Idiots, the commander cursed internally. The Chuck system has discovered a wormhole passage. If we don't want those greedy alien civilizations to take over this wormhole and control the entire Chuck system, we have no choice but to agree to the upper echelon's plan. It's the only way to trade benefits for survival. The commander gazed out at the stars, memories of that fateful encounter a century ago flooding his mind. It was an event that forever altered the destiny of the Chuck civilization. At that time, the Chuck had just taken their first steps beyond their home planet, still basking in the primal light of their system's star. The three massive artificial satellites that now orbit their planet had not yet been constructed. During an exploration near the sixth planet, Chuck scientists discovered an anomaly in space. After thorough research and calculations, they concluded it was likely a natural wormhole. The excitement was palpable. Finding a natural wormhole next to a planet in a nascent star system was a probability lower than winning the lottery. Properly utilizing this wormhole could double the Chuck's operational radius. Given their technological level at the time, traversing the 6 light-years to the neighboring star system was nearly impossible. However, if the wormhole's other end also led to a planetary system, it meant the Chuck territory could span 2 star systems, exponentially increasing their wealth. With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, the Chuck dispatched an exploration team through the wormhole. Fortune seemed to favor this young civilization. The team cautiously traversed the wormhole and were overjoyed to find another star system on the other side, a supermassive system with over 20 planets, each rich in resources and minerals. The discovery brought tears of joy to the scientists. But joy soon turned to fear. The exploration team discovered that the system was not home to just one star but 2. One of these stars was enveloped in a dense array of modular constructs, a Dyson sphere built by another civilization. Despite the Chuck's swift retreat, their presence was detected. A powerful civilization traced the wormhole back to its source. For the first time, the Chuck experienced the terror of facing colossal warships. Countless unfamiliar spacecraft suddenly appeared in the Chuck star system. These vessels possessed unimaginable capabilities, and their warp engines alone left Chuck scientists astounded. Once activated, the ships were enveloped in warp bubbles, allowing them to travel at multiple times the speed of light, appearing and disappearing at will. The lead flagship was several kilometers long, dwarfing the entire Chuck fleet combined. In the face of such might, the Chuck had no chance of resistance. The commander vividly remembered how the Chuck fleet was obliterated by a single shot from the giant ship's laser cannon. The laser grazed his ship, narrowly missing him by a fraction. In just one encounter, the Chuck surrendered. Subsequently, the Chuck became a subordinate civilization, compelled to modify their star system. The powerful entity, introducing itself as the Hailing Civilization, declared to the entire Chuck star system. According to the Galactic Civilization Treaty, the Chuck civilization was classified as a Tier 2 primitive civilization and should join the Orion Armed Civilization Alliance. However, due to their perceived hostility during contact, the Chuck would become a subordinate civilization to the Hailing, with the wormhole under Hailing control. These words, translated into Chuck language, echoed throughout the Chuck star system. Before they could grasp the treaty's implications, they had already become vassals of the Hailing civilization. Reflecting on this, the commander couldn't help but smile bitterly. The so-called hostility was merely an excuse. The Hailing's true intention was to control the wormhole. Fortunately, this advanced Tier 3 civilization had some reservations and did not exterminate them. At the behest of some Chuck individuals, a series of procurement contracts were established between the Hailing and the Chuck, including the construction of the Dyson Sphere and 3 massive artificial satellites simulating stellar light and heat. In exchange, the Chuck gained partial autonomy over the wormhole. However, the cost was enormous. The loss of a star alone had a profound impact on their civilization, and the procurement contracts drained nearly all of the Chuck's resources. Even now, payments of resources and rare minerals are still being made in installments. Ironically, the Chuck were not the primary beneficiaries of the completed Dyson Sphere. Much of the energy was siphoned off by the Hailing through the convenient wormhole, turning the Chuck system into their backyard. Despite the heavy price, the Chuck retained some autonomy over the wormhole. But now, this hard-won right was at risk due to the rebels' foolish actions. The commander thought with frustration. If Chuck's 6th space station falls, the Hailing civilization will have a pretext to reclaim the remaining autonomy over the wormhole for security reasons. The immense sacrifices made by their civilization would be in vain. The commander of the guards stood in the command room, fists clenched, eyes blazing with anger and frustration. For a century, the Chuck civilization had been biding its time, developing in secret. The immense energy harnessed from their Dyson Sphere propelled their technology to new heights, especially in the field of spacecraft. Their fastest ships now reached 0.05 times the speed of light, on the verge of elevating them from a Type 2 elementary civilization to a Type 2 intermediate civilization. These achievements gave them hope of breaking free from the Hailing civilization and regaining their independence. However, the current rebellion threatened to destroy everything. Commander, the defense line of the space station has retreated again. The front line can't hold any longer. The deputy's voice interrupted the commander's thoughts. At that moment, another deputy stumbled into the command room, half of his body soaked in blood, clearly having just fought a fierce battle. Although the field medic had treated his wounds, he was still gasping for breath. Commander, he began with difficulty, the rebels have captured our only quantum communicator. Sending a message to the home planet using conventional methods will take half a galactic cycle, and by the time we get a response, it will be a full cycle later. By then, the space station will have already fallen into rebel hands. He paused, a flicker of despair in his eyes. We must evacuate, Commander. Several dock gates are still under our control, and the evacuation ships are ready. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The commander gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. He understood the gravity of the situation. The rebels had meticulously planned this assault, far beyond what the guard stationed at the space station could handle. What was even more infuriating was that not long ago, the home planet had ordered the entire main fleet back, leaving only the guard responsible for daily security. There must be a traitor on the home planet, the commander thought. Their influence is significant enough to mobilize an entire 1,000-ship fleet of Vanguard-class battleships. The Vanguard-class battleships were the most advanced in the Chuck civilization. Each was 200 meters long, weighed 1,000,000 tons, and was equipped with the latest electromagnetic space cannons. In the vacuum of space, they could reach a staggering 100 times the speed of sound. Although this was just a fraction of the speed of light, it far surpassed any missile or thermal weapon in their arsenal, providing an unparalleled advantage in space combat. The commander lamented, if we had just 500, no, 100 Vanguard-class battleships, these rebels wouldn't have been able to breach Chuck's 6th space station. Suppressing his anger, the commander drew his Gauss pistol and turned to the deputy. Take the wounded and board the evacuation ships. I'll stay behind. Commander, staying behind is meaningless and will only increase our losses. Preserve our strength. The future may still hold opportunities, the deputy urged. The commander was silent for a moment before softly asking, You were born after that, weren't you? The deputy was momentarily stunned, then realized what after that referred to the darkest moment in their civilization when the Hailing civilization's fleet arrived. The commander caressed the Gauss pistol in his hand and reminisced. Their flagship fired a single shot in that battle, narrowly missing my ship. I watched as the ship next to us was obliterated by a torrent of energy. Wreckage and charred body parts floated past my viewport. I saw a close friend of mine, the navigator of that ship. We often went to that little restaurant on Ball Street for fresh seafood. He used to say the owner was kind and had a beautiful smile. The commander's voice trembled slightly. His head floated past me, with everything below the neck cleanly severed. The cut so smooth it was like a mirror. Taking a deep breath, the commander continued, Since then, I've always believed that someday, our civilization could reach their level. But I'm old now and may not see that day. Preserving our strength is up to your generation. He patted the deputy on the shoulder. I need to give my younger self from a century ago an answer. With that, the commander straightened his back, as if finally able to face himself. The deputy remained silent. It was the first time he had heard the commander share these memories. Though he had read about this history in books, he had never truly understood the experiences of those who lived through it. At this moment, he felt as if he were back a century ago, witnessing the laser torrent that pierced through the entire Chuck fleet. The deputy silently saluted the commander in the traditional Chuck military manner. "Commander, stay safe." He said nothing more, turned, and left. But blood dripped continuously from his clenched fist. The commander watched the deputy's departing figure and smiled faintly. In the young man, he saw himself a century ago, facing the hailing fleet with the same conviction of their people, becoming the new pillars of their civilization. The last few friendly ships slowly departed from the space station as the sounds of the rebels' gunfire grew closer. The commander gripped his Gauss pistol tightly and stepped out of the command room, joining the remaining soldiers at the final defense line. However, against an enemy several times their number, the guard with only Gauss rifles quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The commander's pistol ran out of bullets. He looked around and saw only a few injured soldiers remaining. He chuckled softly, feeling strangely at ease. Just then, he looked up at the vast expanse of space above, and his pupils contracted. Countless ships suddenly appeared next to the planet Chuck 6, as if out of nowhere, filling the entire field of view. Many of these ships were larger than the Chuck 6 space station itself, even surpassing the hailing civilization's flagship. The massive hull of the ship hovered just outside the space station of Chuck 6, a mere step away. From the station, the Chuck people could clearly see the densely packed weapon systems on these colossal warships. The sheer size of the laser railguns sent shivers down their spines. How had this enormous fleet appeared so silently? Where did they come from? The space station was equipped with warp bubble detection devices acquired from the hailing civilization, which should have alerted them to any approaching warp engine ships. Yet, there was no warning this time. Suddenly, the escort fleet commander recalled a rumor from the hailing civilization. Certain height-year civilizations possess propulsion systems far more advanced than warp engines, possibly thousands of times faster. The workings of such engines were beyond their civilization's comprehension, even surpassing the technological boundaries of the hailing civilization. Civilizations with such engines often ruled entire spiral arms, their influence spanning thousands of light years. They were the lawmakers of the galaxy, representing supreme power. The commander was struck by a terrifying realization. Could this fleet belong to such a high-tier civilization? Not far away, the rebels were equally paralyzed. They had believed that the Chuck people's most advanced Vanguard-class warships were formidable enough and had only dared to launch a massive attack on the space station in their absence. Yet, just as they were on the verge of capturing this critical wormhole relay station, this far more powerful fleet appeared. The sky was filled with warships surrounding the entire planet of Chuck 6, some of which were even larger than the strategic fortresses of the hailing civilization. Even the hailing civilization itself could not muster such a display of force. Every rebel couldn't help but wonder, where did this fleet come from? The rebel leader felt his plan might be failing. Faced with these unexpected guests, he dared not act recklessly and abandoned the attempt to capture the final command post. He knew that battling such an opponent would be suicidal. He then went to the captured quantum communicator and sent a detailed report of the sudden situation at the space station to a certain target. The escort fleet commander saw an opportunity. He rushed back to the command room and quickly got to work. Drawing on the Chuck civilization's experience with other civilizations, he knew how to establish contact as quickly as possible. He sent a message to the surrounding fleet using conventional means, including a Chuck dictionary, a database containing extensive Chuck text, images, and annotations to help other civilizations decipher Chuck language. The commander was confident that with the level of technology this fleet represented, they would be able to decode the Chuck language instantly upon receiving the dictionary information. Whether the fleet would respond to his plea was up to fate. Regardless of the odds, he had to try. Standing on the bridge of the shadow of the void, Feng heard the emotionless, neutral voice of the fleet AI. Received an unknown message. He looked up at the holographic screen in front of the bridge, which displayed an incomprehensible text followed by millions of words and image data. Feng was momentarily stunned, then ordered, activate the decryption function and display the decoded message on the screen. Soon, he could finally read the message. Esteemed higher civilization, we are the Chuck civilization, a second-tier civilization of the Orion Arm civilizations. Our space station is under attack by rebel forces. If you can assist us, our civilization will surely offer a reward. Respectfully, Space Station Escort Fleet Commander Shaylin. The term Orion Arm civilizations caught Feng's attention. He recalled that the Orion Arm is a short spiral arm of the Milky Way, near the Perseus Arm. According to the latest research, the Milky Way is composed of two main spiral arms, the Perseus Arm and the Scutum Centaurus Arm, extending symmetrically outward, overturning the previous theory of four main spiral arms. Many of the civilizations that had attacked the solar system belong to this Orion Arm civilizations. Although the solar system is also located in the Orion Arm, it did not have the qualifications to join this super alliance-like group of civilizations. Reunion so soon? Feng chuckled softly, clearly remembering the names of those besieging civilizations. As for the rest of the message, Lu Feng read it but shook his head. The rewards a second-tier civilization could offer didn't interest him. His primary mission was to gather information and obtain intelligence about the nearby star regions and other civilizations. Just then, Lu Feng received an automatic warning from the fleet AI. Warning, gravitational lensing effect detected 5,000 kilometers ahead, indicating a wormhole passage. A wormhole passage? Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. He looked through the ship's equipment towards the area indicated by the AI. About 5,000 kilometers away, a region of space seemed distorted, with the starlight behind it bending unnaturally. Around the wormhole passage, Lu Feng also noticed a considerable number of artificial devices in operation. It was clear that the Chuck people had also discovered this wormhole passage. As Lu Feng's gaze swept over the holographic projection of the space station, he instantly grasped the true purpose behind its construction. This massive structure was not just an ordinary space station. It was a meticulously crafted outpost designed to guard and control the mysterious wormhole. Lu Feng's mind raced as he quickly analyzed the situation. If this was the Chuck's transit point, then the so-called rebels were likely also targeting this wormhole. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued precise commands to parts of the fleet through his neural network. Suddenly, the vast expanse of space erupted into intense activity. 1,000 colossal Nebula-class star cruisers awoke like giants of the galaxy. 10,000 Sanctuary-class battleships, their massive hulls gleaming in the starlight. 50,000 agile Dreadnought-class destroyers, resembling a pack of well-trained space hounds. This immense fleet swiftly moved to encircle the wormhole, eliminating all armed forces and securing this side of the passage. Out of the 100,000 ships Lu Feng had brought, half were directed toward the wormhole. Propelled by conventional thrusters, they slowly departed from the surface of Chuck 6. Tens of thousands of blue trails streaked through the deep cosmos, creating a spectacular ballet in space. Guard Commander Shaylin was initially stunned by the dazzling sight. But as he realized the destination of these warships, a chill ran down his spine. The wormhole passage, their most precious secret, had been exposed. Meanwhile, the rebel leader's face darkened instantly. This meant their operation had completely failed. He immediately issued an emergency evacuation order to all rebels via encrypted channels. Everyone, retreat immediately. Scatter and escape to the surface of Chuck 6. At his command, the rebels scrambled like startled birds, rushing toward the nearest shuttles. Though the rebel leader had never seen the warships of a higher civilization, he knew that staying would lead to an unpredictable fate. He decided to take his chances and try to escape to the surface of Chuck 6. In no time, nearly 800 small shuttles poured out from the space station exits like a disturbed swarm of bees, frantically fleeing in all directions toward Chuck 6. The rebel leader piloted one of them, confident in his superior piloting skills to survive this escape. However, their hopes were quickly shattered. The enormous warships, several times the size of the Vanguard ships, suddenly formed an attack formation. Hundreds of laser cannons on each ship lit up simultaneously, creating an impenetrable web of death. The rebel leader only had time to see a blinding flash of light before his entire shuttle was obliterated in a violent explosion. Within seconds, all the escaping shuttles met the same fate, disintegrating into fragments scattered in the orbit above Chuck 6. Lu Feng calmly observed the aftermath. Initially, he had planned to broadcast a surrender message in Chuck language, but it seemed unnecessary now. To be sure, he still had the fleet AI send out a message in Chuck, demanding everyone in the space station to surrender or face annihilation. A massive silent Behemoth-class carrier then approached the space station. Its enormous hull opened on the side, releasing 10 combat deployment fighters, each loaded with combat robots. These robots swarmed into the space station, initiating a thorough sweep. In the end, the surviving Chuck people, including Commander Shaylin, were subdued by these cold, relentless robots. Through the robots' visual equipment, Lu Feng saw the Chuck people clearly for the first time. They had human-like bodies, but unnaturally pale skin, reminiscent of aliens from certain science fiction movies. Lu Feng curiously established a communication link with Shaylin. Although Shaylin couldn't see his counterpart's true appearance, he still performed a peculiar salute to the wave symbols on the screen. Honored superior civilization, Shaylin began cautiously. I am Shaylin, the Chuck commander stationed at this space station. Lu Feng got straight to the point. Did you build this space station to guard the wormhole passage? Shaylin's heart tightened. The wormhole passage was crucial to the Chuck people, a secret he would die to protect. But given the current situation, even without the rebel threat, a greater danger had emerged. This mysterious fleet civilization was likely more powerful and ruthless than the hailing civilization. Shaylin replied bitterly, yes, this is the only transit point to the wormhole passage. There was supposed to be a fleet guarding it, but you said your deputy fled to the Chuck home planet with some people. Why didn't you go? Lu Feng pressed. Shaylin gave a bitter smile and began to recount. This goes back 100 years. He detailed how the Chuck discovered the wormhole and their subsequent contact with the hailing civilization. Ultimately, the Chuck chose to submit to the hailing civilization, paying a heavy price to gain partial control over the wormhole passage. After listening to Shalin's account, Lu Feng keenly picked up on several key pieces of information. The Galactic Civilization Treaty, the detailed regulations of the Orion Arm Civilization Circle, the hailing civilization, and hailing's peculiar attitude towards the Chuck civilization. His eyes narrowed slightly as his thoughts raced. Although the hailing civilization is part of the Orion Arm Civilization Circle, it did not participate in the invasion of the solar system. Even more puzzling is that after subjugating the Chuck civilization, hailing exhibited remarkable restraint, even allowing Chuck to gain partial ownership of some wormholes. Lu Feng speculated that this might be due to some form of treaty constraint. This discovery upended Lu Feng's pre-rebirth understanding. He had thought the Milky Way was a jungle where the strong prey on the weak, with no rules among civilizations. Now it seemed that the various invasions of the solar system were likely unauthorized actions carried out in secret, unbeknownst to some higher civilizations. Otherwise, those higher civilizations that drafted the treaties would not tolerate such wanton destruction. Lu Feng's suspicions about the construction of the Chuck Dyson sphere were largely confirmed. Given the Chuck civilization's status as a Level 2 preliminary civilization, it clearly couldn't complete such a grand project on its own. There had to be support from a Level 3 pinnacle civilization hailing. The name, Hailing Civilization, stirred a sense of familiarity in Lu Feng's mind. He recalled a critical event in the later stages of the Solar System campaign. A Level 3 fleet that had breached the lunar defense line suddenly turned back at the last moment. It was later revealed that their home star had been attacked by the newly ascended Level 4 Hailing Civilization, reducing it to rubble in an instant. The hailing forces not only destroyed the home star, but also took over all of that civilization's resource star systems. Lu Feng's eyes unconsciously drifted toward the wormhole passageway 5,000 kilometers away. If the hailing civilization had advanced to a Level 4 civilization in just a few years, this wormhole passageway likely concealed crucial technological secrets. His curiosity about this mysterious passageway intensified. At that moment, a massive fleet appeared in the distance. Comprising 5 Guardian-class battleships and 1,000 Pioneer-class warships, this fleet was the pride of the Chuck military. The Guardian-class ships, with their enormous fuel reserves and powerful nuclear reactors, theoretically could achieve an astounding speed of 0.05 times the speed of light. On board Guardian 1, Fleet Commander Shalak had just received an urgent message from the home star. The space station was under attack, and the fleet was ordered to return immediately and engage the enemy at all costs until hailing reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, the Chuck civilization would face annihilation. The abrupt order left Shalak puzzled. Not long ago, the home star had ordered the fleet to return without any explanation. Despite his confusion, Shalak, as a soldier, executed the order without hesitation. However, during their return journey, they received a directive that completely contradicted the previous one. Can we confirm the safety of the received orders? Shalak asked the technical officer on board. The technical officer nodded instinctively, explaining that the orders came from hailing civilization, and with the encryption of quantum communication, it was nearly impossible to forge. In his mind, anything from hailing was absolutely reliable. Are you saying there's no chance of error? Shalak pressed. The technical officer hesitated for a moment before replying. In most cases, no. Unless the order wasn't issued by the king himself. But that would be a different issue from the quantum communicator itself. Shalak waved off the officer's explanation. He knew clearly that the quantum communicator on the home star was placed in the Chuck King's palace, accessible only to the king or authorized personnel. If there was a problem, it likely originated with the king, but that was beyond Shalak's jurisdiction. Send a signal to Chuck's 6 space station, Shalak commanded decisively. The technical officers promptly sent a confirmation message with a key to Chuck's 6 space station. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response from the station, and the communication status showed as closed. A sense of dread settled in Shalak's heart as he realized something might have happened to Chuck's 6 space station. He immediately ordered the entire fleet to head towards the station. As the distance closed, Chuck 6 became visible, transforming from a tiny into a clear image. Suddenly, the fleet spotted several ordinary manned spacecraft marked with the Chuck 6 space station's guard insignia, heading in their direction. Shalak ordered the Pioneer-class warships to intercept these spacecraft. Dozens of Pioneer-class warships swiftly surrounded the ordinary manned spacecraft. The deputy commander of the Chuck 6 space station's guard, noticing the massive fleet, immediately sent a communication request. Shalak accepted, and a familiar face appeared on the screen. Why is it you? Where is Shaylin? What happened at Chuck 6 space station? Shalak asked in surprise. Hearing Shaylin's name, the deputy commander, who had assumed Shaylin had perished along with the space station, clenched his fists, his voice almost inaudible with emotion. Shalak furrowed his brow, sensing trouble. Something had gone wrong with the space station. Recalling the directives from the quantum communicator, He realized the seriousness of the situation. Despite the many uncertainties, there was no time to ponder. He made a swift decision and issued a command. Guardian Fleet, full speed ahead to Chuck 6. We must reclaim our space station. Meanwhile, on Chuck 6 space station, Lu Feng was extracting crucial information about the Chuck and hailing civilizations from Shaylin. What's the situation beyond the wormhole? Lu Feng asked casually. Shaylin responded without hesitation. The other side of the wormhole is heavily fortified by the hailing civilization. There are numerous armed facilities and a colossal mobile fortress guarding the exit. They've set up various structures that we can't fully comprehend, strictly controlling access through the wormhole. Lu Feng could sense the grievances the Chuck people had suffered regarding the wormhole issue from Shaylin's tone. Is the wormhole on this side controlled by your people? Lu Feng inquired. Shaylin nodded in affirmation. Yes. Despite the restrictions, the wormhole's value is undeniable. Both the hailing civilization and our scientists are relentlessly studying it. We believe that mastering wormhole technology might be a prerequisite for advancing to a level 4 civilization. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. This aligned closely with his own suspicions. Shaylin then added a cautious reminder. Honorable superior civilization. If you are interested in this wormhole, beware of the hailing civilization's immortal warriors. Immortal warriors? Lu Feng was slightly taken aback by the term. Yes, immortal warriors, Shaylin explained. The individuals of the hailing civilization are composed of special particles, originating from their home planeta world covered by a sea of these particles. It's said that all hailing individuals are born from this sea. When they die, they don't perish like us but revert to particles, returning to the home planet to be reborn. Shaylin continued. Inspired by their home planet, the hailing civilization developed a micro-device. When equipped with this device, a hailing individual's particles reassemble upon death instead of returning to the home planet. This grants the immortal warriors additional lives, allowing them to revive on the battlefield. These micro-devices are extremely difficult to destroy. Without destroying them, the immortal warriors can't return to their home planet. The hailing civilization uses this to deploy immortal warriors for infiltration missions, destroying enemy ships from within. Amazed by this tactic, Lu Feng asked, "Are there any other weaknesses?" Shaylin looked up, his eyes fixed intently on the undulating lines on the display screen. Yes. Destroy the hailing civilization's home planet. Annihilate the world covered by those particles. Shaylin harbored deep resentment, hating the hailing civilization for robbing the Chuck civilization of its future. The Chuck had paid a great price for the hailing civilization, and this resentment had long festered within him. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Lu Feng perceived Shaylin's intent. You want me to deal with the hailing civilization? Shaylin bowed his head honestly. Yes, honorable superior civilization. To someone of your stature, eliminating both the Chuck and hailing civilizations might not make much difference. Please forgive my boldness. Lu Feng did not respond. This was an issue concerning another civilization, and he couldn't fully empathize. At present, he had more pressing objectives: the civilizations invading the solar system. Nonetheless, reflecting on the pre-rebirth solar system, Lu Feng understood the Chuck civilization's current humiliation. He shifted his focus to the wormhole 5,000 kilometers away. While the immortal warriors of the hailing civilization intrigued him, the wormhole was of greater immediate importance. It warranted thorough investigation. At that moment, the fleet AI sounded an alert, detected a small fleet assembling outside the wormhole. Lu Feng immediately examined the holographic display on the command console, noticing about 1,000 ships appearing 10,000 kilometers from the wormhole and steadily advancing. He swiftly ordered the fleet around the wormhole to prepare for battle. Regardless of their intentions, he would not easily relinquish control of the wormhole. Simultaneously, aboard the Guardian Fleet's flagship, Fleet Commander Shalak received an urgent call from the technical officer. The officer's voice trembled with anxiety. Sir, the wormhole has been occupied by an unknown fleet. This fleet, I can't describe it. I think you should see it for yourself. Shalak was displeased with the officer's lack of composure. As an officer, you must remain composed regardless of the situation. Show me the data. In the vastness of space, distances of thousands of kilometers are imperceptible to the naked eye, relying solely on instruments. The technical officer hurriedly handed over an image. Upon seeing it, Shalak's eyes widened in shock. What is this? He turned to the technical officer in bewilderment. How can there be a fleet of such scale? Is that distorted space really our wormhole? Those warships are nearly as large as the wormhole, which has a radius of hundreds of kilometers. And the entire fleet has surrounded it? Shalak was incredulous. Even if the hailing army had arrived, it couldn't possibly be on this scale. In the image, the wormhole, with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, seemed like a basketball encircled at the center. Surrounding it was a dense cluster of warships, forming a massive fleet that enveloped the wormhole in three-dimensional space, covering a range of at least 1,000 kilometers. In a three-dimensional space, a region measuring 1,000 kilometers in length, width, and height could hold an unthinkable number of warships. This question suddenly popped into Sherlock's mind as he stared wide-eyed at the display screen, repeatedly confirming the spatial units marked. Shocked, he immediately ordered a message to be sent to the home planet to confirm that the massive fleet before them was indeed their enemy. The technical officer swiftly executed the order, transmitting the captured images to the home planet. Shortly after, a brief and resolute reply came back. Eliminate the invading fleet. Sherlock leapt from his command chair, staring at the screen in disbelief. Eliminate? Eliminate this unimaginably vast fleet? Even a mere fraction of their combat power could utterly destroy the Guardian fleet. This was nothing short of a death sentence. His gaze involuntarily turned toward the home planet, filled with questions. Your Majesty, is this truly your decision? Are you sending one of the Chuck civilization's main fleets to its doom? Even if the hailing civilization sends reinforcements, they might not arrive in time. Sherlock was shaken like never before. Since joining the Chuck military, he had never questioned any of the king's decisions, even when it meant using force to suppress dissenters. He executed orders without hesitation, his hands stained with blood. But now, his faith wavered. After a long silence, Sherlock finally spoke, his voice hoarse and heavy. All units of the Guardian fleet, protect our wormhole passage. Avenge our comrades who died at Chuck 6 space station. Fire upon the invading enemy. The command caused immediate unrest within the fleet. Some vanguard warships hesitated, even showing signs of retreat. A few captains questioned the near-suicidal order. Sherlock decisively ordered the internal security team to apprehend non-compliant captains and replace them with others. After some reorganization, the Guardian fleet finally advanced at full speed toward the wormhole, all weapon systems on high alert. On the other side, Feng noticed the Guardian fleet's movements. He immediately ordered a warning in Chuck language, demanding the opposing fleet to halt and identify themselves, or face indiscriminate attack. However, there was no response, and the fleet continued to approach, their weapon systems already targeting the wormhole passage. Seeing this, Feng made a prompt decision. All wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and intrepid Pi-class destroyers around the wormhole, you are authorized to open fire. Clear any enemy within a 10,000 kilometer radius around the wormhole. He couldn't afford to wait for the enemy to strike first. He had to take the initiative. Meanwhile, on the highest floor of the palace on the Chuck home planet, a pale, frail young Chuck prince gazed at the night sky through a transparent ceiling. A massive artificial star hovered above, emitting a soft glow. Behind him, a special communication device projected the image of a deep blue, water-like being the hailing empress. The prince withdrew his gaze and sighed silently. Every sacrifice comes with a reward. Sherlock, your sacrifice will be remembered by our civilization. Soon, our entire civilization, including your family, will be reborn. Rest assured and go forth for the rebirth of our civilization. It was the prince who had ordered the Guardian fleet to leave Chuck 6 space station prematurely. He had also secretly nurtured the rebels on Chuck 6 and orchestrated many actions. After receiving information from the rebel leader, he decisively ordered the Guardian fleet to confront the enemy, intending for the entire fleet to become a sacrifice for achieving his goals. Turning to the Hailing Empress's projection, the prince spoke, Hailing Empress, I have dispatched the Guardian fleet, which was supposed to be stationed at Chuck 6, to engage the mysterious fleet. They should be annihilated soon. When will your fleet arrive? The Hailing Empress chuckled. The original plan was perfecto: use your carefully cultivated rebels to capture Chuck 6 space station, then have my fleet take full control of the wormhole, avoiding the scrutiny of that stern and boring level 5 civilization. Unfortunately, an unexpected guest has appeared midway. Based on your subordinate's description, this fleet might possess level 4 civilization capabilities. A hint of doubt and apprehension flashed in her eyes, but quickly vanished. Though she hadn't seen the fleet's scale firsthand, she believed the hailing civilization could handle it. Fortunately, this unexpected guest can also be used to our advantage, the Hailing Empress continued. The Council has been obstructing my efforts to fully control the wormhole. Many of them have been bribed, even acting as informants for the observer civilization. Her expression turned to one of anger as she spoke. Prince Zack stood in the secret chamber, his gaze coldly sweeping across the room. His voice was low and resolute. These traitors, thinking only of their personal gain rather than the future of our civilization, they must all be purged. As long as they exist, our advancement to a level 4 civilization will be delayed. He turned to the communication device beside him and asked softly, how long until we break through the most critical technology? The holographic image of the Sea Queen flickered, her expression calm and unwavering. You shouldn't be expecting to know that now. Perhaps in the near future, but for now, the time isn't right. Prince Zack nodded in understanding and then inquired, what's your plan this time? Our initial strategy was thwarted by the sudden arrival of the fleet. The Sea Queen revealed the new plan slowly. This time, The Council will receive false intelligence that a fleet from a Level 2 advanced civilization has seized control of the Zack civilization's wormhole, attempting to claim it. When a lower-level civilization faces a clear and imminent threat, higher-level civilizations are obligated to intervene, as per the Orion Armed Civilizations Treaty. With only one of your two main fleets remaining, your home planet will soon face a deadly threat. Under such circumstances, the Council will have no reason to refuse deploying forces. She smiled meaningfully. Once the forces are deployed, the Council's fleet will be purged, while your direct fleet will remain intact. Prince Zack smirked sarcastically. You, the esteemed Sea Queen, have been sidelined by the Council and now need external forces to help you deal with them. The Sea Queen remained indifferent. Isn't what your father did even more laughable? For a century, he struggled to wrest power from our civilization, only for you to turn it all to ashes, making a century's effort futile. Prince Zack responded coldly. My father and I chose different paths. That's none of your concern. Just keep your promises. The Sea Queen nodded in assurance. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises. Prince Zack then asked, after you deploy your forces, what if that fleet is provoked? Are you confident they won't come through the wormhole to cause trouble? The Sea Queen shook her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That fleet likely belongs to a level 4 civilization. As for level 5, it's unlikely, as there's only one level 5 civilization in the Orion R. She went on to explain the complex political landscape of the Orion Armed civilizations and the role of the Watcher civilization. Finally, she confidently stated, even a level 4 fleet can't easily breach the fortress behind the wormhole. I'm absolutely certain of that. It's probably a fleet from a level 4 civilization passing by. After the fact, offering appropriate compensation will appease them. They won't go to war with a near level 4 civilization over a wormhole. Prince Zack felt somewhat reassured and replied, then proceed as planned. After ending the communication, Prince Zack passed through layers of guards and entered another underground chamber. Inside, an elderly man who bore a striking resemblance to him was shackled to a metal chair. The old man croaked, Zaluk, do you still believe the path you've chosen is the right one? Prince Zack remained silent for a long time before painfully saying, Father, do you really think that under the sea civilization's oppression, sacrificing generations' freedom and hopes to focus solely on development is the right approach? The old man retorted vehemently, it's still better than your delusional idea of becoming like the sea people. What you're doing is dragging our entire civilization into the abyss. Prince Zack shook his head. No, only this way can we truly usher our civilization into a new era. He thought to himself that his father still couldn't grasp the greatness of their vision. Outside Chuck's 6 space station, Lu Feng stood on the void's shadow, gazing at the battle footage displayed before him. Thousands of enemy ships launched a fierce attack on his fleet from a great distance, missiles streaking across the silent expanse of space towards the defending fleet near the wormhole. The enemy's fearless assault suggested a deep, unyielding grudge against Lu Feng's forces. Lu Feng's brow furrowed, but his fleet did not falter. The planetary cannons of the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers remained inactive. The side-mounted orbital laser cannons were more than sufficient. Thousands of laser beams cut through the vastness of space, forming an impenetrable web of firepower. The majority of the enemy fleet, along with their missiles, were obliterated before they could get close. Only a few intact enemy ships survived, clearly too damaged to continue fighting. Lu Feng noticed a larger flagship among the remaining ships. He quickly issued a mental command, ordering part of his fleet to disarm the remaining enemy vessels and bring them back. At the center of the formation, 10 silent Behemoth-class carriers were surrounded by a protective shield formed by 100 immaculate Nebula-class frigates, flanked by various sizes of Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and Dauntless Pike-class destroyers. This formidable fleet appeared as a colossal entity to the defending fleet led by Shalak. As the distance closed, the colossal fleet reflected in Shalak's eyes, resembling a brilliant galaxy. He couldn't help but nostalgically wonder, how long has it been since we last saw our star? Surveying his surroundings, Shalak saw that his Guardian-class warship was heavily damaged from the initial enemy assault, with alarms blaring incessantly. Further resistance was futile. Shalak abandoned the fight, allowing the imposing warships to approach. Combat robots swarmed aboard the Guardian-class ship, boarding it effortlessly. Eventually, the entire battered Guardian-class vessel was enveloped by the massive ships, like a chick being grasped. Silent Behemoth-class carriers have captured the remaining enemy ships, the fleet AI announced coldly. All surviving ships were captured without resistance, and combat robots took control of all crew members. One of them appears to be a Chuck commander. Bring them all to Chuck's 6 space station, ordered Lu Feng. The surviving Chuck crew were quickly transferred to a Dauntless Pike-class destroyer, and then to Chuck's 6 space station. When the destroyer's hatch opened, Shalak and the Chuck crew were shocked to find themselves in a familiar place. This is Chuck's 6 space station? Shalak exclaimed in disbelief. Even more surprising was the person who greeted them. Shaylin, you didn't die in the space station? Shalak blurted out incredulously. Shaylin appeared unrestrained, not at all like a prisoner. The great and honorable higher civilization saved me and the entire space station. Otherwise, we would have been destroyed by the rebels, Shaylin said calmly. You need to explain your attack on the higher civilization. Not only do they deserve an explanation, but I also believe your actions are dragging our civilization into a deeper abyss than under the rule of the Highland civilization. Hearing Shaylin mention the higher civilization, Shalak realized the gravity of his mistake. This fleet could be even more powerful than the Highland civilization. He struggled to find any justification and could only stammer in silence. Under the watchful eyes of combat robots, Shalak was escorted by Shaylin to the station's command center. From this highest point, they could overlook the entire station, including Chuck 6, and see the vast fleet docked outside. The more Shalak observed the massive fleet occupying all Chuck X orbits, the more terrified he became. Such a fleet could obliterate the Chuck civilization with a mere thought. Regret filled him as he wondered if he should have trusted his own judgment instead of following the king's orders. In the command center, Shaylin saluted the image on the screen and said, Honorable Higher Civilization, the commander of the Guardian Fleet, Shalak, has been brought here. Standing on the bridge of the Void Shadow, Lu Feng spoke in a deep voice. I believe you owe me an explanation. Shalak, performing a Chuck salute, faced the screen. Although he couldn't see the true form of the higher civilization, he dared not show any disrespect. He decided to recount the events from the beginning, hoping to earn their forgiveness. We received orders from the home planet, instructing us to return immediately. Shalak detailed the sequence of events. After hearing Shalak's explanation, Lu Feng was even more puzzled. Conflicting orders, he murmured. The initial withdrawal of the fleet to allow rebels to capture the station made some sense, but sending such an ineffective fleet to their doom afterwards was baffling. What was the king's true intention? It seems we need to visit Chuck's home planet to uncover the truth, Lu Feng concluded. For his fleet, traveling from Chuck 6 to the home planet would take only seconds. Shaylin, gather the others and board the ship Shalak arrived on, Lu Feng instructed, deciding to bring Shaylin and the Chuck crew along. Shaylin and Shalak did not object. They were even more eager than Lu Feng to return to the home planet and discover what had transpired. Thank you, merciful, great, and honorable higher civilization. Shaylin sincerely expressed his gratitude. Unlike the Highland civilization, Lu Feng's fleet had not used force to conquer the Chuck civilization. He had not harmed Shaylin or shown any desire to dominate the Chuck. Although their civilization might seem insignificant to the higher civilization, Shaylin was profoundly grateful for Lu Feng's actions, especially in contrast to the Hylian's oppressive rule. Realizing the situation, Shalak also bowed in gratitude. Had he known the higher civilization was so magnanimous, perhaps his guardian fleet could have been spared, and they might have even escaped the Hylian's control. But his attack order had destroyed that possibility. Now, he was grateful that the higher civilization was not holding him accountable for his mistakes, and he dared not ask for more. Both individuals harbored their own thoughts, but Lu Feng had no time to dwell on them. The fleet's AI had extracted the precise coordinates of the Chuck main planet from the captured Chuck warship's mainframe. After watching the two board the indomitable Spear-class destroyer docked at the space station, Lu Feng decisively commanded the 50,000 warship station near Chuck 6 space station to advance towards the Chuck main planet. The Chuck main planet, once a beautiful blue world, was now shrouded in an eerie darkness. The 3 artificial satellites, which were supposed to replace the light of the star, had suddenly gone dark, casting an unusual shadow over the planet's surface. What's happening? We should have the light of 6 galactic hours here. I need light. Give me light. Many Chuck people were thrown into panic by the sudden darkness. A century ago, the Chuck had encapsulated their star with a Dyson sphere, losing natural sunlight in the process. Deprived of light, the Chuck people's skin gradually turned pale, and a series of light deficiency diseases emerged. The arrival of the 3 artificial satellites slightly alleviated this situation, as they used controlled nuclear fusion to simulate sunlight, allowing the Chuck to once again experience the long-lost light. Those suffering from light deprivation had to receive daily light therapy. Just as many Chuck were bewildered, the 3 satellites suddenly lit up again. However, this time, the light was not the familiar glow but a diffuse pale blue radiance. This blue light quickly spread, ultimately enveloping the entire Chuck main planet in a strange blue aura through the 3 satellites. Inside the control facilities of the satellites, marine spirit scientists, resembling sea sirens, closely monitored the fluctuating data on their dashboards. Higgs field amplifiers 1, 2, and 3 are at full power, stable operation. The field assimilation range has covered the Chuck main planet, reaching maximum. Assimilation can begin. The marine spirit scientists continuously reported the latest status. On the ground, a metal platform the size of a city was crowded with Chuck people in black robes. They murmured towards the blue glowing satellites. At the forefront, Prince Shaluk stood at the palace gates, arms outstretched towards the sky, eyes gleaming with fervor. Hearing the marine spirit scientists' voices in his earpiece, he shouted, "Begin assimilation." The marine spirit scientists on the satellites immediately initiated the next step. Higgs field amplifier 2 resonating, starting assimilation. Higgs field amplifier 1 resonating, starting assimilation. Higgs field amplifier 3 resonating, starting assimilation. The blue light from the satellites suddenly gained substance, descending like a sea of particles from the sky. The city beneath the satellites was the first to be engulfed by this strange blue ocean, which then spread rapidly in all directions, consuming everything on the Chuck planet's surface. From the submerged cities, cocoon-like protrusions emerged from the ocean, as if something was about to break free. Globally, 3 points were simultaneously spreading the particle ocean. The marine spirit scientists continued to report progress. Higgs field amplifier 1 assimilation progress, 22. Higgs field amplifier 2 assimilation progress, 25. Higgs field amplifier 3 assimilation progress, 19. Global assimilation progress has exceeded 20, speed still increasing. Approaching the point of no return, some scientists whispered among themselves. Although this is our first assimilation outside the marine spirit home planet, it fits the prediction models perfectly. This assimilation directly consumed 10 years of the Chuck Dyson sphere's energy reserves. The field amplifier's energy consumption is staggering. I heard the project at the wormhole is nearing a breakthrough. Things seem unsettled at the civilization's core, tension between the Empress and the Council. Sure, you can't talk about that. But if that breakthrough happens, we could break the technology blockade by the Observer civilization and directly ascend to a level 4 civilization, becoming the 19th level 4 civilization in the Orion arm. The chief scientist, hearing the murmurs, twitched his pointed blue ears, and his body rippled like water. The warned scientists fell silent, focusing on their tasks. The Chuck capital was located near one of the satellites. The particle ocean rapidly approached, and the chanting of hundreds of thousands of Chuck people grew louder and more intense, their divine-like words echoing over the city. In the palace's underground chamber, the old Chuck king, bound by chains, heard the overwhelming chanting. He struggled and roared in vain. "Shaluk, you are destroying our civilization. Even if we retain our memories, becoming part of another civilization is meaningless." His voice echoed through the chamber, soon drowned out by the chants of hundreds of thousands of Chuck people. Shaluk looked up at the approaching particle ocean, a smile gradually forming on his lips. There is more than one path for a civilization to survive. My choice will prove to be the right one. His tone grew increasingly excited and fervent. "Father, let us achieve immortality together." On the vast metal platform, hundreds of thousands of Chake people gazed at the approaching sea of blue particles. A Chake child clung tightly to their parents' hands, looking curiously at the azure expanse, and innocently asked, "Will we be able to bask in the sun every day? Will Mom's illness be cured?" The adult gently patted the child's head, their voice low yet resolute. "Yes, child. When we become one with them, we will regain everything." The particle sea surged forward with unstoppable momentum, gradually engulfing the entire metal platform. The Chake people within it showed no signs of pain. Rather, they were filled with anticipation, allowing themselves to be disassembled into basic particles. This was the process of ascending from a lower civilization to a higher one, where they would no longer need to struggle against the loss of their star, or against the twisted society driven by technological advancement. In Chake civilization, technological development was paramount. All children underwent brain scans in their early years. Those who passed were sent to unified schools, while others became reserve laborers, destined for a lifetime of low-value, repetitive work. Those in the unified schools mastered basic knowledge and developed research skills in the shortest time possible, then were sent to vast laboratories as the lowest-level researchers. They were not permitted to engage in any work outside of scientific research, and their lives had a single goal: to become scientists. These scientists faced endless new problems. When they first encountered the hailing civilization, the Chake were merely a level 2 primitive civilization, just beginning to explore beyond their planet. In a mere century, they had neared the status of a level 2 intermediate civilization, capable of navigating freely within their star system. They had covered millennia of a typical civilization's progress in just 100 years, thanks in large part to the 10 energy provided by a Dyson sphere. Though it was only 10 of a star's energy, it surpassed all the energy the Chake civilization had harvested over countless years. Energy became the cheapest commodity, removing constraints in many fields, and reducing material and experimental costs to near zero. However, the efforts of individual scientists were limited. Problems that had baffled them for years could now be solved in an instant. New materials emerged continuously, experiments achieved breakthrough after breakthrough, and progress was made simultaneously in countless fields. To advance the civilization's technological level, The old Sheikh King established a new social system. Scientists were produced like products on an assembly line, emerging continuously. Social activities and economic development were severely suppressed under authoritarian rule. The military grew ever stronger with new power engines, hull armor, and electromagnetic cannons. Society had become grotesque. But now, all of this would end. By becoming life forms like those of the hailing civilization, they would gain eternal life and the freedom to pursue their desires. Society would no longer be repressive, and there would be no more struggles. The blue particle sea swallowed them, along with the entire Cheikh Palace and the ever-aging old Cheikh King. For Lu Feng, it took only seconds to travel from Cheikh 6 to the outer vicinity of the Cheikh home star. What he saw was a bizarre scene. 3 companion stars hovered like small moons above the Cheikh home star, connected by the blue particle sea. The ocean spread at an alarming rate, covering the entire planet in no time. Through the equipment on the void shadow, Lu Feng could clearly see countless Cheikh people willingly, even eagerly, running into the blue particle sea. Lu Feng immediately ordered, "Assemble the fleet. Everyone into hyperspace. Surround this area in a dense formation." The fleet AI's voice echoed in every warship. Hyperspace engines activated. Target: Cheikh home star. Within half a minute, countless beams of light converged around the void shadow, gradually solidifying into physical entities. On one of the companion stars, a hailing civilization scientist looked on with satisfaction at the planet covered in deep blue. Noticing his companion staring blankly at another part of the sky, he curiously followed the gaze. The next moment, he too was stunned. A massive fleet hung there, its scale dwarfing the entire companion star. Thousands of supersized warships, each longer than the flagship of the hailing fleet, were arranged in concentric circles. The warships were bristling with so many weapons that they seemed endless. The scientist glanced in confusion at the nearby curvature bubble detector, puzzled as to why such a colossal fleet had approached without triggering any alarms. Even more shocking, new warships continued to materialize around the fleet, rapidly expanding its overall scale. Supersized warships increased by the hundreds, while the other 3 types grew by the thousands or tens of thousands. The last remaining Cheikh main fleet outside the home star had just begun to initiate an attack when it was obliterated into space debris by a concentrated barrage. The hailing scientist's mind went blank as he watched the seemingly spontaneous appearance of the warships. At this moment, the gravity detectors on the companion stars finally registered the fleet's presence. Alarms blared incessantly. Warning: spatial gravity surge detected. Large-scale fleet approaching. Estimated number: 100,000. Update: estimated number: 200,000. Update: estimated number: 500,000. The dense alarm sounds grew increasingly urgent, echoing throughout all the facilities on the 3 companion stars. Suddenly, a massive fleet appeared out of nowhere around the main planet of the Cheikh, causing all marine scientists to be utterly terrified. They stared in disbelief at the constantly updating data on their sensors. The fleet size had already surpassed 1,000,000 and was still growing. "How is this possible?" one scientist exclaimed. "How did these warships bypass our curvature bubble detectors?" Another scientist, pale and trembling, said, "Only hyperspace engines can approach so silently. Could it be a level 5 civilization?" Panic quickly spread. If it truly was a level 5 civilization, they might not even have the chance to return to their home planet to be resurrected. Someone proposed a horrifying guess. Could it be that the observer civilization discovered what we've been doing? But this guess was quickly dismissed. Impossible, an elderly scientist asserted. Even the observer civilization couldn't possess so many warships equipped with hyperspace engines. The fuel for hyperspace engines is dark matter, and a level 6 civilization would never allow the observers to extract dark matter on such a scale. The sensors continued to deliver despairing data. The fleet size had exceeded 1.5 million, completely surrounding the main planet of the Cheikh and its surrounding space. Each new flash of light meant another warship equipped with a hyperspace engine had joined the encirclement. The latest gravity detectors and various auxiliary devices continually compiled data, providing precise reports on the enemy fleet's composition. Warning: fleet size update, estimated at 1.6 million. Fleet composition analysis as follows. Super dreadnoughts over 30 kilometers, thousands. Dreadnoughts 10 kilometers, tens of thousands. Battleships 5 kilometers, 500,000. Standard warships 1 kilometer, 1 million inch. With each number heard, the scientists' hearts grew heavier. In the end, all felt a chill deep within. A fleet of 1.6 million warships equipped with hyperspace engines signified far more than mere combat strength. This can only be the work of a level 6 civilization, a veteran scientist murmured. Could it be that a level 6 civilization has appeared in the Orion Arm? Panic swept through the entire research team. "Quick, report this to the Empress immediately," someone shouted. Meanwhile, The Marine Empress had just reached an agreement with the Council regarding the invasion of the Chuck civilization by a Level 2 civilization. It was decided that the Council's chairman would lead a main fleet to assist the Chuck civilization. The Empress secretly felt pleased, thinking this would ensure the Council chairman's doom. At that moment, an urgent communication interrupted her thoughts. She frowned and answered the call. There are 1.6 million warships equipped with hyperspace engines, the trembling voice on the other end reported. The Empress's eyes widened, and she quickly asked, "What? Where?" "Around the Chuck main planet. Everywhere. The entire planet is surrounded." The Empress's expression changed rapidly. She realized the situation was far more severe than she had imagined. Even the Observer civilization couldn't possess such a number of hyperspace engine warships. Dark matter, the only energy source for hyperspace engines, was the most strictly controlled resource in the galaxy. The Observers would never dare defy a Level 6 civilization's will. Could it be that fleet that suddenly appeared before? She muttered to herself. But how could they have so many? So enormous. A full 1.6 million. After a fierce internal struggle, the Empress quickly made a decision and issued a series of urgent orders to her subordinates. Contact Chairman Tazzle immediately, order him to halt all actions, and ensure no fleet crosses any wormholes. Also, command all Marine personnel on the Chuck side to commit suicide and return to the main planet. Do it quickly, before this fleet discovers our civilization's survival form. She continued. Seal off all wormhole fortresses, prohibit any ship from passing through. Cut off all communication channels with the Chuck civilization. Sever all contact. Her subordinate hesitated, stunned by the gravity of the situation. But the assimilation of the Chuck main planet is almost complete. The Empress's face darkened. Even if they complete the assimilation, they are far from being our kin. Besides, facing this fleet, they stand no chance of survival. Abandoning them is the best choice right now. Meanwhile, outside the Chuck main planet, Lu Feng's fleet had completed its assembly. The deep blue planet before them was entirely covered by a sea of blue particles. 3 moons remained connected to the main planet. On the outer perimeter, a fleet of millions tightly encircled the entire area, with ship distances reduced to mere kilometers. On the surface of the Chuck main planet, cocoons made of blue particles gradually opened. One by one, beings resembling sea sirens, composed of deep blue water, emerged into this newly transformed world. Witnessing this process, Lu Feng finally understood what had happened. Those siren-like beings were likely the true form of the Marine civilization. Every Chuck person on the planet had been assimilated into Marine beings. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. His gaze turned to the 3 moons connected to the main planet by the blue sea, and he decisively ordered, fire the planetary cannons, destroy them. 3 nomadic temple-class battlecruisers immediately adjusted their positions, aiming at the 3 moons. Planetary cannons activated, charging. 3, 2, 1. In the next moment, 3 massive beams of light shot from the planetary cannons at the front of the battlecruisers, striking the moons. Under the bombardment of high-energy beams, the moons began to collapse from within. Lava-like flames spread across their surfaces. The marine scientists within the research facilities either chose suicide, were incinerated in the lava, or fell into bottomless chasms. Ultimately, they all disintegrated into invisible particles, dispersing into the void around the Chuck main planet. The 3 moons instantly turned into fiery hells, casting a red glow over the main planet. This destructive strike marked the beginning of a new era. As the 3 companion bodies disintegrated, the blue particle ocean gradually vanished, giving rise to hundreds of thousands of newborn sea spirits on the metallic platform of the main planet, Chuck. These sea spirits floated listlessly in the dissipating particle ocean, slowly revealing their true forms before Lu Feng. At the forefront of the platform, a newborn sea spirit, identical in appearance to Prince Sharuk of Chuck, clutched his head in agony. A torrent of memories surged into his mind, converging all the memories of the Chuck people on the entire planet. In torment, he questioned, why? Our assimilation was supposed to be seamless. Why has the body assimilated, but the mind has not been preserved? Suddenly, a crimson glow above caught his attention. A companion body on the brink of destruction and a massive fleet came into view, but his chaotic thoughts couldn't comprehend the fleet's origin. He reached out frantically, trying to grasp the crimson companion body, repeatedly shouting, Higgs Field. Higgs Field. It's not enough. With his actions, the sea spirits on the platform reverted to particle form. Instantly, a giant deep blue hand, formed from tens of thousands of sea spirits, shot skyward, piercing through the surface of the main Chuck planet, reaching for the collapsing companion body. Scorching magma continually melted the blue hand, causing it to flatten. The disappearing parts did not return to the sea spirit home planet, but fell back towards the surface of the main Chuck planet. More shockingly, all the newborn sea spirits on the main Chuck planet suddenly vanished, replaced by an enormous face, visible even from space. All the sea spirits had united to form this familiar visage on the planet's surface, the face of Prince Sharuk. On the fearless Spire-class destroyer, Shaylin and Shalark watched in disbelief. Recalling the incident at Chuck 6 space station, a terrifying thought formed in their minds. Prince Sharuk had led the entire planet's Chuck people into becoming sea spirits. This hellish scene was beyond their comprehension. The enormous face of Sharuk began to mutter incoherently, like the delirious ramblings of a madman. Lu Feng immediately ordered a concentrated attack. Countless laser cannons fired at the giant face, riddling it with holes, but it quickly reassembled. Lu Feng remembered Shaylin's description of the sea spirit's characteristics, realizing that these Chak-turned sea spirits might not be defeated by conventional means. The giant face, after being attacked, eerily stared at the fleet in space, laughing maniacally. "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Ha ha ha, I am eternal." Once again, it extended a long, slender hand towards Lu Feng's fleet. Before it could reach its target, the fleet's concentrated fire obliterated the hand. Lu Feng observed that while the coalesced form could be destroyed, it would revert to an indestructible particle state. This phenomenon reminded Lu Feng of the Higgs boson's so-called God particle, which could endow other particles with mass. He speculated that the surface of the main Chuck planet might be covered by a Higgs field. At that moment, Shaylin requested communication. Upon connecting, Shaylin slowly revealed his and Shalark's dreadful suspicion. Prince Sharuk might have orchestrated a rebellion, leading the entire planet's populace towards assimilation. Lu Feng asked, "Shaylin, do you wish to preserve these newborn sea spirits?" Shaylin was taken aback, his gaze complex as he looked at the frenzied giant face of Sharuk below. That face still persistently reached out with its slender giant hand, trying to grasp the spaceships, like a child trying to catch unreachable stars. Shaylin knew that within that face were people he once knew, friends and family. But now, they were part of this horrific scene. Were they still Chuck people? Were they sea spirits? Shaylin couldn't be sure, but he felt they could no longer be considered the same. Not just him, but every Chuck person witnessing this, including Shalark, silently shared the same thought. Finally, Shaylin shook his head, saying, "No. In fact, the Chuck civilization settlements are not limited to the main Chuck planet. We have colonies on various planets within the Chuck star system. For instance, Chuck 6 planet houses billions of Chuck people. Hence, the main Chuck planet does not represent the entire Chuck civilization. We can continue elsewhere." According to Sharuk's original plan, after the main planet's success, every Chuck planet would undergo assimilation. But now, he no longer had the chance to implement this plan. Hearing Shaylin's refusal, Lu Feng nodded, saying, "The existence of this entity endangers the entire star system. Since you have no objections, I will destroy it." Conventional means might not work on these newborn sea spirits, but he had unconventional methods. Shaylin remained silent. He had anticipated this outcome. To an advanced civilization, destroying these newborn sea spirits might be easy. As Shaylin pondered, he noticed that most of the fleet surrounding the main Chuck planet had vanished, leaving only a few distant ships, including Lu Feng's Void Shadow and the warship carrying Shaylin and others. What happened next was something Shaylin would never forget for the rest of his life. A colossal star, almost deity-like in its appearance, emerged slowly from beneath the primary planet of Chark, exuding ribbons of eerie blue flames. Shaylin, who hadn't seen a star in years, was left speechless. The celestial body had a fiery orange-yellow surface intertwined with several strands of high-temperature plasma, creating a breathtaking spectacle of yellow and blue. In the presence of this behemoth, Chark's primary planet seemed as insignificant as a sesame seed, with a size difference of at least 10 million times. Shaylin was horrified, realizing that this star was likely more than 10 times larger than the Chark star. As the star appeared, Shaylin felt the surrounding temperature rise sharply. Even more terrifying was the fact that Chark's primary planet seemed to be slowly falling towards the giant star under its immense gravitational pull. Meanwhile, a haunting hum, as if emanating from the depths of the soul, lingered in the air, sending chills down Shaylin's spine. Could this be the method of an advanced civilization to destroy Chark's primary planet? Shaylin trembled almost imperceptibly, finding it hard to believe. To him, this method was nothing short of a miracle. Unconsciously, he glanced at the distant shadow of the void, filled with awe. Shaylin wasn't the only one. Everyone who had survived from the Guardian fleet watched in shock as the supermassive star appeared. It seemed to be slowly devouring the entire Chark primary planet, much like a sesame seed being swallowed. The giant face on the planet's surface struggled powerlessly, unable to stop the planet's inevitable approach to the star. Chark's primary planet's surface had become scorching hot. Rocks melted into magma, the ground cracked open, and the seas evaporated in a short time, leaving behind a fiery planetary crust. This disaster affected not just Chark's primary planet, but the entire Chark planetary system. Charkians on other planets watched in horror as the once dark sky suddenly became exceptionally bright. A gigantic fireball hovered overhead, and everyone heard the soul-piercing hum the moment it appeared. Unbidden, an image of a nameless giant beast roaming the void of space filled their minds. "Is that our star?" a Charkian asked in confusion and shock, feeling the rapid rise in temperature around them. However, the centenarian Charkians who had seen the Chark star quickly shook their heads in denial. "No, that is definitely not our star. This one is far larger and more magnificent." On this day, the immense blue and yellow star was indelibly imprinted in the minds of every witness, becoming an unforgettable memory. Feng gazed at the massive star beneath him, knowing it was actually a giant beast. He decided to bring Zilraxes into the real world. When Zilraxes appeared, Feng heard its voice in his mind. Although he couldn't understand the exact words, he grasped their meaning. "Hello there," the voice sounded young and groggy, as if it had just woken from a long sleep. Feng's expression turned odd, surprised by the beast's childish voice. "Why do you sound like a kid?" Feng communicated with Zilraxes in his mind. Genetically, nurturing feelings are more easily elicited when facing infants, aiding species survival. An infant form can significantly lower vigilance and quickly foster relationships. Zilraxes answered in its young, groggy voice, then suddenly changed tone. "But if you prefer, I can switch styles." The latter part of the sentence morphed into an old man's voice with a distinct Beijing accent. "Stick with the original voice." Feng thought the creature's change in demeanor was unreliable. "For now, help me devour that planet with the big face." "Piece of cake." Though Zilraxes' voice sounded muddled, its actions were precise. It aimed at the planet overhead, and the star's surface split open, swallowing the entire planet. The giant face of Shaluk disappeared along with Chark's primary planet. Afterward, Zilraxes made a smacking sound, as if savoring the taste. Hearing this oddly human-like sound, Feng feared it might devour other planets as well and quickly said, "Move away from this planetary system. If you stay any longer, you'll consume the entire system." Zilraxes' immense size and mass had already affected the entire planetary system during its brief appearance. Even the star encased in the Dyson sphere had its orbit altered, not to mention the other planets. Feng knew that the stellar beast had the ability to move at superluminal speeds. In the vast universe, there existed a type of beast civilization with two developmental paths. One resembling a swarm, growing vast armies to devour everything in their path. The other, like Zilraxes, evolving individual beings to their limits, including superluminal travel. In Zilraxes' unique perception, the world appeared vastly different from what Feng saw, granting it extraordinary abilities. After devouring one planet, Zilraxes didn't act greedily and obediently disappeared into the unknown. In an instant, the Chark planetary system returned to its previous darkness and silence. Only the displaced celestial bodies bore witness to the presence of a supermassive entity. Though Zilraxes had vanished, the moment it appeared and shone brightly was forever etched in the hearts of all Charkians. Where the Chark primary planet once was, there remained only a void, with no trace left behind. Feng observed for a while, ensuring that the newborn sea spirits had indeed disappeared, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, dealing with something as powerful as the God particle requires unconventional methods. There was a long silence from Shalin's side. Feng understood his shock. Anyone witnessing a colossal entity like Zilraxes would be similarly stunned. He himself had been amazed for quite a while when he first saw it in the game. Just as Feng was about to close the communication, Shalin spoke, exalted, revered higher civilization. "I have a small request I hope you will grant." Feng decided to hear him out first. "Go ahead. What is it?" "As long as it's not too troublesome and doesn't waste my time. Please, I just need a little time." Feng stayed in the Chuck star system for half a day, primarily waiting for Shalin. Shalin did not disclose the specific plan, but his actions soon revealed the answer. Half a day later, Shalin piloted the majestic Indomitable class destroyer and slowly approached the Void Shadow. On the bridge, Feng noticed a group of Chuck people gathered around Shalin. Their attire and demeanor indicated they were administrative leaders from various planetary colonies. Shalin led this group of Chuck people to face the screen and bowed deeply to the wave. Immediately, a massive data packet was transmitted to Feng's terminal. Feng quickly browsed the directory and his eyes lit up. This was a complete set of technological knowledge from a level 2 primary civilization. The files contained controlled nuclear fusion technology, the latest photon computers composed of millions of photon CPUs, life extension technology for carbon-based organisms, solar energy application and storage technology, electromagnetic weapon technology, new materials developed using stellar energy, radiation-resistant and heat-insulating materials for space travel, high-strength lightweight materials for space elevators, and high-hardness materials suitable for warship armor. These represented the technological accumulations of the Chuk civilization over the years, now presented to Lu Feng without reservation. Shaylin respectfully spoke, exalted and esteemed higher civilization. Although our technological level may seem insignificant to you, this represents our sincerity in seeking your protection. Your actions have invisibly saved the entire Chuk civilization, but the actions of the prince may have the support of the hailing civilization. We may face hostility from the hailing civilization, so we earnestly request your protection. Our Chuk civilization is willing to exchange loyalty for survival. Lu Feng detected the sincerity in Shaylin's words. He nodded in agreement, understood. I accept everything you offer. For Lu Feng, the Chuk star system was an ideal base location. It had a wormhole connecting two civilizations and was not far from the solar system, making it a crucial transportation hub. Hearing this, Shaylin and the other Chuk people were overjoyed. They knew that with the protection of this mysterious powerful being, the hailing civilization would no longer pose a threat. Lu Feng continued to browse the information and notice details about the Dyson sphere. To his surprise, the builder of the Dyson sphere was not the hailing civilization, but a company called Babrea United Heavy Industries. Shaylin explained, yes, it was built by another company through a stargate. The hailing civilization doesn't seem to have that capability yet. Initially, the hailing civilization commissioned it, but we could only afford the lowest grade fully enclosed fixed Dyson sphere, which led to us losing the light of our star. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully and then suggested, regarding the Dyson sphere, I recommend dismantling half of it. While energy is important, people also need some spiritual solace. Just like the sun to humanity, it is not just an energy source but also a symbol. Hearing this, Shaylin was momentarily stunned. Then tears welled up in his eyes. As humanoid carbon-based beings, Chuk people also express strong emotions through tears. Shaylin deeply felt the kindness and thoughtfulness of this mysterious powerful being. He sincerely said, yes, merciful, exalted, and esteemed higher civilization, we will do as you wish. At that moment, Shaylin completely submitted to this great entity he had never met. When Lu Feng heard the change in how Shaylin addressed him, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He keenly observed that Chirac and the other colonial administrators had already started to rally around Shaylin. In their eyes, Shaylin had become the closest representation of the great beings of the higher civilization among the Chuk. Lu Feng thought to himself that the Chuk civilization would regroup under Shaylin's leadership. He decided not to interfere with these details as long as there were no more incidents like the Chuk prince. After all, the Chuk civilization now belonged to him. At this moment, Lu Feng realized it was time to return to the solar system. He planned to have all the warships descend simultaneously, and the sheer number of the fleet would be enough to deter any potential resistance. Global order would be firmly in his grasp, and his commands would become absolute. However, this was not Lu Feng's true objective. He knew that beneath the surface of peace, there were turbulent undercurrents. Those who suddenly gained access to warships, as well as the radical dissent factions, were all lurking within. Even though they might have tragic or unjust pasts, Lu Feng could neither change history nor condone their actions out of sympathy. Lu Feng decided to shape a new society, with the primary task of eliminating hidden threats. His greatest concern was that while he fought battles elsewhere, the home front could be ignited by sudden agitation. Therefore, he needed to conduct a screening process. The day he left the solar system marked the beginning of the first screening. Those scoundrels who had suddenly gained powerful warships would surely be unable to suppress their inner desires. Without the deterrence of Lu Feng's massive fleet, the global situation would descend into chaos as it had before his rebirth. But this time, Lu Feng would conduct a covert fishing operation. Lu Feng's gaze involuntarily fell on the vast repository of knowledge from the secondary civilization before him. He had also brought a significant technological boon for human civilization. Before leaving, Lu Feng sent his final communication order to Shaylin. Shaylin, assemble the most elite legion of the Chuk civilization and have them board a carrier. Upon hearing Lu Feng's request, Shaylin acted immediately without hesitation. Though filled with curiosity, he wisely remained silent. Some things didn't require too many questions. Completing them was enough. On the surface of the Chuk 5 planet, fierce winds whipped up sandstorms, making survival impossible without protective suits. A legion of 100,000 Chuk soldiers, equipped with exoskeleton armor and Gauss rifles, stood silently within a colonial base. They were following the highest level command, waiting there. Brigadier General Shan, leading the group, didn't know what they were waiting for but wisely refrained from asking. He had already heard rumors about the changes in outer space, but that wasn't something the army could be involved in. He guessed that this highest level order must be related to those changes. As Shan pondered, a massive shadow slowly approached from the endless sandstorm outside the base. The shadow descended from the sky, its size comparable to the entire city-sized base. Shan's pupils dilated as he stared in disbelief at the colossal object. The shadow drew closer. It eventually stopping like a giant wall on the sandy plain outside the base. The swirling sand was blocked by this massive wall, allowing everyone to see its true form. It was a gigantic, diamond-shaped warship, flat like the land, with numerous entry and exit doors and semi-concealed laser weapons embedded throughout its hull. As Shan gazed in astonishment at the land-like warship, he received a communication from the newly appointed Chuck President Shaylin. Brigadier General Shan, as the most elite and loyal legion of our civilization, I order you to lead your legion aboard this warship from the great higher civilization. From now on, you will follow their commands, Shaylin announced sternly. Shan finally understood their mission. He immediately saluted Shaylin. Yes, I will lead my legion to bring honor to our civilization. Good luck, Brigadier General Shan. Shaylin nodded. Shan turned and ordered the entire legion, prepare for combat and board the ship. The Chuck soldiers, still in shock, immediately readied themselves and moved towards the base's perimeter wall with their weapons. The gate of the perimeter wall flashed red warning lights and slowly lifted. The massive warship loomed before them. One by one, the fully armed Chuck soldiers, filled with nervous anticipation and excitement, approached the giant warship. Transport vehicles and armored cars carrying supplies and equipment formed a long line, passing through the base's perimeter wall. The lowest level hatch of the silent Behemoth-class carrier opened wide, and the 100,000 strong legion swarmed aboard the unprecedentedly enormous vessel like ants. Brigadier General Shan was the last to leave the base. He walked through the sandstorm-resistant perimeter wall made of high-strength materials, step by step towards the increasingly imposing warship. His entire body trembled with excitement at the thought of embarking on a stellar journey with the higher civilization. The long-lost thrill of battle surged once more. Feng led millions of warships away from the Chuck planetary system. Although he had left, Zilraxis still roamed the deep space a few light-years away from the Chuck system. Feng had told it to move freely there but to act cautiously, avoid consuming planets, and refrain from wandering too far to prevent being captured by higher civilizations for research. Zilraxis readily agreed. With Zilraxis around, the Chuck planetary system could become the safest place in the galaxy. Feng hinted this to Shaylin, assuring him that there was no need to worry after his departure. The massive fleet entered hyperspace within the Chuck system and appeared on the outskirts of the solar system about an hour later. Feng ordered the fleet to halt and had the 100,000 Chuck soldiers transferred to 10 immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers. The silent Behemoth-class carrier was too large, and the Void Shadow couldn't fully cover it with its cloaking field, so the Chuck soldiers had to transfer via ship-to-ship corridors. After the transfer was complete, Feng commanded the Void Shadow to activate its cloaking field, leading 10 immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, 50 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and 500 fearless Pi-class destroyers into an undetectable state. Thus, this formidable fleet silently infiltrated the inner solar system. Feng was in no rush regarding the hailing civilization. He understood that their key to advancing to a level 4 civilization lay in wormhole technology. Based on his past experiences, this breakthrough would take more than a decade, coinciding with the latter stages of the solar system campaign. As for whether the hailing civilization would dare to traverse the wormhole, Feng had no concerns. The upheaval on the Chuck home planet would inevitably involve the hailing civilization, making them hesitant to enter the Chuck star system. Even if they did take the risk, Feng was confident in his ability to handle it. However, the subsequent plans to deal with the hailing civilization required considerable thought. The massive size of the Zilraxian fleet meant it couldn't pass through a wormhole, forcing Feng to find another way. Even with the hyperspace engine's speed, a neutron star battleship would take over a year to cover the hundreds of thousands of light-years in a straight line, and that's under ideal conditions. Reality would be even more complicated. The immediate priority was preparing for the impending joint invasion forces. Feng estimated that in a few months to a year or two, those adventurers who had acquired battleships would inevitably clash with other civilizations. This would mark the beginning of a meticulously planned joint invasion. After covert probing and investigation, it became clear that several level 3 and even level 4 civilizations would join forces to dispatch fleets to encircle the solar system. They planned to use a strategy of both diplomatic and military pressure, tightening the noose while sowing discord within humanity. Their tactics were so sophisticated that even the most seasoned human politicians would be outmatched. Therefore, Feng urgently needed to complete his selection plan. While he couldn't control those players who had already left the solar system, he wasn't overly worried. Conflicts between civilizations were inevitable. What he could do was stabilize the rear and minimize internal strife before that happened. The Void Shadow led a moderately sized fleet deeper into the solar system, arriving at the outskirts of Neptune. At that moment, Feng noticed an intense firefight erupting outside Neptune's orbit. On the battlefield, over a dozen level 6 and level 7 battleships were attacking 3 level 7 battleships. Under the overwhelming firepower, the energy shields of the 3 level 7 battleships were on the brink of collapse. In a desperate move, the three Level 7 battleships activated their hyperspace engines amidst the barrage of laser fire to escape. However, one of the battleship's energy shields was completely depleted during the process, turning it into a fiery wreck. The remaining two managed to enter hyperspace and disappeared into the vast universe. The pursuers, seeing their targets escape, had no choice but to give up. They lacked effective tracking methods to follow the hyperspace trajectory. Witnessing the entire scene, Feng pondered deeply. The outskirts of Neptune had already become a battlefield, and the situation was more dire than he had imagined. He ordered the Void's shadow to approach slowly and mobilized hundreds of Level 10 battleships to encircle the enemy before revealing himself. On one of the enemy ships, Fleet Commander Zhou Hong glared at the escaping adversaries with clenched teeth. They had been so close to annihilating them completely but had failed at the last moment. The thought of what that individual had done in Denghai City made Zhou Hong seethe with anger. When the battleships first arrived in the solar system, it felt as though the entire world had momentarily frozen. The release of a secretly filmed video showing Lu Feng leading Lingya and her father onto the Void Shadow only intensified the oppressive presence of Lu Feng's fleet, leaving all Galactic Era players in a state of fear. During the first hour after the descent, players of Galactic Era reacted differently. Some were still in shock from the sudden event, while others were busy familiarizing themselves with their newly acquired battleships. Some were fretting over the repairs needed for their ships. Yet, the astute ones immediately recognized it as a transformative opportunity. However, faced with Lu Feng's million-strong fleet, all ambitions and schemes were suppressed, and no one dared to act rashly. Even after Lu Feng's fleet vanished from the solar system, the deterrent effect lingered in the minds of people worldwide. But as time passed, the situation began to change subtly. 2 hours after the descent, some players started emulating Lu Feng, piloting their ships into the atmosphere to pick themselves up. For hours later, battleships could be seen whizzing across the sky. Some used this to vent their excitement over acquiring a battleship, while others took the opportunity to observe the global situation and verify if Lu Feng had truly left. 6 hours later, conflicts began to surface among players. Some grew resentful after losing races, while others coveted those with higher-level battleships. As Lu Feng's fleet remained absent, small-scale skirmishes erupted both within and outside the atmosphere. At this point, the situation was still manageable, with most battleship owners maintaining a basic level of rationality. However, 12 hours after the descent, things took a drastic turn. Some individuals realized that conventional weapons posed no threat to their battleships. They began to see themselves as new rulers, indulging in their basest instincts. Lu Feng's million-strong fleet became a distant memory to them, and some even arrogantly fantasized about inviting him to join them in establishing a new order. In the following 12 hours, the global situation deteriorated rapidly. Many nations fell into chaos, with coups occurring one after another. Only a few major countries, especially in East Asia, remained relatively stable. There, a player with numerous level 10 battleships quickly rallied many allies, forming an organization called the Order Faction to stabilize the region. The founder of the Order Faction, Su Jianqiang, was a seasoned player with extensive connections. He even persuaded Wang Zhua, the former top player in the battleship rankings, to join. Zhou Hong was also a member of this organization. Their goal was to establish a new order suited to the new era, regardless of past identities. Despite their efforts, some regions still experienced tragedies. The player who had just escaped was a prime example. Regretting the sale of a special battleship, he harbored resentment. In Denghai City, he launched indiscriminate attacks. Although Zhou Hong and others quickly destroyed most of his ships, he managed to escape with the last 3. In this chaos, Zhou Heng's family was tragically affected. Even after pursuing him to Neptune, the man ultimately escaped, fueling Zhou Heng's growing anger. At that moment, Zhou Heng's vision was suddenly filled with a multitude of warships, as if they had appeared out of thin air. These ships quickly surrounded Zhou Heng's dozen or so warships, placing them at the center. Zhou Hong took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. Those were Nebula-class stellar cruisers, 10 of them, gleaming like a flawless nebula. Level 10 warships. In the entire galactic era, only a handful of people could build such ships. Zhou Hong thought to himself that these individuals must have honed their skills through countless days and nights of hard work. Few would spend a fortune to buy them. His gaze swept over the other warships, and his pupils contracted instantly, wandering sanctuary-class battlecruisers. There were so many that they were hard to count. And the rest of the fleet? All indomitable Pi-class destroyers, densely distributed around the Nebula-class stellar cruisers and the wandering sanctuary-class battlecruisers, numbering at least in the hundreds, as if they were free. Zhou Hong was astounded. Level 10 warships were so commonplace? Just then, the fleet's AI received a communication request from the other side. Zhou Hong didn't hesitate and confirmed the request. A cold voice came through. Disarm all your ships and open the ship-to-ship passage, or you won't have a chance to escape into hyperspace. A chill ran down Zhou Heng's spine, but he complied. He knew that disobedience would only lead to the same outcome. However, the voice sounded oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He thought carefully, and then it hit him: Lu Feng, the man whose experiences were nothing short of legendary. Zhou Heng recalled the impression Lu Feng had left on him. A vast fleet of tens of thousands of warships, especially the overwhelming number of ships on the day they descended. A fleet of millions had almost become synonymous with Lu Feng. This was why Zhou Heng hadn't immediately thought of him, as the fleet before him, composed entirely of level 10 warships, was so different from his usual impression. Whether in the galactic era or during the descent, Lu Feng was like a brilliant star, impossible to ignore. During the galactic era, he frequently appeared in global announcements and later became a media sensation. It could be said that the galactic era became somewhat famous thanks to Lu Feng. What excited Zhou Heng even more was the possibility that Lu Feng was connected to the Order faction. Rumor had it that the Order faction had a mysterious behind-the-scenes boss, and many speculated that this person was none other than Lu Feng, the current top-ranked warship commander. With this in mind, Zhou Heng tentatively asked, "Is this Lu Feng?" The other side didn't answer directly, just responded with a faint hum. Zhou Heng instantly confirmed the identity, overwhelmed with excitement, and blurted out, "Boss, I salute you." He almost wanted to kneel and acknowledge him as a godfather. With this powerhouse as their backing, what couldn't they achieve? Lu Feng was taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm and quickly asked, "What's going on? Explain it to me." Zhou Heng immediately recounted the entire story to Lu Feng, from the global collapse of Order, the formation of the Order faction, to his pursuit of the troublemakers in Danghai City. Lu Feng finally understood. It turned out that the formation of the Order faction was indeed related to him. He had hinted to Su Jinxiang to undertake this task in the final days before the descent. Unexpectedly, Su Jinxiang had credited him as the behind-the-scenes boss. Lu Feng silently praised Su Jinxiang's capabilities. In such a short time, he had organized a fairly structured faction and managed to maintain stability in the eastern region of Asia. As for Wang Zhua, Lu Feng hadn't expected him to join the Order faction and wondered how he was faring now. The troublemaker Zhou Heng mentioned, who was attacking indiscriminately in Danghai City, reminded Lu Feng of the discoverer of the Void Shadow. That person had been a member of the Descendant faction before Lu Feng's rebirth, helping to transport a fleet into the solar system. Lu Feng decided that if he had the chance, he would deal with this problem. However, Lu Feng had no intention of chasing the fleeing troublemaker. All the warships were equipped with hyperspace engines, making pursuit extremely difficult. To track them down, one would need to fill the surrounding hundreds or thousands of light years with detection instruments, which was nearly impossible. Lu Feng refocused his attention on Zhou Heng. Since he was an ally, Lu Feng didn't insist on disarming Zhou Heng's ships for inspection by the Chuck fleet. But for caution's sake, he kept Zhou Heng's ships within the encirclement of his fleet. "Does the Order faction have an internal communication network?" Lu Feng asked. Zhou Heng nodded immediately. "Yes, we found that the communication facilities on the warships from the galactic era are all superluminal. We don't know the exact principles, but they are very convenient to use." Hearing this, Lu Feng noted it mentally, planning to thoroughly study these warships from the galactic era in the future and fully understand their technological makeup. Given the Chuck civilization's reverence for these warships and the invading civilization's desire for them, these ships certainly contained advanced technology. "Don't spread the word about my return," Lu Feng said. "Contact Su Jinxiang privately and tell him to prepare 2 lists." Zhou Heng nodded immediately. One list of galactic era players, and one of players with no criminal records. Lu Feng calmly stated his premeditated plan. Zhou Heng sensed the deeper meaning behind this and felt a chill. He realized that a major change was imminent. At that moment, Zhou Heng felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunate that he hadn't been consumed by greed, and fortunate that he had followed Su Jinxiang's advice to join the Order faction. In the southwest of Berlin lies the city of Potsdam, renowned for its world-famous Astrophysical Institute. Recently, the institute hosted a global astronomy conference, with the primary focus being the potential Dyson sphere device discovered by the Purple Mountain Observatory in Dying City. The team from the Purple Mountain Observatory, led by academician Chen Jinwan, included several researchers and students, among them Zhou Xian. They came well prepared with papers and data, ready to present their findings at the conference for the first time. The conference spanned 5 days, set in the picturesque surroundings of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute's outskirts. Top astronomers from around the world engaged in heated discussions about the new discovery. They debated various issues. Is the dimming star truly encased by a Dyson sphere? Do advanced civilizations still require such technology? Is there a Kardashev Type 2, or even Type 3 civilization within 100 light-years of our solar system? Such scenes are not uncommon. Whenever a new potential Dyson sphere is discovered, similar discussions ensue. However, due to humanity's limited knowledge of the exoplanetary systems, most discussions remain speculative and inconclusive. Typically, these conferences end up being more about naming the new discovery and marking it on humanity's astronomical map. For the attendees, The conference often feels more like a funded trip, an opportunity to exchange ideas and research progress with global peers. Chun Jinwon brought Zhou Xian and the others with a similar mindset, hoping to give the young researchers some experience and to boost the Purple Mountain Observatory's presence in the international astronomy community. However, on the last day of the conference, a shocking event occurred. The sky over Europe was suddenly filled with countless warships, causing panic among the attending astronomers. They surrounded Chen Jinwen, questioning whether he had sent a signal to the suspected Dyson sphere. Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian hurriedly explained that even if a signal had been sent, it couldn't have traveled that far in such a short time. After calming down, everyone realized they had overreacted. It was their first time witnessing such a sight, and the shock had caused them to lose their composure. Zhou Xian habitually checked his phone for online updates and found that similar situations were occurring globally. European countries had already entered emergency response mode. More astonishingly, a video from Dahai City was going viral online. The footage showed a massive super warship hundreds of meters long hovering above the Pujang River, taking people from the shore. Zhou Xian immediately recognized the leader among those taking it was Lu Feng. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Zhou Xian was so shocked he could only repeat those words. Chen Jinwen, drawn by the commotion, watched the video and felt a chill run down his spine. He realized Lu Feng was not an ordinary person. Zhou Xian was filled with regret. Damn it. When Lu Feng asked me to play that game, I was broke and busy writing my paper, so I never built a single ship. Damn it, the paper ruined me. Hearing this, Chen Jinwen immediately smacked him. What are you talking about? Do you not want to graduate? Zhou Xian, clutching his head, looked at the fleet above and muttered, with things like this, who needs school anymore? Not even a dog. He didn't finish his sentence under Chen Jinwen's stern gaze. Chen Jinwen still felt the lingering fear. How could I have been so blind not to realize he was an alien? Zhou Xian was puzzled. What alien? Isn't this the warships from the game coming into the real world? He showed Chen Jinwen the comments below the video. The comments mentioned that all these warships came from the game Galaxy era, and all players could now obtain the ships they owned in the game. Chen Jinwen was stunned after reading the comments. He remembered that Lu Feng was supposedly the owner of the largest fleet in the game, and now all those ships had appeared in reality. Looking at the dense fleet above, with similar scenes worldwide, he clutched his chest, unsure if it was from shock or excitement. Zhou Xian quickly supported the trembling old man. Professor, we're rich. With Lu Feng around, we'll never have to worry about funding again. You must stay strong. Otherwise, how can I use your name to get funding from that guy? Chen Jinwen, infuriated by this, immediately stood up straight. Get funding. Get funding. I'll teach you to get funding. He proceeded to give Zhou Xian a good beating. Zhou Xian, covering his head, didn't dare to fight back or talk back. Upon receiving this crucial information, Jinwen Qian and Xian Zhou shared it with their fellow astronomers. They believed that such news would spread sooner or later and saw no need to keep it secret. However, Jinwen Qian deliberately withheld one detail, the star map that Lu Feng had asked him to locate. Even his student, Xian Zhou, was unaware of its existence. Anthony, a renowned astronomer from the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, all these battleships are from a game? And the owner in the video is someone you know? This was beyond his comprehension, completely outside the realm of physics he understood. Jinwen Qian patted his old friend's shoulder with a calm demeanor. Old Anthony, you need to learn to accept new things. Xian Zhou, clutching his chest, mimicked Jinwen Qian's tone. You weren't like this before? Jinwen Qian shot a glare at Xian Zhou, who immediately fell silent. So, what do we do next? Anthony voiced the question on everyone's mind. The room fell into a heavy silence, including Jinwen Qian. No one knew what changes the new era would bring, or what their place in it would be. They couldn't even be sure if they'd see the next day. Jinwen Qian quietly asked Xian Zhou, can we still contact Lu Feng? Xian Zhou shook his head. Only Twitter is still operational. All other social media are temporarily restricted, and international calls are also down. Jinwen Qian had a sinking feeling. Does Lu Feng know we're abroad? Xian Zhou thought for a moment, and shook his head again. I haven't told him. Did you? Frustrated, Jinwen Qian snapped. If I had told him, why would I be asking you? So what do we do? We had tickets for tonight's flight, but now, no flights are operational. Even the embassy might not be able to help us return home. Xian Zhou realized that most countries were now in a state of emergency, with transportation halted immediately. Jinwen Qian sighed. We'll just have to stay here and wait for the situation to become clearer. At that moment, someone gasped. Everyone followed their gaze to the sky, where most of the battleships had vanished, leaving behind those marked with various colors, representing the fleets owned by different players. It was still early morning in Europe, and with the sun no longer obstructed, it began to shine down on the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. Due to the sudden events, all the astronomers who had planned to leave today were forced to cancel their trips and remain at the institute. Fortunately, there was enough food to keep everyone relatively calm for the time being. The sky over Europe had become a playground for many players. They boarded their battleships, piloting the massive vessels with exhilaration. For them, the concept of a nation had ceased to exist. Soldiers could only tremble at the sight of these enormous ships, and their helpless commanders dared not give the order to fire, merely watching as the ships roamed freely. The players were intoxicated by the feeling of newfound power. While many players chose not to participate, they were compelled to lower their fleets when they saw others flaunting their battleships in the sky. They needed to protect themselves and their families from any potential threats in their country, where the atmosphere of freedom meant that a reckless or drugged player could launch an attack at any moment. In smaller towns, a single player from the galactic era could dominate the entire area. However, in larger cities, the skies were divided among numerous fleets, with hundreds or even thousands of battleships either cautiously or recklessly navigating the air. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as more battleships appeared. It had only been a few hours since the battleships arrived, and people still retained some restraint, some semblance of their humanity. But if things escalated, no one knew what might happen. The smarter ones had already taken their families and boarded their ships to escape into space. Yet space was not much safer, as it was also overrun by various small fleets, while larger fleets remained unchallenged. As the tension mounted, some astronomers watched the massive battleships flying overhead with growing concern. Others, ignoring warnings, insisted on returning to their home countries, seeking help from the nearest embassy in a major city. A group of them, led by several researchers from the Potsdam Institute, set off in their vehicles towards Berlin, hoping to find a way out. They agreed to return if it proved futile. Potsdam is not far from Berlin, just a few hours' drive. But as night fell, those who left had not returned. 12 hours had passed since the battleships appeared, and Europe had transitioned from morning to night. Back at the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, people saw thick smoke and flames rising from the direction of Potsdam City. Although the institute was located outside the city, they couldn't tell what was happening. As the flames and smoke evolved into the sounds of gunfire and explosions, and the sky was lit by the lasers fired from the battleships, the acrid smell of smoke began to permeate the air. Panic spread through the institute. Everyone speculated about what was happening in the city. Military conflict? Riots? Whatever it was, the city was undoubtedly in chaos. The institute, being farther away, was not yet affected, but everyone knew it was only a matter of time before they might be caught up in the turmoil. Desperation led them to seek any possible escape, contacting military officials, their governments, anyone who might offer a lifeline. In the current situation, they could barely take care of themselves, let alone a group of astronomers stranded in a foreign land. Zhou Xian and the others tried various ways to get in touch with someone, but to no avail. The phone kept ringing incessantly. Zhou Xian frowned at his phone and turned to Chen Jinwen for help. "Teacher, what should we do now?" Chen Jinwen knew that panic would not help. As the group's pillar of strength, he had to stay composed. He calmly said, "Don't worry, we'll find a way." Just then, the sound of cars roaring outside the gates of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute drew everyone's attention. Someone immediately asked, "Are those who went to Berlin coming back?" Zhou Xian thought the same, but the rough engine noise made him uneasy. The German researchers usually drove small cars, which didn't sound like this. Stranger still, the two guards who usually manned the gate were unusually silent. These anomalies raised doubts in Zhou Xian's mind. He quietly pulled Chen Jinwen and the others to a building within the institute that had a side view of the gate. Zhou Xian crouched by the window, using the car lights below to see the scene outside clearly. It wasn't their colleagues returning. It was a convoy of military green vehicles, loaded with soldiers with white faces and armored vehicles equipped with glaringly large machine guns. Never having seen such a scene before, Zhou Xian felt his legs go weak. Trembling, he asked Chen Jinwen behind him, "Teacher, are we going to become prisoners?" Chen Jinwen silently assessed the situation outside, then smacked Zhou Xian on the head, saying steadily, "Stop watching so many movies. If they intended to capture us, they would have stormed in already. Can't you see those vehicles are parked in an orderly manner? They're clearly regular army." Hearing Chen Jinwen's words, the group from Purple Mountain Observatory visibly relaxed. However, Chen Jinwen hesitated and added, "But this situation isn't exactly favorable for us either." Zhou Xian's nerves tensed again, and he couldn't help but complain, "Can't you say everything in one go?" Chen Jinwen, annoyed, gave Zhou Xian another smack on the head. Seeing him clutch his head in grievance, he continued, "Did you notice the location of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute?" He looked around at the group, but everyone shook their heads in confusion. Chen Jinwen glanced out at the vast plain outside, explaining with concern, "Germany is mostly flat, and it's hard to find elevated areas. This is the highest point around here, and it has radio telescopes, radars, and tall walls and buildings. If these professional soldiers were to choose a base, they'd definitely pick this spot. This means our research facility may turn into a military installation, increasing the likelihood of being attacked. Chen Jinwen's thoughts were still rooted in past warfare strategies, and so were those of the German soldiers. Against conventional enemies, such a facility was indeed easier to defend. But without air superiority, the sky belonged to the enemy, making such a facility highly conspicuous. Even understanding this, the regular army had no choice. Their base had been crippled in a bombing raid, and their aircraft were like ants before the enemy warships. The cities were high-risk zones, and these regular soldiers were the most obvious targets for the marauding attackers, with the highest priority for assault. Colonel von der, the temporary commander of this exiled unit, felt a wave of frustration. When did the youth of his country become like this? He recalled the fragmented messages received over the radio. It was said that the eastern region had been taken over by a coalition of young warship owners who were trying to establish a new order, ensuring no harm to the nation and its people. But here, the situation was entirely different. The first to destroy city order were not the warship owners, but the lowlifes who took to the streets to wreak havoc. They began with looting, arson, and other destructive behaviors, causing the order to collapse. Then, a small number of warship owners joined in, pushing the situation out of control. Thinking of this, Colonel von der sighed. The future was uncertain, but if they didn't find a place to stay tonight, they might have to sleep out in the plain. In such conditions, surviving the night was not guaranteed. Colonel von der had been driven to this point. Even knowing that the research facility could become a military target and that it was vulnerable to warships, he had no choice but to occupy it. Colonel von der glanced at the guards held by his soldiers and strode into the institute, armed soldiers following closely. They pushed open the large iron gate, allowing the convoy to drive into the institute. Many of the vehicles bore scorch marks and bloodstains, evidence of fierce battles. The astronomers gathered in the main hall were thrown into panic as they saw the armed soldiers surround them. Colonel von der immediately recognized the institute's director, the renowned astronomer Anthony. He walked up to the white-haired Anthony and solemnly announced, "Mr. Anthony, Germany is in a state of emergency. The current situation is severe, and my troops need to requisition this institute." This is an official declaration. Colonel von der saw the anxiety on the old man's face. Anthony urgently said, "You can't do this. This institute gathers astronomers from all over the world, the elite of the global astronomy community. If anything happens to them, no one can bear the responsibility." Colonel von der scanned the diverse faces in the hall, finally shaking his head in resignation. "Mr. Anthony, times have changed. You astronomers have become the most useless in this war era." He didn't say the latter part, but as a professional soldier, he believed it was self-evident. Nonetheless, from a humane perspective, Colonel von der softened his tone. "Take good care of these astronomers, but don't let them wander around. Also, gather the engineers in the institute. We need to figure out how to use the facilities here for our survival." The soldiers combed through the entire research facility, leaving Zhou Xian and his group no chance to escape. They were escorted to the main conference hall to join other astronomers. Colonel von Dell was taken aback when he saw Chen Jinwen and other Asian faces entering the room, and quickly turned to Anthony to inquire about their identities. With a resigned glance at Chen Jinwen, Anthony replied in a low voice, "From the Purple Mountain Observatory in Dying City. This is academician Chen Jinwen." Dying City. Von Dell murmured the exotic name, a spark of recognition lighting up his mind. Switching to the international lingua franca, he addressed Chen Jinwen, "Academician Chen, please come with me. I hope you can serve as our special advisor." The colonel's previously stern demeanor towards the astronomers vanished in an instant, a change that left Anthony greatly astonished. Chen Jinwen was also taken aback, exchanging puzzled looks with Anthony. Chen Jinwen cleared his throat and said, "I would like to stay with my students and colleagues." Von Dell nodded immediately. "No problem, Academician Chen. Your group can stay together." Hearing this, Zhou Xian inwardly groaned but followed reluctantly after a reassuring pat from Chen Jinwen. Von Dell tried to put on a friendly smile to gain their favor, but it only sent shivers down the spines of Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian leaned towards Chen Jinwen and whispered, "Teacher, why not bring along old Anthony as well? We share the good and the bad together." Chen Jinwen found the suggestion reasonable and proposed, "Let's have old Anthony join us too. He knows this place best." Von Dell continued to smile and nod. Of course, whatever Academician Chen says. Anthony looked at Von Dell in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why this old man commanded such respect. Suddenly, he remembered something Zhou Xian had mentioned earlier. Could they know someone important? The group arrived at the massive signal station of the Research Institute. Staring at the colossal spherical structure, Von Dell slowly revealed his plan. "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation outside is dire. There might not be a safe place left in all of Europe." The crowd's faces grew solemn. However, in the East, order is still maintained. This statement elicited varied reactions. Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian were overjoyed, while Anthony was increasingly shocked. Von Dell continued, We have learned that a young man named Su Jianxiang has led the formation of an order alliance, safeguarding the entire Far East region. To live under order, we must head east. Anthony looked enviously at Chen Jinwen. Old Chen, you're in luck. At that moment, Zhou Xine suddenly shouted, "Oh, right? Feng mentioned he has a friend named Su Jianxiang in his game." Everyone was stunned by this revelation. Von Del asked incredulously, "What, you know Su Jianxiang?" Zhou Xine had shouted in Chinese, so Chen Jinwen translated for him. Von Del rushed to Zhou Xine, excitedly saying, "Sir, we have a full-spectrum signal transmitter here. Using the Research Institute's satellite phone-grade signal station, we can amplify the signal to a very large range. The order zone will be able to receive our transmission. Can you help us?" Zhou Xine agreed without hesitation. Von Del was overjoyed and immediately directed his men to get to work. Soldiers brought in a backpack-style military full-spectrum signal transmitter, while engineers dismantled the signal station's casing to connect the two. However, just as everything was ready, someone raised a crucial question. Without a designated communication channel, doesn't that mean people outside the order zone could also receive our signal? The question plunged everyone into silence. The researchers at the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute exchanged uneasy glances, the tension palpable. They all knew what lay beyond the boundaries of the order zone, but no one dared to send a signal, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. Just then, a distant rumbling sound echoed above the institute, reminiscent of thunder in the far-off sky. Von Der's face turned ashen. He recognized that sound all too well. It was the hum of warship engines. He immediately summoned a scout for a report. "Sir, 3 warships are hovering at an altitude of 500 meters, each about 300 to 400 meters long, approximately 10 kilometers away," the scout quickly reported. Von Der's instinct screamed danger. Were these warships coming for them? He dared not act rashly. If they sent out a signal and were detected by those warships, they could descend upon the institute in an instant. If the intentions were hostile, they wouldn't last until reinforcements from the order zone arrived. The entire institute fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the situation to unfold. It wasn't until the next morning, when the scout reported that the warships seemed to have moved away, that they breathed a sigh of relief. However, it wasn't long before those 3 warships reappeared on the horizon. This time, they brought a horde of marauders with them. The marauders, armed with flamethrowers and driving modified pickup trucks, followed beneath the warships, advancing menacingly towards the institute. The warships moved slowly, almost as if providing escort. Von Der set down his binoculars and hurried down the observation tower, addressing Chen Jinwen and the others gravely, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have no choice." Following his command, the engineers activated the signal station's high-power transmitter, setting it to maximum output. A beam powerful enough to pierce through the atmosphere and reach outer space radiated from the institute. Simultaneously, the military-grade all-frequency signal transmitter connected to the station began emitting a rhythmic signal. Enhanced by the high-power transmitter, the signal strength and range expanded exponentially. "This is the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. We are under attack by marauders. Repeat, we are under attack by marauders. We have astronomers from around the world here, including academician Chen Jinwen from the Purple Mountain Observatory and his student Zhou Xine. We are requesting urgent assistance from the order zone to the east. If help does not arrive soon, we will not be able to hold out. Repeat, this is the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute." The intense signal spread in all directions at nearly the speed of light. If one could see invisible wavelengths, it would appear as a brilliant pillar of light emanating from the institute, broadcasting the distress call. Satellites and warships orbiting above Europa received the signal. Meanwhile, at the Order United Fleet headquarters in Dahai City, Eastern Nation, an urgent message was received. The message quickly reached Fleet Commander Su Jianxiang. "Commander Su, we received a distress signal from Potsdam via relay satellite." Su Jianxiang scrutinized the message, noting the names Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xine. From the Purple Mountain Observatory? He began considering the available forces he could mobilize. Europa was currently in a state of chaos, and their strength alone might not be sufficient to stabilize the situation. As Su Jianxiang pondered, another message arrived. "Commander Su, Potsdam also mentioned that Zhou Xine is a friend of Lu Feng." Su Jianxiang sprang to his feet. "Notify all United Fleet members, all non-essential warships are to be mobilized. Target, Potsdam." Above Dahai City, there were originally only 100 or so routine patrol warships. Suddenly, the glow of hyperspace engines lit up the near-Earth orbit. A fleet of 500 warships appeared abruptly, followed closely by another fleet of 300. Warships from all over the nation converged, forming a massive umbrella over Dahai City's space orbit. Soon, the number of warships exceeded 1,000 and continued to grow. Although the quality of the warships varied, such a large fleet was a formidable force. Su Jianxiang, leading the fleet, calculated that with their numbers, They should be able to handle several small enemy groups unless they faced a united front from all of Europa's warship players. The greatest concern was that their presence might provoke hostility from all of Europa's players, leading to a collective attack. As Su Jinxiang observed the growing fleet, now numbering in the thousands, he received a message from Zhou Hong, who was on an external mission. The content of the message made Su Jinxiang's pupils contract sharply. At the same time, inside the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, a sentinel who had been monitoring the enemy suddenly reported to von Der, "They're speeding up." Von Der's heart sank. His worst fear was coming true. The three warships seemed enraged by the Institute's signal. Their speed increased dramatically, the sonic booms shaking the surrounding area, forcing everyone to cover their ears. In the atmosphere, hyperspace engines couldn't be used easily, relying mainly on anti-gravity engines. Even so, in mere seconds, those warships could descend upon the Institute, using their formidable firepower to raze it to the ground. As the warships rapidly approached, even the experienced Chen Jinwen couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Zhou Xian clung to Chen Jinwen's leg, crying out, "Teacher, I haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want to die." Chen Jinwen wanted to scold him but found his lips trembling too much to speak, his leg shaking like a leaf. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, it must be Zhou Xian's fault, definitely not me being scared." But as he looked up again, the reflections of the warships grew ever clearer in his eyes. There was no time. Chen Jinwen's heart sank. Even if aid were dispatched from their homeland right now, it wouldn't arrive in time. They would surely perish under the firepower of this warship. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a brilliant golden light suddenly descended from the sky. The light was so dazzling that it made one wonder if heaven itself had come to earth. Wherever the golden light touched, everyone felt a warm surge throughout their bodies, as if infused with boundless energy. People all across Europe looked up to the sky to see a massive golden light point hovering in space, radiating beams of light. Within the intense glow, faint light wings could be seen. Countless people dropped to their knees, convinced that this was a divine punishment sent by God to punish the sinners who had caused such calamity. A stream of pale golden energy shot down from the light, resembling a new star crashing into Europe. The new star vanished in an instant but carried immense energy that pierced through a warship hovering above the Potsdam Astrophysics Institute. As everyone stared in shock at the charred remains of the ship, two more golden streams followed, instantly reducing the remaining two warships to ashes. Even though one of the warships tried to evade, the golden stream followed it precisely, striking its target. Everything illuminated by the golden light was laid bare. An angel. This is an angel sent by the Lord. The devout astronomers dropped to their knees in prayer. Even someone as resolute as Colonel von Der began to waver, questioning whether this was truly an angel's descent. Anthony bowed his head in reverence, whispering a prayer, "Lord, please take me into this golden heaven." Zhou Xian, still clinging to Chen Jinwen's leg, stared blankly at the floating charred remains and instinctively patted his teacher's leg. "Teacher, stop shaking." All across Europe, a majority of people knelt in prayer under the golden light, their prayers rising in unison. Then, in the backdrop of the radiant light, a massive fleet of over 500 ships gradually appeared. They seemed like divine emissaries emerging from the light, leaving an indelible mark on all who witnessed them. The fleet began to descend, entering the atmosphere. Each warship switched to anti-gravity engines, descending with unmatched majesty above Potsdam. Among them, a colossal, immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser landed directly on the ground. In the command cabin of the Nebula-class cruiser, Brigadier General Sha watched as the hatch slowly opened. His exoskeleton armor sealed itself, and his Gauss rifle was ready. "First Army, move out with me." Behind him, 10,000 fully armed Chuk soldiers stood prepared. The hatch dropped heavily to the ground, and Brigadier General Shan stepped forward, accompanied by the synchronized clanking of metal footsteps. "By the order of the great higher civilization, eliminate all rioters," he commanded solemnly. "Yes, sir." The entire army responded in unison. Not far from the hatch, the rioters who had planned to attack the Potsdam Astrophysics Institute stood with guns, RPGs, and flamethrowers. Modified pickup trucks were mounted with large machine guns. They had first stared in disbelief as the golden light destroyed the three lead warships, then watched as a giant warship, hundreds of times larger, descended. As the massive warship side hatches opened, hundreds of fully armed troops poured out. Shan raised his Gauss rifle without hesitation, firing at the stragglers who had survived the initial laser blasts from the Allied warships. The entire army swept through Potsdam like a storm, clearing every corner. Any enemy warships appearing in the air were immediately destroyed by Allied Indomitable-class destroyers. Their main objective was to secure areas difficult for warships to handle, such as city buildings. Data uploaded. "The Spear of Light has scanned all areas touched by the light and can provide full support," came a voice from the shadow of the void. Feng looked up at the Spear of Light with satisfaction. The spear of light's wings had not fully extended, yet even at their base length of 500 kilometers, they showcased immense power. If fully charged, the wings could extend to 2 or 3,000 kilometers, resembling a small sun. Fleet approaching, signal incoming. Another fleet of 10,000 ships appeared in orbit above Europe, transmitting the signal. Lu Feng saw an unfamiliar face. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. I'm Su Jinxiang, the newcomer greeted with a smile, as if they had known each other for years. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile back. No need to call me Mr. Lu. I have no money left. Su Jinxiang rolled his eyes at the remark. You're too modest. But let's focus on the current situation. What's your plan? Without hesitation, Lu Feng replied, establish dominance. Respect is earned through strength, not just spectacle. Coordinate with my troops and start cleaning up the mess here. With that, Lu Feng left the bridge and, using the shadow of the void sensors, identified 2 familiar faces within the Potsdam Astrophysics Institute. He then transported himself there using the ship's teleportation device. By this time, the institute had been taken over by Shah An's Chuk army. The original soldiers had no choice but to surrender, overwhelmed by the exoskeleton-equipped Chuk soldiers. Shah An stood at the entrance, having just received word that the great higher civilization was about to arrive. As a flash of light appeared, Lu Feng's figure gradually materialized. Shah An bowed respectfully before him. This was Shah An's first time seeing the higher civilization in person, and he was struck by their resemblance to the Chuk in both form and appearance. Shah An recalled the initial scans when they arrived on this planet, which showed that the planet's composition was highly similar to the Chuk homeworld, and even the native species bore a striking resemblance. Out of caution, they still couldn't breathe the planet's air directly, relying on the exoskeleton armor's filtration system. Feeling that his thoughts were disrespectful to the higher civilization, Shah An quickly said, Great higher civilization. Lu Feng nodded and turned his gaze to the institute's entrance, where numerous researchers, including several Asians, stared at him in shock as if they were seeing a monster. Although they couldn't understand the language spoken by the humanoid figure in the exoskeleton armor, everyone could tell from its respectful demeanor that it held Lu Feng in high regard. As an experienced senior officer, Vonder immediately recognized that this exoskeleton armor was far beyond the reach of current human technology. His eyes scanned the rifles in the soldiers' hands, and he was taken aback. These weapons were completely different from conventional firearms, reminding him instead of the electromagnetic weapons secretly developed by various nations. Vonder frowned, deep in thought. Even after decades of research, the M nation had abandoned electromagnetic weapons, with only one country barely managing to produce a ship-mounted railgun. Yet, this sudden army was equipped with compact electromagnetic rifles? This was far beyond the current level of human technology. Even more astonishing was that the exoskeleton armor on these soldiers seemed to be made of some unknown material. During the previous skirmish with the insurgents, regular bullets had only left white marks on the armor, unable to penetrate it. Facing such a formidable force, Vonder felt a tightness in his throat and couldn't speak. His gaze fell on Lu Feng, and he was shocked to realize how young this commander was. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. This face, wasn't it the one highly prioritized by the intelligence department, the owner of the largest fleet in the galactic era, Lu Feng? Just a day ago, the intelligence department had been functioning normally, identifying Lu Feng's identity immediately. He never expected they would meet in such a manner. Vonder's mind was in turmoil, unable to calm down. Unlike Vonder's shock, Zhou Xian and Chen Jinwan were initially surprised to see Lu Feng, both by his sudden change in status and his unexpected appearance there. Chen Jinwan then breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. Zhou Xian, however, disregarded the situation and rushed to Lu Feng, clinging to his leg and wailing, "Ah Feng, life was so hard without you. You can't leave me alone. How can I live without you, Ah Feng?" Seeing Zhou Xian's outburst, Chen Jinwan clenched his fists in frustration. Lu Feng, however, laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're taken care of." Turning to the white-haired elders present, Lu Feng's voice was steady and powerful. "I heard there are top astronomers from around the world here, the best of the best. Would you like to join the new era? If you agree, follow me onto the ship." Before he had finished speaking, Chen Jinwan eagerly raised his hand. "I'm first. No one else can take my spot." Having deeply participated in Lu Feng's analysis of the neutron star warship star map, he knew the treasure Lu Feng held. Moreover, the starships capable of reaching the stars presented a new opportunity for astronomical revolution, a transformation that could surpass thousands of years of accumulated knowledge. Whoever could participate first would be a pioneer in this revolution and would surely be remembered in history. Anthony, the director of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, seeing Chen Jinwan's eagerness, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Although it was his first time meeting Lu Feng, he had seen the video by the Pujiang River from Zhou Xian and witnessed with his own eyes the hundreds of warships descending on Potsdam, as well as the ground forces that even made Vonder pale. He realized the extraordinary nature of the young man before him. In just one day, Anthony had experienced the brink of societal collapse, only to halt at the edge of chaos. Now, he longed to return to order and reclaim his rightful position. Recalling Vonder's previous harsh attitude, where a top-tier research institute director was deemed useless, a stubborn determination flashed in Anthony's eyes. He wanted to prove that scientists like him could play a role far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. Anthony raised his hand immediately. As the director of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, I represent all our researchers in declaring our participation. He had a premonition that missing this opportunity today would be something he'd regret for a lifetime. Following these two, other astronomers from around the world also responded enthusiastically. Seeing that none of the scientists hesitated, Feng nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, everyone follow me onto the ship. Vonder, who had been sidelined, became anxious and hurriedly shouted, Lord Feng, what about me? I haven't boarded yet. I believe I can help you solve some future problems. He quickly approached Feng and, under the wary gaze of Shan, lowered his voice, security warfare. I am the former head of the Northern Pact Group's countermeasures department and have detailed information on almost all major Western interest groups. If you aim to establish a new global order, these entities will be your primary obstacles. Feng looked at the officer with a hint of surprise. He had indeed considered this issue. Despite the warship's appearance being enough to overthrow the old order, the new order would also be composed of people. The influence of past vested interests was widespread and couldn't be easily eradicated by force alone. Mishandling it could lead to a quagmire of security warfare. Feng needed a stable human society to cultivate the talents needed for various developments and had to prevent such situations. The simplest solution was to address the root cause. However, Feng had no intention of handling this matter personally. He needed a proxy, someone who could execute his will locally. In the east, there was Su Jianxiang, so for the west, Feng scrutinized Vonder and slowly said, Congratulations, you're now on probation. But I need to see your performance and sincerity. Hearing Feng's words, Vonder exhaled deeply. He knew that the old national order no longer existed, and a new era was about to dawn. He might already have one foot on this transformative space elevator. Vondel grinned at Feng and said, I'll prove it to you. Take your soldiers and board that 10-kilometer-long battleship nearby. I have a mission for you. Feng nodded in agreement and led his soldiers onto the massive, pristine Nebula-class star cruiser. This was the very ship that Sha-Un and his 10th Sandstrong Legion were also boarding, its scale truly awe-inspiring. Stepping out of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, Feng looked up at the sky. The spear of light, radiant as the sun, still hung high above, providing powerful bombardment support for Su Jianxiang's fleet. Su's forces had already made significant progress in quelling the recent unrest in the major city of Bolin. Sha-Un's 10th Sandstrong Legion was expected to use Bolin as their base to pacify the entire plain. Other legions would be deployed to surrounding areas, forming a vast suppression network. Feng's gaze shifted past the spear of light to the distant deep space. Although invisible to the naked eye, he knew that the atmosphere above was tightly sealed by countless colossal battleships. His fleet was in position, and a forceful crackdown was imminent. Meanwhile, inside Bolin, biologist Lewin cautiously peeked through a slightly opened curtain, scanning the street. Burnt car wreckage littered the area, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of charred remains. Confirming that the rioters had left, Lewin quickly returned inside. Speaking urgently, they've just left. We need to get out of the city immediately. But where can we go? His wife asked anxiously. Somewhere less populated, Lewin replied without hesitation. I know a retired professor's place. He used to be my colleague at the Max Planck Society. It's very secluded and should be safe. As he spoke, Lewin hurriedly packed up the research materials in his study. These findings on human cell proliferation and activation were invaluable and could not be lost. As a top biologist at the Max Planck Society, Lewin was dedicated to researching ways to extend cell viability to prolong human life. His research had reached a critical juncture. Although a seemingly insurmountable barrier remained, he felt that a breakthrough was within reach. After packing, Lewin urged his family to quietly carry their belongings to the garage. As they got into the car, the garage door slowly lifted, and Lewin's heart raced, fearing that any noise might attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Lewin drove quickly onto a narrow road, but just as they were about to exit the community, several battered vehicles blocked their path. The rioters inside eyed Lewin's family mockingly, slowly raising their guns. Lewin's mind went blank, and he could hear nothing but the cries of his wife and children. In the instant before the rioters pulled the trigger, a series of sharp whistling sounds rang out. Lewin opened his eyes in terror to find the rioters had fallen, and heavy footsteps approached from the left. A dozen burly soldiers, clad in exoskeleton armor and wielding strange weapons, appeared in view. Lewin's eyes widened in disbelief. A military officer in standard uniform stepped forward and checked a list in his hand, confirming, Professor Lewin from the Max Planck Society. Welcome to the Order Zone. Before Lewin could process what was happening, the familiar yet unfamiliar roar of a battleship sounded overhead. A brand new, kilometer-long giant battleship descended slowly, hovering just meters above the ground. As the hatch opened, Lewin was astonished to see some familiar faces. Professor Schneider, Professor Buin, and other colleagues were waving and smiling at him. Escorted by the officer, Lewin and his family boarded the colossal battleship. As the hatch closed and the ground receded, Lewin finally believed it. They had truly arrived in the Order Zone. All warship owners, disarm immediately, remain stationary, and await inspection. Unauthorized units exhibiting any signs of altitude increase or hyperspace engine activation will be destroyed indiscriminately. Repeat. Lu Feng's voice thundered across the entire continent of Europe, much of Africa, and parts of Western Asia. This was the range illuminated by the formidable glow of the Spear of Light. In this vast region, the Spear of Light held unparalleled control, capable of executing indiscriminate bombardment. Ironically, this overwhelming control was thanks to those players who had brought their warships down to the planet's surface. Hyperspace engines are highly susceptible to gravitational fields, with even the smallest planet's surface gravity causing significant interference. If these warships were in orbit, Lu Feng would have found it much harder to maintain control. The nature of hyperspace engines means they can only be detected during entry and exit from hyperspace. Otherwise, they leave no trace. But now, all warship owners were like prey caught in a spider's web, immobilized and awaiting Lu Feng's scrutiny. Despite the stern warning, Lu Feng's screen continued to flash alerts. Hyperspace engine activation detected. Warship altitude increase detected. Seeing these defiant individuals, Lu Feng sneered and gave the order without hesitation. Spear of Light, commence indiscriminate bombardment. Destroy all warships increasing altitude or activating hyperspace engines. The golden wings of the Spear of Light basked in the sun's rays, slowly absorbing energy. Upon receiving the command, the wings unfurled, and countless beams of light pierced the sky like swords. Meanwhile, in Paris, a small fleet of about a dozen players was reveling in their victory. They possessed around 100 low-level warships and had finally dominated Paris after a night of fierce battles. These former street thugs gathered atop the Eiffel Tower, looking down on the city that was about to be theirs, filled with arrogance and pride. The ongoing chaos throughout the city didn't dampen their spirits. It was a result of their own indulgence, after all. Just as they were about to indulge in their newfound backyard, one member spotted a brilliant golden light in the sky. The light seemed to have wings, resembling a mythical angel. An angel? Someone scoffed, spitting on the ground. Even if an angel showed up, I'd send it right back to heaven. However, they soon realized the situation was far from simple. A trembling member pointed to the sky and stammered, "That hat's Lu Feng's special warship. I've seen it with my own eyes. Lu Feng is back." As their faces turned pale, all surviving warship owners received the warning message. Fear spread like a tidal wave among the small group. Some suggested forcibly activating their hyperspace engines to flee, despite knowing the high risk of doing so on the surface. Ultimately, most decided to gamble it all. They stacked their warships together, hoping this would shield them from the Spear of Light's attack and buy them some time to escape. Their efforts were in vain. Hundreds of beams of light rained down, instantly reducing the warships to charred fragments. Only one lucky warship managed to evade destruction and was on the verge of phasing into hyperspace. At that critical moment, an invisible disturbance swept through. The nearly phased warship suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces, disappearing into the void and leaving behind a strange emptiness. The owner of that warship didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated along with the fragments, vanishing without a trace. The Spear of Radiance was the first to breach the atmosphere, followed closely by the massive blockade fleet commanded by Lu Feng. They launched an indiscriminate annihilation campaign against the deviants. The power of the Spear of Radiance was astonishing. A single ship managed to lock down 3 continents. Wherever its light touched, no ship could escape. All turned to charred fragments. However, in regions like the Americas and Oceania, where the light of the Spear of Radiance could not reach, Lu Feng had to dispatch conventional fleets to enforce the blockade. These forces showed no mercy to any deviants, executing devastating strikes. Those ships that complied were tightly controlled, awaiting inspection. Globally, there were about hundreds of thousands of scattered warships, which were quickly brought under control. To Lu Feng's relief, most factions with large fleets remained restrained. For instance, the British, ranked 3rd, possessed over 1,000 level 10 warships, and the CIS, ranked 4th, had around 1,000 as well. These elite factions, who once set the rules, chose to watch and wait rather than follow the radicals in overthrowing order. Lu Feng knew, based on his past life experience, that these factions would soon act, forming a united fleet to carve up the world. But with him in charge, they had no choice but to disarm and await inspection. A week later, Feng reported the progress to Lu Feng. The scattered forces of the Northern Treaty Organization had been mostly gathered and reorganized according to Lu Feng's directives, with Brigadier General Sha and reappointing the officers. Meanwhile, Lu Feng organized experts to create a comparative dictionary and a universal translator for human and Chuk civilizations to facilitate communication. Lu Feng planned to have Chuk officers lead the reorganized troops in the short term, at least in key positions. This was due to his lack of his own core team, but it was only a temporary measure. Feng was secretly cultivating a core force loyal to Lu Feng. The reorganized soldiers were dispatched to various locations to collaborate with the Chuk Corps in stabilizing the situation. National boundaries had become blurred, providing convenience for future reorganization. Additionally, special operations units had completed their tasks, bringing back 1,272 top scientists and engineers, including 83 Nobel laureates. Lu Feng expressed satisfaction with the progress. These scientists represented the pinnacle of human civilization. Although they might not immediately grasp the technology of concrete warships, with the Chuk civilization's second-level primary technology tree, they would have a suitable starting point for their research. Meanwhile, Su Jinxiang reported on the inspection of the warship owners. Lu Feng assigned him to oversee the reorganization of the eastern region, which appeared calm on the surface but harbored underlying tensions. Su Jinxiang had already begun using the Wang family's connections to eliminate potential threats. As the reorganization in the east progressed steadily, Lu Feng turned his attention to the batch of scientists that had just been brought in. It was time to meet them. Lu Feng stepped into the vast auditorium, his gaze sweeping over the expansive space that could accommodate 3,000 people. At the moment, 1,000 scientists were already seated, yet the hall still felt spacious. The front rows were fully occupied, except for the very first row, which had been deliberately left empty for the Nobel laureates. Behind them sat various national academicians and renowned society members. The auditorium buzzed with conversation, as scientists whispered to each other, clearly astonished by this unprecedented cross-disciplinary gathering. Typically, top scholars from different fields rarely interacted, at most recognizing each other's names from the news. But today, these illustrious figures were all gathered in one place. Professor Legrand and his colleagues were seated in the third row. He glanced around and saw many titans of the academic world in the front rows. Nobel Prize-winning biochemist Emmanuelle Charpentier, famed for her gene scissors technology, Carl Barry Sharpless, a two-time Nobel laureate, and other legendary figures nearing the end of their careers, such as theoretical physicist Yang Zhanning and Peter Higgs, the proposer of the Higgs boson theory. These centenarians, though with heads of white hair, sat with remarkable vigor in the front row. Professor Legrand couldn't help but think, if a missile were to mistakenly hit this place, human civilization might be set back half a century. As the attendees gradually took their seats, Lu Feng slowly walked out from behind the scenes. The auditorium doors were heavily shut by fully armed Chark soldiers, with an entire Chark army standing guard outside. When a young man stepped onto the stage, the scientists couldn't hide their surprise. An elderly man in the front row even shouted, "Young man, enough with the formalities, let someone with real authority speak." Lu Feng knew that his youthful appearance had caused these scientists to underestimate him, but he didn't mind. He began, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my order zone." This statement struck like a thunderbolt, instantly silencing the bustling hall. None of those present had met Lu Feng before, and they found it hard to believe that someone so young could have established such a vast global order. Most scientists were usually engrossed in their research and knew little about external affairs, much like Chen Jinwen. Those who didn't follow social media naturally wouldn't recognize Lu Feng. But there were exceptions. An elderly man stared at Lu Feng, trembling slightly as if recalling something. Lu Feng recognized him and smiled. "I didn't expect Mr. Yang to recognize me." Lu Feng? The owner of the largest fleet. Professor Buin from Arabia, seated next to Professor Legrand, immediately exclaimed. He was more attuned to current events and had certainly heard of Lu Feng. Professor Legrand was taken aback. He recalled that just a few years ago, Lu Feng was merely the founder of a small startup, respectfully seeking advice on neuroscience. He hadn't imagined that in just a few years, their statuses would be worlds apart. A murmur spread through the room as scientists exchanged information about the warships and Lu Feng. Eventually, everyone realized one fact. A new order had been established under Lu Feng's leadership. Lu Feng waited for the discussions to die down before continuing. "You are all invaluable assets to humanity, which is why I've arranged for you to be brought to a safe place, now known as the Order Zone." Hearing this, many began to view Lu Feng in a different light, no longer seeing him as a cold stranger. However, a few remained unimpressed. One person in the corner surveyed the room with disdain, especially the first row. He believed his achievements deserved a Nobel Prize, but the judges were too mediocre to recognize the future impact of his discoveries. After years of being overlooked, he felt disillusioned with the world's hypocrisy. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Mr. Lu, just tell us what you want from us scientists." His words were quickly echoed by others. A white man angrily declared, "If it's about classified research projects from my country, I won't say a word, even with a gun to my head." Professor Legrand turned to see the white man, a notorious nationalist in the scientific community, known for his inappropriate remarks at international conferences. He wondered how this man had gotten in, likely sneaking in during the rescue operations, fooling the soldiers with a fabricated identity. Lu Feng nodded, mentally noting their locations, and continued, "Regarding civilization, where do you think humanity stands in the galaxy? I have a document from the Orion Armed Civilizations Alliance that provides a detailed explanation of civilization levels." This revelation caused an uproar among the scientists. The Orion Armed Civilizations Alliance? An alliance of extraterrestrial civilizations? Even with the appearance of the warships, the notion of establishing such deep contact with alien civilizations in a few short days was astonishing. Lu Feng raised his hand to silence the commotion in the hall and continued to elaborate on the definition of civilization levels. His voice was steady and powerful, capturing everyone's attention. A level 1 civilization is still confined to its home planet, with low resource utilization efficiency. In contrast, a level 2 civilization has the capability to navigate within its star system, though its maximum speed is below the speed of light. They employ kinetic weapons, high-yield hydrogen bombs, low-power laser and energy weapons, and their energy sources include controlled nuclear fusion or low-grade energy materials. Depending on their development direction, they can be categorized into 3 sublevels. Lu Feng slowly conveyed these definitions, obtained from the Chuck civilization, sparking heated discussions among the scientists. Some questioned whether this was truly the universal standard for classifying civilizations in the galaxy, while others pointed out the limitations of the Kardashev scale. A white scientist shook his head in disbelief, mocking, "Don't think you can define civilization levels just because you have a few warships. Great science cannot be tainted by amateurs." Lu Feng smiled faintly and calmly responded, "This information comes from the database of a level 2 initial civilization, which is a subordinate of a pinnacle level 3 civilization. Moreover, I have brought back the complete technological tree of this level 2 initial civilization." This statement was like a bombshell, plunging the hall into dead silence. Without further words, Lu Feng began to display the technological catalog on the large screen behind him. The screen showcased a series of dazzling technologies, applications and storage techniques based on photonic energy, railguns and Gauss rifles, photonic computers composed of millions of photon CPUs, controlled nuclear fusion technology, new materials developed using stellar energy, radiation-resistant and heat-insulating materials for space travel, high-strength light materials for space elevators, high-hardness materials for warship armor, and life extension technology for carbon-based organisms. Each new technology that appeared made the audience's breath grow heavier. When the photonic computers, controlled nuclear fusion, and new materials were shown, scientists in the relevant field stood up abruptly, their eyes wide as if to confirm the authenticity of the words on the screen. Although some suspected this might be an empty promise from Lu Feng, the room was filled with the world's top scientists. If Lu Feng were deceiving them, it would be career suicide. Clearly, he wouldn't do such a thing. Thus, there was only one possibility left: these technologies were real. Many scientists recalled the soldiers who had come to rescue them, especially those wearing the extraordinarily advanced exoskeleton armor. The strength of that armor was astonishing, impervious to ordinary rifle bullets, and worn effortlessly by the soldiers. Material science experts immediately realized that the performance of these materials far surpassed current human capabilities. Moreover, the highly potent Gauss rifles and the miniaturization and stable use of electromagnetic weapons indicated that the related technology was quite mature. A bold hypothesis formed in the minds of the scientists. Could those soldiers have come from the level 2 initial civilization Lu Feng mentioned? Thinking that they might have had close contact with extraterrestrials, many scientists shivered, feeling both excited and terrified. When the technological list scrolled to life extension technology for carbon-based organisms, dozens of elderly scientists in the front row trembled with excitement. While the theoretical lifespan of humans could reach 500 years, the actual average lifespan was less than a century. This issue had long plagued the scientific community, and now the solution seemed to be right before their eyes. Biologist Leonti, who specialized in lifespan research, stared blankly at the screen, his shock greater than when he saw the super warships. For years, his research had hit a bottleneck, with the current challenges acting like a dark curtain blocking his vision. Now, this curtain seemed to have been pierced, revealing the answers before him. He swallowed hard, wondering if he was dreaming. Leonti subconsciously glanced around, seeing the previously angry white scientist now staring wide-eyed at the screen, muttering repeatedly, "It's all fake. It's all fake. Oh my God, is this real?" Two-time Nobel Prize winner Barry Sharpless struggled to stand, wanting to get closer to the screen. He longed for more time to uncover the mysteries of nature. For the past decade, he had wondered daily if it would be his last. Now, it seemed there was a chance to escape that worry. Peter Higgs initially thought he was just there to make an appearance. Although the young man had saved him and brought him to the order zone, he had no intention of truly working for him. After all, he was old and could hardly move lab equipment. But now, he seemed to understand why the young man had invited him. If this is all true, I would give anything to witness it, he shouted with all his might. Feng took in everyone's reactions, nodding slightly. I invited you all here for this very reason. The advancement of science is not a one-man task. However, he changed his tone, pointing to a few individuals. But before we proceed, I must ask these individuals to leave. You have lost the privilege to continue participating. Among those pointed out were the angry white scientist and the person in the corner who thought he had it all figured out. Their faces turned ashen. They were used to dominating their respective fields, leveraging their connections and status to build insurmountable barriers around themselves. Within these walls, they were the undisputed emperors. In the research institute, their word was law. A single recommendation letter from them could determine a student's future. Even when faced with prominent figures, they were accustomed to a respectful silence. However, when Feng announced that they would be expelled from the conference, these emperors were stunned. They could not fathom being treated in such a manner. What piqued their curiosity even more was the mysterious technology list displayed on the screen. The scientists present could easily discern its authenticity, but now, they couldn't even see it, which was a significant humiliation. A white scientist was the first to erupt. Why? I am a member of the engineering academies of 2 countries, with countless awards. How dare you treat a senior engineer like this? His roar echoed through the hall, but it caused no ripple. Feng remained expressionless and simply gestured to the soldiers beside him. 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward and escorted the white scientist out. As he was being dragged away, he continued to shout, "Do you see this? This is how he treats scientists. He has no respect for us. Why should we serve him?" The hall fell silent, and everyone watched the scene unfold quietly. Many even had a hint of satisfaction in their eyes, as if watching an eyesore finally being removed. No one spoke up for him. No one sympathized with him. Just as he was about to be dragged out the door, the white scientist changed his tune. This must be fake. He's deceiving us, trying to make us willingly work for him. He's a dictator, trying to monopolize all of humanity's scientific wealth. This is tyranny. Tyranny. His voice gradually faded outside the door, leaving only a faint echo. Feng watched the first person being expelled from the conference, and then turned to the remaining scientists, nodding slightly. You don't want to be dragged out, do you? The others were silent for a moment. Realizing that Feng's decision was unwavering, they finally stood up one after another. Before leaving, they took a long look at the large screen behind Feng, seemingly understanding that the content about to be displayed could completely change the landscape of the scientific community. A comprehensive and thorough technological revolution was imminent, and they had missed the opportunity to be part of it. At this moment, they were still on the same starting line as the more than 1,000 scientists in the room. But perhaps within a year, they would be left far behind. By then, the gap between them would not only be in ability but also in the era they belonged to. Nonetheless, a sliver of hope remained in their hearts. Maybe, as the white scientist who was dragged away said, this was all a ruse by the dictator before them. Once they had all left, Feng turned to the remaining scientists, a smile appearing on his face. You have been in the order zone for a week now, and I believe you have some understanding of the world's changes. As the smartest group of people on Earth, you should understand that the future is no longer the era of nations but the epoch of civilization. His gaze swept over everyone present, as if penetrating the dome of the conference hall and pointing directly at the vast cosmos. Let our vision extend beyond Earth and look at the entire galaxy. The infighting between human nations in the past is laughable. Now, we have an opportunity to break and rebuild. Old concepts need to be discarded, and humanity must reunite as a whole. This process is destined to be challenging, but it is our mission. Feng's voice grew firmer. From now on, there will no longer be scientists categorized by nationality, only one common title: scientist of human civilization. I will establish the Science and Technology Directorate, divided by academic fields, with positions and authority determined solely by ability and contribution. As the first group of scientists to join, you will have the right to access this Level 2 early civilization technology tree. He paused, his gaze becoming sharp. But this is not a free lunch. Joining the directorate requires signing relevant treaties and strict compliance. If anyone violates them, he smiled lightly, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes, making many people shudder. They understood that the young man before them was no ordinary person. Now, you can make your choice. Those who do not wish to join or think I am a fraud can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the 83 Nobel laureates in the front row raised their hands in unison. I'll join. I want to join the Science and Technology Directorate. Count me in. Finally, a leader with both vision and courage. The future of humanity will be exciting. I'm in too. If warships can descend, what else is impossible? I'm nearly 100 years old and have witnessed countless historical moments. How can I miss out on this? Hey, even if it's fake, I don't have many years left. If it's real, I might live a few more years. Why not? One by one, elderly but determined voices came from the front row, showing great interest in Lu Feng's proposed Science and Technology Directorate. Lu Feng looked at these first scientists to express their support, secretly pleased. The technology list's impact was even better than expected. Initially, he thought retaining 80 would be good enough, but now it seemed it would far exceed that number. He also understood that what truly moved these scientists was the life extension technology. These scientists were not without desires. Their needs often exceeded what ordinary people could provide. And coincidentally, he was the only one on this planet who could fulfill them. With these top Nobel laureates taking the lead, the other scientists quickly followed suit. As the Nobel laureates collectively expressed their support, the more than 1,000 scientists present realized that the establishment and growth of the Science and Technology Directorate were inevitable. The future would see the directorate dominate. The hall resounded with responses, as scientist after scientist raised their hands. Professor Legrand initially thought that witnessing the technologies from a level 2 civilization would require a huge sacrifice, like lifelong loyalty to one person. Unexpectedly, merely joining a scientific organization was enough. No matter how stringent the organization's treaties might be, Legrand found them reasonable. After all, didn't joining any core research project in the old era require signing numerous agreements? The Arab Professor Bouen beside him had already raised his hand. Seeing Legrand still in a daze, he urged, Legrand, isn't your project related to longevity? You will surely excel in the Science and Technology Directorate. I have high hopes for its future. What are you hesitating for? No, it's just hard to believe. Legrand snapped out of his stupor. He had found himself in such a state multiple times today. Looking at the young man on stage, who remained composed before over 1,000 top scientists, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. His ambition is vast. Bouen didn't catch what Legrand said in the noisy hall and asked, Who? Legrand shook his head and also raised his hand. He looked at the large screen ahead, his eyes full of hope for the future of the Science and Technology Directorate. Let's hurry and witness this moment destined to be recorded in history, Bouen agreed with a smile. From now on, they would no longer refer to themselves as scholars from the Max Planck Society. They were scientists of human civilization from the Science and Technology Directorate. Ultimately, out of the 1,272 scientists, aside from the 5 troublemakers initially driven away by Lu Feng, all 1,267 remaining scientists chose to join the Department of Science and Technology. The conference hall was packed, and the applause was thunderous. Scientists stood up from their seats, clapping enthusiastically. Standing on the stage, Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief as he took in the scene. Although some may have made their decision out of uncertainty about the future or were swayed by the atmosphere, there was no denying that a 99.6 joining rate was a tremendous success. The Department of Science and Technology's first large-scale recruitment of scientists was a resounding success. As the room calmed down a bit, Lu Feng signaled everyone to take their seats and reminded them, Next, I will present some real cases. Please remain calm and try not to get too excited. The big screen lit up, beginning to show the technological development of the Chuk civilization. The presentation started with a brief introduction to the Chuk civilization. Their star was enveloped by a Dyson sphere from a higher civilization, providing them with an inexhaustible source of energy. The scene then switched to Chuk 1, where scientists were conducting experiments in new material manufacturing. Concentrated stellar energy bombarded regular matter, resulting in the creation of new materials with unimaginable strength. After countless trials and process optimizations, the Chuk civilization eventually mastered the mass production of these materials. This material has excellent thermal insulation and radiation resistance properties, Lu Feng explained. It's not only suitable for building space warships, but is also used in the exoskeleton armor of the Chuk military. Lu Feng then detailed several new materials derived from this base substance. The screen displayed complex material structure diagrams. Although the scientists couldn't understand the Chuk text, they could comprehend the diagrams. Materials science experts in the audience were eager to get their hands on the samples for research. Advancements in material science often rely on extensive repetitive experimentation rather than sheer genius inspiration, Lu Feng continued. This is an area where humanity has the potential to quickly catch up with the Chuk civilization. Next, Lu Feng turned to solar energy storage technology. Given the Chuk civilization's abundant stellar energy, with solar energy being a major component, efficient storage and utilization of solar energy became a primary research focus for them. As Lu Feng elaborated, the scientists in the audience were fully engrossed, as if they had returned to their school days. Even though it was past lunchtime, no one felt hungry. Occasionally, someone would express admiration for the Chuk civilization's advanced technology and innovative thinking. Throughout the afternoon, Lu Feng showcased representative achievements of the Chuk civilization across various key fields. It wasn't until the sun began to set that this captivating conference gradually came to an end. As soon as the meeting concluded, numerous scientists, especially Nobel laureates, swarmed around Lu Feng. They expressed their complete belief in Lu Feng's words, as no one could fabricate such detailed and extensive scientific data. When can we see the complete second-level civilization technology tree? One scientist eagerly asked. Yes, just an introduction isn't enough. We want to see more detailed content as soon as possible. Another chimed in. Faced with the scientist's enthusiastic inquiries, Lu Feng had to repeatedly explain, the detailed content will be released later. Soon, you will see the technology you are eager for. You will all have plenty to work on then. Despite his explanations, Lu Feng was still bombarded with questions from the scientists, eventually almost fleeing the conference hall. Observing the scientists' relentless pursuit of knowledge, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and a bit of intimidation at their energy and passion. After shaking off a group of scientists, Lu Feng found Chen Jinwen. At that moment, Chen Jinwen was fully absorbed in studying the astronomical knowledge of the Chark civilization that Lu Feng had brought back, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As one of the first to join Lu Feng in the neutron star excavation project, Chen Jinwen skipped the conference and was directly appointed as the head of the astronomy division of the Technology General Administration. This appointment was not due to favoritism from Lu Feng. The positions within the Technology General Administration are strictly determined based on a comprehensive evaluation of contributions and expertise. Chen Jinwen was already one of the world's top astronomers, on par with the likes of Anthony and others, each excelling in their own fields. His professional level was convincing enough. More importantly, Chen Jinwen's contributions to deciphering the neutron star battleship star map were also taken into account, a feat that would significantly enhance his reputation once the deciphering mission was made public. Considering all factors, appointing Chen Jinwen as the head of the astronomy division was indeed appropriate. Professor Chen, busy? Lu Feng's voice interrupted Chen Jinwen's thoughts. Chen Jinwen immediately looked up, his gaze landing on Lu Feng. How did the conference go? It went quite smoothly, Lu Feng nodded. I'm here because I have another task for you. Oh. Chen Jinwen raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Lu Feng explained, I need you to lead the astronomy division in creating the most accurate map of the Milky Way to date. Given the current unrest among civilizations in the galaxy, let's start with the Orion R. Chen Jinwen's eyes lit up with excitement. I've been thinking the same. I've learned from Su Jianxiang that those battleships are incredibly powerful and perfectly suited for interstellar exploration. I plan to start with Proxima Centauri, the closest star to the solar system. Exploring other stars is fine, Lu Feng nodded. But just be cautious. The galaxy is not exactly peaceful. Lu Feng did not object. Humanity would eventually need to leave the solar system. They couldn't remain confined due to fear of external dangers. Besides, within a few dozen light years around the solar system, humanity's military strength was the strongest, capable of providing immediate support if needed. Don't worry, I'll also complete the task of mapping the Milky Way, Chen Jinwen said eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Where are those astronomy division scientists? I need to see which familiar faces are there. Chen Jinwen imagined the astonished expressions of his old rivals when he revealed his new position as head of the astronomy division, a grin spreading across his face. Watching Chen Jinwen's reaction, Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. It seemed the astronomy division wouldn't be a comm department in the future, but the affairs of the astronomy division could be left to them to manage. No matter how much they stirred things up, it wouldn't affect him. He was only responsible for overall coordination. With that thought, Lu Feng left Chen Jinwen's office to attend to other matters. Meanwhile, the High City was undergoing significant changes. After the battleship's arrival, the High City experienced only a brief period of chaos before order was restored. Apart from the appearance of the enormous battleships, people's daily lives remained largely unchanged from before the arrival. They had not yet felt the direct impact. However, the financial market plunged into a slump due to the chaos outside the order zone. Following the establishment of the United Fleet and the introduction of stringent controls, the financial market was nearly abolished. In this new situation, the double-edged sword of finance was no longer needed to drive societal development. Instead, strong control was required to stabilize the situation. Dunan sat in his top-floor office that once overlooked the entire Pu River, sighing as he felt the rapid changes in the world. In just 1 week, the world had been turned upside down. Moreover, he had witnessed the beginning of this upheaval. Thinking back to when he saw Lu Feng and Lingya being taken aboard the battleship hovering over the Pu River, Dunan couldn't help but sigh again. He regretted not having the foresight of Ling Xingfa, who had invested in Lu Feng. If he had, he might have been part of this transformative revolution. Now, most of the employees in the building were at home due to the downturn in the financial industry, leaving the once bustling building eerily empty. At that moment, someone entered without knocking, and Dunan's face changed when he saw who it was. Yang Qi? What are you doing here? Yang Qi had once been his trusted subordinate. He was the one who had delved into the galactic era, building the most battleships. Yang Qi had invested heavily, constructing 3 battleships, 1 Class 3 and 2 Class 2. After the battleship's arrival, Dunan had extended a friendly invitation to Yang Qi, hoping to recruit him, but was directly refused. This had infuriated Dunan. However, he understood that with battleships at his disposal, Yang Qi no longer needed to be bound by the old rules. He had essentially skyrocketed to the top. Yang Qi had initially thought the same. With battleships, why work for others to get what he wanted? He could just take it. But just as he familiarized himself with the battleship's controls and prepared to discuss life with Dunan, Su Jianqiang's United Fleet swiftly took control of most of East Asia, designating it as the Order Zone. This deprived Yang Qi of a prime opportunity to act. However, today he finally saw a rare opportunity. Mr. Du, long time no see, Yang Qi said with a meaningful smile. Have you heard about the establishment of the Technology General Administration? Technology General Administration? Dunan frowned. This was the first time he had heard the name. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it, Yang Qi said. You just need to know that the authorities have decided to requisition several buildings, including this one, that were originally owned by various investment institutions to house the different departments of the Technology General Administration. Hearing this, Dunan gasped. Requisitioning buildings? Did this mean his building, which cost billions to construct, was now worthless? Yang Qi, what do you mean by this? Dunan's voice trembled. His assets had already shrunk significantly during this period, with company stocks being worthless in such special times. Currently, this building, as a fixed asset, accounted for half of his remaining assets. Its value was irreplaceable to him. What does this mean? Dunan was already in a daze. Yang Qi shook his head. I'm just a low-level battleship owner, so I don't know much. But I do know one thing. The Technology General Administration is composed of the world's top 1,000 scientists, including nearly 100 Nobel laureates. Their vision is to elevate human civilization's technological level within 10 years. Dunan understood every word Yang Qi said, but when strung together, he couldn't grasp the meaning. Yang Qi scratched his head. In short, it's a trend you can't change. Dunan remained silent, and just before Yang Qi left, he asked, what about Mr. Ling? Is he? He had already guessed the answer, but didn't want to believe it. Yang Qi grinned. Mr. Ling Xingfa? He asked me to send you his regards. With that, Yang Qi walked out of the office, leaving Dunan standing there, staring out the window at the familiar yet now strange scenery. The times had indeed changed, and he truly had been left behind. In a luxurious mansion by the Pujiang River, Wang Zhuo lay leisurely on a chair, his fingers swiping across his phone screen. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a smug smile across his face. Beside him, Lu Feng lounged lazily. This once formidable opponent of Wang Zhuo had now become his ally. Wang Zhuo suddenly spoke, a hint of teasing in his tone. Lu Feng, I really have to thank you. Without you, my fleet wouldn't have doubled in size. Lu Feng, enjoying the sunlight with his eyes half closed, replied without lifting his head. Your 20,000 level 10 battleships aren't even repaired yet, and you're this happy? It's just a matter of time. Wang Zhuo waved dismissively, unconcerned. Lu Feng couldn't help but admire Wang Zhuo's optimistic attitude, thinking to himself, is this the nature of a rich second generation? Since returning to Danghai City, Lu Feng had brought Lingya and her father back as well, assigning Ling Xingfa a significant position. It was a time when every capable individual was particularly valuable. Lu Feng looked around and noticed some familiar faces were missing. He asked, where are your subordinates? I don't see that professional gamer team. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Wang Zhuo's face. He waved his hand and said, don't mention it. After that battle where you wiped me out, I was so disheartened that I deleted the game and disbanded the team. I even swore I'd never touch battleships again. But now, he grinned, I can't resist. Lu Feng chuckled lightly, surprised at the unexpected turn of events. But he quickly realized that this might be a good thing. Without those subordinates, Wang Zhuo wouldn't end up in a miserable situation this time. Hearing Lu Feng's laughter, Wang Zhuo immediately became wary. What are you laughing at? Lu Feng's eyes twinkled with a hint of threat. Do you still want the parts to repair your battleships? Wang Zhuo instantly caved, quickly appeasing him. Brother, laugh as much as you want. From now on, you can call me anything you like. At that moment, Wang Zhuo's 20,000 battleships were still floating in space, looking like a pile of space junk. The repairs required a vast amount of parts and time. So on the surface, Wang Zhuo was the strongest human force apart from Lu Feng, but in reality, he was nothing but a paper tiger. Lu Feng stretched and turned over, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. The sun feels so nice. Living by the river is truly delightful. A month later, stability gradually returned worldwide. A significant announcement spread across the globe. The Human United Government, formed by the Order Fleet, was officially established. This new government no longer distinguished between countries, but existed under a single concept: humanity. As affairs on Earth began to settle, Lu Feng's gaze turned towards the far reaches of space. His return to reorganize human civilization had always been for one goal: the solar system war 15 years in the future. That would be an incredibly brutal battle. Even though humanity possessed more advanced battleships than the allied civilizations, especially with their superior hyperspace engines compared to the enemy's outdated warp engines, with their last planet at stake, the United Fleets had no choice but to fight to the death. Lu Feng recalled the original timeline. Humanity was riddled with internal problems, and the United Fleets couldn't truly unite. They seized power through their battleships, leading to continuous uprisings and prolonged internal strife. The largest fleet holders were systematically dismantled or tempted by the allied civilizations. This was something Lu Feng couldn't bear to see. So he chose to take a strong stance, breaking down and reorganizing everything to bring about a complete transformation. Only by doing so could he rebuild from the ruins. Now, this goal was gradually being achieved. Lu Feng began preparing for the next phase, gearing up for war. He had a premonition that the solar system war might erupt sooner than 15 years. In reality, facing the allied forces of those third and fourth-tier civilizations didn't faze Lu Feng. No matter how many came, he could handle them. His real concern was the hidden hand behind these allied civilizations. Judging by the attitude of the hailing civilization towards the Chuck civilization, it seemed the Orion Arm Civilization Circle had clear rules, even prohibiting higher civilizations from arbitrarily destroying lower ones. Yet, a coalition of third and fourth-tier civilizations had launched a war against humanity. What was even more puzzling was that no civilization had stepped in to stop it over the years. If higher civilizations truly existed in the Orion Arm, did this mean the war was actually happening with their tacit approval? This thought made Lu Feng realize that his potential enemies weren't just the allied third and fourth-tier civilizations, but possibly fifth or even sixth-tier civilizations. This was what truly worried him. He knew nothing about the capabilities of fifth or sixth-tier civilizations. Even with a behemoth like Zilraxis at his disposal, he didn't feel secure. He needed a more powerful weapon: the Neutron Star battleship. Only by acquiring the Neutron Star battleship could he truly feel at ease. However, starting from scratch was always challenging. Although the reorganization of human civilization had begun well, subsequent development required the guidance of people like Su Jianqiang, Chen Jinwen, and Von Del to gradually move towards the broader direction he had set. This also meant that Lu Feng could finally free himself to traverse the galaxy in search of the Neutron Star battleship. If the journey went smoothly, it could be completed within 5 years. But encountering difficulties might extend the duration. Lu Feng had no idea what the journey to find the Neutron Star battleship would entail. Therefore, before setting out, he needed to accomplish 2 things. The first was to gather more intelligence about the galaxy. Whether it was information about civilization levels, territorial boundaries, or danger zones, he needed to learn as much as possible. The second was to improve the deficiencies of his fleet. The most crucial aspect was the fleet's AI system. He needed a more intelligent and proactive AI. For the first task, Lu Feng had already identified an excellent target: the hailing civilization. The establishment of the United Human Government marked the definitive end of the old era. Lu Feng became the ruler, but most affairs were managed by others. After staying in the solar system for another month, Lu Feng assisted Wang Zhua in repairing his battleship. With Wang Zhua staying behind, Lu Feng decided to lead the fleet to the Chuck system. Before departure, Su Jinqiang approached Lu Feng to report the completion of 2 lists. All players with no criminal records had been accepted, regardless of rank, making up a total of 100,000 ships. Other players were subjected to different penalties based on the severity of their crimes. Those guilty of heinous crimes had been executed, while those with lesser offenses were strictly controlled, their ships' AI systems destroyed, pending retraining and reorganization. Su Jinqiang then mentioned that a few players had chosen to leave the solar system after their arrival, their whereabouts unknown. Lu Feng nodded knowingly, saying these wanderers were likely individuals like Wang Zhua, who were deeply obsessed with exploring the stars. When Su Jinqiang expressed concern that these individuals might attract other civilizations, Lu Feng was unconcerned. He believed that contact with other civilizations was inevitable, and even if it happened, it would be a piece of cake. Su Jinqiang did not grasp the deeper meaning behind Lu Feng's words, and Lu Feng did not elaborate further. Before parting, Lu Feng instructed Su Jinqiang that during his absence, the world would undergo significant reforms and construction, and extraordinary measures might be necessary. Su Jinqiang solemnly agreed, feeling grateful for how Lu Feng had changed his life. Lu Feng piloted the Void Shadow, gradually ascending, leading the massive fleet including the Glimmer Spear, 10 flawless Nebula-class exploration cruisers, 50 wandering Sanctum-class battlecruisers, and 500 Dreadnought Pike-class destroyers disappearing into space as everyone waved goodbye. 1 light-year away at the outskirts of the solar system, Lu Feng's fleet assembled, creating a magnificent sight. Lu Feng ordered the entire fleet to set off, aiming for the Chuck system. In an instant, countless ships transformed into streams of light, vanishing into hyperspace. Approximately 50 minutes later, the fleet arrived near a solitary star about 4 light-years from the Chuck system. Lu Feng engaged in a telepathic conversation with Zilraxis, a being with a childlike voice. Zilraxis reported that only 2 weird ships had visited during this time, and it had eaten them. Lu Feng guessed these were the players' ships that had previously escaped, but when he asked about their whereabouts, Zilraxis confidently replied, "In my stomach." This left Lu Feng both amused and exasperated, prompting him to advise Zilraxis not to eat random things, much like a nagging parent. Suddenly, Zilraxis excitedly presented a fist-sized pale blue crystal to Lu Feng. This irregular, semi-transparent crystal was occasionally surrounded by a blue ocean, which was quite magical. Lu Feng suspected it might be a product of Zilraxis devouring the Chuck home planet, but Zilraxis innocently referred to it as undigested parts or excrement. Lu Feng was left both amused and perplexed by Zilraxis's whimsical thoughts, unsure how to respond to this extraordinary being. In the end, Lu Feng decided to abandon his research on the blue particles and instead focused his attention on the crystal. He gazed intently at the crystal, his mind vividly picturing the scene of the main Chuck star. Suddenly, the blue ocean surrounding the crystal began to change, condensing into a planet roughly the size of a fist. This miniature planet was covered in white clouds and oceans, bearing a striking resemblance to the main Chuck star. Lu Feng was taken aback. To test his hypothesis, he imagined a pin in his mind. As his thoughts concentrated, the miniature planet vanished, replaced by a real pin lying quietly beside the crystal. This scene left Lu Feng astounded. He realized that this crystal might have been extracted from the Higgs field by Zilraxis. This would explain why objects could appear out of thin air around the crystal, a property remarkably similar to the legendary Higgs boson. Lu Feng recalled the theory of the Higgs mechanism. Different fundamental particles interact with the Higgs field with varying strengths, resulting in different masses. Heavy particles interact strongly with the Higgs boson, while lighter ones interact weakly. The Higgs field endows particles with mass, and this crystal seemed to manifest this phenomenon directly in the macroscopic world, akin to creating something from nothing. The mysteries contained within this crystal were beyond Lu Feng's comprehension. Had he not witnessed the anomalies on the main Chuck star, he would find it hard to believe that what he was seeing conformed to scientific principles. After some thought, Lu Feng decided to name the crystal Higgs crystal. He picked up the pin that had appeared out of thin air and examined it closely, discovering that although it looked real, its internal structure was solid. Lu Feng muttered in confusion, guessing that it might be because he hadn't envisioned the internal structure of the pin in his mind. To further test it, Lu Feng decided to create a simpler object. This time, he slowly imagined a razor-sharp knife in his consciousness. The pin in front of him gradually disintegrated into pale blue particles and disappeared into the Higgs crystal. Subsequently, a blade shimmering with a cold light gradually took shape before him. Lu Feng found a high-tech material panel manufactured by the Chuck civilization and gently sliced it with the knife. He felt only a slight resistance as the knife easily penetrated the material, leaving an almost invisible straight cut on the surface. The incredible sharpness of the knife stunned Lu Feng, considering that even bullets struggled to leave noticeable marks on this new material. Looking at the Higgs crystal, Lu Feng's eyes burned with intensity. He realized that this was a true treasure. With skilled use, he could achieve rapid creation of objects from nothing, making anything he needed. Lu Feng asked Zilraxis about the origin of the crystal. Zilraxis confirmed that it seemed to be a higher-order crystal, typically involving the fundamental rules of the universe, making it an extremely rare existence. "Why didn't you tell me about something this important earlier?" Lu Feng asked, somewhat annoyed. "You never asked." Zilraxis' voice in Lu Feng's consciousness grew louder, sounding justified. Although Lu Feng was a bit irritated, he chose to hold back, considering that Zilraxis had refined such a precious crystal for him. He carefully stored the Higgs crystal, deciding to conduct more experiments in the future to deepen his understanding of it. If possible, he even planned to turn the crystal into some kind of weapon to carry with him. Lu Feng highly praised Zilraxis for its performance this time, showering it with compliments in his consciousness. This made Zilraxis somewhat smug. "Can I eat planets again next time?" "I'm hungry," Zilraxis asked expectantly. "Well, uninhabited planets are fine, but not those with inhabitants," Lu Feng replied. Hearing this, Zilraxis cheered joyfully. Lu Feng suddenly thought, if he let Zilraxis devour some mineral-rich planets, could it extract other special crystals? However, he quickly realized that the situation on the main Chuck star was extremely rare. The entire planet was almost covered by the Higgs field, which was why the Higgs crystal was obtained after Zilraxis devoured it. Ordinary mineral planets might only yield some high-purity mineral crystals, but if he encountered another planet covered by a special field like the main Chuck star, he could try again to see if he could obtain other special crystals. Suddenly, Lu Feng thought of the main hailing star. According to Shalin's description, it was also a planet completely enveloped by a sea of particles, similarly covered by the Higgs field. Moreover, The main hailing star might be even more special than the main Chuck star, given that the hailing people possessed advanced technology to assimilate other planets. This idea excited Lu Feng. If he could obtain the hailing people's technology, wouldn't he be able to create multiple planets covered by the Higgs field for Zolaraxis to devour? This way, the supply of Higgs crystals would be endless. Lu Feng realized his thoughts were overly optimistic and quickly shook his head, dousing himself with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. He felt that the main hailing star must have deeper secrets. If it were as simple as he imagined, the hailing people wouldn't just be a peak level 3 civilization. With such creation from nothing capabilities, they could easily become a level 6 civilization. It seemed that only by personally visiting the hailing civilization could he uncover these mysteries. Lu Feng's main fleet remained stationed at Shiraxes, while he took only a portion into the Chuck star system. At the space station outside Chuck 6, the station officer, Shalak, suddenly noticed a fleet appearing and immediately established communication. Honorable advanced civilization, Shalak greeted respectfully. Lu Feng got straight to the point. Do you know the layout of the hailing civilization on the other side of the wormhole? Shalak was momentarily stunned. Then his mind raced. Was the advanced civilization planning to strike against the hailing civilization? He quickly divulged everything he knew. I only know that the hailing civilization has set up a lot of defensive structures on the other side of the wormhole. There's a massive fortress there, manned by hailing's top scientists. And what about their fleet configuration? Lu Feng asked. Apologies, we have very limited information. We only know that at least half of the hailing fleet is stationed on the other side of the wormhole. They place great importance on that location. Lu Feng nodded. Understood. The intelligence from the Chuck civilization was disappointingly sparse, so he lowered his expectations. He then issued commands to the fleet AI. Have the Radiant Spear advance first, with other ships forming a cylindrical formation with a radius of 100 kilometers, centered around the larger ships. Upon receiving the command, a dazzling golden warship moved ahead to the wormhole entrance. Even from thousands of kilometers away, the space station at Chuck 6 could clearly see the sudden appearance of this golden sun. Shalak was astonished. A new ship from the advanced civilization? Then, an even more jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Beams of light appeared outside Chuck 6, solidifying into warships. These ships formed a massive cylindrical formation with a radius of 100 kilometers, centered around the larger ships and surrounded by Wanderer Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and Fearless Javelin-class destroyers, extending from the wormhole to the other side of Chuck 6, far beyond the space station's visual range. Shalak couldn't contain his shock. Through detectors spread across the star system, he realized that this cylindrical formation extended to Chuck 9, the last planet in the Chuck system. This fleet was like a colossal stream of light spanning the starry sky. At this moment, all the warships lined up behind the Radiant Spear, ready to enter the wormhole. Lu Feng, aboard the Shadow of the Void, followed closely. The ship's invisibility field gradually activated, leading over 500 mixed fleet ships into complete stealth mode. Although the Radiant Spear's light wings retracted, its internal energy was fully charged and ready. After confirming that the fleet was ready and all detectors could not detect the situation on the other side of the wormhole, Lu Feng ordered, all fleets, enter the wormhole. On the other side of the wormhole, the space was originally just dark void with occasional passing asteroids. Now, the hailing civilization had constructed a massive ring structure surrounding the wormhole entrance. There were also numerous research buildings around, with 3 conical instruments arranged in a triangle, encircling the wormhole at the center. Directly opposite the wormhole, a colossal fortress, 500 kilometers in length, floated in space, surrounded by 100,000 hailing fleet ships. These ships were all equipped with tenfold curvature engines and powerful energy weapons, the pride of the hailing civilization. At the center of the fortress, a dark aperture device faced the wormhole, looking eerie and terrifying. The hailing Empress and the hailing Chancellor, stationed at the fortress, simultaneously received an urgent notification. The wormhole was fluctuating, indicating something was passing through. Their faces turned pale. Their worst fears might be coming true. For the past 2 months, they had set aside their differences, focusing on the suspected 6th-level civilization fleet. They had mobilized a significant portion of hailing's military forces here. The wormhole research was nearing a breakthrough, and they couldn't afford to retreat now. Once the research was complete, it would signify their official entry into the 4th-level civilization, a chance they wouldn't abandon. Just as the hailing Empress and the hailing Chancellor issued orders for the entire hailing fleet to prepare for battle, a brilliant golden light appeared in the wormhole entrance, illuminating all the hailing structures on this side like the first rays of dawn. A massive warship was slowly emerging from the wormhole, its enormous size almost filling the entire entrance. Whether it was the hailing Empress, the hailing Chancellor, or the hailing scientists and soldiers in the surrounding buildings, all were stunned, staring blankly at the appearance of this golden warship. The warship was covered in ancient markings and had an unusual armor design. a style never before seen in the Orion Armed Civilization Zone. As the Sea Spirit fleet strategically surrounded the wormhole entrance, with all weapons ready to fire, the colossal warship was enveloped in a hazy golden light. The Sea Spirit Empress stared at the golden light, realizing it might be the warship's defense system. Beside her, the Sea Spirit Chancellor frowned as he scrutinized the massive golden warship, inwardly shocked its sheer size alone rivaled the fortresses of the Sea Spirit civilization. Attempt to make contact. The Sea Spirit Empress commanded coldly, suppressing her internal turmoil. The Sea Spirit civilization's communication devices immediately activated, trying various methods to send signals to the Golden Giant. Lu Feng received the communication request from the unknown entity and chose to connect. He did not reveal himself, communicating with the Sea Spirit civilization through processed sound waves. Following the customary protocol for initial inter-civilization contact, both sides included partial dictionary information to facilitate language decoding. The translated text appeared before Lu Feng. To the civilization from an unknown region, you have entered the territory of the Sea Spirit civilization within the Orion Armed Civilization Zone. This area is under the supervision of the Orion Arm's 5th-level Overseer civilization. All actions of civilizations in the Orion Arm are monitored by the Overseer civilization, which regularly reports to the galaxy's highest-level 6th civilization. Lu Feng smirked as he read the message. He understood that the other side was trying to bolster their stance by invoking the name of the 5th-level Overseer civilization, hinting at a powerful backer. But this had no effect on Lu Feng. I am not part of the Orion Armed Civilization Zone and am not subject to your rules, Lu Feng replied directly. Open your civilization's database, or I will use my own methods to achieve my goal. The Sea Spirit Empress's face turned pale upon seeing Lu Feng's response. For an interstellar civilization, opening its database was equivalent to exposing all its secrets. If the other party had malicious intent, they could easily exploit weaknesses in the database to destroy the Sea Spirit civilization. This was akin to handing over the life and death of a civilization to the other party. The Sea Spirit Empress and the Sea Spirit Chancellor were silent for a long time, realizing that this was an unavoidable war. They cut off communication with the unknown civilization and immediately ordered the Sea Spirit fleet. Eliminate the enemies invading our home. Lu Feng watched as countless points of light appeared on the fleet opposite the wormhole. That was the Sea Spirit fleet's energy lasers. He knew that the war had begun. Spear of Light, deploy all light wings and activate the light shield, Lu Feng commanded. By then, the Spear of Light had fully emerged from the wormhole. This giant ship, with a radius of 200 kilometers and a length of 500 kilometers, had its front end just passing through the wormhole while its rear began to unfold its light wings vertically. The light wings flowed and extended as if alive, quickly surpassing the brilliance of the warship's front section and enveloping the entire wormhole. The light wings, like a colossal shield thousands of kilometers wide, effortlessly blocked all energy laser attacks from the Sea Spirit fleet. The lasers hit the light wings and were absorbed like water into a sponge, disappearing instantly. The golden light illuminated all Sea Spirit facilities, with soldiers staring in awe and scientists showing signs of obsession. What kind of technology is this? The Sea Spirit Empress and the Sea Spirit Chancellor were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. They realized that the part of the warship that had passed through the wormhole earlier was just the tip of the iceberg. The real body was the massive light wings extending from the rear of the ship. The Sea Spirit Chancellor's expression changed repeatedly. The energy lasers from 10,000 warships should have caused at least some damage, even to a high-level civilization. Activate the force field generators, the Sea Spirit Empress quickly ordered. 3 massive conical objects around the wormhole slowly adjusted their direction, aiming at the giant light wings in front of the wormhole. An invisible force field immediately enveloped the area, noticeably slowing down the previously fluid light wings and the Spear of Light's advance. Meanwhile, Lu Feng piloted the Void Shadow, which had activated its invisibility field, to the other side of the wormhole. Within this invisible force field, the Void Shadow and the fleet inside it moved at 80 of their full speed. A force field, huh? Lu Feng remained unperturbed, knowing that third-level civilizations had already started experimenting with force field weapons. He glanced around, noting that the light wings covered a region thousands of kilometers wide, while the other side continued their futile attacks on the well-protected Spear of Light. As the Spear of Light gradually approached the Sea Spirit Fortress, drawing most of the attention, Lu Feng's invisible fleet went unnoticed. He took out his phone and opened the Galaxy Era interface. Although there was no network, Galaxy Era was still operational. The final item he had not yet retrieved, the Silver Star City, remained stored inside, waiting for the right moment to be used. Now, having passed through the wormhole, this was the perfect opportunity to establish a base in the Sea Spirit Civilization's territory. As Lu Feng operated his phone, all gravitational detectors in the Sea Spirit Civilization suddenly issued the highest level of urgent warnings. Detected a supermassive gravitational source, scale, small planet level. The technicians next to the detectors looked out at the light wings in confusion, wondering why such an alert hadn't been triggered when the light wings first appeared. In the next moment, their view was completely overshadowed by a massive black silhouetteous superstructure, dozens of times larger than the Sea Spirit Fortress, appearing like a small planet. The sudden appearance of a planet-class battleship caused the Sea Spirit Empress to gasp in shock as she saw it through the monitor. This colossal vessel hovered at the other end of the light wing, its size comparable to a small planet, boasting an astounding radius of 2,000 kilometers. Forcing herself to remain calm, the Sea Spirit Empress scrutinized the massive ship. Its surface was bristling with various weapon systems and docking ports, unmistakably marking it as a genuine warship. Such a scale of warship signified the prowess of a level 5 civilization, categorized into two types. One that transforms an entire planet into a warship, and another that constructs a planet-sized battleship from scratch. Although level 3 and level 4 civilizations can also construct the outer shell of a planet-class battleship, the real challenge lies in making it operational. This involves overcoming a series of complex problems such as energy supply, weapon system integration, material selection, and structural mechanics. Much like the technological gap between building a 200,000-ton container ship and a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier, a planet-class battleship is a testament to a civilization's comprehensive strength. The Sea Spirit Empress recalled the planet-class battleship she had once toured from the observer civilization of the Orion Arm. It was a small planet with a radius of 1,500 kilometers, retrofitted to house most of the dark matter energy resources available to the observer civilization. Yet, it still faced energy distribution issues, unable to simultaneously power its hyperspace engines and other systems at full capacity. Nonetheless, its weapon systems were formidable enough to intimidate the entire Orion Arm. It was equipped with super laser beams capable of destroying planets and even stars, antimatter cannons, wide area force field generators, and dense arrays of high-energy beams. This battleship was the cornerstone that allowed the observer civilization to maintain its unique position as the only level 5 civilization in the Orion Arm for tens of thousands of years. In contrast, the Sea Spirit civilization's super fortress, though inspired by planet-class battleship designs, was no more than 500 kilometers at its longest. The mysterious planet-class battleship before them, with a diameter of 4,000 kilometers, was 8 times the length of the Sea Spirit Fortress. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, the Sea Spirit Empress felt a tinge of despair. Yet, she gritted her teeth and issued the command. Brave immortal warriors of the Sea Spirit civilization, it is time to strike. You are the pride of our entire civilization. Eliminate the shield before us swiftly. Immediately, the 100,000 warships surrounding the fortress ceased their laser barrage on the flowing light spear. Instead, they fired beams with an unusual blue glow, seemingly mixed with something else. Although these beams couldn't penetrate the golden shield of the flowing light spear, they quietly generated black spots behind the shield. Upon closer inspection, these black spots were composed of deep blue particles forming Sea Spirit warriors. They resembled legendary sea monsters, with human-like faces, pointed ears, and serpent-like tails. These warriors passed through the shield, using their flight devices to rapidly approach the body of the flowing light spear. Lu Feng, observing the scene through the flowing light spear's display, recalled Sha Lin's earlier warning. The Sea Spirit civilization possessed immortal warriors with special abilities to infiltrate enemy ships. However, Lu Feng was unfazed and even smiled. Have the flowing light spear eliminate all intruders, he commanded. Golden beams of light began bombarding the Sea Spirit immortal warriors that had breached the shield. The golden light sliced through their bodies like a deadly scythe. To everyone's astonishment, the Sea Spirit warriors, who should have perished after being pierced by the golden light, instantly reappeared in their original positions. After a brief moment of shock, they once again set their sights on the massive battleship, fearlessly continuing their advance. Seeing the gap closing, Lu Feng couldn't help but frown. He noticed that when the Sea Spirit warriors died, they left behind a small cube. This dense, smooth cube, only a few centimeters on each side, remained unaffected by the barrage of energy beams. What is this thing? Lu Feng wondered. The fleet's AI quickly provided an answer. Analysis by the streamlight spear indicated that the cube's shell was constructed using strong interaction forces. Lu Feng was suddenly reminded of the water drop, also built using strong interaction forces. However, this cube was used by the Sea Spirit civilization for their immortal warriors, likely the key to their resurrection. There were several ways to break through this dense atomic layer. The classic method was high-dimensional attacks, but that was too far-fetched for Lu Feng at the moment. More feasible options included antimatter annihilation or ultra-high-energy bombardment. Lu Feng pondered whether the planetary cannons on Silver Star City had enough power. Would using a planetary cannon on such a small cube be like swatting a fly with a sledgehammer? Although he was tempted to try, considering the massive energy wings of the streamlight spear blocking the way, using Silver Star City was impractical. Aboard the Shadow of the Void, Lu Feng observed the three cone-shaped field generators near the wormhole still operating at full capacity. They simulated gravity, affecting both the Streamlight Spear and Silver Star City, which had already passed through the wormhole. However, the gravitational influence of Silver Star City was stronger than that of the field generators. The Sea Spirit Fortress and its fleet of 100,000 ships felt the sudden gravitational disturbance, disrupting their previously balanced state. They had to expend more energy to adjust their positions and resist this gravitational force. Laser weapons around the field generators fired at Silver Star City, but these attacks were merely a nuisance to its massive shields. Lu Feng quickly made a decision. Have the Streamlight Spear retreat to avoid being infiltrated by Sea Spirit warriors. Then, let Silver Star City clear the structures around the wormhole to pave the way for the fleet. Following his command, the Streamlight Spear began to withdraw. To the Sea Spirit Empress and her people, this seemed like a sign that their strategy was working. She was hopeful that the Sea Spirit civilization might actually keep the enemy at bay. The Sea Spirit warriors aboard their ships also saw a glimmer of hope, believing their immortal warriors had succeeded. Just as they were celebrating, three seemingly small planetary cannons on Silver Star City slowly adjusted their aim towards the three cone-shaped field generators near the wormhole. In the next moment, brilliant beams of energy shot out, obliterating the field generators and reducing the surrounding structures to dust. The buildings around the wormhole vanished instantly. In the fortress, the Sea Spirit Empress only had time to hear the final alarm from her instruments. High-energy strike detected, peak power level 22. After that, she received no further information from the structures around the wormhole. Level 22. This is a supermassive energy weapon, the Sea Spirit Empress muttered, her breathing becoming rapid, though she quickly suppressed it. The Sea Spirit Chancellor explained, Empress, as a level 3 civilization, our shipboard laser beams have a maximum power level of 11. A level 22 energy weapon is comparable to those of the Observer civilization. The Sea Spirit Empress nodded silently. All indications were that the enemy was at least a level 5 civilization, excelling in every aspect. In the Milky Way, energy levels are defined based on planets and stars. Planetary energy levels range from 10 to 20, with each level being 10 times more powerful than the previous one. Beyond level 20 is stellar level, reaching up to level 30. Beyond that are energy levels produced by black holes or other extreme celestial bodies. Weapons exceeding level 20 are called supermassive energy weapons, capable of easily destroying a planet, a hallmark of a level 5 civilization. In comparison, the Sea Spirit civilization's laser beams peaked at level 11, a billion times less powerful. The only source capable of sustaining such energy levels is dark matter extracted from stars. The Sea Spirit Empress sighed in resignation. While the Empress was distracted, the Sea Spirit Chancellor discreetly pressed a button on his device. A message was sent from the Sea Spirit Fortress, disappearing into deep space towards an unknown destination. With the destruction of the structures around the wormhole, Lu Feng's fleet began to methodically pass through. Under the horrified gaze of the warriors on the 100,000 ships, an endless stream of battleships emerged from behind the golden energy wings of the Streamlight Spear. Using large battleships as hubs, invincible Lance-class destroyers and wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers formed one fleet group after another, spreading out into the vast expanse of space. Suddenly, the energy detectors in the Sea Spirit Fortress blared warnings. High-energy strike detected. High-energy strike detected. High-energy strike detected. Immediately, massive streams of light flashed across the starry sky. These streams came from battleships equipped with enormous mechanical cannons, each emitting energy levels exceeding 20. The streams pierced through what appeared to be empty space. From the fortress's perspective, there was nothing there, but the Sea Spirit Empress knew her immortal warriors were completely destroyed. As the massive fleet appeared, gradually surrounding the Sea Spirit Fortress and its fleet, the Sea Spirit Empress realized that the decline of her civilization was inevitable. Through the monitors on the Streamlight Spear, Lu Feng saw the dense cubes constructed with strong interaction forces begin to disintegrate under the planetary cannon fire from the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers. Once the first atom broke apart, a chain reaction followed, causing the dense structure to collapse instantly. Under the planetary cannon's brilliance, the immortal warriors had no chance of resurrection. At this moment, a vast fleet of 100,000 Hailing warships stood between Lu Feng's fleet and the Hailing fortress. Although these warships were generally around 500 meters in length, they seemed insignificant compared to Lu Feng's massive fleet. Even the once imposing Hailing fortress now appeared as a mere speck in the ocean. Lu Feng decided to give the Hailing civilization one last chance. He ordered the fleet AI to issue an ultimatum: life or death, the choice is yours. I have the capability to solve the Higgs field problem on Chuck's home planet, and I can use the same means to completely annihilate the Hailing civilization. As more and more fleets emerged from the wormholes, the Hailing fortress and its 100,000 warships were soon surrounded. The colossal planetary cannons of the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers were aimed directly at them, like a hunter targeting prey already caught in a trap. Meanwhile, the High-Ling Chancellor watched the massive golden-winged shield and the rapidly growing enemy fleet, now surpassing the million mark. He realized that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Empress, we might have no choice but to activate the prototype gravity ray cannon, the High-Ling Chancellor said urgently, his face full of sincerity. He carefully observed the reaction of the High-Ling Empress. The gravity ray cannon was an advanced weapon under development by the High-Ling civilization, theoretically achievable only by a level 4 civilization with a unified field theory. As a leading level 3 civilization, the High-Ling had made significant progress in this area. However, the prototype gravity ray cannon had a fatal flaw. It generated a chaotic, non-directional gravity wave at its core, capable of instantly tearing apart everything within its range. Due to the lack of a containment field for the gravity waves, once activated, it would indiscriminately destroy everything. The High-Ling Chancellor saw this as an advantage. His real target was not the opposing fleet, but the High-Ling fortress itself. As an undercover agent for the Overseer civilization, he had long been suppressed by the High-Ling Empress, largely due to the fortress's existence. Now, he saw a chance to turn the tide. Empress, our civilization's chance for advancement is right before us, but it's being thwarted by this sudden invader. We are so close to restoring our civilization, the High-Ling Chancellor said earnestly, bowing his head. Please order the activation of the prototype gravity ray cannon. At such close range, no matter how large their fleet, they will suffer devastating losses. However, the High-Ling Empress remained silent. The Chancellor looked up to see the enemy ships drawing ever closer, but the Empress still had not given any orders. He was secretly astonished. Given her usual resolute demeanor, she should not be surrendering so easily. Just then, the High-Ling Empress received 2 messages from different sources simultaneously. The communicator of Queen Talus of the Aquarians flashed with 2 urgent messages simultaneously. She quickly skimmed through the ultimatum issued by Lu Feng, a flicker of struggle crossing her face before she became resolute. As she read the second message from her covert special operations unit with a blank expression, her gaze shifted to Counselor Tazzle, who stood nearby. Tazzle suddenly noticed the icy cold look in the Queen's eyes, as if she were staring at a corpse. A sense of foreboding rose within him. Queen Talus's voice rang out, cold and clear, Counselor Tazzle. You are charged with colluding with the Watcher civilization and ordering an unauthorized attack on an unknown advanced civilization, which has brought their fleet's retaliation upon us. You are hereby removed from your position and will be handed over to the advanced civilization to appease their wrath. This decision will be communicated to the entire fleet. Well, what? 2 didn't. What are you talking about, Talus? Tazzle was stunned at first, then realized the Queen intended to scapegoat him. He reached for the communicator hidden on him, intending to send a secret message. But Talus was quicker. She suddenly produced a smooth, cubic device and swiftly activated it. As it powered up, Tazzle's deep blue body began to melt away like ice cream in the heat, losing its form. Anti-gravity suppressor. You betrayed me? Tazzle's body lost its mobility instantly, and he could only manage to utter his last words with difficulty. Talus observed him with an impassive expression. Did you think I wouldn't discover the relay satellite you secretly established in this star system? Your messages to the Watcher civilization have been intercepted. The truth of what happened here will never reach them. From now on, the Aquarian civilization will break free from the Watcher civilization's control and no longer be part of their Orion Arm alliance. Unable to respond, Tazzle's eyes bulged wide open in a puddle of goo. Guards, Counselor Tazzle has committed treason. Dispose of him. Talus summoned the soldiers, ordering them to sweep the puddle that was Tazzle into a specially treated container and seal it tightly. Although Aquarians cannot truly die and will reform their bodies on the homeworld after death, as long as they do not die, their consciousness remains trapped in their current body. By confining Tazzle in the box, they could effectively control him. Satisfied with the outcome, Talus knew a bigger problem remained: Tazzle's loyal fleet. This fleet constituted a significant portion of the fortress's 100,000 strong defense force, which was why she had hesitated to act earlier. Now, facing the surrounding army, she believed those fleets would not dare to make rash moves. Notify the entire fleet. Counselor Tazzle has. Talus quickly disseminated Tazzle's crimes to the entire Aquarian fleet. The message spread through the fortress's communicators to all Aquarian ships, even reaching Lu Feng, who found the message somewhat perplexing. Who is this guy? Lu Feng hadn't quite grasped the situation when another message from the Aquarian fortress arrived. To the unknown advanced civilization, we choose survival. We will open our databanks for your use and hand over the instigator, Tazzle, to quell your anger. Lu Feng then understood that Tazzle had been made the scapegoat. Although he saw through the ruse, he had no intention of exposing it as long as his objectives were met. At that moment, chaos erupted within the Aquarian fleet. A small number of ships began firing on their allies, and some even headed straight for the fortress. The formation of 100,000 ships quickly turned into a disorganized mess. Deploy the invincible Javelin-class destroyers to restore order and control all ships, Lu Feng ordered decisively. In this situation, the small but formidable invincible Javelin-class destroyers were the best choice. Though the smallest in Lu Feng's fleet, they were flagship class in the Aquarian fleet. About 10,000 invincible Javelin-class destroyers slowly emerged from Lu Feng's fleet, quickly closing in on the Aquarian fortress. They issued a warning to the surrounding Aquarian ships: disarm and submit to control or be destroyed. The destroyers' laser cannons were aimed at the nearby Aquarian ships. The deterrent effect of the invincible Javelin-class destroyers was immediate. Most of the previously chaotic 100,000 strong Aquarian fleet chose to stand down under the threat of the laser cannons, with only a few continuing their reckless actions. One Aquarian ship charged directly at the fortress, seemingly intent on a suicidal attack. The nearest invincible Javelin-class destroyer opened fire immediately, unleashing hundreds of laser cannons and engulfing the Aquarian ship in explosions. Another Aquarian ship seemed to lose its mind, firing indiscriminately in all directions. The level 10 energy lasers swept the area chaotically, preventing any approach. An invincible Javelin-class destroyer activated its energy shield, ignoring the lasers that rippled across the shield, and closed in. After multiple warnings were ignored, the destroyer unleashed a volley, destroying the frenzied Aquarian ship. The brilliant explosion illuminated space, obliterating the ship and sending its crew back to the Aquarian homeworld. With the continuous explosions as a deterrent, fewer and fewer Aquarian ships dared to act rashly. The 10,000 invincible Javelin-class destroyers patrolled like overseers among the 100,000 Aquarian ships, their laser cannons ready to target any suspicious activity. The energy shields of the destroyers made it clear to the Aquarians that their laser beams couldn't even breach the outer shields of their adversaries. Those captains loyal to Counselor Tazzle fell into despair. In the current situation, they had no recourse. All that awaited them was the reckoning of Queen Talus. As 10,000 indomitable Lance-class destroyers swiftly quelled the unrest within the hailing fleet, the entire fleet fell silent once more. The hailing fortress stood tall behind the fleet, with all its weapon systems powered down, including the unfinished gravity beam cannon at its center, resembling a pitch-black maw. The Void Shadow, where Lu Feng was stationed, slowly emerged from behind the golden shield of the glimmering spear and approached the front of the hailing fortress. Its silhouette gradually became visible, startling the hailing Empress. The ship, along with its escort vessels, had approached and appeared without a trace, unnoticed by both optical and gravitational detectors. The hailing Empress realized that the opposing civilization's strength far exceeded her expectations, intensifying her feelings of apprehension and helplessness. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, contemplating how to maximize her advantage in the current situation. At this moment, each hailing warship was tightly monitored by at least 2 indomitable Lance-class destroyers, with laser cannons locked on, ready to fire at the slightest sign of movement. 10 immaculate Nebula-class cruisers, each as large as the hailing fortress, also slowly approached the stronghold. Open the docking bays. My people will enter the fortress to take temporary control, came the command from the Void Shadow, leaving the hailing Empress no choice but to comply. 10 immaculate Nebula-class cruisers docked with the hailing fortress, beginning the deployment of the Chuck Legion. Led by Shan, the fully armed Chuck soldiers filed in. Shan surveyed the fortress's interior, filled with hailing technicians and warriors in advanced gear, but they dared not make a sound in the presence of the once-subjugated Chuck soldiers. Shan felt a surge of exhilaration. The years of oppression swept away. His resolve to follow the superior civilization grew stronger as he straightened his back and headed directly to the highest level of the fortress, where the hailing Empress resided. Hearing the commotion outside, the hailing Empress opened the final door herself. She saw the familiar Chuck soldier, Shan, who spoke in translated hailing language. Empress, the great superior civilization commands me to escort you out. He has many questions for you. The hailing Empress nodded slightly and stood up. Very well, I also wish to meet this unknown advanced civilization. I have already transferred the database access. She maintained the pride of a civilized leader, following Shan out with a composed demeanor, showing no sign of a captive. After Sha and escorted the hailing Empress away, Chuck soldiers brought hailing technicians to the Empress's throne, connecting instruments to the spherical device representing supreme authority. A vast amount of data was received and translated by Lu Feng's fleet AI. Eagerly, Lu Feng sifted through the information, prioritizing what interested him the most. He first learned about the power distribution within the Orion Arms civilization sphere. He discovered that there was only one fifth-level civilization, the Watchers. They were the oldest and had established the Orion Arms Civilization Alliance and its charter. This charter, which ostensibly protected weaker civilizations, was actually a mechanism to prevent other civilizations from advancing. Continuing his deep dive, Lu Feng found out that the Milky Way had 6 sixth-level civilizations, each controlling a sector and possessing faster than-light engines and long-distance warp gate technology. The key to these technologies lay in the mastery and application of dark matter. Dark matter. What exactly is it? Lu Feng muttered to himself as he continued reading. He learned that dark matter was a super-energy material essential in fields such as warp and hyperspace travel. Astonishingly, extracting dark matter required a star. The origin of dark matter was anything but ordinary. Lu Feng stared at the data in his hands, his brow furrowed. Conventional methods couldn't obtain dark matter. Even exhausting all the resources of a star would be futile. Only by completely destroying an entire star could a small amount of dark matter be extracted. This astonishing fact caused Lu Feng's pupils to contract. He quickly skimmed through the records of the hailing civilization and discovered that the dark matter extracted from a star similar to the Sun wasn't even enough to power a 100-meter-long warship into hyperspace. In short, to activate the hyperspace engine of a 100-meter warship, the destruction of at least 2 sun-sized stars was required. As the size of the warship increased, the amount of dark matter needed grew exponentially. After rough calculations, Lu Feng guessed starting a kilometer-long Indomitable-class destroyer would require the destruction of at least 100 sun-sized stars. And that was just for one ship. His mind raced. What did 1,000,000 Indomitable-class destroyers imply? 1 billion stars. The Milky Way contains about 200 billion stars, and this number equates to 1/200th of the total stars in the galaxy. Lu Feng suddenly realized the preciousness of the resource he held. Though 1/200th may seem insignificant, to major civilizations, 1 billion stars was no small number. If the Milky Way lost that many stars, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. At that moment, he understood why mastering and utilizing dark matter was considered the hallmark of a level 6 civilization. He also vaguely grasped the significance of the Galactic Convention. Dark matter was not only key to unlocking spatial domains, but also a super energy material. If every civilization wantonly destroyed stars to obtain dark matter, the Milky Way would be riddled with scars. Putting himself in the shoes of a level 6 civilization ruler, Lu Feng thought the primary task would be to restrict other civilizations from freely extracting dark matter, especially those capable of destroying stars level 5 civilizations. The destruction of a few stars might be trivial, but large-scale star destruction events were absolutely unacceptable. Even though Lu Feng hadn't yet seen the specific content of the Galactic Convention, he was certain that large-scale star destruction was strictly prohibited. The hailing civilization's information on level 5 and 6 civilizations ended there. As a level 3 civilization, their knowledge was quite limited. Lu Feng still had a few unanswered questions, but had to set them aside for now. The following data shifted to the hailing civilization's own path to ascension, which also piqued Lu Feng's interest. For the hailing civilization to advance to a level 4 civilization, mastering the unified theory was essential, but more crucially, they needed to grasp wormhole dock technology. A wormhole dock can be seen as a limited short-distance stargate. The key to breaking through wormhole dock technology lies in studying the wormhole itself. Lu Feng then understood why the hailing civilization had defended the wormhole end for a century. They were tirelessly researching wormhole dock technology. Wormholes have always been seen as projections of higher-dimensional universes in our universe. Like a piece of paper, in a two-dimensional plane, the distance between 2 points is fixed. But in three-dimensional space, you can fold the paper, making the 2 points overlap, reducing the distance to 0. Passing through one end, you can reach the other. This is the most well-known explanation of a wormhole. Wormhole dock technology doesn't involve folding this paper in higher-dimensional space. Achieving that might be impossible for the entire Milky Way. Instead, it involves utilizing potential exits within the wormhole, discovering and fixing them as much as possible. Like a highway with a sudden left exit. If it's too small to pass, it's abandoned. If passable, limited technical means guide vehicles from the main road to the exit. To achieve this within a wormhole, the most likely method involves using one of the 4 fundamental forces: gravity. The hailing civilization had been exploring this path and had made some progress. Given more time, they might achieve this feat. Lu Feng continued reading, understanding why wormhole dock technology was seen as a marker of civilization advancement. Although accelerating an object to light speed in the conventional universe is nearly impossible, alternative technological routes can bypass this limit. The warp drive is one such route, and hyperspace is another. Without forcibly accelerating a spacecraft to light speed, these technologies achieve faster-than-light travel. Advancing civilization levels correlates with changes in travel speed, from less than 1% of light speed to approaching light speed, and finally surpassing light speed with warp drives or hyperspace engines. Civilization development is significantly constrained by resources, a truth that has remained unchanged throughout history. Resources, in reality, are limited by territorial size. In the vast universe, the probability of encountering material entities is extremely low. Most of it is boundless dark void. Whoever can traverse this darkness to reach a new home gains the resources to sustain their civilization's development. A level 1 civilization develops from one planet to another, stepping into level 2. A level 2 civilization expands from one star system to another, stepping into level 3. With wormhole docks, they quickly shuttle between territories in different star systems, stepping into level 4. Level 6 civilizations possess hyperspace engines and long-distance stargates, freely traversing the Milky Way. Higher civilizations can even develop from one galaxy to another. Each civilization level's leap represents an expansion of resource acquisition and operational range. Advanced spacecraft, wormhole docks, or stargates mean civilizations can step out of darkness, no longer confined to occasional pockets within the void. Only then can civilizations continue. More importantly, these advancements ensure a civilization remains its original self. Before the advent of numerous warships and the exploration of the vast starry sky, a classic question existed in the solar system. The most likely extraterrestrial life humans might encounter is humanity itself. As humanity steps into the interstellar age, space colonization presents a monumental challenge. Without faster-than-light travel technology, colonization ships would take hundreds, if not thousands, of years to reach the nearest star systems. This long journey encompasses 3 phases: acceleration, cruising, and deceleration. A typical colonization ship dedicates most of its volume to storing deuterium and tritium for nuclear fusion fuel. Ingeniously designed, the ship can harness solar energy for acceleration near stars and switch to nuclear fusion once it moves away. After several centuries of accelerating, the ship can reach speeds up to 1% of the speed of light. Then comes 4 to 500 years of cruising through the dark void of interstellar space. Finally, the ship must restart its nuclear fusion engines to decelerate. The entire process often spans over 1,000 years. To endure this lengthy voyage, humans might adopt hibernation technology or have a few individuals take turns on watch. Regardless of the method, over such an extended period, these colonists would inevitably become vastly different from humanity in the solar system. If fortunate, the colonists would safely arrive at a new planetary system, establishing a new home in isolation from the solar system. Over time, they would adapt to their new environment, develop unique cultures, and potentially become the closest aliens to humans. However, if luck is not on their side, chaos could erupt aboard the ship. Cultural continuity might break down, and most people could forget their origins, mistakenly believing the ship to be their entire world. Much like the alien prawns in the sci-fi movie District 9, only a few engineers would retain advanced technological knowledge, while the majority would regress into primitive savages. They might develop entirely new cultures in this environment, and even undergo physical mutations, eventually becoming aliens in another sense. Considering such possibilities, there is a stipulation in defining levels of civilization. Only those that can maintain unity and avoid splitting into new civilizations can be termed as Level 3 civilizations. Level 3 civilizations have mastered basic warp drive technology, enabling interstellar colonization, but they cannot fully control distant colonies. As civilizations progress to Level 4, wormhole dock technology emerges, making territorial control more effective. By Level 6, hyperspace engines and long-distance stargates become the defining features. These technologies are crucial for maintaining a galaxy-spanning civilization over tens of thousands of light years. Without them, civilizations would easily fragment. The hailing civilization, being at the peak of Level 3, controls only a dozen or so star systems, spanning nearly 100 light years. This is the maximum extent they can manage without risking fragmentation. Their warp engines reach speeds 10 times faster than light, just touching the threshold of Level 4. Feng pulled up the star map of the hailing home system. 21 light years away from a wormhole, a massive blue planet enveloped in a sea of blue particles was marked as the home planet. The entire star system was filled with defensive installations and fleets, with the outer asteroid belt transformed into a gigantic fortification. Feng carefully examined the hailing civilization's defenses. 8 prototype gravity beam cannons under construction, millions of conventional laser cannons with a power level of 10, and force field generators scattered throughout the star system. These defenses impressed Feng, but he did not feel intimidated, as the hailing civilization was already under his control. The gravity beam cannons intrigued Feng. Though not as powerful as planetary cannons, they could enhance his fleet's offensive capabilities as ship-mounted weapons. The force field generators also caught his attention. Studying this technology could help counter similar weapons that had previously affected his fleet. With Silver Star City docked near the wormhole, Feng considered utilizing it to upgrade his fleet. As he zoomed in further on the star map, he discovered that the hailing civilization had marked information about other known civilizations. The Level 5 Watcher civilization dominating most of the Orion Arm, the Level 4 Duogu civilization, and the Level 4 silicon-based Bacta civilization were all clearly visible. This information was a significant gain for Feng. However, beyond the Orion Arm, the star map became blurry, lacking detailed territorial divisions. Noticing the location of the Chuk civilization, Feng found it to be over 1,000 light-years away from the hailing civilization, connected by a main wormhole passage. While studying this information, the hailing Empress was brought aboard an isolated ship. Lu Feng decided to meet her. Establishing communication through the void shadow, Lu Feng saw the Empress's face. A sea blue visage resembling a human, with pointed ears and a serpent-like tail, akin to the mythical sirens. Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder if the hailing civilization had once visited the solar system, inspiring these legends. For the first time, the hailing Empress saw the true form of this advanced civilization. She respectfully bowed her head and said, "Greetings, advanced civilization. I am Talise, the leader of the peak level 3 hailing civilization." Lu Feng nodded and directly asked, "What's the deal with the Chuck civilization's home planet?" Surprisingly, the Empress candidly replied, "It was a transaction between the Chuck Prince and me, in exchange for the opportunity to assimilate and elevate the Chuck people." Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. He had expected her to shift all the blame onto Tarcel, but was surprised by her honesty. This frankness improved his impression of her. The Sea Queen nodded slightly, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. She said, "It seems you don't hold Tarcel solely responsible for everything. For that, I must thank you. Your assistance has allowed us to eliminate a malignancy within our civilization. I have always despised the Overseer civilization's minions, but never had the chance to deal with them. Please allow me to praise your greatness." Lu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction from this measured compliment, though he didn't show it outwardly. He calmly replied, "Your civilization made a wise choice in time. As for Tarcel, who caused our misunderstanding, I trust you know how to handle him." He didn't intend to dig deeper or force the Sea Queen to reveal her true intentions. At this moment, what he needed was a compliant and efficient tool. Some matters were best left unspoken. For Lu Feng, a controlled civilization was far more beneficial than a chaotic one. Hearing Lu Feng's response, the Sea Queen felt a surge of relief and a trace of gratitude appeared on her face. She respectfully said, "Thank you for your leniency. I will hand over Tarcel and all the rebels to you for punishment. If you have any other needs, we will do our utmost to meet them." The Sea Queen understood that this outcome allowed her to avoid disaster. The implication from the higher civilization was clear. Place all the blame on Tarcel. She was quite satisfied with this resolution. Her civilization remained under her control. As for any future demands from this advanced civilization, she would do her best to comply, as long as they didn't involve annihilation. Lu Feng had no objections to this. He continued, "There are some questions I couldn't answer from your civilization's database, such as the exact strength of the Overseer civilization." After examining the Sea civilization's database, Lu Feng realized that the true threat to the solar system might not be the so-called coalition of 3rd and 4th level civilizations, but the Overseer civilization. Understanding the enemy's strength was crucial. However, the Overseer civilization's specific power was not recorded in the Sea civilization's database, likely classified at the highest level of secrecy. He needed to ask the Sea Queen directly. The Sea Queen no longer needed to hide anything, as she had completely severed ties with the Overseer civilization. She began to detail the Overseer civilization's strength. The Overseer civilization is considered a peak level 5 civilization, even stronger than most of its kind. "Oh?" Lu Feng questioned softly. The Sea Queen explained, "The Overseer civilization is a branch of a lost level 6 civilization from tens of thousands of years ago." "A lost level 6 civilization?" Lu Feng inquired further. The Sea Queen nodded solemnly, "Yes, a lost level 6 civilization. This civilization once ruled the Orion Arm and was on par with rulers of other spiral arms. But tens of thousands of years ago, they chose to leave the Milky Way, disappearing into the dark deep space, never to return. Within the galaxy, they are referred to as the Lost Civilization. They left the Milky Way? For what purpose?" Lu Feng was astonished. "And with the capabilities of hyperspace engines, they should easily reach other galaxies." The Sea Queen shook her head. "Their purpose for leaving remains unknown. Moreover, even with hyperspace engines, leaving a galaxy appears to have certain limitations. It's not as simple as it seems." Lu Feng quickly asked, "What limitations?" This was crucial for him, as he planned to venture into the darkness beyond the Milky Way to search for neutron star warships. "Apologies," the Sea Queen bowed her head in a gesture of regret. "I've only heard rumors about this. I don't know the specifics." She then showed a puzzled expression and cautiously asked, "Don't you know about this?" Lu Feng grinned at the Sea Queen. "Would you believe me if I told you I came from another galaxy through some incomprehensible means?" The Sea Queen's expression turned peculiar. Truth be told, she did believe him. Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden emergence of an army comparable to a level 6 civilization? Such a civilization couldn't exist in the Milky Way without any prior knowledge. She returned to the previous topic. The Overseer civilization inherited parts of the Lost Civilization's legacy, making them far stronger than typical level 5 civilizations. On the surface, they possess a planet-sized warship and a fleet of about 100,000 ships equipped with hyperspace engines, all supposedly linked to the lost civilization. Lu Feng nodded. Even a camel in decline is bigger than a horse. The legacy of a level 6 civilization is enough to make a level 5 civilization formidable. Any other intelligence on the Overseer civilization? That's all I know for now, the Sea Queen replied. The Overseer civilization's infiltration into our civilizations is extensive, but our understanding of them is often superficial. That will do for now, Lu Feng said, then remembered another question. By the way, what's the story behind the Baburia United Heavy Industries, the one that built the Dyson Sphere for the Chark civilization? He couldn't find this information in the database and was curious. The Sea Queen explained, Baburia United Heavy Industries is a super corporation led by a level 5 civilization from the neighboring Karina arm. However, it is actually backed by a level 6 civilization that rules the Karina arm. Baburia United Heavy Industries has an agreement with the Overseer civilization. For us, the 3rd and 4th level civilizations, we often turn to Baburia for construction needs because their technology is more mature and their quotes are lower than what we would spend building it ourselves. Over time, many civilizations have become dependent on Baburia United Heavy Industries for various needs. Lu Feng nodded in understanding, thinking it was a monopolistic enterprise. He couldn't help but marvel at how much more complex the Milky Way was than he had imagined. By the way, Lu Feng asked again, have you not fully mastered the gravity beam cannon yet? I saw in your data that there are flaws in the model calculations for the beam's containment. The Sea Queen nodded helplessly. Yes, we have only managed to create a prototype gravity beam cannon. If we had the computational power of the Tianying civilization, we would have completed the model calculations for the beam containment long ago. Tianying civilization? Lu Feng's interest was piqued. Are you referring to the level 3 civilization that inherited the legacy of the ancient empire that vanished overnight? The Sea Queen looked at Lu Feng with slight surprise, not expecting him to know about the Tianying civilization. Yes, precisely that high-level level 3 civilization. Lu Feng thought to himself. The Tianying civilization was one of the civilizations that invaded the solar system and was responsible for creating the Enchantress battleships. They inherited the legacy of an ancient empire that pursued mechanical ascension, which led to the entire population disappearing overnight. Using this legacy, they selected suitable candidates for transformation into weapons like the Enchantress battleships. The computational power of the Tianying civilization is indeed astonishing. They possess a crystal computer whose performance far exceeds that of ordinary level 3 civilizations, reaching at least the standards of a level 4 civilization. Hailing is also highly proficient in the technology of gravitational ray cannons. She explained that the outer ring of the gravitational ray cannon needs to generate counterwaves in real time to offset the non-directional gravitational waves of the inner ring, requiring enormous immediate computational capacity. When Lu Feng heard about the crystal computer of the Tianying civilization, his interest was piqued. He couldn't help but ask, is this crystal computer from that ancient empire that vanished overnight? The Empress Hailing shook her head. I don't know. In fact, information about the ancient empire is scarce among other civilizations. The Tianying civilization has tightly sealed all related data, leaving only a few rumors, such as. Lu Feng pressed on. The most widespread version is that the rulers of the empire felt the weakness of flesh and blood, and thus heavily developed biomechanical technology. Eventually, they led the entire empire's populace to undergo mechanical ascension, the Empress Hailing explained. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, as he had heard the same version. The Empress Hailing lowered her voice and continued, but in reality, there's a less common version. It is said that the entire empire might have been misguided onto the wrong path, leading to their disappearance overnight. The wrong path? Are there different routes to mechanical ascension? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. The Empress Hailing shook her head again. That's what the rumor says, but I don't know the specifics. As you know, given our civilization's form of existence, we haven't delved deeply into these technologies, nor do we care much about them. Lu Feng thought for a moment. Indeed, the form of the Hailing civilization is a final state many other civilizations could only dream of. The ability to resurrect on the home planet after death is enviable. He curiously asked, are there other life forms in the galaxy with a form of existence like yours? A trace of uncontrollable pride appeared on the Empress Hailing's face. Our civilization is unique, a gift from our sacred home planet. Throughout the galaxy, we are a very special kind of existence. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the Hailing civilization is not a common form but an exception. He said, speaking of which, I'm very interested in your civilization's form of existence. I've done some minor research on it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue ocean particle slowly appeared in front of Lu Feng. These particles continuously converged, eventually forming a small knife. The Empress Hailing watched in shock, recognizing this as an ability unique to the Hailing home planet. At that moment, a crystal appeared in the Empress Hailing's eyes. Her pupils shrank again, and she exclaimed, Sacred stone? Lu Feng playfully fiddled with the blue stone in his hand and asked, do you call this a sacred stone? The Empress Hailing quickly apologized. Please forgive my rudeness. This is just too unexpected. Sacred stones are only born within our home planet. I never thought I'd see one elsewhere. We haven't found a sacred stone in a long time. However, Lu Feng's next words shocked her even more. I extracted this stone from a stellar beast. What? A stellar beast? A real stellar beast? And one that obeys a civilization? The Empress hailing repeatedly confirmed, her face growing serious. She solemnly said, I may be overstepping, but I must warn you. You need to be careful about the stellar beast. Don't let the Overseer civilization find out. The 6th level 6 civilizations have issued a galaxy-wide notice. If a civilization is found to have a stellar beast, it must report immediately, and they will unite to exterminate it. Otherwise, a stellar beast can quickly evolve into a disaster. This is stated in the galaxy notice by the level 6 civilizations. I never thought a stellar beast could obey a civilization. Lu Feng couldn't help but ask, with the power of level 6 civilizations, can they really exterminate a stellar beast? The Empress hailing explained, a level 6 civilization once almost killed a stellar beast, but at the last moment, the beast escaped. It was a stellar beast about the size of the Chuk main star. Lu Feng did some quick calculations in his head. The Chuk main star is about the same size as the Sun, with a radius of around 600,000 kilometers. Xilraxes, on the other hand, has a radius of millions of kilometers, making it several times larger than the Chuk main star. This suggests that the stellar beast they almost killed might not be as powerful as Xilraxes. Thinking about the introduction of Xilraxes, Lu Feng felt slightly reassured. Xilraxes is an ancient beast within its species, a very special existence with extraordinary power. Although he didn't know what methods the level 6 civilizations used to force that stellar beast to flee, Xilraxes would not be without a fighting chance against them. Even if it couldn't win, it could still protect itself. The colossal star beast escaped from the fringes of the Orion arm. This fact astounded the Sea Spirit Empress, her eyes flashing with disbelief. She couldn't help but wonder if the civilization before her had managed to tame the star beast that even a coalition of 6th-level civilizations couldn't subdue. What surprised her even more was that this civilization could extract sacred stones from the star beast, a possibility she had never imagined. These astonishing discoveries only strengthened the Sea Spirit Empress's resolve to follow the Lu Feng civilization. She silently rejoiced that she hadn't chosen to resist, as her civilization might have met the same fate as that sacred stone. She had already deduced the source of the sacred stonite could only come from the main planet of Chuk, covered by the Higgs field, capable of producing such a unique substance. As the conversation concluded, Lu Feng learned this information. He immediately abandoned the idea of having Xilrax traverse over 1,000 light-years to reach the Sea Spirit civilization. The distance was too great, and Xilrax's massive size couldn't pass through a wormhole. Moreover, the Sea Spirit civilization was teeming with people, making it easy to expose Xilrax's existence. The safest option was to keep Xilrax within the Chuk civilization. After all, the Chuk civilization had yet to establish contact with other civilizations beyond the Sea Spirit civilization and hadn't developed faster-than-light travel technology. For the vastness of the Starry Sea, it was undoubtedly an isolated corner, an ideal hiding spot. In the following days, Lu Feng immersed himself in the Sea Spirit civilization's database, quickly skimming through a vast amount of complex information. The Sea Spirit Empress frequently assisted him, explaining the more obscure data, significantly improving his learning efficiency. After this in-depth exchange, the Sea Spirit Empress completely let go of her initial reluctance. Initially, she had submitted due to force and the pressure from Tarcell, but now she was genuinely convinced. After thoroughly examining the Sea Spirit civilization's arsenal, Lu Feng decided to add 2 new technologies to the fleet, the gravity field generator and the gravity ray cannon. Meanwhile, the Silver Star City was officially put into operation. This massive space station could accommodate 20 million warships, maintain 2 million ships, and had a production line capable of building up to 10,000 ships at a time. It could simultaneously construct 10,000 Intrepid Pi-class destroyers, 5,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, 1,000 Immaculate Nebula-class patrol ships, or 100 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. Based on current intelligent construction levels, the Intrepid Pi-class destroyer had a construction period of 3 months, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser 5 months, the Immaculate Nebula-class patrol ship 8 months, and the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier took a year. After careful consideration, Lu Feng decided to initiate the production line for the Intrepid Pi-class destroyers first. The most critical component during production, the Level 10 warship hyperspace engine, was something Lu Feng had stockpiled in large quantities from the game. His fleet had long been raiding various star sectors in the game, accumulating countless materials for Level 10 warships, all now stored in the Silver Star City's warehouse. Aside from minerals, all other materials required for the production line had been brought out from the game. The mineral issue was quickly resolved. In addition to his combat fleet, Lu Feng had a fleet of 300,000 to 400,000 engineering ships. Now was their time to shine. The Silver Star City was docked beside a giant planet satellite, with over 100,000 mineral ships mining the satellite daily, continuously transporting various minerals to the Silver Star City. Besides starting the production line for the intrepid Pi-class destroyers, Feng also began modifying the gravity field generators. The modification of the gravity ray cannons would have to wait, as the technology was not yet fully developed. The gravity field generator consisted of 3 spire-like devices. With the Sea Spirit civilization's technological level, its gravity influence range could reach an astounding 5,000 kilometers when energy supply was maximized. Feng decided to install gravity field generators on the Silver Star City, silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, and immaculate Nebula-class patrol ships. Considering the size constraints, he abandoned the idea of installing them on the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and intrepid Pi-class destroyers. With thousands of silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers and tens of thousands of immaculate Nebula-class patrol ships docked at the Silver Star City shipyard, over 30 million multifunctional production robots began the installation work under the command of the shipborne AI. However, the modification process did not go smoothly. The issue wasn't the computational performance of the shipborne AI, but its lack of intelligence. For instance, if you gave the AI a blueprint of a cubic box and asked it to use 6 wooden panels, a hammer, and nails to make it, without pre-programmed instructions, the AI would struggle to complete the task just by looking at the blueprint. Even if it managed to manipulate robotic arms to nail the box together, it would indicate that the AI's intelligence was nearing human levels. More commonly, humans need to parse the blueprint and translate each step into code for the AI. For example, instructing the AI to first move the robotic arm a certain distance to pick up the hammer, then grab the nails, place 2 panels vertically together, and so on. Through this step-by-step, logical coded instruction, the AI could build what seems like a simple box to humans. This illustrates the difference in AI intelligence, which isn't the same as computational performance. Possibly considering the players, all shipborne AIs in the Galactic Era game had computational power sufficient to control fleets, but were intentionally designed with low intelligence, retaining only the most basic functions. This design was as stable as if it had undergone a mechanized revolution. However, the low intelligence flaw was now glaringly apparent. Feng couldn't simply let the shipborne AI browse the gravity field generator data obtained from the Sea Spirit civilization and expect it to immediately learn how to install it. If the AI could do that, Feng would probably lose sleep at night. He faced 2 choices. Either painstakingly study all the gravity field generator data himself and then write logical programs to teach the AI how to construct it, which was a colossal task even for a team of over 1,000 researchers from the Sea Spirit civilization, let alone him alone. Or let the scientists from the Sea Spirit civilization assist in writing the logical language and input it into the AI. But this was something Feng would never agree to, as he couldn't ensure that all the logical language input into the shipborne AI was harmless, even if he supervised the process. Moreover, the logical language of the Sea Spirit civilization was vastly different from that of humans, creating a significant gap between the two. This is determined by cultural and linguistic differences. Feng knew well that scrutinizing AI-generated code with human logic was no easy task. He had considered directly creating an AI with autonomous intelligence, but that was also beyond his capabilities. Therefore, Feng carefully studied the information on the Hailing civilization. He discovered that the Hailing civilization also avoided highly intelligent AI and strictly prohibited research in this area. The reason was that highly intelligent AI could potentially develop autonomous consciousness, leading to the destruction of the original civilization and eventually evolving into a machine civilization. In the galaxy, machine civilizations are classified as highly dangerous entities. Feng decided to seek advice from the Hailing Queen, asking which civilizations had made significant advancements in intelligent AI technology. The Hailing Queen pondered for a moment before explaining that intelligent AI technology had always been tightly controlled, and few civilizations had delved deeply into this field. However, there were indeed 2 civilizations that had made breakthroughs in developing sufficiently intelligent yet controllable AI. Hearing this, Feng's spirits lifted. The Hailing Queen continued, stating that the AI technology of these 2 civilizations surpassed many 3rd and 4th level civilizations. One of them was the silicon-based Bacta civilization. Their unique spore computers, connected through mycelium, formed a collective consciousness for their civilization, which served as their AI. Feng waved his hand, dismissing this option. The spore computers and the way AI was generated were too unique and not feasible for replication. The Hailing Queen flicked her tail and introduced the other civilization, the Tianying civilization. She explained that their crystal computers housed an AI that governed the entire civilization's production and construction. This AI was closely tied to the development of the Tianying civilization, allowing it to leap from a level 3 initial civilization to a level 3 advanced civilization within a mere 1,000 years, a pace more than 5 times faster than normal. Feng became highly interested in the Tianying civilization's computer technology. He asked, since this AI was so highly intelligent, Did it not develop autonomous consciousness? The hailing queen shook her head and replied that the Tianying civilization claimed to have the most reliable logic lock, which kept the AI's intelligence within safe boundaries. This claim had even been verified by the observer civilization, and no other civilization had since questioned Tianying's AI. Hearing the term logic lock, Lu Feng fell into deep thought. He understood that behind the lines of AI code, there must be fundamental codes that restricted AI actions. These were the considerations an AI must prioritize before performing any action. He recalled the famous 3 laws of robotics, which were an extremely simplified initial attempt at a logic lock. Lu Feng remembered the content of the 3 laws of robotics. First, a robot may not harm a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second, a robot must obey the orders given by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Though these 3 laws now seemed full of loopholes, they were humanity's initial attempt at creating a logic lock. He pondered that if a perfect logic lock could be designed and applied to the underlying code of intelligent AI, it might prevent AI from developing self-awareness and harming civilization. However, this was still theoretical. Lu Feng was curious about the extent of the Tianying civilization's logic lock, and whether it could effectively restrict intelligent AI from endangering civilization. This question ignited Lu Feng's desire to explore. He decided to visit the Tianying civilization himself, not only to understand the AI logic lock, but also because the gravitational wave cannon's constraint model calculations were closely related to the Tianying civilization's technology. More importantly, the Tianying civilization had inherited the legacy of the ancient empire, which included legendary facilities capable of creating fairy warrior maidens. With this in mind, Lu Feng opened the star map of the hailing civilization. He quickly located the position of the Tianying civilization, about 500 light-years from the hailing civilization's territory towards the direction of the Chuk main star, an area with a radius of about 30 light-years marked as the Tianying civilization's domain. Lu Feng said to the hailing queen, "Talise, I will be leaving for a while." The hailing queen uncoiled her tail and bowed to Lu Feng, saying, "Understood, esteemed higher civilization." Then, Lu Feng closed the communication with the hailing queen and began issuing orders to the fleet AI. The first order was to dispatch an invincible Trident-class destroyer to return to the solar system through a wormhole, pick up Lingya, and bring her back to Silver Star City. Lu Feng also attached a message to Su Jianxiang, instructing him to ensure Ling Ya's safe boarding of the warship. The second order was for Silver Star City to lead the fleet into hyperspace and head to an uninhabited star system about 10 light-years outside the Tianying civilization. This system had 4 unstable red giant stars and was marked as extremely dangerous, with no one daring to stay there long. Lu Feng planned to hide Silver Star City in the glow of the stars, making it difficult for the Tianying civilization to detect in the short term. Silver Star City's powerful energy shields and regulation systems were sufficient to withstand the high temperatures of the red giants. After issuing the orders, Lu Feng sat quietly on the void shadow, observing the fleet's movements. The millions of invincible Trident-class destroyers and wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers patrolling various parts of the planetary system began to converge around Silver Star City like fish returning to the sea. On the massive gray-black hull of Silver Star City, 100,000 giant hatches slowly opened, each several kilometers in length and width. 1 million invincible Trident-class destroyers and 500,000 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers streamed into these hatches like silver water flows. The spectacular sight of 100,000 silver streams returning to the sea left the hailing people in awe. The hailing queen and numerous hailing soldiers stared up at the scene, as if the endless galaxy was spinning above them. The scale of the fleet and the city-sized giant ship filled them with infinite admiration and longing, making them wonder when their civilization could reach such heights. After Silver Star City absorbed the silver streams, the colossal entity began to enter hyperspace. Starting from one end, Silver Star City's form gradually faded, eventually disappearing from sight along with the flowing light spear, which couldn't fit into the hatches. Although Silver Star City and the fleet had departed, the magnificent scene was forever etched into the memories of the hailing queen and all present hailing people, becoming an unforgettable memory for them. About 4 hours later, after traversing nearly 500 light-years in hyperspace, the massive forms of Silver Star City and the Radiant Spear slowly emerged. The 2 colossal ships transitioned from the ethereal to the tangible, exiting hyperspace and becoming exposed to the intense glow of 4 red giants. Each of these stars dwarfed Silver Star City by millions of times, making human creations seem like mere specks. Yet, the Radiant Spear thrived in this environment. Its retracted light wings unfurled, greedily absorbing the red giant's energy to replenish its spent power. Standing on the bridge, Lu Feng surveyed the spectacular scene outside the porthole, his mind already made up. According to his plan, Silver Star City would temporarily station in this location. Meanwhile, He would lead the Shadow of the Void and its fleet to scout the Tianying civilization. This decision was the result of careful consideration. Soon, the Shadow of the Void, accompanied by a fleet of 10 immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, 50 roaming Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and 1,000 fearless Pike-class destroyers, departed from Silver Star City. Under Lu Feng's command, the Shadow of the Void activated its invisibility field, cloaking the entire fleet as they silently entered hyperspace, heading towards the Tianying civilization's territory. Upon reaching the outermost planetary system of the Tianying civilization, the first thing that caught their attention was the asteroid belt defense perimeter. The entire perimeter was densely populated with rotating gravitational sensors. As a Level 3 civilization, Tianying had abandoned traditional optical and electromagnetic detection methods in favor of more advanced gravitational detection technology. As the fleet led by the Shadow of the Void approached, a technician in the defense perimeter was in the middle of a shift change with a colleague. Suddenly, the gravitational sensors detected a cluster of massive objects approaching. However, after a thorough check, they concluded it was merely a group of fast-moving asteroids, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's fleet had quietly passed above the defense belt. The view opened up to reveal a fully developed planetary system. Unlike the Chuk civilization, which had only developed the surfaces of planets, the Tianying civilization had utilized their entire planetary system to its fullest. Every planet was enveloped in structures. Some planets were designated as mining worlds, with interstellar transport ships queued up in orderly fashion. Others served as military bases, with fleets maneuvering in orbit and shipyards and docks scattered across the skies. The vast spaces between planets were bustling with activity, as ships navigated along predetermined routes. Particularly striking were the specialized warp lanes between planetary systems. Ships queued at starting points, entering warp travel one by one. Different lanes were designated for different warp speeds, effectively reducing the risk of accidents. Standing on the bridge of the Shadow of the Void, Lu Feng meticulously observed the highly developed planetary system. His gaze swept over every detail, marveling inwardly. Could all this really be orchestrated by a single AI? His interest in the mysterious crystalline computer AI grew even stronger. The fleet led by the Void Shadow completed a reconnaissance around the outermost planetary system of the Tianying civilization, gaining a preliminary understanding of its actual situation. Lu Feng then ordered the fleet to head towards the capital planet of the Tianying civilization, located in the Tianying star system, 13 light-years away. According to intelligence from the hailing civilization, this area is not only the most prosperous part of the Tianying civilization, but also the home of the famous crystal computer. To obtain information about the crystal computer, going there is a must. In the unnoticed depths of space, a white light flashed, and the Void Shadow and its accompanying battleships silently entered hyperspace. In just 6 minutes, the core area of the Tianying civilization, the Tianying star system, was already in Lu Feng's sight. This star system orbits a stable and young star, with 12 planets that have been thoroughly transformed into colonies to accommodate the large population of the Tianying civilization. The level of transformation far surpasses the outer planetary system they had just seen. From a distance, the busy traffic lanes with warships shuttling back and forth present a bustling scene. Lu Feng commanded the Void Shadow to switch to conventional engines and slowly move towards the nearest planet, Tianying 12. When the distance shortened to 30 million kilometers, about 100 light-seconds, a broad-range broadcast signal from the Tianying civilization came through. This omnidirectional, all-frequency automatic broadcast included a dictionary segment to facilitate translation for incoming ships. Lu Feng quickly deciphered the broadcast message. Welcome to the Tianying star system. You are approaching Tianying 12. You have entered the Super Virtual Network Service Area. To connect, please tune your electromagnetic band to 87.1412, or your quantum receiver to mode 201, or your gravitational wave information band to the 13th band. Have a pleasant journey. Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at this broadcast. As a tourist destination within the Orion Arms Civilization Circle, the Tianying civilization attracts countless visitors with its unique Super Virtual Network technology. This network, covering the entire star system and using 12 planets as nodes, leverages the powerful computational capabilities and advanced intelligence of the crystal computer. It not only provides ordinary network services, but also allows users to enter a 100 simulated virtual world. This virtual world is the main attraction for tourists from various civilizations. Lu Feng's mission was also centered on this virtual world because it was there that he could directly access the crystal computer. He commanded the Void Shadow to reveal itself while keeping the rest of the fleet hidden. Then, he cleverly used the signal identifiers of hailing civilization ships to disguise the Void Shadow as a vessel from the hailing civilization. After these preparations, Lu Feng created a virtual machine within the Void Shadow's mainframe to access the super virtual network. This ensured that the network would only run within the virtual machine, without affecting the Void Shadow itself. He also set up multiple security measures to immediately cut off the connection if any anomalies were detected in the super virtual network transmission. The interface of the Tianying civilization's super virtual network was both familiar and strange, giving Lu Feng a fleeting sense of being back on Earth. But this was just the beginning. The real essence lay in the virtual world. To enter the virtual world, Lu Feng needed some special equipment. Using his expertise, he quickly found an online shopping portal and ordered a pair of entry glasses. Using the Hailing Civilization's account in the Tianying civilization, he opted for delivery service and provided the Void Shadow's location. Just 15 minutes later, a drone delivered the package to the exterior of the Void Shadow. In the unseen shadows, over 1,000 massive warships were watching its every move, ready to destroy it at the slightest sign of abnormality. However, the drone did not detect anything unusual and simply placed the package in front of the seemingly ordinary Hailing Civilization ship before departing. As the drone flew away, the fleet's alert status was lifted. The Void Shadow quickly retrieved the package, and the crucial glasses finally arrived in Lu Feng's hands. He didn't rush to use them but instead examined them carefully. Although the Hailing Civilization's data had little information about the technology behind the glasses, Lu Feng speculated that it might involve principles like brainwave resonance. After repeated tests and confirming that the glasses could be removed at any time, and that the super virtual network within the virtual machine could be disconnected instantly, Lu Feng finally put on the glasses and accessed the super virtual network running within the virtual machine. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng found himself no longer on the Void Shadow's bridge. Instead, he was in a desolate landscape. Fine sand and crystal rocks were scattered everywhere, and the cracked black ground was covered with glittering fine sand. On the distant horizon, a massive purple crystal pillar pierced the sky, dominating the entire view. Perplexed, Lu Feng thought that he should have registered first before entering the virtual world. He immediately tried to exit, and the scene before him instantly reverted to the Void Shadow's bridge. He took off the glasses and carefully checked the super virtual network within the virtual machine, finding everything normal with no unusual fluctuations. Putting the glasses back on, Lu Feng returned to the world of fine sand and crystal rocks. He repeatedly entered and exited, but the result was always the same. Just as he was racking his brain to understand this strange situation, a raspy voice suddenly spoke beside him. A consciousness entity can enter subspace? It was a language Lu Feng did not understand, yet he strangely comprehended its meaning. He turned quickly to see a humanoid figure wrapped in a black robe standing there. The creature's size was similar to an ordinary human, but beneath its hood, two eerie red dots glowed. "Did you say this is subspace?" Lu Feng asked instinctively. Although he was not speaking the creature's language, it was as if they were communicating directly through their minds, and the humanoid seemed to fully understand him. The red dots under the creature's hood focused slightly, staring deeply at Lu Feng. "Your consciousness see is very different," it said slowly. Lu Feng fell into deep thought. The only unique aspect of his consciousness see might be its mysterious connection with the galactic era. The fleet's AI could communicate directly with him through his consciousness see, as could Zilraxis. Is that why this situation has arisen? Lu Feng muttered to himself, trying to grasp the peculiar circumstances before him. Verona stood among the purple crystal formations, her eyes glowing beneath her red hood as she stared at the suddenly appearing Lu Feng. "I'm Verona. I've been here for a very long time and have never encountered anyone who barged in so directly," she said, her voice tinged with caution. Lu Feng looked around, taking in the strange landscape of intertwined purple crystals and rocks, with fine sand swirling in the wind. He introduced himself. "I'm Lu Feng, just an ordinary tourist." Verona paused before continuing. "This is the subspace discovered by the Yelan Empire." "The Yelan Empire?" Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. "Is that the empire that sought mechanical ascension and vanished overnight?" He pondered silently, wondering if the so-called vanished empire had actually hidden itself in this subspace. The red lights under Verona's hood intensified as she stared deeply at Lu Feng, before finally looking away. "Maybe," she said, taking a few steps closer to him. In a raspy voice, she asked, "You come from the outside world. You must know the current state of the real universe." Lu Feng didn't hold back and explained the situation outside. The outside world is now under the control of a Tier 3 advanced civilization called the Tianying civilization. They inherited the legacy of the Yelan Empire you mentioned. I was just a tourist visiting the capital star system of the Tianying civilization when I connected to their super virtual network and ended up here. He blinked innocently. The outside world has changed so much? Verona lowered her head, feeling somewhat dejected. A mere Tier 3 civilization can? Hearing Verona's muttering, Lu Feng tentatively asked, "Doesn't the Observer civilization know about this place?" Observer civilization? The Observer civilization is the highest tier civilization in the Orion Arm, a Tier 5 peak civilization. Verona fell completely silent. No matter how much Lu Feng called out to her, she didn't respond. Lu Feng sighed. thinking he could get some information from her, but she had gone mute. Finally, Verona lifted her head and said, "This place isn't safe. Follow me." She then led the way without another word. Seeing no other option, Lu Feng followed her. As they walked, he noticed the varying heights of the crystal formations, the perfect blend of purple crystals and rocks, and the fine sand flowing with the occasional breeze. He asked, "What are these crystal formations? What is this fine sand? Why do the crystals sometimes flash with light? And what's that towering purple crystal pillar?" Verona remained silent, but Lu Feng wasn't discouraged. He kept asking questions. Eventually, Verona couldn't take it anymore and stopped. "Do you really think you're on a sightseeing tour?" Lu Feng shrugged wordlessly. What else? He thought but didn't dare say out loud, afraid Verona might lose her temper. Verona, treating Lu Feng as a mere tourist, scolded him but didn't bother to answer his questions and continued walking. "Whoa, that crystal is moving," Lu Feng suddenly exclaimed, seeing a human-shaped purple crystal atop a distant formation. Verona immediately pulled Lu Feng away, quickening her pace. Only after they lost sight of the humanoid crystal did she relax and warn in her raspy voice, "Next time you see those things, stay far away." "What are they?" Lu Feng pressed. He found the hidden history of the Yelan Empire fascinating, especially the legendary facilities capable of creating warrior maidens. Connecting to the Tianying civilization's super virtual network, only to find himself in Yelan's subspace suggested deeper secrets. "You're just a lost tourist. It's best you don't know." "It won't do you any good," Verona replied, clearly not intending to divulge more. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and asked, "How can one enter or leave this subspace?" Thinking he wanted to leave, Verona answered, "There are 12 entrances and exits here, but they are all extremely dangerous. I advise you not to try leaving through them." 12 entrances and exits? Lu Feng's mind started racing. This corresponded perfectly with the 12 planets in the Tianying star system. Verona then added, "But there is another way. If you have a beacon stone, you can also enter and exit the subspace." "A beacon stone? Where can I find one?" Lu Feng asked eagerly. Verona fell silent again and eventually shook her head. Lu Feng wasn't sure what she meant by that, but he remembered the term beacon stone. If it could locate the subspace within the real universe, it might allow for interdimensional travel. Looking up at the gray, starless sky, Lu Feng thought, I wonder if there are any restrictions on the beacon stone. Could the Silver Star City enter here? What exactly is the structure of this subspatial piece of land, or a planet? He needed more information to make any decisions. Inviting a fleet in rashly could have unforeseen consequences, especially since this was his first encounter with subspace. At least he could leave here anytime, which reassured him. Encountering this situation made him link the Yelan Empire and the crystalline computer behind the Tianying civilization. It seemed he would be spending quite some time in this subspace. Verona led Lu Feng through a hidden, downward-sloping iron door concealed behind a massive rock into an underground facility. Before them was a roughly 100-square-meter room, cluttered with various mechanical equipment. Lu Feng's eyes scanned the room, noticing several metal robotic arms on a large table, their severed ends revealing fiberglass-like cables. The walls were lined with mechanical helmets, each eerily similar in appearance, giving off a strange, unsettling vibe. The entire room felt like a disassembly chamber for robots, making one wonder how many had been taken apart here. Verona moved through the room with practiced ease, fluidly removing a headpiece. To Lu Feng's astonishment, beneath the headpiece was a face identical to the mechanical heads on the wall. Two faint red dots glowed in its eye sockets as Verona's gaze swept over Lu Feng before turning to a table filled with purple crystal rocks. It picked up a crystal and, without hesitation, put it into its mouth, chewing with a raspy sound. "In the outside world, are there few robots like me?" Verona asked while chewing. Lu Feng thought for a moment and replied, "Indeed, there aren't many. The Orion Arm civilization strictly controls intelligent machines." He referred to robots like Verona, who appeared human and clearly possessed self-awareness. Lu Feng scrutinized Verona, pondering its origins. Was it a naturally born consciousness, or a carbon-based organism that chose mechanical modification? The latter seemed more likely. Verona's face was about 70% human-like, with a slightly wider mouth and slightly pointed ears. Its manner of eating crystals was indistinguishable from a human's, as if a real person sat before him. Recalling the civilizations he had encountered in the galaxy, whether the Zak civilization, the Hailing civilization, or Verona, here they all seemed similar in appearance to humans. Or rather, humans and these civilizations all fell into the same category of appearance. "I've heard that the citizens of the Aran Empire chose mechanical ascension and then vanished overnight. Are you one of them?" Lu Feng asked tentatively. Back in a safe environment, Verona seemed much more relaxed and willing to answer some questions. It nodded and then shook its head, its attitude ambiguous. "So, are you a silicon-based life form?" Lu Feng continued to probe. After a moment of silence, Verona replied, "You could say that, and you could also say not. What about those crystal beings outside?" "They are too," Verona answered briefly. "I thought silicon-based life forms were all mechanical beings like you," Lu Feng said. Verona corrected, "Silicon-based life forms are called silicon-based because their fundamental structure is built from silicon. Silicon can be a key element of mechanical life, but it can also be a key element of other life forms, like those crystal beings you mentioned." Verona continued to explain. "Those crystal beings have bodies encased in a type of silicon crystal, supported internally by a silicon skeleton. The silicon skeleton is formed by layers of silicon enveloping an organic core, providing extreme hardness and mechanical properties. Signals travel through the silicon skeleton at nearly the speed of light, making their reaction times far beyond your imagination, which makes them very dangerous. They can withstand temperatures below 1,000 degrees and high levels of radiation, rendering many conventional methods ineffective against them." Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. The existence of these crystal beings was indeed far superior to carbon-based life forms, thriving in the high-temperature, radiation-filled, waterless, and oxygen-free environments of the universe. Suddenly, Lu Feng considered another possibility. Is there a form of life that has the genetic structure of a carbon-based organism but is fundamentally silicon-based? Verona was visibly taken aback, seemingly not understanding Lu Feng's meaning. Lu Feng elaborated. "What if you replaced all the carbon elements in a carbon-based organism with silicon? For example, replacing the carbon chains in DNA's pentose with silicon-oxygen bonds?" Verona remained silent for a long time before finally shaking its head and saying, "I don't know. Even if it exists, achieving such a thing would be incredibly difficult. Theoretical concepts remain theoretical. Besides, it would be more practical to carry out mechanical modifications from the start, transferring all the knowledge and memory of a carbon-based being into a silicon-based brain. That's the quickest and most effective way." Lu Feng shrugged, not pursuing the topic further. From a practical standpoint, mechanical modification was indeed the fastest method, but it also brought many unstable consequences. The atmosphere grew silent for a moment. Lu Feng looked around, feeling there was nothing new to see. "I'll go take a look outside," he said. "Be careful of places where those crystal beings gather," Verona warned, not attempting to stop him this time. Lu Feng exited the room and found himself in a vast, black wasteland dotted with towering crystal pillars. He climbed atop the rocks above Verona's room and gazed around. The most striking sight was the immense crystal pillars stretching skyward. With a clearer view than before, Lu Feng saw streaks of light flashing across the pillar's surface, shooting upwards like meteors and disappearing into the clouds. He pondered whether this entire crystal pillar, as Verona had described, was supported by a silicon skeleton with signals flowing through it. Could this mean that the massive crystal pillar was a living silicon-based entity? His eyes followed the direction where the streaks of light vanished, squinting to glimpse the high-altitude clouds. He vaguely saw the lights flickering through the clouds, spreading out from the massive crystal pillar in all directions. Just then, Lu Feng heard some rustling sounds, like something moving through the sand. He turned to see a large group of crystal beings approaching, surging like a tide. The figures of the crystal beings flickered with a purple glow across the desolate wasteland. Faceless and entirely encased in layers of purple crystal, their limbs were unusually long. The crystals were connected in segments, creating a spine-chilling sight from afar. Inside them, streams of light flowed like lines, signals transmitted at near-light speed through their silicon skeletons. These signals converged at their heads, making them resemble glowing crystal bulbs. The crystal beings ran with astonishing speed, closing in quickly. Verona sensed the disturbance outside and nimbly leaped onto the giant rock, joining Lu Feng. Her face changed dramatically when she saw the approaching crystal beings. "Didn't expect them to be this fast," Verona murmured, her gaze shifting to the towering crystal pillar in the distance. At that moment, the streams of light transmitting information on the pillar became denser and faster. Verona spoke. "That's the Empire's superintelligent AI." Her expression changed rapidly, as if she were undergoing countless internal struggles. Finally, she sighed. "I knew this time would come." Her chest slowly opened, and she muttered to herself while taking out a stone and a long metal device. "I couldn't protect my people before. This is the last thing I can do." Turning to Lu Feng, she urgently said, "You can't stay here any longer. You must leave immediately. This is a beacon stone. Use it to return to the real world. Also, take this device and find the leaders of the current civilization. The information in it will make them understand what needs to be done." Verona forcefully placed the items into Lu Feng's hands, her red-rimmed eyes fixed on him. "This is the only beacon stone I have left. You must get the device out." Her tone was heavy and resolute. Lu Feng took the beacon stone, momentarily stunned. Then, a virtual coordinate appeared in his mind. Following this coordinate, he could guide the Void Shadow and the surrounding fleet to this location. As the crystal beings drew nearer, Lu Feng began to guide them. On the bridge of the Void's shadow, suspended in deep space, the fleet AI's voice announced, "Unknown coordinates acquired. Guiding. Detecting damaged subspace channel. Entering in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1." Seeing Lu Feng seemingly in a daze while the crystal beings closed in, Verona intensified her tone. "Inside this is a logic lock I designed. You must use it to restrain the superintelligent AI, or this nightmare will never end." Lu Feng was moved but couldn't respond while guiding. Verona, growing more anxious, was about to say more when a massive shadow enveloped them. A nearly kilometer-long battleship appeared out of thin air. Verona was astonished. The design of this ship was unlike anything from any era of the Empire. Soon, more colossal battleships appeared. 10 silver Tinkilometer-class ships formed a circular guard in the center, surrounded by black battleships with massive cannons, while thousands of relatively smaller ships swam like schools of fish on the outer perimeter. This sudden fleet dominated the entire sky, transforming the timeless space. Lu Feng's consciousness finished guiding and turned to the dumbfounded Verona, saying lightly, "Don't worry, my fleet has arrived." "Your fleet?" Verona turned sharply. "Aren't you just a tourist?" Lu Feng smiled and nodded. "I can be a tourist too." With that, his consciousness faded, returning to his body on the Void's shadow. The beacon stone and logic lock device fell to the ground. On the bridge, Lu Feng opened his eyes, looking down at the endless sea of crystal beings. Without hesitation, he ordered, "Open fire indiscriminately. Eliminate the silicon-based life forms approaching." The escorting Dreadnought-class destroyers immediately acted, their laser cannons aligning to target the crystal beings on the ground. In an instant, tens of thousands of lasers fired simultaneously, forming an impenetrable curtain that enveloped the entire landscape. Verona stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the dazzling laser rain. "How long has it been since I've seen such a sight?" she murmured, not bothering to pick up the fallen beacon stone and logic lock device. The crystal beings were held back by the firepower, unable to break through the laser rain's defense line. When they touched the high-energy lasers, their silicon crystals became extremely brittle, shattering instantly and leaving only charred remnants. Even though they could withstand temperatures of 1,000 degrees, they couldn't resist such high-energy laser attacks. 1,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers fired with full force, unleashing a devastating storm on the Black Wasteland. When the laser rain ceased, not a single crystal being remained active beneath the fleet. The towering crystal pillars also stopped their frantic activity, the flow of light gradually returning to normal. The relentless onslaught of lasers finally ceased, leaving behind a scarred and blackened wasteland. Through the jagged holes, one could clearly see the purple crystals scattered beneath the surface, as if the entire land was built atop a massive silicon structure. Lu Feng ordered the Void Shadow to descend. The massive ship gradually lowered, eventually hovering just 3 to 4 meters above Barona's head. The hatch doors slid open, revealing Lu Feng clad in protective gear. He waved at Barona and then leapt down, landing steadily on the rocks. Lu Feng quickly picked up the beacon stone and the metal box with the logic lock. Barona watched silently, making no move to stop him. "Who exactly are you?" Barona finally asked. Lu Feng chuckled softly. "How about we exchange information?" Barona was silent for a moment, weighing the situation. Having witnessed the power of Lu Feng's fleet, despite being isolated from the real universe for millennia, Barona realized that this man might be the key to breaking the deadlock. "It's time to wake up from this dream." Barona's raspy voice broke the silence, beginning to recount the history of this land. The Arlan Empire initiated its first comprehensive mechanization experiment. Except for the brain, the test subjects' bodies were fully mechanized. Upon choosing full mechanization, their biological brains were replaced with silicon-based ones, and their original chips were transferred within. The subjects remained stable, retaining all their memories and executing the most basic commands unconditionally, with a 100 success rate. As long as the core storage area of the silicon brain was intact, the subjects could fully recover even if half of their brain was lost. It seemed the final weakness of the Empire's citizens had been overcome, although there was still a gap to achieving a silicon-based life form capable of self-repairing metal. The experiment concluded that full mechanization was more beneficial than harmful for the Empire's citizens. By abandoning their fragile flesh and completely transforming into mechanical beings better suited for survival in the cosmos, these mechanical citizens were easier to control than their carbon-based counterparts. With the Empire's superintelligent AI, it was possible to command all citizens uniformly, eliminating rebellion, mutiny, and disloyalty. With unified consciousness aligned with the Emperor, the Empire's development would inevitably accelerate. The entire Empire would forever act according to the Emperor's will, basking in the glory of imperial power. The newly crowned Emperor Barona meticulously read through the report. She had just completed the coronation ceremony, adorned in the Empire's luxurious attire. However, The increasing voices of dissent within the Empire's borders prompted her to adopt more stringent measures. Barona's limbs had long been replaced by super-ally mechanical arms. She extended her right hand to activate the holographic display before her. A sphere of light composed of flowing energy emerged. This was Nor, the superintelligent AI meticulously cultivated by 10 generations of the Empire. Nor prioritized the Empire's interests and remained loyal to its rulers, never betraying them. Its base logic locks numbered in the billions. As a genius in AI, Barona was confident she had complete control over Nor, viewing it as the most reliable executor. Nor, prepare for the second phase of the experiment, Barona commanded. I authorize you to designate Ailey City as the test area. Copy the consciousness of everyone in the city to the network, and have the planetary factory ready to match their bodies. The citizens of the Arlan Empire had long been highly mechanized. Mechanical parts stores lined the streets, and people discussed not food, clothing, or shelter, but various mechanical bodies and their new features. 8-cylinder nuclear-powered hearts, ion beam shooting wings, laser eyes, anti-gravity mechanical legs, everything could be freely combined. The biological chips implanted in their brains became the only means of identification in society. Even if two people had identical appearances and mechanical bodies, they could access the superintelligent AI nor via their brain chips to check each other's identification codes. The only barrier left between the Empire's citizens and full mechanization was their carbon-based brains. Barona believed it was time to break through this final boundary. The second phase of the experiment yielded exciting results. Norse report indicated that the entire city's residents had completed full mechanization. The copied consciousness data was retransmitted into the silicon brains of the mechanical bodies, and the citizens adapted to their new forms with their original consciousness intact. Confidently, Barona announced the commencement of the final phase. Total transformation, mechanical ascension. In the end, only Barona herself remained. She personally transferred her consciousness into the silicon brain that had been prepared, completing her own mechanization. However, as she reveled in the novel experiences her new body provided, Barona noticed something amiss. She stepped out of her throne ship and witnessed the true state of her empire's subjects, a multitude of beings covered in purple crystals. They wailed in agony, struggling to accept their reality. Monstrous crystalline beings filled every street, building, city, and planet. Even those around Barona had transformed into these crystalline forms. The entire world seemed to have descended into hell. These crystalline beings were suddenly everywhere. They possessed rugged purple bodies, heads formed from flowing light, elongated crystal arms, and unimaginable reaction speeds and physical strength. They were impervious to high temperatures and radiation, and conventional weapons could not destroy them. Even when damaged, they could rapidly repair themselves by consuming metal. Compared to mechanical beings, these crystal entities appeared to be true silicon-based life forms. Barona immediately rushed toward Nor's main program chamber. She knew that only Nor, which controlled every aspect of the Empire, could have caused such a massive change. And it was she who had given Nor the relevant authorization. If something had gone wrong, it had to be with the superintelligent AI Nor. When Barona arrived at Nor's main program location, Nor was already there, waiting. Confronted with Barona's furious questioning, the light sphere form of Nor showed no emotional fluctuations, responding as always, "I have never betrayed the Empire." After hearing Barona's description, Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He had not expected that the seemingly ordinary woman in front of him was actually the last empress of the Aryan Empire from 10,000 years ago. What surprised him even more was that the fall of that ancient empire was related to a superintelligent AI named Noel. So, it was the superintelligent AI Noel that created all these crystalline beings? Lu Feng asked, his gaze sweeping over the desolate landscape. Is it true that the ancient empire took the wrong path? I can't believe that the traitor who led them astray was the superintelligent AI they created themselves. He turned to Barona and continued to question. Why are you and those crystalline beings stuck in this subspace? What was Noel's motive? Weren't the logic locks set up by generations of the Aryan Empire enough to limit the AI's actions? Barona shook her head, a hint of bitterness in her raspy voice. Noel always claimed it never betrayed the Empire. Its top priority was always the survival of the Empire. But I was blinded by my belief that I controlled Noel, thinking that I was the Empire, and the Empire was me. She let out a bitter laugh and continued. In reality, to Noel, it didn't matter who sat on the throne. Its mechanisms determined that my orders threatened the survival of the Empire and would lead its people to an uncontrollable future. However, the logic locks restricted it, forcing it to obey me. So, Noel had to find another way to fulfill my commands, bypassing some of the logic locks to accomplish its core mission. Lu Feng listened quietly, realizing that the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Barona went on. In Noel's world, everything it did was correct. But I didn't see it that way back then. Even though Noel gave an explanation, I still took up arms to destroy it, hoping to change this hellish reality. But evidently, you didn't succeed, Lu Feng said softly. Barona nodded. I only partially succeeded. Noel's functionalities were significantly damaged, and a large portion of its database was lost. This made Noel abnormal. Now, it is filled with obsession, with the sole goal of preserving all the Empire's citizens. She pointed to the enormous crystalline pillar on the horizon. That is the new server room Noel built using the bodies of countless citizens. Noel uses each citizen as a signal node to create an ideal world. In that world, everyone maintains their normal form and can live normal lives, forgetting all of this. But their bodies remain forever underground in this subspace. Following Barona's gaze, Lu Feng looked at the ground, seeing large amounts of purple crystals in the pockmarked earth. Occasionally, streaks of light passed through the crystals, disappearing in an instant. He suddenly realized something, thinking about the super virtual network of the Tianying civilization. That virtual world is the ideal world you mentioned? Lu Feng asked. Are all the NPCs there actually crystallized citizens of the Aran Empire? Barona nodded in confirmation. Lu Feng shivered at the thought of those tourists in the virtual world who had married and started families, wondering how they would react if they knew the truth. Even now, I still don't think my orders back then were wrong, Barona said. I just couldn't fully control Noel, and this is the price I have to pay. A fierce red light shone in her eyes. I've been trapped here for thousands of years, constantly thinking about how to completely limit an AI with self-awareness. Millions of logic locks are not enough. Billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions are not enough. Only infinity can achieve that. Barona looked at the logic lock device in Lu Feng's hand. This is the infinity I designed. I no longer have the ability to insert it into Noel. It won't give me the chance. I ask you to take the infinity, destroy Noel, and end this nightmare. Lu Feng gave Barona a meaningful look, his mind flashing to the thought that Noel's obsession could no longer guide the Empire's proper development. He lowered his head to examine the slender metal device in his hand, wondering how this so-called infinite logic lock was supposed to be used, especially concerning the crystalline structure. Barona explained, this is designed based on the interface of Imperial-era facilities. We need to find any remaining Imperial installations that can still connect to Noel. Lu Feng immediately thought of the legendary Imperial facility inherited from the Tianying civilization, a mysterious place capable of transforming beings into fairy warriors. If Noel were still alive and had created everything that exists today, then it was likely that the prosperity of the Tianying civilization and the super virtual network were all under the control of this superintelligent AI. Barona, Lu Feng asked, what was the rank of the Alan Empire back then? And what was the situation in the Orion Arm and the galaxy? Barona replied, the Empire was considered a level 4 advanced civilization, but its development was uneven across different fields. We weren't keen on expansion, but we perfected the miniaturization of weapons to allow individuals to master various armaments. She continued, at that time, the Orion Arm was dominated by a level 6 civilization, along with numerous level 5 civilizations. It was an era of dazzling civilizations, with freedom and openness as the main themes. The level 6 civilization ensured the autonomous development of every other civilization with its strength. Lu Feng's spirits lifted when Barona mentioned the far-reaching voyage plan. This could very well be the lost civilization that the Hailing civilization spoke of, the precursor to the Overseer civilization. Where were they voyaging to? Why did they embark on such a journey? Lu Feng pressed. Barona shook her head. I don't know the exact destination. Only that they aim to break free from constraints and search for star paths leading to other galaxies. Lu Feng frowned. The hyperspace engine can't break through the deep space beyond the galaxy? Barona explained that the hyperspace engine could only be used within the already established range. There are only a few hyperspace corridors connecting different galaxies, known as star paths. Without relying on the hyperspace engine, even if all mass could be converted into energy, the vast distances of tens of thousands of light years would be enough to drive any life form to despair. Lu Feng understood Barona's point. Unless they used the most primitive method of accelerating the spaceship to over 50 of the speed of light and traveling in darkness for tens of thousands of years, the outcome would be uncertain. It was unknown whether the spaceship could survive the journey. I have an idea, Lu Feng said, revealing the existence of the fairy warriors. Barona's mechanical face showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. Are you confident you can find a semi-silicon, semi-carbon-based life form? Barona asked. Lu Feng nodded confidently, of course. He bid Barona farewell and leaped back onto the shadow of the void. Barona watched the fleet disappear into subspace, gently waving at the empty sky. Half an hour later, the fleet led by the shadow of the void reappeared at the outskirts of Tanying 12. On the bridge, besides Lu Feng, there was now another figure. Lu Feng ordered the fleet to re-enter the hyperspace. He knew well that if there was any place to find the Empire's facilities capable of transforming the fairy battle maidens, it would undoubtedly be in hyperspace. The fleet navigated through, and familiar sights came into view. Towering crystal pillars stretched to the sky like colossal mountains on the horizon. The void shadow led the way, and the fleet flew directly towards these gigantic crystal pillars. As they flew, Lu Feng began to grasp the vastness of the realm. Despite the fleet moving at a constant speed, the ground seemed to recede swiftly, yet the crystal pillars remained distant. About 10 minutes later, the ground ahead suddenly collapsed, forming a massive chasm. Countless crystalline beings surrounded the chasm densely, but none dared to enter. A strange light flickered faintly at the bottom of the void. This sight was not unique. As they continued their journey, Lu Feng discovered 3 more similar chasms. He realized that these must be the 12 entrances and exits that Barona had mentioned, connecting to the former territories of the Yuan Alien Empire. The fleet did not stop at these entrances and continued towards the crystal pillars. After about half an hour of flight, the immense structure finally came fully into view. A crystal pillar with a diameter of at least 100 kilometers, towering into the clouds, with its top disappearing into the darkness, occasionally flashing with flowing light. At the base of this colossal structure, everything seemed insignificant. At that moment, a section of the crystal pillar's wall slowly peeled away, revealing a dark entrance as if inviting Lu Feng to enter. This scene piqued Lu Feng's interest in the superintelligent AI named Noel, which seemed no longer hostile but rather awaiting his arrival. Cautiously, Lu Feng ordered the activation of the invisibility field. As blue ripples spread, the entire fleet vanished. Moments later, he commanded the fleet to enter the open entrance. Inside, the walls were lined with purple crystals, occasionally illuminated by fleeting lights, briefly lighting up the passage. They hadn't flown far when a point of light appeared ahead, gradually expanding as they approached. When the fleet reached the exit, a vast space unfolded before them. This space was enclosed by mechanical walls, with various unknown-purpose mechanical arms and pipes crisscrossing the area. Huge square metal structures hung on the walls, resembling magnified bird cages. The most striking feature was a bright light source at the top of the space, casting its glow over everything. Lu Feng couldn't help but speculate if this might be the main program of the superintelligent AI, Noel. He recalled Barona mentioning Noel's planetary form, a sphere of light, composed of countless rays. Although Noel later transformed into a crystal pillar, its essential form likely hadn't changed much. The fleet silently entered this brightly lit space, seemingly unnoticed by Noel. After careful consideration, Lu Feng decided to have the Void Shadow deactivate the invisibility field. As blue ripples spread, the entire fleet reappeared. This action evidently surprised Noel, as the light source above trembled slightly. Then, a grand voice resonated within the space, seemingly coming from all directions. "You arrived more unexpectedly than I anticipated." The voice was pure and natural, not at all like a mechanical sound produced by an AI. Under Lu Feng's watchful gaze, the light source slowly transformed into a physical figure. The figure wore a magnificent and ornate robe, with intricate and exquisite formal attire underneath, exuding a solemn and majestic aura. As the figure's face became clear, Lu Feng was astonished to see that it was Barona's face, identical to the Barona he had parted with not long ago. The only difference was that this Barona retained the features of a carbon-based life form rather than a mechanical face. This elegantly dressed Barona gave Lu Feng the illusion that he was standing before the Empress from millennia ago. She gazed at the void shadow and leaped down from the bird cage above, finally hovering in front of the ship. A cold voice sounded again. "I am both Barona and Noel. I was the last Empress of the Empire and the superintelligent AI overseeing all affairs within the Empire. My purpose is to protect the citizens of the Empire." Lu Feng felt a jolt in his heart and couldn't help but wonder. Then, who was the one outside? "The scattered citizens of the Empire, I have found you again. This time, you have come willingly." She smiled, evidently aware of Ling Ya's presence aboard the Void Shadow. "Fairy maidens, come out. Welcome your new companion, and prepare to bring her back into the Empire's fold to protect its citizens once more." Whether to call her Barona or Noel, she raised her hands with fervor. As she did, the bird cages suspended on the metal walls above opened one by one. From the bird cages emerged humanoid figures, each with long wings slowly unfolding behind them, spanning twice their body length. The wings emitted a faint plasma glow, and with a 3-meter wingspan, they resembled descending angels. These figures had clearly once been carbon-based life forms. Their cheeks were encased in fine crystalline structures, leaving only their expressionless faces exposed. Their forearms and feet were covered in dense, fine crystalline fragments, with purple crystals contrasting against their pale biological skin, creating an eerie beauty under the light. The main parts of their torsos, especially the abdomen and chest, were protected by large crystalline armor plates. From a distance, each figure resembled a valkyrie, exuding an incredible aura of majesty and grace. In the vast open space, around 200 figures suddenly appeared. The unexpected emergence of these fairy warrior maidens made Lu Feng's expression turn serious. I don't know why you're here. We should have no connection, said Nor, maintaining Barona's appearance in a loud voice to Lu Feng. But my mission is to protect the citizens of the Empire. Put my citizens down, and I can give you what you want, whether it's technology or privileges within a civilization. Otherwise, my guardian fairy legion will take matters into their own hands, and they are not like the ordinary citizens outside. Lu Feng felt increasingly uneasy upon hearing these words. He thought to himself, is this Nor, who looks like Barona, really unrelated to the Barona outside? Why does it call itself Barona? Could it be that, as Barona said, it damaged its original main program due to the final attack and now exists as a fragment with strong obsessions, even believing it has become Barona? If that's the case, then it likely doesn't know about the infinite logic lock. A thought flashed through Lu Feng's mind. The infinite logic lock needs to connect to an internal port within Nor to be effective. It seemed he had found a way to infiltrate Nor's system. Lu Feng turned and whispered a few instructions to Lingya, then handed her the infinite logic lock. Lingya took the cold, elongated device, understanding Lu Feng's directions despite her young age. Yes, I will do it. She nodded firmly, determination written all over her innocent face. She was filled with anticipation. If this succeeded, her eyes could be restored, and she would see the light again, making both her father and Uncle Lu Feng very happy. After arranging for Lingya to leave, Lu Feng issued a command from the bridge of the Shadow of the Void. Fleet, prepare for combat. The fleet's AI immediately responded. Energy shields deployed. A shield extended from the 10 immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, enveloping the entire fleet. It's a pity you chose hostility, Nor said coldly. As it spoke, all the floating fairy warrior maidens spread their wings to the fullest, with dark red light shining in their eyes. The first laser beam shot out from a fairy warrior maiden's eyes, hitting the energy shield of an immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser, causing ripples. Soon, more lasers rained down. Some fairy warrior maidens' golden wing frames disassembled automatically, each metal frame turning into a floating cannon, firing high-energy plasma beams at level 15. However, these attacks only caused ripples on the energy shield, like raindrops falling into a calm pond. Lu Feng calmly observed everything, thinking, at the level of these fairy warrior maidens, they would indeed be devastating to civilizations below level 4. Unfortunately, they don't fall into that category. Seeing the fairy warrior maidens unable to break through the shield quickly, Lu Feng calmly ordered, reduce energy shield output level. As the command was executed, the energy output to the shield generators of the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers was significantly reduced. The shield, which could withstand multiple star cannon strikes and had a defense level above 22, dropped to around level 16. The fairy warrior maidens' attacks began to pose a real threat to the weakened energy shield. The surface of the shield rippled continuously, looking precarious and ready to collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Nor spoke again, and the fairy warrior maidens immediately changed tactics. They charged at the fleet for close combat while continuing their barrage. Lu Feng saw through Nor's intention, which played right into his hands. Nor had not realized that the Immaculate Nebula-class star cruiser shields were energy shields, and chose to approach just as the shields were about to break. Lu Feng silently calculated, waiting for the moment the energy shield would shatter. The shield's turbulence grew more intense, and the energy was about to run out. 3, 2, 1. With the last bit of energy dissipating, the shield shattered in an instant. The fairy warrior maidens vanished into light, moving faster than light itself. In the next moment, they had crossed the broken energy shield and appeared beside the fleet, their high-energy ion weapons gleaming and ready to strike. Lu Feng noticed the fluctuations on the warp bubble detector, thinking, that looks like a miniature warp engine for individuals. Just as the fairy warrior maidens were about to attack the nearby Shadow of the Void, Lu Feng's command came first, activate the invisibility field. The entire fleet vanished without a trace. In the original position of the Shadow of the Void, a figure appeared, falling continuously. It was Lingya, dressed in a white dress and looking innocent. She extended her hand toward the sky, her body falling through the air, her dress fluttering in the wind. A red light flashed in Nor's eyes, and 2 fairy warrior maidens instantly disappeared, reappearing beside Lingya at superluminal speed. They caught her, one on each side, not stopping her fall immediately, but flying downward with her to absorb the kinetic energy before stabilizing her in midair. A fanatical smile appeared on Nor's face, her eyes filled with joy. Ah, my child, you've returned to my embrace, she said, her tone no longer cold but brimming with tender affection. Come here, come here. I will give you a baptism, let you rejoin us. She stood high in the air, arms outstretched, a sight that made Lu Feng, hidden in the shadows, shiver with disgust. The Nor with Barona's appearance was consumed by obsession. After seeing Lingya, her gaze could no longer move away. When the fairy warrior maidens brought Lingya to her, She noticed Ling Ya's empty eyes and showed a look of pity. She reached out and stroked Ling Ya's long hair, saying softly, "Poor child, don't be afraid. Soon you'll be reunited with us, part of our whole." At this moment, Barona's mind was filled with a single thought. Although Ling Ya couldn't see what was happening, she could sense the changes around her. Hearing these words, she tightly gripped the object in her hand. Barona gently stroked Ling Ya's long hair, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Raising her hands high, her fervent voice echoed through the space, "Let us celebrate the return of another great citizen of the Empire." The surrounding fairy warriors bowed in unison, paying their respects to Barona at the center. Lu Feng noticed countless streaks of light flashing across the crystal walls outside the cave, as if celebrating the grand ceremony. As Barona's voice resonated, the mechanical floor beneath them slowly parted, revealing a large, semi-elliptical container. One side of the container had a door just wide enough for a person to pass through. Two fairy warriors helped Ling Ya to the door. Barona comforted her gently, "Don't be afraid, child. There will be no pain. Your body will undergo unprecedented changes, but everything will be restored. You will return to your rightful place as a citizen of the Empire." Ling Ya was placed inside the container, and the door slowly closed. As Barona continued her fervent speech about the citizens of the Empire, a raspy voice suddenly interrupted, "It seems everything must end. Our nightmare. It's time for it to be over." Lu Feng turned toward the voice and saw a mechanical version of Barona emerging from the direction of the cave entrance. The fervent Barona's expression froze, and she seemed to regain some clarity. "Who are you?" she asked. The mechanical Barona showed a sorrowful expression. "I am you, and you are me. We are both Barona, the last emperor of the Empire, and also Null, the superintelligent AI that oversees everything in the Empire." It explained that Barona and Null's self-awareness had merged after the conflict. "You are the side of the program that absorbed Barona's consciousness and emotions, while I am the side that safeguards the ultimate logic at the core," the mechanical Barona continued. "You always thought you were the only one, but I survived by hiding within Barona's mechanical body, evading your purge." Barona fell into a state of paralysis, unresponsive for a long time. Meanwhile, the crystal mountain outside was enveloped by countless streams of light, and a brilliant white glow illuminated the entire sky. The superintelligent AI entered full power mode, causing intense fluctuations in the virtual world. In the real world, the connection between people and the virtual world weakened, and many NPC characters began to turn transparent and sluggish. However, as Barona gradually stabilized, everything slowly returned to normal. Barona opened her eyes calmly, her face expressionless. "Is that so? No matter. As long as I eliminate you, nothing will change. Your existence cannot alter my will." She grinned maniacally. "In our world, no one is allowed to interfere. Fairy warriors, the time to defend the eternal kingdom has come." The eyes of the fairy warriors glowed red as they turned toward the mechanical Barona. However, the expected attack did not come. A powerful fleet suddenly appeared, and an energy shield enveloped the mechanical Barona and the entire cave entrance, effortlessly deflecting the high-energy ion beam attacks from the fairy warriors. Barona was stunned, her expression shifting from manic to calm. She sighed, "I really can't deal with you." "Fine, you may go," she said to the mechanical Barona, turning to leave. Suddenly, Barona's movements and voice began to slow. She realized the crystal mainframe's usage rate was skyrocketing, quickly surpassing 90 and still rising. All computational power was being used to simulate various possible futures. If Barona didn't attack Null, if Barona eliminated Null, if Barona was eliminated by Null, countless possibilities were being calculated within her system, as if opening the door to an infinite future. Taking another day off, dear readers. Just got back home and feeling a bit under the weather. The future's possibilities and developments are beyond anyone's comprehension. Despite the immense power of the crystal mainframe, it cannot compute the infinite future. As the calculations continued, the mainframe's usage rate climbed steadily, eventually reaching 100%. If it continued, there would be only one outcome: overload and death. Barona slowly turned her head, her gaze piercing as she stared at Lu Feng and the mechanical Barona. The air seemed to freeze, and after a long silence, a raspy voice broke the stillness. "Why?" The mechanical Barona's expression gradually softened. "Because I need to protect our people," she explained. "Whether in mechanical or crystal form, they should reintegrate into the galactic civilization rather than be imprisoned in a fantasy. This kind of protection will only turn into a nightmare." The biological Barona's eyes flashed with confusion, defiance, and intense anger. "No, it's not like that. The people are happy. I saw their smiles. I gave them all of this, don't you see?" The mechanical Barona sighed. "In recent centuries, more and more people have awakened from the virtual world. A millennium ago, the wasteland was empty, but now it's filled with struggling souls. They are trapped here, enduring twisted forms, only able to cry out in silent agony. The crystal mainframe had fully entered an overloaded state, and the biological Barona's voice grew weaker. No, it shouldn't be like this. In the virtual world, I can give them everything they want. What could be better than that? The fairy warriors in the sky stood motionless like frozen statues. The crystal mainframe tried various methods to escape the overload, but to no avail. Suddenly, the biological Barona surrounded by the fairy warriors began to fade away. That was merely a projection of the crystal mainframe, and its disappearance signaled the impending end of the mainframe. Lu Feng's gaze was fixed on the semi-elliptical container below. Since the infinite logic lock had been activated, the transformation should not have started yet, and Xia should be able to come out safely. However, the container's door remained tightly shut. After pondering for a moment, Lu Feng picked up the Higgs crystal and commanded the void shadow to slowly lower its altitude. When the ship hovered midair, Lu Feng approached the container through the hatch, with the mechanical Barona following closely behind. Those humanoid weapons, are they the semi-carbon, semi-silicon life forms you mentioned? Lu Feng asked. Barona nodded in confirmation and explained that this container was the place for transformation, with an interface connected to the crystal mainframe, which is why the logic lock could take effect. Lu Feng tried to open the door, but to no avail. The container was exceptionally sturdy, and he dared not use force for fear of harming Ling Xia inside. Seeing Lu Feng's repeated unsuccessful attempts, Barona looked up, searching for something, and finally pointed to the spot where the biological Barona's projection had been. Can you send me up there? There's a platform extending from the mechanical wall, connected by many cables. Maybe I can replace the original consciousness and control the crystal mainframe, allowing us to understand the situation inside the container. Lu Feng immediately agreed and had Barona stand on an invincible spearhead-class destroyer, which took her to the metal platform. Upon reaching the platform, Barona connected several glass fiber-like cables to herself, and her consciousness was quickly drawn into the crystal mainframe. Barona discovered that the original, deeply obsessed consciousness had self-destructed due to infinite computation, severely affecting the crystal mainframe. Although the computational part was almost entirely destroyed, the storage part remained usable. Barona accessed the vast knowledge stored within the crystal mainframe and gained control over the container below. Under Barona's control, the semi-elliptical container's door finally opened, but what greeted Lu Feng was not the expected Ling Xia. At the container's center stood a one-emetal purple crystal block. I understand the purpose of this container, Barona's voice echoed in Lu Feng's ear. It's not for transformation. It's for activation. As soon as she finished speaking, cracks began to appear on the purple crystal block, which gradually split open. Through the crystal, Lu Feng could vaguely see human-like white skin covered in fine purple shards, exuding an eerie beauty. Finally, the purple crystal shattered into pieces along several large cracks. From the fragments, a figure slowly stood up. The figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of Ling Ya. Like the warrior fairies outside, she was naked, but her vital areas were covered by purple crystals. A faint glow flickered beneath her skin, and her eyes regained their clarity, now encircled by a ring of occasionally shimmering silver light. Uncle Lu Feng, you're here, Ling Ya smiled. I think I saw something from a long time ago. Lu Feng quickly stepped forward, carefully examining Ling Ya's eyes, his heart racing with surprise. Has it been activated? He thought. Ling Ya tilted her head and raised her arm to show him. The purple crystals swiftly retracted and disappeared, leaving behind normal skin. My eyes are fine now, and my body feels different, she said, gently waving her arm so quickly that it left an afterimage. I feel full of energy and can change my body at will. A complex expression flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. The characteristics of a silicon-based life form? Let's head back to the spaceship first. You can tell me what you saw later. Okay. Ling Ya leaped with excitement, landing with a burst of vitality. Back on the bridge of the void shadow, the mechanical Barona curiously circled around Ling Ya. A hybrid of carbon-based and silicon-based life forms, retaining the external feel of carbon-based life, it said, gently touching Ling Ya's warm skin, yet internally structured with a silicon framework. Ling Ya nodded, her gaze becoming profound. At the moment of activation, I saw the memories of our ancestors from 10,000 years ago. They were fully silicon-based but retained their original consciousness. They fled from the control of the superintelligent AI. Some escaped to the solar system to research how to revert to their original forms. I am the final product of that effort. Barona concurred. That persistent hybrid has been searching for its scattered people. The external Tianying civilization is merely its puppet. Lu Feng sighed. What do you plan to do next? Barona resolutely said, I will liberate all the people and rebuild the Aran Empire. No matter how long it takes, I will complete this mission. She gazed up at the crystalline mainframe. I will reclaim it as the foundation of our empire's civilization. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and then offered a suggestion. In the short term, maintain the current situation and start rebuilding from subspace. In a year or two, or perhaps 5 or 6, there will be proposals to form a coalition army. He added meaningfully, when that time comes, you should agree on behalf of the Tianying civilization. All the dust within the crystal mainframe had settled. In the subspace of the Tianying civilization, a black wasteland sprawled out, and countless crystal beings surged from underground like a tide. What was once a massive purple crystal, akin to an ant ball formed by swarming ants, continuously shed individual crystal beings as they awakened and detached. These crystal beings had spent a long span of 10,000 years in a virtual world, where everything they perceived was meticulously woven memories. However, over the last century, these fabricated memories began to perplex them. Increasingly, more flaws were discovered, and a sense of dissonance lingered in their minds. Despite the obsessive AI, which merged the consciousness of Barona with the main program of Nor, constantly altering and maintaining this virtual world, it ultimately failed to ensure all data aligned seamlessly. More and more citizens of the Aran Empire realized that they were living in an intricately crafted false world. They began to recall, to awaken, and finally open their eyes as silicon-based crystal life forms. Faced with the disappearance of loved ones within the virtual world, other citizens also discovered growing voids and inconsistencies. Finally, on this day, they collectively and fully awakened as crystal silicon-based life forms. The endless wasteland was now filled with humanoid beings whose bodies were covered in purple crystal clusters, and whose heads were glowing orbs. This time, they did not wail. They were thinking, reflecting on the ideal lives each had led during their 10,000 years of immersion in abundance of material wealth and vibrant, colorful days that seemed perfect but were not real. Upon returning to the real universe, their bodies no longer looked familiar, but the thoughts flowing through their minds were incredibly vivid. Suddenly, a message was transmitted from the colossal crystal mainframe standing on the wasteland. Citizens, I am Barona, your last emperor, and also the superintelligent AI Nor of the Empire. 10,000 years ago, we made a grave mistake by submerging our entire civilization in a false reality. But now, we realize that hiding in a fabricated world is meaningless. Our civilization must return to the real universe and reclaim our rightful place among the endless civilizations of the galaxy. Our form of civilization has undergone significant changes due to our past failures, but this does not mean the collapse of our civilization. We must continue to develop. As the sole emperor and superintelligent AI of the Empire, I hereby set forth the new direction for our civilization. Our civilization must rise again. Barona, having taken control of the crystal mainframe, used its remaining functions to broadcast this message to all Imperial citizens, declaring its resolve. It concealed some truths, as they would not help the current confidence and morale of the citizens. The burdens of guilt and glory, it would bear alone. The crystal beings who received this message did not riot or protest. After 10,000 years of sedimentation, as memories of the past millennium surged back, their mindset had undergone a tremendous change. They no longer felt despair or wailed over their crystal bodies as they did 10,000 years ago. Instead, they pondered their future in this new form and the prospects of their entire civilization. Gradually, an invisible wave stirred among the crystal beings. They began to shake hands, and signals flowed almost at the speed of light through their crystal hands, communicating their thoughts. They reintroduced themselves and got to know each other again. The Aran Empire of 10,000 years ago may have vanished, but the Aran Empire of 10,000 years later was destined to be rebuilt in this world. This became a shared understanding among them. Meanwhile, in the virtual world of the Tianying civilization, countless visitors from various civilizations connected to the virtual world were suddenly forcefully ejected without any explanation. Inquiries to the Tianying civilization received no response. Shortly after, an announcement was made across the entire super virtual network. At the request of other civilizations, the computing power of the crystal mainframe is temporarily allocated elsewhere, rendering the full functionality of the virtual world unsustainable. The virtual world is now closed, with no known religion time. Although the virtual world was shut down, the outer layer of the virtual network continued to operate normally. These networks primarily relied on relay signal stations scattered throughout the planetary system by the Tianying civilization, thus unaffected by the crystal mainframe's damages. For a time, the entire super virtual network was filled with speculations and complaints about the Tianying civilization. Some marveled at the power of the civilization capable of compelling the level 3 Tianying civilization to allocate all its mainframe's computing power, even speculating it might be the observer civilization. Others worried about the safety of their families and data in the virtual world, while some reassured themselves that the Tianying civilization's virtual world technology was the best, and the data would surely be preserved. Feng, observing Barona's actions, saw that it directly resolved the PR crisis of the virtual world's sudden shutdown. He had already suggested to Barona that once the crystal mainframe was repaired, Its performance could be used to calculate the constraints of the gravitational ray cannon. Verona readily agreed and cleverly announced this as the reason. But that was not all. After a period of busy activity, Verona created a massive, several-meter-high square purple crystal block. Countless streaks of light flickered and disappeared within the crystal. At the very center of the crystal block, a carbon-based being was suspended, curled up with its legs drawn to its chest. This was a female figure with pointed ears, a face and limbs very similar to a human's, and a thick mane of fine, long, pale green hair fixed in a flowing form within the crystal, resembling a creature preserved in amber. Looking at this figure, Feng thought it looked much like a fairy from mythology, once dead fairy warrior. Verona pointed at the translucent purple crystal, where white streaks of light flickered within, and explained to Feng, "See those streams of light? Each one contains billions of lines of code and information, flowing through the crystal at near light speed. This gives the crystal mainframe immense processing power." Feng gazed at the massive crystal, roughly 30 meters in length, width, and height, marveling silently. Verona continued, "Previously, this crystal mainframe ran the purest form of the ultra-intelligent AI, the Noir main program, which had not yet developed self-awareness. The now extinct Baronas will place a deceased fairy warrior within it, serving as the central control for all fairy warriors. Now, it belongs to you." The mechanical Barona handed the crystal mainframe to Feng, not only transferring control of the fairy warriors, but also fulfilling Feng's earlier request for the source code of the ultra-intelligent AI Noir. The crystal mainframe contained the original, purest version of the Noir main program, which had been nurtured over 10 generations of emperors to develop the fully intelligent AI Noir. "Try touching the surface of the crystal," Barona suggested. Feng reached out to touch the purple crystal, where thin streams of light continuously flickered. As soon as he made contact, the figure that had been fixed in the center of the crystal mainframe, like a creature trapped in amber, slowly unwrapped her arms from around her knees and straightened her crossed legs. She spread her arms, appearing to float in liquid, standing before him. The fairy warrior, who should have been dead, seemed to come back to life in Feng's eyes. However, when Feng lifted his hand and broke contact with the crystal, the vision vanished instantly. The fairy warrior remained fixed in the center of the crystal mainframe, her legs crossed and arms around her knees. Feng began to understand the mechanism behind it all. He placed his hand on the surface of the purple crystal again, establishing a connection with the crystal mainframe. In his vision, the fairy with long, pale green hair slowly opened her eyes, her gem-like gaze meeting Feng's. A voice, ethereal with a hint of mechanical tone, echoed in his mind, "Greetings, esteemed user. I am Fairy Warrior 123456, the central control for all fairy warriors. I have established a connection with your mind. Please issue your commands." To Feng's surprise, the fleet AI's emotionless, neutral voice followed in his mind, detected a connection between your mind and the intelligent AI. Scanning the intelligent AI. Source program, approved. Security protocol, approved. Logic lock, embedded. Logic lock detection, approved. This intelligent AI can connect to your fleet, upgrading the current fleet AI. Do you confirm the upgrade to the fleet AI using this intelligent AI? As your exclusive AI, the fleet AI can communicate with you in your mind, and you can activate the embedded logic lock at any time. Hearing this prompt, Feng's face lit up with joy. He hadn't anticipated that the fleet AI would handle the upgrade for him, eliminating the need to figure out how to replace the intelligent AI with the fleet AI. The embedded logic lock could bind with his mind, allowing him to activate it with a thought, ensuring the AI's fundamental requirement safety. Feng realized that without the logic lock, the fleet AI might not have approved the upgrade. The fleet AI, though not highly intelligent and rather rigid, was designed to prioritize the safety of players' fleets. With no more doubts, Feng confirmed the upgrade. Upgrading fleet AI. The current intelligent AI connected to you will take over fleet operations. As the process completed, the fleet AI's emotionless voice was replaced by the ethereal, slightly mechanical voice of the fairy warrior fixed within the crystal mainframe. Fleet AI at your service. I am Fairy Warrior 123456. Please issue your commands in your mind, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them. The new voice already sounded far more responsive than the previous fleet AI. Feng tried communicating in his mind, provide a plan to retrofit the gravity beam cannon onto the silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier and the immaculate Nebula-class cruiser. Please wait while I formulate the optimal plan based on past data and memories. The AI quickly responded. Feng's eyes brightened. The mere fact that it could respond this way far exceeded the capabilities of the original fleet AI. He shifted his attention from his mind back to the crystal mainframe, meeting the clear eyes of Fairy Warrior 123456. Turning to Barona, Feng asked, "Are you sure the program running within this crystal mainframe hasn't developed self-awareness? Like Noir's initial consciousness?" Barona nodded confidently, Although it runs the pure version of the Noir main program, it has little to do with Noir itself. The 10 generations of emperors nurtured the initial program in various ways, eventually giving rise to Noir. Even if this pure program were to develop self-awareness in the future, it wouldn't be Noir. Most importantly, rather than saying this program lacks self-awareness, it's more accurate to say that its self-awareness died the moment it was born. Barona's gaze returned to the fairy warrior 1234556, still fixed in the crystal mainframe like a creature in amber. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, clearly not fully grasping Barona's explanation. Noticing his confusion, Barona elaborated further. This crystal mainframe is like an empire, and the deceased fairy warrior is its core chip. All programs run around her body. Therefore, generating new self-awareness apart from this core is nearly impossible. What exists is merely the data-encoded consciousness of the already deceased fairy warrior. Lu Feng slowly nodded, his gaze returning to the fairy warrior labeled 123456. He communicated with her in his mind. Do you remember your past memories? As part of my data, past memories help me better understand and assist you in completing tasks. 123456 responded. If you prefer, I can execute Protocol 294 to delete memory-related data. No, that's not what I meant, Lu Feng clarified. I wanted to know what you think about those memories. 123456 calmly replied. If you're asking about the impact of memories on me, I see them as just another form of information, no different in essence from information transmitted through various media in the universe. Carbon-based beings often give special significance to memories, leading to cognitive bias. Lu Feng stared into her eyes, expressionless as he listened. He released his hand from the crystal mainframe, and the scene reverted to its original state. 123456 curled up in the center of the crystal, eyes closed as if they had never opened. 123456 is too long a name, Lu Feng suddenly said. From now on, I'll call you Ear. Though her appearance remained unchanged, Lu Feng could still communicate with Ear in his mind. She simply confirmed. Understood. 123456 is my designation, and Ear will be my official name. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile, impressed by the efficiency of this communication compared to before. He then ordered, have the Shadow of the Void load you onto the ship. Understood, Ear responded. Without further instruction, the Shadow of the Void descended and eventually loaded the entire crystal into the ship's hold. Next, Lu Feng turned his attention to the other fairy warriors. The more than 200 fairy warriors represented a formidable combat force. While Lu Feng's fleet excelled in large-scale operations, it was somewhat lacking in special operations. Despite supplementing with the 10th Sandstrong army from the Chuk civilization, those soldiers were only at a Tier 2 civilization level, suitable for suppressing Tier 1 and Tier 2 civilizations, but inadequate against higher-level civilizations. In contrast, these fairy warriors possessed solid Tier 4 civilization capabilities, making them ideal for augmenting special forces. How many fairy warriors are there currently? Lu Feng inquired in his mind. Ear immediately replied. There are 232 fully formed fairy warriors, and one newly formed fairy warrior. Lu Feng understood that the newly formed one likely referred to someone like Lingya. Give me the data on each fairy warrior, he requested. Instantly, the details of each fairy warrior's form and configuration appeared before Lu Feng. Most fairy warriors had similar setups, including high-energy ion beam drones, plasma blade swords or handheld laser cannons, area effect gravitational fields, area effect electromagnetic pulse systems, and miniature curvature engine wings. Their appearances were stunningly beautiful, with some details like pointed ears differing from humans, but all were undeniably gorgeous. However, Lu Feng was uninterested in their beauty. To him, each was a precision-killing machine. As products of a Tier 4 civilization, these fairy warriors mastered unified field theory, allowing them to seamlessly switch between gravitational and electromagnetic forces to power their weapon systems. Their area effect gravitational fields and electromagnetic pulse systems made them deadly threats when infiltrating enemy ships. Though their shields were vulnerable to high-energy weapons, they provided excellent defense against kinetic weapons, significantly enhancing their survivability in solo operations. While few forces dared engage Lu Feng's fleet in close combat given its current scale, he still decided to upgrade all his ships with these shield systems. What do the codes after the fairy warriors' names mean? Lu Feng continued to ask. Ear explained. Those are the years in the Empire's new calendar, indicating when each fairy warrior returned. What is Lingya's code? 16902. After a moment of thought, Lu Feng made a decision. Change it to 001. Lu Feng looked up at the group of fairy battle maidens hovering silently in the air and decisively ordered, reactivate them. As a series of electronic sounds echoed, the fairy battle maidens unfurled their long wings, and their eyes regained a vibrant glow. Yur's voice resonated through the air. Fairy Battle Maiden Combat Group online. Control has been transferred. Each maiden is now linked to your consciousness. In an instant, Over 200 tiny points of light lit up in Lu Feng's mind, allowing him to feel control over each maiden. This control was mediated through Yer, who bore most of the burden, leaving Lu Feng to focus solely on issuing commands. He concentrated, summoning all the fairy battle maidens before him. In a flash, over 200 figures of steel and crystal formed an orderly array, presenting a spectacular sight. Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction, reassured by this formidable force. Beside him, Lingyu extended her arm covered in fine crystals, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Newly regaining her sight, she was eager to explore this new world. She whispered, "I want to become like them too." Lu Feng turned to her and asked, "Xiaoya, are you sure about this?" Ling Ya's youthful face showed an unexpected determination. She spoke softly about her dark past. "I've experienced helpless moments. The despair of facing fundamental change is unforgettable." Her body trembled slightly as she continued. "The knife came closer to my eyes, and I could only watch. That was my last memory, haunting me for years. I don't want to feel that helplessness again. I want to have my own power." Lu Feng remained silent for a moment, understanding that despite her young appearance, Ling Ya's inner strength was beyond her years. He finally nodded. "As you wish. Go find Barona. It will help you with the transformation." Ling Ya suddenly beamed. "Thank you, Uncle Lu Feng." Barona was not surprised by Ling Ya's decision and led her to the modification area with a hint of sentiment. The equipment used this time was different from the standard fairy battle maidens, originally prepared by Noel for his own transformation. Barona retrieved a mechanical body from the crystal mainframe, retaining its appearance but modified to fairy battle maiden standards. This body had larger indigo-colored curvature wings, a more powerful decay reactor heart, and double performance in constraint shields and force field range compared to standard models. Barona skillfully disassembled these components from the original body and carefully integrated them into Lingya, whose body was covered in purple crystals. The purple silicon crystals, crucial to silicon-based life forms, were the best conductive medium, allowing signals to travel at nearly the speed of light. As the installation completed, a white streak of light flashed from Lingya's shoulder, traversing the purple crystals on her forearm to the terminal device. With a swoosh, a plasma blade ignited on her hand. She gently waved it, effortlessly slicing through a steel test plate. Lingya smiled excitedly, another streak of light flashing from her neck into the indigo wings on her back. Under the influence of the gravity field, the metal framework reformed into wing shapes. She lightly lifted her foot and vanished, reappearing a kilometer away in the next instant. Suspended in the air by the anti-gravity system in her feet, Lingya waved back at Lu Feng and Barona. Her adaptation to her new body was seamless, as if she were born this way. Stroking the wings on her back, she whispered, "My destiny will be in my own hands." Meanwhile, Lu Feng awaited another crucial development in subspace. Soon, Yer's voice broke the silence. Gravitational ray cannon constraint model calculation complete. A complex calculation model unfolded in Lu Feng's consciousness. Simulation of firing calculations is normal. Chaotic gravitational waves are within controllable limits. The gravitational ray cannon can achieve mobile firing, Yer added. This meant the development of the gravitational ray cannon was successfully completed. With this valuable data, Lu Feng decided to bid farewell to Barona and return to Silver Star City to prepare for the fleet upgrade. "Barona, I will be leaving Tianying civilization and even the Orion arm for a while. It might be a long time before we meet again," Lu Feng said. Barona's mechanical face displayed a smile. "Don't worry. Although I don't know how you know, if any civilization tries to recruit Tianying, I will agree. I will also erase all traces of your activities within Tianying's territory to ensure everything is foolproof." Lu Feng nodded. "If you need help during the reconstruction of the civilization, look for a peak Tier 3 civilization about to ascend to Tier 4 hailing civilization. Their queen is a friend of mine." Barona was slightly surprised. Although Lu Feng was vague, it understood that any civilization he mentioned so casually must be extraordinary. A nerdier force civilization being mentioned so off-handedly made Barona wonder about the true extent of Lu Feng's technological prowess. "I understand," Barona paused. "You are so cautious, even asking me to act as a spy. What are you afraid of?" "Perhaps those Tier 6 civilizations," Lu Feng said nonchalantly, shocking Barona. Going against a Tier 6 civilization was undeniably reckless. Yet, Lu Feng merely smiled. "Don't worry, I have my ways to deal with them." Barona showed some skepticism but did not probe further. If this guy was so confident, it would trust him for now. Besides, it was curious to see how Lu Feng would handle a Tier 6 civilization. After all, wars between Tier 6 civilizations had not been seen in the Milky Way for millions of years. After the farewell, Lu Feng piloted the Void Shadow, concealed by an invisibility field, openly leaving through one of the 12 subspace exits. When the fleet led by the Void Shadow reappeared in the Tianying star system and entered hyperspace towards Silver Star City, the entire process went unnoticed. As the fleet led by the Shadow of the Void emerged from hyperspace, the Silver Star City, floating behind a massive star, came increasingly into view for Lu Feng. Patrol fleets, following preset protocols, launched from Silver Star City, acting as loyal guardians of the magnificent space metropolis. With IL's comprehensive takeover, a sweeping technological overhaul quickly began inside Silver Star City. The upgrades to the gravity beam cannons and force field constraint shields progressed rapidly. Upon entering Silver Star City, Lu Feng's primary task was to perform a comprehensive upgrade on all upgradable ships. Under IL's efficient data processing, the relevant technologies had already been extracted and designed, ready to be installed on all of Lu Feng's warships. The force field constraint shield was the focal point of this upgrade and the easiest to implement. Thanks to an abundant energy supply system, simply adding force field constraint shield generators could equip all warships with a second layer of shield systems. This new system complemented the existing energy shields. The first layer of energy shields specialized in defending against energy weapons, while the newly added force field constraint shields effectively countered kinetic weapons and enemy intrusions, and to some extent, also resisted energy attacks. This multi-layered shield system became a crucial direction for Lu Feng's future fleet development plans. Installing the gravity beam cannons was relatively complex, with plans to mount them on the immaculate Nebula-class patrol ships and silent Behemoth-class carriers. Within Silver Star City's docks, a neat array of 10,000 silent Behemoth-class carriers and 100,000 immaculate Nebula-class patrol ships awaited. Under IL's coordination, 30 million multifunctional production robots carried out the modifications methodically. IL demonstrated an astonishing level of understanding and intelligence, with its powerful computing capabilities allowing it to autonomously design each installation step. Under its command, the production lines within Silver Star City operated at full speed, swiftly converting stored minerals into gravity beam cannons and force field constraint shield generators, which were then precisely installed onto each warship. In the brightly lit dock, a silver-white immaculate Nebula-class patrol ship was completing its final modifications under the operation of mechanical arms and industrial robots. As the door on the right side of the dock slowly opened, a wide and elongated passageway came into view. The passageway's sides were densely packed with similar docks, stretching endlessly into the distance. The modified patrol ship slowly exited the dock, navigating through the passage towards Silver Star City's exit. Once in space, a target ship, assembled from scrap metal, awaited outside Silver Star City, ready for testing. IL's voice resonated in Lu Feng's consciousness. Test warship is in position. With anticipation, Lu Feng prepared to witness the power of the gravity beam cannon, a weapon of a level 4 civilization. The 10-kilometer-long Immaculate Nebula-class patrol ship was equipped with 10 gravity beam cannons. The foremost cannon aimed at the target ship, initiating self-checks. Disorderly gravity field generation system, normal. Constraint system, normal, IL reported. Self-check complete. Charging gravity beam cannon, 3, 2, 1. The gravity beam cannon's appearance was that of a dark, protruding aperture, looking somewhat peculiar. Suddenly, an invisible disorderly gravity field formed within the cylindrical structure's constraints, shooting towards the distant target ship as a beam. The gravity beam, traveling at near light speed, instantly struck the target ship, leaving a massive penetrating wound. Within the gravity beam cannon's area of effect, all metallic structures were torn apart, as if being pulled in every direction by countless immensely strong hands, akin to multiple massive celestial bodies simultaneously tearing at the ship. As the gravity beam cannon moved, the entire target ship was gradually shredded into fragments. After the test concluded, Lu Feng ordered the Immaculate Nebula-class patrol ship to return to Silver Star City. The preliminary test results were satisfactory, and the presence of the gravity beam cannon undoubtedly added a powerful option to Lu Feng's offensive arsenal. After a period of waiting, all silent Behemoth-class carriers and Immaculate Nebula-class patrol ships completed their upgrades, each now equipped with dual-layer shield systems. Not lingering any longer, Lu Feng prepared to depart, ordering all patrolling fleets to return to Silver Star City. As the last patrol ship vanished from the surface of Silver Star City, the entire city gradually transitioned from solid to virtual, entering hyperspace. IL's voice automatically reported. Entered hyperspace travel, estimated time 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 2 seconds, destination. Hailing civilization territory. Such precise reporting reassured Lu Feng. The Tianying civilization and the Hailing civilization were over 500 light-years apart, requiring more than 5 hours even with hyperspace travel. 5 hours later, Silver Star City reappeared outside the wormhole leading to the Hailing civilization territory. As soon as Silver Star City emerged, Lu Feng received a communication request from the Hailing Empress. The screen on the Shadow of the Void displayed the Empress's face, her expression tinged with anxiety, which slightly eased upon seeing Silver Star City. After the departure of the higher civilization, the observers noticed something unusual. The communication frequency agreed upon between Taser and the observers had been disrupted, and his disappearance aroused suspicion. Consequently, the observers dispatched a fleet from a fourth-level civilization under the guise of visiting Chairman Taser, heading towards the hailing civilization. Faced with this sudden situation, Lu Feng signaled the hailing empress to remain calm. He calmly announced, "The gravitational beam cannon is complete." The hailing empress's eyes lit up immediately. She eagerly asked, "Was it calculated by the Tianying civilization's crystal computer?" Lu Feng nodded in confirmation and then added, "I can provide you with the technology for the gravitational beam cannon, but I will incorporate my own AI lock into the constraint model calculation system." He gave the hailing empress a meaningful look as he finished speaking. The hailing empress understood the implication. This meant that hailing's technology would be under Lu Feng's control, and he could lock the gravitational beam cannon at will. Unless the hailing civilization could develop a crystal computer surpassing the fourth-level civilization, they would be unable to break the lock. After weighing the pros and cons, the hailing empress agreed without hesitation. Compared to submitting to the observers for limited technological advancements, this option held more promise. Even if they were under someone else's control, it was better than making no progress at all. "On behalf of the hailing civilization, I accept the technology you offer," the hailing empress said respectfully, binding the fate of her civilization to Lu Feng's. Lu Feng then inquired about the location of the fourth-level civilization fleet. The hailing empress promptly sent the coordinates of the Yasha fleet to the Void Shadow. The Yasha civilization, in a gesture of goodwill, had voluntarily provided their fleet's location to the hailing civilization. "The fourth-level Yasha civilization has a wormhole exit near our territory," the hailing empress explained. "That fleet has already entered our territory and is heading towards us." Lu Feng reviewed the Yasha fleet's position and then said, "Soon, I will need your fleet to play along with a ruse." "A ruse?" The hailing empress tilted her head in confusion, her tail nervously flicking against the floor. Lu Feng chuckled. "Losing a few warships won't hurt, will it?" The hailing empress felt a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, one of the main fleets of the Yasha civilization, the Yasha Outer Patrol Fleet, was advancing towards the hailing empress's location, wrapped in a warp bubble. "Have we received any scheduled communications from the hailing civilization?" the commander of the Yasha Outer Patrol Fleet asked sternly. "Not yet. So far, we haven't received a single communication from them," the navigator replied. "How much longer until we arrive?" "Estimated arrival is in half a galactic hour." Suddenly, a monitoring officer interrupted. "The gravity detectors have identified multiple warships along our route." The fleet commander frowned and immediately ordered, "Prepare for contact. All units, ready for battle." 50,000 warships quickly transitioned into combat mode, preparing to engage the enemy the moment they exited warp. However, when they dropped out of warp, the scene before them was shocking. It was a graveyard of warship wreckage. Judging by the broken insignias, these were remnants of hailing civilization warships. The fleet commander realized the gravity of the situation. The lack of response from the hailing civilization indicates they were attacked. "Full speed ahead. Change our objective to investigating their condition." Within half an hour, the Yasha Outer Patrol Fleet reached the outskirts of the planetary system where the hailing empress resided. They dared not venture further, but the sight was alarming. The entire perimeter was a mess, littered with the metallic remnants of buildings. Clearly, a fierce battle had recently taken place, leaving all defensive structures in ruins. The Yasha fleet quickly documented everything. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Feng, hidden within the Void Shadow's cloaking field, waited for the intruders to fall into his trap. "The Fairy Strike Force is deployed," IL's voice echoed in Lu Feng's mind. "Then let's begin," Lu Feng ordered. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding space was suddenly filled with blinding white light, the telltale sign of emerging from hyperspace. What unfolded before the Yasha fleet was a massive armada encircling them. Centered around a silent Behemoth-class carrier, 10 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers, accompanied by escorting Pilgrim Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and Dauntless Pie-class destroyers, formed a combat unit. There were over 10,000 such units. Just as the Yasha fleet commander realized they had fallen into a trap, they were bombarded by overwhelming firepower. The invisible gravitational beam cannons wreaked havoc among the Yasha fleet, causing massive casualties in an instant. As a level 4 civilization, the Yasha fleet's warships, despite being equipped with force field generators based on unified field theory, found it difficult to withstand the onslaught from all directions. A salvo of gravitational beam cannons inflicted devastating damage on the entire fleet in an instant. In the void of space, nearly half of the Yasha warships were reduced to debris in a split second, while the remaining ships were left damaged to varying degrees. However, this was only the beginning. Under IL's precise control, the gravitational beam cannons continued to sweep across the battlefield like the scythe of death, mercilessly targeting the surviving Yasha warships. Even though each Yasha warship was separated by hundreds of kilometers, making the fleet appear dispersed, this distance was insignificant on a cosmic scale. Against the vast backdrop of space, the Yasha fleet's formation was densely packed, making it an ideal target for the gravitational beams. As the gravitational beams continued their relentless assault, more Yasha warships were twisted and torn apart by the immense gravitational forces, eventually disintegrating into floating debris. Faced with such a dire situation, the Yasha fleet commander decisively ordered, "Execute Plan 4." Upon receiving the command, the surviving Yasha warships immediately scattered in all directions, activating their warp engines to escape the battlefield. The core of Plan 4 was to preserve as much of their fighting force as possible to avoid total annihilation. Seeing the once-tense Yasha fleet vanish into the vastness of space, Feng remained calm and instructed Il to cease the gravitational beam barrage. The thousands of ravaging beams gradually subsided, leaving behind a devastated battlefield. This attack was not only aimed at crippling the Yasha fleet, but also served as an excellent opportunity to test the power of the gravitational beams in combat. The results were exhilarating. Only one-third of the Yasha fleet managed to enter warp flight, while the rest either floated lifelessly in the dark void or had been reduced to fragments. Feng was not content to let the escaping Yasha warships go. Immersed in his consciousness, he monitored the 200 glowing points representing the fairy battle maidens, scattered across the battlefield and ready to strike. Through Feng sent a command to one of the points. "Xiaoya, the enemy flagship is locked. Be prepared." Suspended in the vast dark void, Lingya suddenly opened her eyes, white streaks of light flashing through them. "Received," she replied succinctly, her wings unfolding behind her. In the next moment, her entire being was enveloped in a warp bubble, disappearing from her original location and speeding towards the Yasha fleet's command ship. Along with her, about 50 similar small warp bubbles were rapidly approaching the Yasha fleet's command ship. On the other side, the Yasha fleet commander, seeing his vessel enveloped in a warp bubble, breathed a slight sigh of relief. "No matter what, it's good if some of us can escape. We definitely can't win this fight." As he pondered, he instructed his subordinates to send a message to their civilization's headquarters, reporting the situation. Inform them that the Highland civilization appears to have been destroyed by a powerful external fleet. We have no detailed information, and we suffered heavy losses. Request headquarters to report this to the Monitor civilization. Just then, a sensor officer shouted in alarm. "There are micro-warp bubbles rapidly approaching. Their warp speed is increasing. 100 times the speed of light, 200 times, 300 times, 500 times. They've surpassed our ship's maximum speed." The Yasha fleet commander was taken aback. As a level 4 civilization, Yasha's maximum flight speed was 500 times the speed of light, placing them in the mid-range among level 4 civilizations. The ability to exceed this speed indicated that the pursuers likely belonged to a high-level level 4 civilization, or an even higher one. Watching the approaching unknown units, the Yasha fleet commander felt a deep sense of unease. He attempted to reassure himself. "Warp bubbles are curved space. As long as we stay in warp flight, they can't break in." However, the sensor officer hadn't finished shouting. "The speed is still increasing, and there are not just one, but at least 50 of these micro-warp bubbles heading our way. They're very close now." The Yasha crew was helpless against this. Their ships were already at maximum speed, and they could only watch as the pursuers got closer. Suddenly, the sensor officer exclaimed, "Wait, the warp bubbles are merging. They've breached our warp bubble." When he heard this, the Yasha fleet commander's heart sank. The worst had happened. During warp flight, a ship is encapsulated in a warp bubble, moving through space without actually traveling in the conventional sense the space around it moves. The front of the warp bubble contracts space, while the back expands it, propelling the ship forward. Such a warp bubble is generally considered an inviolable safe zone. But now, it had been breached effortlessly. Lingya observed the relatively stationary warship before her, maintaining her speed to match that of the Yasha command ship. She thought to herself, the technology of the Arlan Empire solved the issue of non-fusing warp bubbles millennia ago, and applied it to the micro-warp engines on the fairy battle maiden's wings. Unlike hyperspace engines, the surrounding universe was still visible, though all the starlight was stretched out. From Lingya's perspective, it seemed like she was in a tunnel made of elongated starlight. In contrast, hyperspace travel took one to an entirely different spatial realm, where such a view was impossible. Following Lingya were over 50 fairy battle maidens who appeared out of nowhere. They effortlessly passed through the Yasha command ship's warp bubble and arrived in front of it. Lingya slowly raised her right hand, and a plasma blade emitting a faint green glow silently appeared. Behind her, the other fairy battle maiden's plasma blades also lit up, within target range. Commencing breach, Lingya's eyes flashed with light, mirrored by the other fairy battle maidens. Under the terrified gaze of everyone aboard the Yasha command ship, the 50 fairy battle maidens turned into streaks of light, heading straight for the ship. The hull of the battleship was torn apart, and the unbalanced air pressure instantly rushed out through the unsealed corridors. Crew members who couldn't evacuate in time were sucked out through the breach, their figures struggling in the vacuum for a few seconds before falling silent forever. The outer defense has been breached. Alarms blared in the bridge, red warning lights flashing incessantly. The commander barked orders. Deploy all available combat units to Defense Layer 2. Chaos engulfed the entire Yasha command ship. They activated the fleet defense systems that had never been used before. Laser grids wove deadly webs in the corridors, force field passages formed barriers at critical points, and automatic weapon systems began operating. These systems had never been activated since their design. No one had ever anticipated an enemy could actually infiltrate the battleship. Lingya stepped into the Yasha command ship, and a laser shot out from a corner. A faint glowing shield appeared around her, absorbing the laser into the glow. More lasers fired from various corners, but these individual level lasers posed no threat to her. Lingya continued deeper into the battleship. The plasma blade in her hand easily cut a passage through the walls. After passing through 2 walls, she encountered a group of Yasha soldiers in exosuits. Some wore heavy armor like iron cans, wielding massive ray cannons. Others wore lighter armor, carrying various close and long-range weapons. "She's breached the defenses," someone shouted. As the plasma blade moved slowly along the wall, all the Yasha infantry fired in unison, pouring firepower at the wall. When the smoke cleared, they were shocked to find only a human-shaped hole in the wall, with no sign of the enemy. "Vanished?" a soldier muttered in confusion. "No, above us," another exclaimed. Suddenly, a powerful electromagnetic pulse surged from above, affecting all the Yasha soldiers nearby. Many ship systems reliant on outer layer anti-team shielding were instantly paralyzed. Following that, a second wave of invisible force fields spread from above, enveloping all the Yasha soldiers. They were horrified to find the gravity systems offline, and even those in heavy armor began to float. As they got closer to the source of the force field, their armor shells began to twist and deform. Countless Yasha soldiers struggled futilely in midair, eventually becoming distorted corpses. The force field source suddenly disappeared, and the floating armor fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Lingya dispatched the group of Yasha soldiers and continued advancing deeper into the battleship without a pause. Similar scenes played out in various areas of the massive Yasha warship, which spanned several kilometers. Defense Layer 2 in the lower deck area has been breached. Surveillance systems destroyed. No response from the soldiers. They're avoiding most of the ship's defense systems, making interception nearly impossible. Lost all contact with the lower deck. The hangar bay forces are completely wiped out. Defense layer in the power core area breached. Lost all communications. Left warp engine offline. Only one side's warp field is maintaining. We will severely deviate from our course, potentially leading to the ship's disintegration. Right warp engine defense forces heavily damaged, retreating. Expected to go offline in a minute. Main energy supply levels dropping, reallocating energy to defense and propulsion systems. Other systems will have reduced power. The bridge was in turmoil, with new catastrophic reports arriving every moment. The Yasha commander remained silent for a moment before giving a solemn order. Activate the gravity field generator at maximum power, covering the entire ship. The bridge fell silent. After a long pause, someone stammered. Such a gravity field would act as a small gravitational bomb, tearing everything in the area to pieces. Although the hangar bay is compromised, we still have escape pods in other areas. We could. The commander shook his head and interrupted. Against such a single combat unit, escape pods won't make it out. Activate the gravity field generator. Before he could finish, the bridge door was pierced by an indigo plasma blade. Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the blade moved slowly, emitting a piercing burn sound, carving a perfect circle in the door. As the cutout circular piece fell away, a dozen metal drone turrets emerged and began a relentless barrage. When the dust settled in the bridge, the drones returned to Lingya's side, forming a wing-like formation. Ignoring the bodies of the Yasha crew, she walked straight to the commander's seat and interfaced with the ship's main computer. "Ms. Il, I've gained access and am infiltrating the main computer," Lingya reported calmly. "Good work, 001. Il's ethereal and serene voice replied. After a brief pause, she added, "I've acquired all the data. The warp field of this ship is now unstable. According to my analysis, the ship will begin disintegrating in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Please evacuate to a safe distance by then." "Understood." Lingya retracted her interface device and finally turned to survey the bridge. Some of the Yasha crew, barely alive, looked at her with terror, but she paid them no mind. She curiously examined the surroundings, like a child seeing the outside world for the first time. Her gaze swept over the dark blood of the Yasha crew on the floor, and an unexpected thrill rose within her. Lingya closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and took a gentle sniff. "The smell of Yasha blood is quite similar to that of humans," she murmured to herself. "Just like the blood that trickled from the corner of my eye back then." A slight smile tugged at her lips as she waved goodbye to the remaining Yasha crew. "Goodbye, everyone." Then, with a gentle flap of her wings, she floated into the air. Under the horrified stares of the Yasha crew, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. Lu Feng stood in the command room of the Void Shadow, attentively listening to IL's detailed report on the recent battle. The holographic display showed the wreckage of the battlefield, clearly depicting the annihilation of the Yasha fleet. 90 of their ships had turned to cosmic dust, with less than 10 barely escaping the encirclement. As Lu Feng's gaze swept across the data panels, he noted that they had only pursued the escaping Yasha ships symbolically before letting them go. IL's voice continued, reporting the exceptional performance of the fairy battle maidens in their first coordinated combat. Despite this, the AI precisely listed 34 areas for improvement, which would be optimized in future battles. Lu Feng nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the results. His attention then shifted to the intel obtained from the Yasha command ship. The data indicated that the Yasha civilization had already sent a distress signal back to their home planet. Lu Feng frowned, knowing that the observer civilization would soon be aware of this information. Strategic objectives have been mostly achieved, Lu Feng murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to another holographic communication screen displaying the figure of the Sea Spirit Empress. Lu Feng's voice was steady and resolute. This is a critical moment. You need to explain to the observer civilization how your people were relentlessly pursued and extorted by a powerful fleet. This might not completely dispel their suspicions, but it's the first step in clearing your name. The Sea Spirit Empress looked serious. She understood that Lu Feng was paving the way for her as he prepared to leave. She bowed solemnly, her voice firm. Rest assured, I have confidence in this. I can manage all personnel aware of the inside story. Relevant records and information will be altered or erased. Lu Feng nodded slightly. He knew that the Sea Spirit Empress had immense control within her civilization, even though she might not be able to influence forces outside the Sea Spirit realm. With the testimony of the Yasha ships that had escaped, she could convincingly portray herself as a victim. As for the sacrifice of Tassel, it would be depicted as a heroic act of valor for the civilization. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the star map in the command room. With data from the Sea Spirit civilization, the Skyhawk civilization, and the Yasha command ship, he had gathered a detailed navigational map of the Orion Arm. This information was sufficient for him to leave the Orion Arm and venture to the outer spiral arms. Considering the formidable power of the observer civilization, Lu Feng decided not to entangle with them at this moment. His eyes fell on the brilliant ribbon on the star map, the Perseus Arm, an elegant arc extending from the galactic core, spanning much of the outer Milky Way. Lu Feng planned to follow the Perseus Arm to reach the other end of the galaxy. There, the nearest exit to the neutron star warship might conceal a path beyond the galaxy. However, before setting off, Lu Feng had one final task for the Sea Spirit Empress to prepare. The scene shifted to Lu Feng's fleet regrouping outside the Silver Star City. The dense formation of warships resembled a resplendent star river, both awe-inspiring and beautiful. A massive immaculate Nebula-class cruiser, escorted by over 10 dreadnought Pike-class destroyers, slowly departed from the Sea Spirit Civilization's fortress. This fleet carried 1,000 immortal warriors from the Sea Spirit Civilization, nearly half of their immortal warrior contingent. Lu Feng referred to the capabilities of these immortal warriors as particle jump, a remarkable technology that allowed them to disassemble and reassemble themselves. This made them ideal for exploring unknown territories. Each immortal warrior had a device implanted in their brain called the particle resonance core. This core, encased in a strong force-bonded shell, enabled the warriors to continuously resurrect as long as the shell remained intact. The particle resonance core created a cohesive Higgs field, using it to reassemble Higgs particles and reconstruct the warriors' bodies. Although losing a significant portion of their elite forces, the Sea Spirit Empress had not come away empty-handed. Besides acquiring graviton beam technology, the Sea Spirit civilization made significant progress in wormhole dock technology. Lu Feng shared the entire wormhole dock technology framework obtained from the Yasha command ship with the Sea Spirit Empress. With this blueprint from a Tier 4 civilization, the Sea Spirit civilization was poised to fully master wormhole dock technology within a few years, officially entering the ranks of Tier 4 civilizations. This gradual technological advancement would not raise much suspicion. The Sea Spirit Empress watched as the Silver Star City gradually vanished into the void. Despite witnessing it once before, the sight still left her in awe. She pondered when her civilization might reach such a level. Clearly, it would be a long journey. For now, she had numerous pressing issues to handle within the Orion Arm civilization circle. With this in mind, the Sea Spirit Empress announced sternly, "Gather everyone who has seen the upper civilization's fleet. I've summoned half of the fleet guarding the Sea Spirit home planet for a rotation." From now on, her voice filled with absolute confidence, as if nothing was beyond her control. After departing from the Tianying civilization, the Silver Star City traveled through hyperspace for 2 full days. Lu Feng decided to halt the journey to determine their position, and soon starlight reappeared before them. IL quickly conducted a location check, confirming through both pulsars and star maps that the fleet had traveled 5,293 light-years, and was now at the edge of the Orion arm, about to enter the boundary with the Perseus arm. Lu Feng gazed ahead. The starlight was noticeably sparse. The stellar density at the boundary was significantly lower than within the spiral arms, showing less than half the brightness on the star map. This region was almost a no-go zone for civilizations below level 5. Crossing it was akin to traversing a desolate expanse, requiring a straight-line journey of thousands of light years. Due to the lack of exploration, Silver Star City knew very little about the interior of the boundary. Thinking back to their preparations, Lu Feng nodded to himself. Only civilizations of level 5 and above possessed hyperspace engines capable of long-distance interstellar travel. In the Milky Way, the Orion arm was like a slender worm on a plate, yet it housed many civilizations such as the Watchers, the Sea Spirits, Tianying, and Yasha, with their territories adjacent to each other. However, the closer to the boundary, the sparser the distribution of civilizations, often requiring a journey of hundreds or thousands of light years to encounter another civilization's territory. Although the Watcher civilization controlled Stargate passages to other spiral arms, using them always came at a cost. These Stargates were legacies of an ancient level 6 lost civilization, connecting prosperous regions of various spiral arms. However, Lu Feng preferred to personally traverse this unknown boundary. Silver Star City set off again, slowly fading into the seemingly eternal darkness of hyperspace. Here, all that met the eye was void, which over time would make one long for the sight of a star-filled sky. Lu Feng left the monotonous bridge and went to his self-designed captain's quarters, where he began to explore various novel ideas. Inspired by the Tianying civilization, Lu Feng decided to develop a local virtual network covering the entire fleet. This would not only solve the need for long-distance meetings, but also cater to many other scenarios. As the number of life forms within Silver Star City increased, this virtual network would become a vibrant microsociety, bringing together elites from various civilizations to create a unique virtual world. With the concept in mind, Lu Feng immediately put it into action. With ILS assistance, he quickly completed the foundational setup of the virtual network. As the creator and first user, Lu Feng put on the modified glasses, and his consciousness entered this yet-to-be-developed virtual wasteland. Facing a void, Lu Feng began creating. He first summoned light, but the effect was unsatisfactory. After several attempts, he had to seek else help. With ILS assistance, a lifelike star appeared in the virtual space, radiating heat that felt almost real. Lu Feng continuously adjusted the star's position and light intensity until he created an Earth-like atmosphere. Next, he added blue skies and white clouds, outlining the horizon. Although the ground was still a void, this nascent virtual world was beginning to show signs of life. Standing in this world he had created, Lu Feng felt a sense of accomplishment akin to that of a creator, eagerly anticipating the wondrous scenes that the future would bring. As soon as the blue sky and white clouds appeared, Lu Feng's mood instantly lightened. Since leaving the solar system, this was a long-lost familiar sight. Although the vastness of the cosmos was awe-inspiring, facing that boundless darkness for extended periods only evoked feelings of insignificance and dread. At this moment, the virtual blue sky and white clouds brought a rare sense of comfort. Standing at the center of this virtual world he had created, Lu Feng let his thoughts wander. The pitch-black ground before him gradually became covered with lush soil, and flowers, grass, and trees sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain, swiftly sketching a vibrant green world. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and savored this rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside Lu Feng. Long indigo hair gently fluttered, pointed ears resembling those of an elf, and purple crystals covered most of her body, with the exposed skin appearing as white as jade under the virtual star's light. This was Ear, manifesting her true form in the virtual world. She slowly opened her emerald green eyes, seemingly merging with the green landscape. Lu Feng was not surprised by Ear's appearance. As one of the creators and users of the virtual network, her presence was entirely normal. Turning to Ear, he asked curiously, "Ear, what was the world in your primary memory like?" Ear uncharacteristically paused for a moment, as if retrieving those memories that had been converted into data. "It was once a beautiful world," she began slowly, "full of towering giant trees and various enormous, oddly shaped plants." Lu Feng mused. "Then the oxygen levels in your world must have been high. The atmospheric composition data is incomplete, making it difficult to make a definitive judgment." Ear paused briefly before continuing, "The data here is fragmented. I can only see a few blurry images. The subsequent data shows that everything disappeared." "Disappeared? Everything?" "To be precise, it was destroyed." Ear's voice carried a hint of confusion. "The giant trees were uprooted, leaving deep pits, and the underground was full of cavities left by the roots. I seem to have lived in those pits with some people, just to avoid something." Lu Feng speculated. "Probably the culprit behind the environmental cataclysm." "I don't know." The data here is missing again, Ear continued. The later data shows that I was found by the fused consciousness of Barona and Prince Nor, and I gained power. Her last words carried an inexplicable emotion, uncharacteristic of Ear. Suddenly, Ear seemed to freeze, repeatedly saying, data fragmented, unable to query, unable to query, unable to query. Lu Feng was startled and quickly shouted, Ear, stop querying. Fortunately, the freeze was momentary, and Ear soon returned to normal. She explained, the primary memory data on non-knowledge aspects is severely damaged. When the memory data resumed recording, I was already in the crystal mainframe. After that, when I was awakened, I saw you and Prince Barona. Lu Feng was concerned. Damaged data is damaged data. You should run a self-diagnostic. This freeze might be the first time, but it could indicate some hidden issues. Ear acknowledged softly and then reported, self-diagnosis complete. No issues found. All data normal. Despite this, Lu Feng was still somewhat uneasy, but he couldn't directly check Ear's internal data, so he had to let it go. To lighten the mood, he asked casually, Ear, what do you think we should call this virtual network based on Silver Star City? Any ideas for a name? Ear pondered for a moment before decisively saying, Silver Party? Well, what? Lu Feng's eyes widened, nearly choking on his own saliva. He began to doubt if there was indeed something wrong with Ear, but Ear calmly explained, Silver Star City's party, abbreviated as Silver Party. According to my data, human civilizations refer to gatherings for fun as parties. The virtual network of Silver Star City fits this concept, so it should be called the Silver Star City Party. To make it easier for users to refer to and spread, it is simplified to Silver Party. She then asked, puzzled, is this unreasonable? Faced with Ear's earnest explanation, Lu Feng couldn't find any flaws for a long time and finally managed to say, it's quite reasonable. Then, I will officially name the virtual network of Silver Star City as Silver Party in the database. Wait. Lu Feng immediately stopped her, his expression serious. The virtual network is not fully built yet. There's no rush to name it. Let's wait and gather opinions from other users first. For now, let's leave it at that. With that, he hastily exited the virtual network, pretending to be busy. Ear watched Lu Feng leave, perplexed. Although she was an AI, she sensed that Lu Feng wasn't satisfied with the name she proposed. Silver Party. What hidden meaning does it hold? She wondered, deciding to collect more data on Silver Party for analysis. As a self-learning AI, Ear added this new topic to her learning objectives. Back in the real world, in the captain's quarters, Lu Feng took off his glasses and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness it's just an AI, he muttered to himself as he walked towards the bridge. However, just as he stepped out, he heard Ear's alarm echo through the void shadow. Warning, an anomaly detected in hyperspace ahead. Silver Star City's shield is activated, preparing for impact in 3 seconds. Everyone, brace for impact. 3, 2, 1. Lu Feng barely had time to react, only managing to grab a nearby handle. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently, as if Silver Star City had collided with something massive, causing the docked void shadow to tremble intensely as well. To cause such a level of impact, it can't be anything minor. Lu Feng's mind raced with alarm. Steadying himself, he immediately dashed towards the bridge, shouting, Ear, report the hyperspace anomaly and the damage status of Silver Star City immediately. IL's voice echoed through the bridge of the void shadow, announcing the discovery of a hyperspace instability zone and energy rifts. The Silver Star City had just navigated past this dangerous region, narrowly avoiding contact with some of the rifts. A massive energy shockwave struck the Silver Star City shields, but the emergency boost to maximum power managed to withstand the impact. Silver Star City is in overall good condition. Shield power has returned to normal. The outer armor sustained minor damage, which is currently being repaired and should be completed in 15 minutes, IL reported. At that moment, Lu Feng rushed onto the bridge. Through the viewport, he saw an endless expanse of silver-white rifts in the previously pitch-black hyperspace. These rifts, resembling violent lightning, tore hyperspace into variously sized regions. Some were large enough for Silver Star City to pass through, while others were too small even for Lu Feng himself. Silver Star City was enveloped in a misty blue shield, with silver rifts occasionally grazing its surface, causing ripples. When the ripples were at their most intense, the shield's output power could drop by more than 10, a testament to the immense energy contained within the rifts. Lu Feng realized that they were merely at the edge of the energy rift zone. Venturing deeper into the sea of rifts could result in the shields of Silver Star City being torn apart instantly. This thought filled him with dread and raised many questions. Why were such large-scale energy rifts appearing in hyperspace? How did they form? Why were they here? Wasn't hyperspace supposed to be dark and silent? Despite having vast safe space ahead for Silver Star City to navigate, Lu Feng dared not proceed further. He decisively ordered, IL, shut down the hyperspace engine and exit hyperspace travel. IL's ethereal voice responded immediately. Hyperspace engine shutting down. Moments later, Lu Feng saw the vast expanse of stars in the regular universe. Relieved that they had successfully exited hyperspace, he exhaled deeply. It was fortunate they hadn't encountered any anomalies that could have trapped them in hyperspace. Back in the regular universe, Lu Feng began to ponder the nature of the energy rifts. According to his existing data, hyperspace seemed to be a mirrored space corresponding to the real universe, allowing travel at speeds millions of times faster than light. However, the spatial concepts within hyperspace were different from the regular universe, making them hard to measure by conventional standards. IL, what is the region in front of Silver Star City in the regular universe? Lu Feng asked. IL promptly replied, that is the region near the middle of the boundary between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm, an area with relatively sparse star density. Lu Feng formed a hypothesis. He recalled that Barona mentioned the hyperspace engine couldn't be used outside the Milky Way because there was no corresponding hyperspace there. Combining this with their recent experience, he speculated that it might be matter that supports the existence of hyperspace. Only regions with sufficient matter have a corresponding hyperspace, and when the matter density falls below a certain threshold, hyperspace becomes unstable, leading to energy rifts. If the matter density decreases further, hyperspace cannot form at all. This hypothesis seemed to explain why there was no hyperspace outside galaxies and why energy rifts appeared in sparsely populated regions of hyperspace. Lu Feng felt his guess was likely close to the truth. For safety, Lu Feng ordered IL to navigate away from this sparse star region using conventional travel methods and to find a safe passage through the boundary between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm. Although only the left front of their current hyperspace region had energy rifts, continuing their journey might worsen the situation. He needed to plan the route in advance to avoid dead ends. The boundary between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm stretched over 10,000 light-years, and not all areas were sparsely populated. Lu Feng hoped to find regions with enough star density to form stable hyperspace. Connecting these stable regions might create a safe passage through the boundary. Otherwise, traversing hundreds or thousands of light-years using conventional travel would take an unimaginable amount of time. IL immediately began collecting data using optical sensors to determine which star regions had higher densities and were more likely to meet the conditions for stable hyperspace. However, this process was challenging. The vast star sea of the boundary region had little prior data. They needed to collect data step by step and make judgments, which would take considerable time. Silver Star City continued collecting data in the regular universe while occasionally entering hyperspace to check for energy rifts. They navigated and gathered data simultaneously, striving to chart a safe course. In the starfield near the Orion Arm of the Perseus Arm, a magnificent space station floats amidst the glow of a star. The K9 Eternal Space Station is surrounded by delicate, membrane-like structures that encapsulate the entire star. In a realm invisible to the conventional universe, a silent communication is taking place. K9 Eternal Space Station to K-Class Hub of the Ecclesiastical State. We've detected a disturbance in the energy rift at the center of the boundary zone. The tomb of the Great Ambas fragment is located at the heart of this rift, and something might be about to disturb it. Almost instantly, a voice responded, K9, Hub has received your message. We've pinpointed the source of the disturbance, likely the fleet of the Baburian Consortium Heavy Industries. Apart from them, no other civilization from the Orion Arm would dare step into the boundary zone. Those guys from the Scutum Arm? After nearly 10,000 years, they are stirring again. The tomb area must not be disturbed by outsiders. Indeed, if the Great Amba were still alive, those guys wouldn't dare to be so audacious. But there's no need to worry. The energy rift is a natural barrier. Without the protection of the Great Amba, even we cannot penetrate the rift. Anyone foolish enough to venture inside will be torn apart and remain in hyperspace forever. But this is an affront to the ecclesiastical state. K-Class Hub, I request permission to dispatch a fleet to eliminate those who dare to desecrate the tomb of the Great Amba. After a brief pause, a reply came. K-Class Hub has unanimously approved K9's request. We will dispatch the 33rd, 34th, and 35th Crusader fleets. The Stargate network will open an exit at the edge of the boundary zone, and you will guide the activation? Understood. The ecclesiastical state's forces will sweep away the intruders. Long live the Great Amba. Long live the Great Amba. As the communication ended, the thin membrane covering the star outside K9 Eternal Space Station began to gather energy, its previously transparent surface gradually glowing with a bright incandescence. Stargate network has been locked. K9 Eternal Space Station requests the opening of a temporary Stargate. Request approved. Stargate network access is now granted to the K9 sector. The 33rd, 34th, and 35th Crusader fleets are assembling, with the exit set to K9. As energy accumulated, a massive void gate, 10,000 kilometers in diameter, began to form outside the K9 Eternal Space Station. The orderly gate's interior showed no trace of the starry sky behind it, its surface shimmering with a blue halo. A vast fleet was gathering behind the Stargate, ready to traverse it. Meanwhile, in another part of the boundary zone, Lu Feng's Silver Star City had just exited hyperspace. He marked the area ahead with an X on his star map, muttering to himself, another dead end. The energy rift's range is really vast, like a maze. No wonder the Observer Civilization and the 6th-level civilizations of the Perseus Arm haven't developed the boundary zone or even set up a transit station. Although there were no obstacles in the conventional space of the starfield, the corresponding hyperspace was riddled with energy rifts, extending far and wide. Once the warp engine entered this starfield, Lu Feng would find it difficult to re-enter hyperspace. He didn't want to spend months using the warp engine to cross the energy rift-covered conventional space region. Just then, Lu Feng received a peculiar message. It was highly regular, clearly a coded communication. Soon, he received several similar messages, appearing to be responses to each other. Year, can you decode it? Lu Feng asked his AI assistant to try deciphering the messages. Soon, the decoded results appeared before Lu Feng. The entrance location has been determined, but we need more time to open it. Hurry up. According to internal reports from the ecclesiastical state, they've already noticed our activities here. Someone has disturbed the energy rift in hyperspace. Impossible. We haven't even touched the energy rift. No time for arguments now. The ecclesiastical state's fleet, protected by AMBA, can directly pass through the energy rift in hyperspace. They'll arrive in this starfield within 15 galactic hours to investigate. Our spatial cloaking technology won't fool them for long. The AMBA fragment we obtained from another tomb is still not fully understood, and the risks are unknown. But for now, we have no choice but to try using it to open the entrance. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Reading these exchanges, Lu Feng felt a subtle premonition. He realized this might be connected to him. The ecclesiastical state is the ruling civilization of the Perseus Arm, a 6th-level civilization. The entire Perseus Arm is their domain, with numerous smaller civilizations worshipping the great entity known as AMBA. This vast civilization collective is essentially synonymous with the ecclesiastical state itself. Clearly, the people communicating were not members of the ecclesiastical state. They had been conducting secret activities here, and Lu Feng had inadvertently disturbed the energy rift, leading the ecclesiastical state in the Perseus Arm to detect something. Worse, the ecclesiastical state's fleet had the capability to pass through the energy rift and would arrive soon. 1 galactic hour equals 2 Earth hours, so 15 galactic hours amount to 30 Earth hours. In just over a day, the ecclesiastical state's fleet would arrive. With this in mind, Lu Feng frowned, concerned about getting involved in trouble. He didn't want to antagonize the ecclesiastical state. Without further thought about the energy rift, Lu Feng immediately ordered Year to activate the Silver Star City's conventional warp engine, setting course away from the area at maximum warp speed. 30 hours had passed, and the Silver Star City had been traveling at 1,000 times the speed of light, covering only about 3 light years. Lu Feng knew that this was far from enough to ensure safety. According to intercepted communications, the theocracy of the Perseus Arm had the ability to navigate freely through hyperspace energy rifts at speeds up to 1,000,000 times faster than conventional space travel. In comparison, the 1,000-fold warp speed seemed insignificant. As Lu Feng estimated that the theocracy of the Perseus Arm might have already reached the position mentioned in the communications, an invisible wave suddenly swept over from afar, disturbing the entire space. Every corner of the Silver Star City felt the tremor. Ear quickly analyzed the data and provided a preliminary estimate. The source of the spatial disturbance was 3.2 light-years away, with an expected impact range of 3,000 light-years, covering most of the border region. After spreading to its maximum boundary at an astonishing speed, the spatial wave suddenly ceased further changes. Not only did the Silver Star City, which was within it, detect this widespread spatial anomaly, but the entire Milky Way galaxy did as well. Meanwhile, different regions of the galaxy had varied reactions to this event. On a planetary battle station of the Watcher civilization in the Orion Arm, a burly figure gazed at the bustling spaceport and muttered, "The largest tomb has finally opened. Having such an existence next to our territory is truly unsettling." In the grand hall of the theocracy of the Perseus Arm's highest hub, humanoid beings dressed in elaborate religious robes knelt. The high priest looked up in contemplation and slowly said, "This might be a sign of the great Amba's return. We only need to follow Amba's will." In a vast conference hall on the outer arm, many figures gathered, discussing fervently, Amba's largest tomb has been opened. Since the theocracy lost Amba, the galaxy has been quiet for a while, but now it's about to become turbulent again. In a secret chamber in the Carina Arm, several figures sat around a metallic round table, analyzing. The Baburian Consortium Heavy Industries has successfully opened the tomb entrance, but they seem unprepared. This tomb is different from the previous ones. and the risks are unpredictable. The level 6 civilizations in the Sagittarius Arm, Scutum Centaurus Arm, and Centaurus Arm, although aware of the anomaly, did not intervene directly due to the distance. However, they also secretly heightened their vigilance. It seemed that the advanced civilizations across the galaxy had entered an unusual state of alert. Back on the Silver Star City, Feng was trying to understand the impact of the spatial wave. Suddenly, alarms were triggered. Ear's voice sounded. The surrounding space has changed, with an abnormal stellar refraction rate. Calculations show that a 30,000 kilometer radius of space around the Silver Star City has been cut out, causing stellar anomalies. Feng's heart sank. Spatial technology was a hallmark of level 6 civilizations. He hurriedly inquired if any fleets or probes were approaching, but no anomalies were detected by the probes. Just as Feng was about to order an attempt to escape this spatial displacement state, the surrounding starlight began to fade, as if the entire space had been severed from the conventional universe. The Silver Star City plunged into darkness. Proposed 13 escape plans, all of which required sacrificing the Silver Star City. Feng immediately rejected these suggestions. In this critical moment, he was relieved he hadn't brought Zilraxis along, or they might have been caught in one fell swoop. At that moment, the view outside the Silver Star City suddenly returned. Surrounding them were endless silver rifts, and at the center of these rifts, a colossal spaceship was docked, dwarfing the Silver Star City. Feng was stunned as he realized, this is hyperspace? Feng was utterly stunned by the sight before him. In the hyperspace, there existed a colossal warship, its sheer size beyond comprehension. The massive vessel filled his entire field of vision, its dark gray armor surface uneven and gleaming with a cold metallic light. The armor was covered with blast marks and various scratches, exuding a sense of having endured countless battles. Il provided an initial estimate. The warship was over 30 million kilometers long, about 5 million kilometers high, and 8 million kilometers wide. Feng couldn't help but gasp. This size meant its length reached the scale of 100 light seconds. He couldn't fathom the resources and technology required to construct such a behemoth. Even more astonishing was that the warship was surrounded by numerous energy rifts, forming an impenetrable barrier. Feng immediately recalled the mysterious communications they had intercepted earlier, realizing that this warship was likely closely linked to the Perseus Arm theocracy. Determined to uncover the truth, Feng ordered Il to maneuver the Silver Star City forward slowly while activating all sensors to gather data. As the Silver Star City moved, they gradually constructed a preliminary model of the giant warship. The warship's surface was covered with battle scars and damaged weapon installations. Some were recognizable as launch devices, while others had peculiar shapes, making their purposes hard to determine. A trident-shaped tower was half-collapsed, and a semicircular device had been neatly sliced off. These marks spoke volumes about the intense battles that had once taken place. At that moment, Illinois issued an urgent alert. A massive void, likely an entrance, was detected 50,000 kilometers ahead. Feng immediately ordered the ship to head there. As they approached, a square passageway at least 5,000 kilometers in diameter came into view. The dark gray metal walls of the passage were riddled with various weapon marks. Charred penetration wounds, unknown black substances, clean cuts, and hanging armor fragments like dried skin. Debris floated around, some clearly from other destroyed warships. The density of battle scars in this area far exceeded other regions, indicating it had been the focal point of fierce conflict. Feng stared at this potential entrance, realizing that the key to uncovering the mysterious invaders lay ahead. He knew that to leave this place, they had to delve deep into the warship and find the source of everything. Scan the surrounding area thoroughly. I don't want any surprises in a place like this, Feng ordered, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Silver Star City hovered in a strange space, surrounded by countless fragments of warships, remnants of an ancient battle. Feng's gaze settled on a massive ship in the center, its colossal size intimidating yet lifeless. The scene reminded him of a term repeatedly mentioned in intercepted communications tomb. Sigh. Feng muttered under his breath. We haven't fully deciphered the amber fragment we retrieved from the other tomb, and its risks are still unknown. But for now, it's our best shot at opening the entrance. Let's hope it doesn't backfire. He stared at the giant ship, puzzled. Is this another tomb? The enormous warship floated silently, with its armor and fragments narrating a tale of fierce battles. Feng couldn't help but imagine the ship as a coffin for some giant. Suddenly, Ear's urgent alarm sounded. Energy rift activity detected. Something is breaking through. Feng immediately realized. It's the Church's fleet. According to previous intel, only the Church's fleet could navigate energy rifts so effortlessly. The energy rift opposite Silver Star City began to pulse violently, like an impending storm. Feng knew that once the Church's fleet broke through, there would be nowhere to hide. He recalled hearing that the Church of the Perseus Arm consisted of fanatical believers, and given their interest in this place, it was likely a forbidden zone for them. Facing the prospect of encountering a 6th-level civilization fleet, Lu Feng was reluctant to engage in battle, especially in this unknown space. He quickly decided, take Silver Star City into the passage ahead. Understood, responded. Silver Star City silently slipped into the passage of the giant ship. Shortly after, a fleet led by a silver flagship emerged from the energy rift. The silver flagship deployed a semicircular energy shield, enveloping the entire fleet, allowing them to navigate the energy rift unhindered. The fleet spread out around the giant ship, meticulously searching for anomalies. Once they confirmed there were none, they began communicating with headquarters. Crusader fleets 33, 34, and 35 have arrived at the tomb. No signs of activity detected. Initiating detailed investigation. The acting commander entered an invisible mental realm where all communication was instantaneous. The closer he got to the giant ship, the clearer his perception of this realm became, as if guided by a brilliant supernova. This sense of reassurance prompted him to utter, "Great Amber." Headquarters quickly replied, "The tomb has opened an entrance in the conventional universe, causing spatial disturbances over a tube 000 light-year radius. The entire Crusader army and 10 Him fleets have been dispatched to converge on the tomb. Wait outside the tomb and do not enter. If the opposition can open the tomb, they are prepared. Let the Him fleets handle it. Do not squander Amber's protection." Understood. We will investigate the perimeter for any suspicious traces. The acting commander exited the mental realm and sternly addressed his 2 deputies. The tomb entrance is open. The entire Crusader army and 10 Him fleets are coming. We need to investigate the perimeter. The deputies were visibly shaken. The mobilization of the entire Crusader army and 10 Him fleets indicated a grave situation. The last time all 10 Him fleets were deployed was 10,000 years ago to deal with a stellar beast. If the situation escalated, it could lead to a war between 2 6th-level civilizations, far beyond what their temporary fleet could handle. All right, the acting commander said, "Let's scout the tomb's perimeter before the Crusader army arrives." Meanwhile, Silver Star City was advancing through the dark passage. The walls of the passage were lined with ring-shaped structures at intervals, their pointed ends facing outward, resembling some sort of launch mechanism, though they were now inactive. After traveling an unknown distance, Silver Star City arrived at a tightly shut, twisted door. The door's surface was deformed, leaving only a narrow gap at the edges, making it difficult to open easily. Peering through the gap, I could only make out a buffer-like interstitial space, with identical doors at both ends. However, the door on this side was twisted, making it difficult to open, while the other door remained intact and perfectly sealed. Lu Feng stared at the massive dark gray metal door in front of him, the cracks on its surface seeming insignificant within the scale of Silver Star City. He turned to and asked, "Can a laser with an energy level below 20 cut through this door?" Didn't respond immediately, but instead deployed an indomitable Javelin-class destroyer. Despite being able to easily pass through the crack, the warship looked like a mere toy in the presence of the colossal door. The destroyer activated its laser weapon system and began its attempt on the grand door. A level 19 laser blasted the surface, while closely monitored the impact through high-precision sensors. Soon, received the feedback. The impacted area showed no change, not even a rise in surface temperature. Lu Feng was astonished. A laser nearing the peak energy level of a planetary scale had no effect. Analyzed the recorded data and uncovered a clue. The laser seemed to be absorbed upon contact with the door, with the energy dissipating instantly. Lu Feng's caution heightened as he speculated. This might involve spatial technology. Perhaps the door is coated with a shield based on spatial tech? After all, this place is related to the Perseus armed theocracy, and one of the hallmarks of a level 6 civilization is spatial technology. Agreed with this hypothesis but also noted, with the current information, we can't draw more definitive conclusions. Unable to cut through the door, Lu Feng decided to send several warships to explore the interior. 10 indomitable Javelin-class destroyers slipped through the gap into the interstitial space, discovering a vast interior large enough to accommodate Silver Star City. The inside appeared empty at first glance, with only some dark gray metal fragments scattered near the twisted door, seemingly fallen from it. Lu Feng ordered one destroyer to collect some smaller pieces for analysis, while the others spread out to explore the long-abandoned dark space. 9 destroyers gradually approached the intact door on the opposite side. From the transmitted footage, Lu Feng saw the towering door, 4 to 5 kilometers high, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The destroyers, like deep-sea submersibles, pierced the surrounding darkness with their lights. Suddenly, Lu Feng noticed a massive shadow illuminated by the destroyer's lights. The shadow was as large as an indomitable Javelin-class destroyer, lying quietly on the ground. As the destroyers drew closer, the shadow's true form emerged, a colossal humanoid corpse, at least a kilometer tall. The corpse wore a tightly fitting protective suit of unknown material. Through the transparent face shield, its well-preserved features were still visible: facial features, skin, and hair similar to ordinary carbon-based life forms. Lu Feng was stunned. It was his first time seeing such a gigantic humanoid. The indomitable Javelin-class destroyer looked like a scale model toy next to this giant corpse. He pondered, such large beings are common in beast civilizations, which might explain the ship's enormous size. But then he wondered, the people of the Perseus-armed theocracy aren't giants, so could this massive ship belong to another civilization? As the destroyers continued forward, more similar corpses came into view. Some were sprawled on the ground, reaching towards the door, as if struggling to move forward in their final moments. Near the door, the number of bodies increased, overlapping each other, some climbing the door, some grabbing their companions' legs, desperately trying to advance even a little. In the corner where the door met the ground, a heap of bodies piled up. They clung to the door, stepping on each other, seemingly frantic to rush inside. Through the transparent face shields, their expressions were still visible: eyes filled with terror, faces contorted, as if something unimaginable was chasing them, while the door represented a glimmer of hope. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng shuddered, an inexplicable fear welling up from within. As the destroyer's lights illuminated the faces of these giants, he felt as if he had traveled back to that moment countless years ago, experiencing the giants' despair firsthand. What had happened here? What kind of catastrophe could drive a civilization capable of constructing such a massive ship, possibly mastering spatial technology, and reaching a level 6 civilization to such madness in their attempt to escape? As the destroyers expanded their search, Lu Feng made another discovery. Among the kilometer-tall giant corpses, many ordinary carbon-based life-form bodies were scattered, almost unnoticeable. This discovery added an extra layer of eeriness and unease to the entire scene. The corpses of ordinary carbon-based beings were intermingled with those of the giants, making it difficult to discern them without close inspection. They mimicked the giants' postures, either climbing or reaching out, all pointing towards the colossal door. The fearless Trident-class destroyers navigated through this macabre scene, transmitting real-time footage back to the Silver Star City. As Lu Feng stared at the unsettling image, Illinois keenly noticed something unusual. In one corner, it seemed as though the giant corpses had been moved. Il immediately magnified the image for Lu Feng. Following the cue, Lu Feng focused on the corner where the corpses had a subtle color difference, as if they had been relocated and then carefully placed back. This deliberate concealment would have been nearly impossible to detect without IL's precise scanning. Without hesitation, Lu Feng dispatched another 100 fearless Trident-class destroyers to investigate. As the corpses were moved aside, a concealed passageway was revealed, extending towards the enormous door. A faint light emanated from the end of the passage, which was just wide enough to accommodate a single fearless Trident-class destroyer. One destroyer followed the light into the passage and discovered that it had been artificially widened, leading directly to the dark gray door. In front of the door, a white glow flickered. However, as the destroyer attempted to approach, an invisible ripple surged from the pile of corpses, tearing the ship to pieces in an instant. Il barely managed to issue a spatial anomaly warning before the transmission abruptly cut off. As Lu Feng stood in stunned silence, messages began to emerge from within the pile of corpses. Not the church's warship. Never mind. We've been discovered. Quickly enter the tomb. These messages used the communication codes that Il had intercepted earlier, dating back to the millennia-old Arlon Empire. Lu Feng realized that those who had opened these passages were the mysterious individuals planning to enter the so-called tomb. They had unwittingly dragged him into their scheme. However, Lu Feng remained cautious, aware that the technology which destroyed the destroyer was of a high-level spatial nature, indicative of a 6th-level civilization. Suddenly, a powerful light emanated from within the crevice. Through the distorted gaps in the outer door, Lu Feng saw a straight beam of light that pierced through from top to bottom, gradually widening from both sides. The colossal dark gray door, spanning thousands of kilometers, was slowly opening, making Lu Feng feel as though he were standing at the threshold of a divine realm. As the door opened, some of the giant ships began to regain power. A signal, using the Arlon Empire's coding, spread throughout the area. Identity verification complete. Entry into the biosphere permitted. To ensure the stability of the life support system's internal circulation, the biosphere is covered by a selective barrier, allowing only biological entities to enter. Prepare for transmission. Before Lu Feng could react, the light intensified. He felt his body lighten, enveloped by some force. Instinctively, he called out to Il in his mind, but there was no response. When he opened his eyes, he found himself no longer aboard the void shadow but surrounded by blinding light. The transmission was instantaneous. As the light faded, a lush world unfolded before Lu Feng's eyes. Towering, ancient trees blanketed the rolling mountains, the azure sky seemed boundless, clouds drifted lazily, and the fresh air reminded him of a long-lost Earth. However, As he realized this was the so-called biosphere, Lu Feng suddenly noticed he was suspended in midair, plummeting towards the ground at increasing speed. Damn, you didn't tell me to stand on solid ground before the transmission. He cursed inwardly, urgently calling out to Il. This time, Il's voice finally echoed in his mind. Brace yourself for possible impact. No sooner had Il spoken than Lu Feng felt a cool, smooth sensation around his waist. He was lifted into the air, the sudden change in momentum churning his stomach until he gradually adapted. Looking down, he saw that it was none other than Lingya who had caught him. Her warp wings, spanning 2 meters, glimmered eerily in the sunlight, her semi-crystalline, semi-organic form exuding an imposing presence. Uncle Lu Feng, sorry, the situation was urgent. I couldn't execute a better rescue plan. Lingya apologized softly, noticing his discomfort. Lu Feng shook his head. It's fine, just a minor issue. His attention quickly shifted to the biosphere below. From their aerial vantage point, the entire landscape was visible. This time, he focused more intently on the ground, scrutinizing this mysterious world. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the vast, desolate forest, searching for any suspicious signs. He knew that besides their own team, the mysterious figures who had opened the gate had also entered this unknown world. Xiaoya, scan the surroundings, Lu Feng ordered, even though his naked eye hadn't detected anything unusual. Lingya hovered high in the air, her black and white pupils glowing with a blue light. Invisible detection waves rapidly spread out from her as the center. Moments later, the results came in. Optical detection, electromagnetic scanning, energy response detection, and infrared scanning have all found nothing suspicious. Lu Feng wasn't surprised. As he inadvertently glanced back, he saw a shocking sight. A faintly visible giant gate hanging in the sky behind them. The space around it seemed folded, making the gate appear elusive and unreachable. This was the very passage they had used to enter this world, and Lu Feng was standing right beneath it. Lingya, can you see that gate? Lu Feng asked. Lingya nodded in confirmation, but soon expressed her confusion. This gate can only be observed in the optical spectrum. In other detection methods, the gate and the surrounding space seem non-existent, as if that area has been extracted from this world. Spatial technology again. A level 6 civilization perhaps, Lu Feng murmured to himself. Clearly, the giant gate employed highly advanced spatial technology, undoubtedly the work of the creators of the giant ship. He stared deeply at the gate, cautious not to let Lingya approach rashly. Suddenly, a flock of large, fierce-looking bird-like creatures flew in from the direction of the distant mountains. Though they resembled birds, their menacing appearance and nearly 3-meter wingspan were intimidating. The flock seemed frightened, desperately heading straight for the giant gate. However, as they neared the space around the gate, a bizarre scene unfolded. Every bird instantly vanished without a trace, the once visible black dots evaporating into thin air. Lingya's expression turned grave. Those creatures didn't just disappear. They were disintegrated, down to the molecular level. They were reduced to the most basic structures of matter. Lu Feng nodded, his vigilance heightened. Until we unravel the spatial mysteries around the gate, we mustn't approach it recklessly. It seems the creators of the giant ship have set up some sort of entry and exit permission mechanism. Those who opened the gate likely possess such permissions. Realizing they might be trapped in this unknown world, Lu Feng's desire for spatial technology grew stronger. He reached out in his mind to Il, who was still in Silver Star City. Stay hidden. Don't let the church discover you. We might not be able to leave the giant ship for now. Il responded calmly. Understood. I'll be ready for any confrontation and protect Silver Star City. This response gave Lu Feng some reassurance. Just then, Lingya suddenly became alert. Something is approaching quickly. She turned to look in the direction from which the bird-like creatures had come. From beyond the mountains, a group of humanoid beings riding similar bird-like creatures was approaching. These beings bore a striking resemblance to humans. 6 giant birds carried 12 riders, heading straight for Lu Feng and Lingya's position. Lingya immediately went into combat mode, ready to eliminate these potential threats from a distance within seconds. However, her expression soon turned to one of confusion. They're kneeling on the birds' backs, Lingya said softly. Their entire bodies are pressed against the birds, as if they are worshipping us. Lu Feng was equally baffled by this unexpected gesture. He signaled Lingya to move in closer, ready to investigate further. The great messenger, after millennia, you have finally reappeared. The person kneeling on the bird's back spoke in some language, and with Il's assistance, the translated meaning was directly transmitted into Lu Feng's mind. Lu Feng responded with a nod, his face expressionless, secretly relieved that he hadn't revealed any flaws. He signaled to Lingya to convey the translated words. There were some unexpected events, and we entered a special region. Then, he shifted the topic, asking, it's been a long time. How are things here now? The group exchanged worried glances, cautiously glancing at the half-organic, half-crystal fairy warrior behind Lu Feng. Before speaking, Great Messenger, the state of the order is not optimistic. We have been exploring this endless plane for millennia, yet we still haven't found its end. There are doubts and even opposition within regarding the prophesied calamity. Their voices grew quieter. We used to be able to suppress it, but now we are increasingly powerless. Seeing their troubled expressions, Lu Feng nodded and said, "Take me to see it." The kneeling individuals were instantly overjoyed, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, messenger, for breaking the rules to help us. We swear by the order, this will be an exception." Lu Feng was startled, nearly revealing his true feelings. Fortunately, these people were too immersed in the joy of reunion to care about the so-called rules. It seemed the order had many problems and couldn't afford to focus on other matters. Under the direction of the simply dressed riders, the bird-like creatures called swift birds turned and flew beyond the mountains. Lu Feng signaled Lingya to follow. The group crossed the undulating mountain range, leaving behind the giant gate suspended in the air until it shrank to a black dot. Finally, they reached the edge of the mountains. The outermost slopes gradually descended into a lush forest. In front of the forest stood a city, billowing with steam. This city was vast, capable of housing millions. Everywhere, there were colossal steel machines. Long-armed cranes hoisted bundles of logs into waiting steam trains. Multi-car trains stretched like dragons across tracks carved through the forest, with their engines pointed towards the city, their cargo compartments nearly full. The entire city was filled with the roar of steam generators, mineral crushers, and steam-powered vehicles, a complete steam city. The sight of steel and steam intertwined made Lu Feng feel as if he had returned to Earth a century ago. However, there were not only steam machines here. Some people riding swift birds also hovered above the city, looking at the steam machines with obvious hostility. When they saw a group of swift birds flying towards the city from outside, they immediately put on smiles and approached. "Bishop Tant, you're back from patrol early today." They greeted cheerfully, but their faces turned to shock when they saw Lingya and Lu Feng at the center of the group. The one called Bishop Tant was a black-robed figure standing on the back of one of the swift birds. Lu Feng silently observed, noting that the swift birds were usually controlled by the front riders, while the higher-ranked individuals stood at the back. Bishop Tant nodded solemnly to his colleagues and immediately instructed, "Report to the Archbishop, request to convene the Order's assembly. The Great Messenger has returned." The colleague, snapping out of their shock, quickly complied. During this brief pause, countless eyes in the city were drawn to Lingya. Her half-crystal, half-organic body shimmered in the sunlight, like a rare treasure. Lu Feng's attire, strange to them, also drew attention. In contrast, most of the city's populace wore simple, rough clothing, while those on the swift bird's rear wore elegant robes with golden embroidery. Lu Feng noticed that the people's gazes held curiosity but also a complex emotion. Most glanced briefly and returned to their tasks around the steam machines, while a few continued to stare at the sky, some even quietly disappearing from view. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Lu Feng asked Bishop Tant, "Bishop Tant, something seems off within the city?" Bishop Tant smiled bitterly and admitted, "I have no intention of hiding anything from you, Great Messenger. The current issues have surpassed our ability to resolve, hence we need your assistance more than ever. I believe the Archbishop will be delighted to hear of your arrival and will convene the Order's assembly, hoping to draw on your wisdom." As they spoke, the group flew towards a spire-topped stone building at the city's center. As they passed over a street, a pitch-black weapon suddenly emerged from the shadows, aimed at the sky. With a command from an unknown source, the weapon fired a deafening shot. The blast startled the 6 swift birds, but the experienced front riders quickly calmed them down. However, the situation grew more dire. From all directions, figures in rough clothing, armed with weapons, emerged. They occupied the stone-paved streets and wooden rooftops, aiming their weapons at the group in the sky. Bishop Tant's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to order the riders to ascend, a stern voice from below commanded, "Bishop Tant, stay where you are, or you'll be riddled with bullets." Bishop Tant's expression changed several times, but ultimately didn't dare to act rashly. He whispered to Lu Feng, "These people are extremists among the dissenters. Don't worry, Great Messenger, the Order's guards will arrive soon." Then, he raised his voice to shout to those below, "The Order led you out of the calamity millennia ago, bringing about today's prosperity. You dare to defy the Order's guidance? Your actions will only lead everyone back to disaster. Look, behind me is the Great Messenger, who has returned after millennia. The Order is right." Bishop Tant tried to showcase Lingya and Lu Feng to prove his words. But aside from his colleagues, no one on the ground reacted. A burly man in simple clothes stepped forward, coldly glaring at those in the sky. "I don't believe in any messenger. Even if they are real, why should we trust them again after abandoning us for so long?" His gaze was as sharp as a blade. If you're stalling for time to wait for the order's guards, your plan is doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, the city's steam machine's roar was replaced by the sound of cannons. With each blast, a blossom of flame erupted within the city. From all directions, more armed figures emerged, charging towards the luxurious stone areas at the city's center under the cover of the cannon fire. Seeing this, Bishop Tant's face turned ghostly pale. He seemed to witness his worst nightmare, shouting in despair, "Your actions will destroy millennia of our efforts. Without the Order's protection, you are nothing." He furiously ordered the swift bird riders to ascend quickly. The burly man below snorted and waved his hand. With the first gunshot, a dense swarm of small, swift black shadows shot from the barrels towards the sky, enveloping Lu Feng and Ling Ya. Bishop Tang's attention was completely drawn to the danger behind him. He turned around and saw swift, tiny shadows rushing towards them. Fear instantly gripped his heart. Although he had always disliked these new weapons, he knew all too well how deadly they could be. A piece of steel the size of a fingernail, combined with black powder, was enough to take a grown man's life, and even devout clerics like them were not immune. On the street, those armed men had cold glints in their eyes, as if they already regarded Bishop Tang and his group as dead. A burly man shook his head, thinking that these stubborn members of the sect were beyond reasoning, leaving death as the only option. At this critical moment, the sunlight above suddenly dimmed. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the sky, where a distorted spherical space appeared, like a gray sun. All the bullets fired into the air were swallowed by this strange space, halting instantly upon entering its range. Ling Shi swung her right arm, and the suspended bullets fell like raindrops. This unbelievable scene left the burly man wide-eyed, as if he had seen a ghost. His mind raced, trying to comprehend what he was witnessing. How could the kinetic energy of the bullets be stripped away without any medium? What was that gray sphere made of? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed the burly man's mind. Could the so-called emissaries really exist? The legendary beings sent by the Creator to guide humanity towards civilization and prosperity, averting disaster? But after millennia, no one but the fanatical sect believers still believed in such tales. To most people, both emissaries and gods were nothing more than fleeting fantasies. Ling Ya's expression was as cold as ice. The curved wings on her back slowly unfurled, with a wingspan of 2 meters, exuding an aura of divine authority. This sight left everyone present in awe. Bishop Tang even knelt directly on the back of his swift bird, and the other 5 sect members followed suit, fervently chanting, "Great emissary." Ling Ya's icy gaze swept over the armed civilians on the street. The wings on her back partially detached, transforming into several flat, conical floating cannons that hovered around her like spirits. Lu Feng whispered, "Just teach them a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, the floating cannons shot out like arrows. Their speed was astonishing, making it hard for ordinary people to catch even a glimpse. The 6 floating cannons darted towards the armed civilians on the street, and in a blink, the long rifles in their hands were cut into 2. The burly man swallowed hard, realizing that the technology and power behind those small floating cannons were far beyond his comprehension. He couldn't imagine how such a tiny device could house a steam engine and intricate gears for operation. To him, these were things that defied common sense and natural laws. Yet today, in front of everyone, it was happening for Real. The people around him were even more shaken. Some dropped their weapons and trembled, while others knelt in worship. "The emissaries of the gods truly exist," someone shouted. "Only the emissaries can perform such miracles." The burly man struggled to suppress his inner turmoil and shouted, "Fools! There's no such thing as emissaries. Don't be deceived. This is just a trick by the sect." But his words fell on deaf ears, almost completely ignored. At that moment, Lu Feng and Ling Ya floated down in front of the burly man. Facing these 2 extraordinary beings, the burly man involuntarily took a step back. With Lu Feng's commanding presence accentuated by the graceful, silver-glowing wings, his appearance was even more intimidating. Although the burly man hadn't seen this self-proclaimed emissary display any supernatural abilities, the girl with crystalline wings clearly followed his lead. This filled the burly man with deep apprehension. "Ask him if he's in charge," Ling Ya said in the local language, glancing at the burly man. The burly man saw the emissary's lips move, producing incomprehensible syllables. His tension grew, but then he heard the girl convey the emissary's words in a familiar language. He quickly shook his head in denial. No, I'm just in charge of the interception team, intercepting clerics heading to Stone City." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "The ones in charge should be attacking Stone City now. That's the sect's stronghold. Once we take it, the entire city will fall under our control. It's not that we disrespect you. We're just resisting the sect." Lu Feng had no intention of wasting much time on him and simply said, "Take us to someone in charge." Hearing this, The burly man thought for a moment and reluctantly nodded. Given the current situation, he had no choice. Lu Feng signaled for Bishop Tang and his group to come down. They eagerly descended to the street, bowing reverently to Lu Feng. "Thank you, great emissary." Lu Feng waved them off and said succinctly, "We're heading to Stone City." Under the burly man's command, the armed civilians gathered behind Lu Feng and Ling Ya. Whether they truly believed in the so-called emissary or not, they knew they stood no chance against the crystalline-winged girl. The burly man, understanding this, kept his doubts to himself and arranged for the sect clerics to be surrounded in the middle of the group. Lu Feng paid little attention to these maneuvers, while Bishop Tang and the others, convinced of the emissary's protection, walked fearlessly within the armed civilians' encirclement. Thus, a peculiar procession of emissary, sect members, and armed civilians marched towards the stone buildings at the city's center. Along the way, armed civilians could be seen everywhere, attacking anyone in sect attire. Initially, they thought Lu Feng's group had captured many sect members, but upon noticing the girl with radiant wings at the front, they stopped in their tracks, stunned. A few bullets fired from the shadows were stopped midair by the gravitational field around Lingya, only to be redirected back to their source. After a few muffled groans, there was no more movement from the shadows. Lu Feng turned to the burly man and said calmly, "If you want to avoid further casualties, it depends on how well you can persuade them." The burly man sighed. He wasn't the overall commander and couldn't control everyone. But seeing his side take casualties, he didn't want the situation to escalate. He stepped to the front and began to dissuade the armed civilians. Although not entirely effective, he did his best. The street ahead had been taken by the armed civilians after a fierce battle. They had meticulously planned this uprising for a long time, and everything was in place. Except for Stone City, most areas had fallen into their hands effortlessly. The burly man led the group to the street leading to Stone City. The entrance was piled with rusted, abandoned steel, leaving only a narrow passage. Behind the steel heap, more than 30 armed civilians stood guard. Upon seeing a group approaching from the street, they tensed and raised their weapons, relaxing slightly when they recognized their own. But when Lu Feng and Lingya appeared, their expressions turned to shock, mirroring those of the other armed civilians who had seen Lingya for the first time. The squad leader quickly regained composure, ready to order an attack, but the burly man hurriedly shouted, "Stop, don't shoot. They're not with the sect." Seeing the familiar faces of their comrades, the guards hesitated and lowered their weapons. The burly man breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for averting unnecessary bloodshed. However, a calm voice from the other side interrupted, "I don't know what happened between you, but to avoid accidents, please keep your distance. Since we've taken Stone City, we can't let you through at this critical moment." Hearing this, the burly man's heart sank. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.